in a fleeting moment when the blade sliced through the neck. The maniacal laughter of the obsessed pursuer erupted in his ears, warm blood soaking through the collar of his shirt. Just before the suffocating sensation overwhelmed him, a chilling mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Ding! The Save the Pitiful System 460 has been activated. Complete the tasks to prolong your life. The instinct to cling to survival ignited within Xie Chengjun, compelling him to grasp this slender thread of hope, and he was consequently plunged into a bizarre little world. Chapter 1. The Flamboyant Pretender and the Genuine Young Master. 1. TSK, are you so unwilling to even glance at me in death? If so, I shall grind your bones to dust to keep me company forever. The sinister whisper slithered into Xie Chengjun's ears like a venomous serpent, causing him to jerk awake, his heart racing uncontrollably. Where am I? Wasn't I just watching a movie in bed? One moment he had been nestled with a pillow, munching on potato chips, and the next, inexplicably found himself in a bar. Although he occasionally indulged in a drink or two, the allure of alcohol paled in comparison to the comfort of sleep. Ding, greetings, host. I am the Save the Pitiful System 460. The sudden mechanical voice in his mind left Xie Chengjun momentarily stunned. A system? I must still be dreaming, he muttered, shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the absurd notion. I don't need to save anyone. You have the wrong person. Weariness washed over him, and he stifled a yawn. The host is already deceased, 460 stated innocently. The scene before you is a playback of dying memories. Furrowing his brows, Xie Chengjun retorted, Nonsense, I was just... Before he could finish, a vivid image flashed before his eyes. He had rejected the persistent advances of A. Junior, who followed him incessantly. That very night, the junior had broken into his home with a fruit knife, his eyes wild with madness as he lunged at him. A cold pain spread through his throat, and his consciousness blurred in an instant. You were ambushed after rejecting him, bleeding out to your demise, 460 sighed. Though it is absurd, it is the truth. Xie Chengjun stared at the red marks on his wrist, feeling an icy chill envelop him. Was this the result of a single rejection? Such a death felt utterly humiliating. What happens if I refuse to bind with you? Xie Chengjun clung to a sliver of hope. You die, obviously, 460 replied lethargically. Xie Chengjun fell silent. He was reluctant to vanish without understanding, and after much contemplation, he could only grit his teeth and accept reality. Your name is truly painful for gamers to bear. He couldn't help but scoff, relieved that he had no interest in gaming. Upon hearing this, 460 seemed to sulk, its voice tinged with grievance. It had faced disdain from countless candidates due to its name, and now that a handsome fellow had finally appeared, he too fell victim to ridicule. Never mind, what is my task? Xie Chengjun sighed in resignation. To save those who were bullied by the original host. At this, Xie Chengjun quietly sorted through his memories. The original host, Xie Chengjun, the sole scion of the affluent Xie family, had been pampered since childhood, leading to a haughty disposition forged by a life of luxury. However, just as he was about to come of age, the Xie family unexpectedly brought back a boy of the same age, Jiang Huaijin, from the countryside. 20 years prior, the original host's biological mother had swapped infants in the delivery room. Now, with the original mother deceased, the Xie family, burdened by guilt, had taken the true young master back, publicly claiming him to be the son of a deceased acquaintance, adopting him as their own due to the lack of guardians. The original host harbored deep animosity towards Jiang Huaijin, and at that moment, the true protagonist of this world, his long-desired white moonlight, Shun Zhao, had cried and thrown herself into his arms, falsely accusing Jiang Huaijin of having ulterior motives. Blinded by love, the original host failed to verify the claims and began to torment Jiang Huaijin increasingly. Under Shun Zhao's incessant provocation, he even drugged Jiang Huaijin, leading to the latter's brutal death. Retribution was swift and merciless. The day after Jiang Huaijin's demise, Xie Chengjun was taken away by the police. In prison, Shun Zhao and the male lead, Lin Zhuoran, reveled in revealing the truth. This was all a scheme to usurp the Xie family's fortune. Upon learning of their son's grave crime, Xie's parents succumbed to the shock and passed away. The Xie family, now devoid of its backbone, swiftly crumbled and was ultimately swallowed by the Lin family. Within the iron bars, the original host watched Shun Zhao snuggling smugly in Lin Jueran's embrace, listening to their mockery of him as merely a discarded pawn, and he descended into madness that in the dead of night. He took his own life using a bedsheet, ending a life fraught with regret and despair. My task is to save Jiang Huaijin. Xie Chengjun gaped at the glowing blue system panel, his voice thick with incredulity. 460 hesitated momentarily before responding with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, it is the very Jiang Huaijin whom you have harmed so grievously. He is now awaiting your heroic intervention. Stop right there, Xie Chengjun interjected, springing to his feet in protest. The debts must be settled with the debtor. Those are the original host's misdeeds, and have nothing to do with me, a mere newcomer. As they were embroiled in a heated argument, footsteps approached from outside. Xie's father's booming voice resonated through the door. Chengjun, this is Jiang Huaijin. Xie Chengjun instinctively turned his head, his breath catching in his throat. Standing at the door was a boy clad in faded, worn clothing, his hair tousled, and a layer of dust on his face. Yet his striking peach blossom eyes shone brilliantly. Those eyes gazed at him with a glimmer of moisture, their lashes fluttering like a startled fawn. Ah! Xie Chengjun inhaled sharply, mentally jabbing 460. Your information is severely inaccurate. How could you not give me a heads up about such a stunning beauty? 460 swayed, as if its tail had been prodded, its voice suddenly laced with teasing. Oh, so now you're willing to take on the task? Before Xie Chengjun could retort to 460's taunt, he felt a gentle touch on his shoulder as his mother spoke softly. Chengjun, you must understand our predicament. Your father and I will always love you, and the Xie family's fortune is yours alone. If you dislike it, you may treat him as a servant. The boy hung his head, a touch of melancholy enveloping him. His Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke in a voice as soft as a feather. Brother, brother. The tremor at the end of his words lightly scratched at Xie Chengjun's heart, softening his tone as he stepped forward to embrace him. If you need anything, just let me know. As soon as the words left his mouth, not only did Xie's parents raise their eyebrows in surprise, but Jiang Huaijin also lifted his head abruptly, disbelief shimmering in his eyes. Xie Chengjun belatedly realized that, according to the original plot, he should have been mocking and ridiculing him at this moment. Fortunately, Xie's father did not pry further and, after advising the two to get along, turned to leave. The living room fell into a sudden silence, and Jiang Huaijin withdrew from Xie Chengjun's embrace, awkwardly clutching the hem of his shirt, his knuckles turning white. Xie Chengjun, with a quick thought, pulled out a black card from his pocket and handed it over. Go buy yourself some new clothes. Feel free to spend on whatever you want. The boy instinctively took a step back as if scalded, his voice strained. I can't accept this. Take it and use it. Seeing Jiang Huaijin stubbornly shake his head, Xie Chengjun simply pressed the black card into the boy's palm, gently squeezing his cold fingertips. Consider it a welcome gift. From your brother, don't be so polite with me. He feigned a stern expression, but the smile in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Jiang Huaijin's lashes trembled violently, the warmth radiating from his palm surpassing that of the black card. This was the first time he had ever been treated with such tenderness. His memories were filled with cold, harsh beatings and scornful words. His throat tightened, and tears threatened to spill from his eyes. He hastily lowered his head, fearful that Xie Chengjun might witness his emotional turmoil. I shall go change into some clean clothes first. Jiang Huaijin murmured softly, his footsteps somewhat unsteady as he turned to leave. Xie Chengjun gazed at his slender figure as it vanished around the corner of the staircase, an inexplicable pang of sorrow rising in his chest. It dawned on him that the youth he had tormented to the brink of despair had, upon their first encounter, evoked such profound sympathy. That night, Xie Chengjun lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep, his mind consumed by the image of Jiang Huaijin's glistening, peach blossom eyes. Suddenly, 460 chimed in teasingly. Oh, it seems our host is experiencing the stirrings of spring love. Be quiet, Xie Chengjun retorted, his cheeks flushed, yet he could not suppress the memory of Jiang Huaijin's cautious demeanor when he accepted the black card. Abruptly sitting up, he fumbled for his phone on the bedside table and messaged the butler. Tomorrow, take Jiang Huaijin to the mall and let him choose from the latest seasonal collections. Chapter 2. The loquacious pretender and the endearing true master in the stillness of night. The Xie residence lay enveloped in silence. Xie Chengjun reclined on his bed, his mind awash with the image of Jiang Huaijin's glistening eyes. In his thoughts, the vision transformed into a snowy Samoyed, frolicking with a fluffy tail. "Host, I perceive this as a sign of your descent into love." It chirped. "Go away, stop spouting nonsense," Xie Chengjun retorted within his mind, attempting to dispel the flutter of emotions stirring within him. As dawn broke the next morning, light seeped through the cracks of the curtains, rousing Xie Chengjun from his slumber. After rummaging through his wardrobe for a considerable time, he selected a light gray knitted sweater paired with khaki casual pants. The reflection in the mirror revealed a gentler expression, softened from his usual aloof demeanor. Descending the stairs, he fortuitously encountered Jiang Huaijin at the entrance of the dining room. The youth was clad in a faded, old shirt with sleeves rolled multiple times, standing there with a slender frame, nervously twisting the hem of his garment, resembling a fawn that had strayed into unfamiliar territory. Breathing lightly, "Huaijin, come have breakfast," Xie Chengjun called out in a softened tone, gesturing for him to approach. As his gaze settled upon Jiang, an involuntary warmth enveloped him. "Why are you standing there? Come in." Jiang Huaijin's head shot up. His eyes momentarily flickered with panic before they sparkled with a fleeting joy, only to be swiftly overshadowed by unease. After a brief hesitation, he stepped cautiously into the dining room and sat down in the chair opposite Xie Chengjun. His back straightened as if any slight slouch would be an affront. Xie Chengjun's parents, carrying milk, paused in astonishment at the sight. When had their son ever shown such concern for anyone? Oblivious to their surprise, Xie Chengjun directly took Jiang Huaijin's bowl, filling it generously with seafood porridge, adding a freshly steamed custard bun and a plate of crystal shrimp dumplings, pushing them toward him. "Eat more. You've been looking so thin lately, you might topple over with a gust of wind." Jiang Huaijin's hand trembled as he grasped the spoon, the porcelain clinking lightly against the bowl. Bowing his head, the long lashes cast a delicate shadow beneath his eyes, his nose slightly flushed. After a considerable pause, he managed to emit a faint affirmative sound before cautiously sipping the porridge, allowing his shoulders to relax just a bit. After the meal, the butler had already parked the car at the entrance. As Xie Chengjun led Jiang Huaijin to the vehicle, he noticed the youth's hands were icy, fingertips still slightly damp with perspiration. Once the car commenced its journey, Jiang Huaijin's gaze remained fixed on the passing scenery outside, his eyes brimming with curiosity yet tinged with trepidation, his fingers repeatedly rubbing against his knees. Observing this, Xie Chengjun discreetly reached out, gently placing his hand over Jiang's. The youth's hand instinctively recoiled, but Xie Chengjun held it firmly yet tenderly, allowing warmth to seep through. "Don't be nervous, just consider it a leisurely stroll with me." Jiang Huaijin stiffened, his ears flushing a deep crimson, as if brushed with rouge. He ceased to struggle, merely bowing his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Within Xie Chengjun's consciousness, a flurry of excitement took hold. The Samoyed's tail wagged so vigorously it resembled a propeller. "Wow, such intimacy. Host, you're quite adept." Xie Chengjun feigned ignorance, yet his fingertips couldn't resist gently caressing the cool surface of the youth's hand. Upon arriving at the mall, Xie Chengjun led Jiang Huaijin directly into the bespoke brand store he frequented. The staff, upon recognizing the young master of the Xie family, immediately greeted him with warm smiles. "What would young master like to see today?" Xie Chengjun gently draped his arm over Jiang Huaijin's shoulder, guiding him to the mirror. "Let us try on styles that suit you, inside and out." Jiang Huaijin was taken aback, tugging at Xie Chengjun's sleeve. "Brother, it's unnecessary. I have enough clothes." "Listen to me," Xie Chengjun interjected, his tone leaving no room for dissent, though his gaze remained tender. "You are my brother. It is only natural for an elder brother to buy clothes for you." He emphasized the word brother, secretly wishing the youth would counter his statement. Yet, Jiang Huaijin merely bit his lip, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his eyes, before he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. For the next while, Jiang Huaijin, under the guidance of the staff, tried on one outfit after another. When he first donned a fitted cream cashmere sweater, he stood before the mirror, momentarily entranced, his fingers brushing against the soft fabric, as if unable to believe this was his reflection. Xie Chengjun observed from a distance, noting how the youth's features appeared even more refined under the light colors. His complexion brightened, and the tension in his shoulders eased, reminiscent of a plant finally basking in the sun, slowly revealing its vibrant essence. As Jiang Huaijin emerged from the fitting room in a slate gray suit, Xie Chengjun could not help but exclaim, "Stunning." The boy, caught off guard by such straightforward praise, felt his cheeks flush and quickly lowered his gaze. "Brother, please don't tease me." Xie Chengjun stepped closer, adjusting his slightly askew tie, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Jiang Huaijin's Adam's apple, causing a subtle tremor beneath his touch. He softened his voice, his deep timbre laced with warmth. "I speak only the truth." His eyes fell upon the boy's reddening earlobes, and his own heart skipped a beat. Their gazes locked in the mirror, and Xie Chengjun saw reflected in Jiang Huaijin's eyes admiration, tenderness, and an unrecognized surge of affection that stirred within him. In his mind, excitement clawed at him. "Host," he asked, blushing. "You're blushing too. This is undoubtedly mutual." Xie Chengjun cleared his throat, diverting his gaze, and gestured to the staff. "Wrap these up." There was a barely perceptible huskiness in his voice, and, as he turned away, he realized his own ears were burning fiercely. After exiting the clothing store, Xie Chengjun took Jiang Huaijin to a jewelry shop, selecting a simple silver necklace adorned with a small star. "Wear this for fun." He then proceeded to a watch store, choosing a leather-strapped timepiece that perfectly suited the boy's wrist. As Jiang Huaijin held the increasingly heavy shopping bags, absent-mindedly stroking the top, he felt a warmth in his eyes. "Brother, you really don't need to buy so much. I have told you, anything you desire, you may speak to me about." Xie Chengjun replied, halting in his steps to look at him earnestly, his gaze unwavering and affectionate. "From now on, with me around, no one shall bully you again. I will protect you well." Jiang Huaijin's heart suddenly trembled, a warm current surging from the depths of his being, coursing through his veins and spreading to every limb. Throughout his life, he had often heard about the troubles of being a burden, yet never had anyone told him they would protect him. He lifted his gaze, meeting Xie Chengjun's gentle eyes, and nodded, his voice slightly choked. By the time they returned home, twilight had descended. Jiang Huaijin reached for the shopping bags in Xie Chengjun's hands, only to have him deftly evade. "Don't touch those. Let the servants handle them. I would want you to tire yourself." As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Jiang Huaijin's hair, his fingers gliding through the soft strands, the sensation delightful. Jiang Huaijin looked up at him, his eyes brimming with reliance and trust. "Brother, thank you. There's no need for such formality between us," Xie Chengjun replied with a smile. Observing the youth as he turned to return to his room, his steps noticeably lighter, lifting Xie Chengjun's spirits as well. As night deepened, Xie Chengjun lay in bed, his fingertips gliding over a photo secretly saved on his phone, capturing Jiang Huaijin's profile as he tried on clothes. Unable to suppress the smile that tugged at his lips, in the recesses of his mind, 460 swayed its tail languidly. "Host, you are becoming increasingly ensnared. I relish it." Xie Chengjun chuckled, closing his eyes, his thoughts consumed by the image of the youth clad in a cream cashmere sweater, revealing a gentle smile. In his heart, he silently vowed to rewrite Jiang Huaijin's originally tragic fate, ensuring that every day to come would be filled with such serene joy. Chapter 3. A Flood of Banter. The pitifully shy, true young master. The following morning, Xie Chengjun was roused from his dreams by the urgent barking of 460. "Host, wake up quickly. Shen Zhao has arrived." Xie Chengjun abruptly opened his eyes, rubbing the sleep from them. "So early? What does he want?" "I don't know." 460 spun in circles in his mind, but according to the original plot, his appearance at this moment surely bodes ill. Xie Chengjun hastily got up to wash and changed into casual attire before descending the stairs. As he reached the corner of the staircase, he heard Shen Zhao's delicate voice wafting from the living room. "Brother Chengjun, I haven't seen you in ages. I've missed you so much. Xie Chengjun frowned slightly, quickening his pace down the stairs. There, he found Shun Zhao clad in a white shirt, reclining on the sofa, and upon seeing him, she approached with eyes glistening like autumn waters. Why haven't you contacted me, Brother Chengjun? Shun Zhao reached out, attempting to link her arm with his, only to have him subtly dodge her advance. I've been a bit busy, Xie Chengjun replied coldly, scanning the living room for Jiang Huaijin and secretly breathing a sigh of relief at his absence. Shun Zhao perceptively noted his gaze, alarm bells ringing in her mind. The former Xie Chengjun would have been unable to tear his eyes away from her. Now, he not only exhibited indifference, but was seemingly searching for someone else. What are you looking for, brother? Are you searching for that country bumpkin? Shun Zhao feigned innocence. I heard he moved into the Xie household. You would actually take him seriously, would you? Xie Chengjun's expression darkened. Shun Zhao, mind your words. Huaijin is my brother. Do not speak of him in such a manner. Shun Zhao's complexion turned pale as he gazed at Xie Chengjun in disbelief. Was this truly the same Xie Chengjun who had always heeded his every word? At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Jiang Huaijin, clad in the newly purchased beige cashmere sweater from the previous day, descended slowly while clutching a book. The instant Shun Zhao laid eyes on Jiang Huaijin, a flicker of malice flashed in his gaze. He promptly adopted a look of feigned vulnerability, pretending to be frightened as he threw himself into Xie Chengjun's embrace. Brother, it's him. That day, he had ill intentions towards me. Jiang Huaijin hesitated, his face paling. Xie Chengjun furrowed his brows and forcefully pushed Shun Zhao away. Shun Zhao, that's enough. Why don't you believe me, brother? Shun Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears. I know you care for him, but someone like him is utterly undeserving. Enough. Xie Chengjun interrupted coldly. Shun Zhao, I know better than you what kind of person Huaijin is. From now on, keep your distance. Jiang Huaijin stood frozen, watching Xie Chengjun staunchly defend him, his eyes growing warm with unshed tears. No one had ever trusted or protected him in such a manner throughout his life. Shun Zhao gritted his teeth, resentment surging within him. He never anticipated that Xie Chengjun would treat him this way for Jiang Huaijin. Clearly, he needed to show Xie Chengjun a taste of his own strength. Fine, since brother doesn't believe me, I have nothing more to say. Shun Zhao wiped away his tears, adding, but do be cautious, brother. Some people may feign innocence while harboring darkness within. With that, he turned and left, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Huaijin before departing. Once Shun Zhao exited, silence enveloped the living room. Jiang Huaijin lowered his head, gripping the hem of his shirt tightly. Brother, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Xie Chengjun approached him, gently lifting his chin to force him to meet his gaze. Do not speak like that. I believe in you. No matter what happens in the future, I will be here. Jiang Huaijin looked into Xie Chengjun's sincere eyes, his emotions of gratitude and injustice overwhelming him, causing his eyes to redden. Brother, Xie Chengjun embraced him tightly, whispering, do not be afraid. I am here. In his heart, he silently vowed to ensure that Shun Zhao and his ilk would never harm Jiang Huaijin. In Xie Chengjun's mind, an excited voice exclaimed, well done, host. That maneuver was spectacular. However, Shun Zhao will certainly not relent. We must tread carefully. Xie Chengjun nodded, gently stroking Jiang Huaijin's back, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Shun Zhao, if you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. Indeed, it was not long before whispers began circulating within the Xie family. Some claimed that Jiang Huaijin was seducing Xie Chengjun, while others accused him of having questionable morals. It was needless to say that these rumors were undoubtedly the machinations of Shun Zhao. Seeing Jiang Huaijin grow increasingly withdrawn pained Xie Chengjun deeply. That night, he entered Jiang Huaijin's room and found the youth curled up on the bed, turned away from the door. Huaijin, Xie Chengjun called softly. Jiang Huaijin's body trembled slightly as he slowly turned to face him, his eyes somewhat swollen from tears. Brother, Xie Chengjun sat at the edge of the bed, wrapping his arms around him. Do not listen to those rumors. I believe in you. Jiang Huaijin buried his head in Xie Chengjun's chest, his voice choking with emotion. Brother, why does no one believe me? I have done nothing wrong. Because someone has deliberately framed you, Xie Chengjun replied, holding him tightly. Do not fear. I will uncover the truth and restore your innocence. Jiang Huaijin lifted his gaze to meet Xie Chengjun's earnest expression, a warm surge of emotion flooding his heart. In that moment, he suddenly felt that even if the entire world doubted him, the belief of Xie Chengjun was sufficient. Xie Chengjun, observing the glimmer of tears in Jiang Huaijin's eyes, felt a stir within him, compelled by an inexplicable impulse. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Jiang Huaijin's forehead. Sleep now, I am here. Jiang Huaijin stiffened momentarily, his face flushing a deep crimson. He had never anticipated such an intimate gesture from Xie Chengjun. Xie Chengjun, equally flustered, was bewildered by his own actions. The sight of Jiang Huaijin's distressed expression stirred an uncontrollable desire to comfort and protect him. I am sorry, Xie Chengjun began to explain, but was interrupted by Jiang Huaijin. Brother, thank you. Jiang Huaijin nestled back into his embrace, a blissful smile gracing his lips. Xie Chengjun felt the rapid heartbeat of Jiang Huaijin against him, their breaths intertwining. And the air around them seemed to grow heated. After a brief hesitation, he gently brushed the tousled hair from Jiang Huaijin's forehead behind his ear, his fingertip inadvertently grazing the flushed earlobe, eliciting a slight shiver from Jiang Huaijin. Do not overthink. Xie Chengjun's voice dropped a few tones, his warm breath caressing Jiang Huaijin's crown. In a moment of impulse, he tightened his embrace, pulling Jiang Huaijin closer, his chin brushing against the soft crown of his hair. Jiang Huaijin instinctively grasped the hem of Xie Chengjun's garment, and even through the thin fabric, they could feel each other's racing heartbeats. That night, under Xie Chengjun's gentle reassurance, Jiang Huaijin's long-strained nerves finally relaxed completely, allowing him to drift peacefully into slumber. Chapter 4. Flirtatious Banter. The poor shy young master and the true young master, for, as the morning light filtered through the gauzy curtains, Xie Chengjun was roused by the movements of the figure in his arms. Jiang Huaijin curled within his embrace, remnants of moisture clinging to his eyelashes, likely a remnant of dreams, as his fingers unconsciously clutched Xie Chengjun's nightclothes. Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, raising a hand to brush away the damp strands of hair from Jiang Huaijin's forehead. The moment his fingertips made contact with the skin, Jiang Huaijin startled awake, akin to a frightened fawn, abruptly lifting his head to collide with Xie Chengjun's gaze. Awake? Xie Chengjun's voice carried the languor of someone just roused from sleep, the final note rising slightly. Jiang Huaijin's cheeks instantly flushed a delicate pink. The kiss from the previous night still lingered on his skin, causing him to instinctively burrow deeper under the covers. His throat tightened, and it took him a moment to muster two words. Chengjun. The way he uttered that name was as light as a feather, yet it struck a chord deep within Xie Chengjun's heart. He raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Jiang Huaijin's ear. What? I didn't quite catch that. Jiang Huaijin's ears turned crimson, almost as if they might bleed, while his fingers, gripping the blanket, turned white with tension. Yet, he bit his lip and repeated the name clearly. Chengjun. The warmth of a smile deepened in Xie Chengjun's eyes as he reached out to tousle his hair, saying, Good boy. The two lingered in bed until the sun had risen high in the sky. As they descended the stairs, the butler had already prepared breakfast. Xie Chengjun walked straight to the dining table and casually tossed his phone onto it, the screen illuminating with the unfinished episode of Quick Transmigration. What is so great about the male lead? Wife stick clothes. Just as Jiang Huaijin took a seat across from him, Xie Chengjun slid a cup of warm milk adorned with a cartoon bear towards him. I noticed you liked this brand yesterday, he remarked casually while he opened a can of ice cola, the sound of the pull tab echoing distinctly in the quiet dining room. Jiang Huaijin grasped the warm milk cup, feeling its comforting heat in his fingertips. He recognized Xie Chengjun's laid-back nature. The limited edition suits hanging in the wardrobe had rarely seen the light of day, and the sports cars in the garage changed more frequently than his clothes. Yet, this flamboyant demeanor seemed to retreat into an unseen corner when faced with him. As they were enjoying breakfast, Xie Chengjun's phone rang, displaying Qinyu's name. He answered with a tone that carried a hint of nonchalance. "What is up? I'm still waking up." After a brief exchange, he scoffed, "Betting on car races? Not interested, it's boring." All right, I know you're desperate after losing. Go play by yourself." He ended the call in a few sentences and turned to find Jiang Huaijin staring at him with a hint of curiosity, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. "What are you thinking about?" Nothing. Jiang Huaijin quickly lowered his head and took a spoonful of kanji. He had heard of Xie Chengjun's reputation in the outside world, known for his reckless behavior in the capital circles, indulging in drinking and street racing. Yet, the Xie Chengjun he encountered was one who patiently taught him how to use a smart television and quietly kept him company while he read. Noticing Jiang Huaijin's unease, Xie Chengjun gently tapped the edge of his bowl. "How about I take you out this afternoon?" Jiang Huaijin's eyes brightened. "Where to?" "I'll take you to a special place," Xie Chengjun teased, a smile playing on his lips. "I promise you'll love it." In the afternoon, Xie Chengjun drove a discreet SUV, taking Jiang Huaijin to the outskirts of the city. As they traveled, the towering buildings outside the window gradually gave way to stretches of forest, finally stopping at the entrance of an abandoned racetrack. "Where's this?" Jiang Huaijin opened the car door, gazing at the overgrown track with confusion. "A place where I used to race," Xie Chengjun replied, retrieving a large bag from the trunk filled with paints and a drawing board. "I know you enjoy painting, and the view here is splendid." Jiang Huaijin was taken aback. He had merely flipped through an art book in the study the day before, unaware that Xie Chengjun had taken note of it. Xie Chengjun set up the drawing board on the bleachers next to the track and, as if by magic, produced a can of beer, leaning against the railing while watching Jiang Huaijin. "Go ahead and paint. I won't disturb you." As Jiang Huaijin picked up the brush, his fingertips trembled slightly. The setting sun bathed the racetrack in a warm orange hue, and the distant trees rustled softly in the breeze. Xie Chengjun sat not far away, his gaze consistently fixed on him, gentle as the evening wind. Halfway through his painting, when Jiang Huaijin turned his head, he found himself locking eyes with Xie Chengjun. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had silently approached from behind, clutching a piece of orange-flavored hard candy, which he had lingered over in the supermarket just the day before. "Are you tired?" Xie Chengjun unwrapped the candy and held it to his lips. Jiang Huaijin instinctively opened his mouth, the sweet flavor unfurling on his tongue. Savoring the candy, he mumbled, "Chengjun, you need not be so kind to me all the time. I take pleasure in it." Xie Chengjun interjected, gently wiping away the paint smudged at the corner of his mouth. The warmth of his fingertips sent a shiver through Jiang Huaijin. Had he never shown kindness to others before? Now that he wished to express such warmth, was that so wrong? Jiang Huaijin's heart skipped a beat as he gazed into Xie Chengjun's eyes, where his own reflection shimmered, clear and fervent. Lowering his gaze, he whispered softly, almost like sigh, "All right." On the journey home, Jiang Huaijin dozed off in the passenger seat. Xie Chengjun slowed the car, retrieving a blanket from the back seat to drape over him. The neon lights outside flickered across Jiang Huaijin's face. His long eyelashes framed a straight nose, and even in sleep, he bore a hint of delicate caution. Xie Chengjun looked at him and was suddenly reminded of their first meeting. At that time, he had just been brought into the Xie household, dressed in faded clothes, standing in the middle of the living room like a lamb lost among wolves. Who would have thought that this once timid lamb now lay peacefully in his embrace, softly calling his name, Chengjun? As the car pulled into the Xie family's driveway, Jiang Huaijin stirred awake, rubbing his eyes and asking, "Have we arrived?" "Yes." As Xie Chengjun parked the car and unbuckled his seatbelt, he unexpectedly leaned closer, whispering, "Huaijin." Jiang Huaijin's heart raced, and he instinctively held his breath. Yet, Xie Chengjun merely unfastened his seatbelt, his fingers brushing against his neck, sending a shiver down Jiang Huaijin's spine. "Let us go inside. It's getting late, and you might catch a chill." Jiang Huaijin opened the car door, his steps a bit unsteady. Upon reaching the entrance, he glanced back, finding Xie Chengjun still seated in the car, the street lamp casting a warm glow on his face, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he waved goodbye. Back in his room, Jiang Huaijin sat at his desk, staring at the unfinished painting on the easel. On the canvas, Two indistinct figures stood together on the racetrack, bathed in the warm, golden light of sunset. He picked up a brush and gently inscribed two characters in the corner of the painting. Chengjun. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating those two characters with a soft radiance. Jiang Huaijin felt the warmth of the candy wrapper in his pocket, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps this was quite lovely after all. Chapter 5. A flurry of flirtation. The poor, shy young master and the true young master. 5. As Jiang Huaijin tucked the painting into its portfolio, he repeatedly caressed those two characters until the sound of a car engine echoed from below jolted him, realizing he had been lost in thought for nearly half an hour. He drew back the curtains and spotted Xie Chengjun descending from the car, a thermos in hand. "I brought you some supper," Xie Chengjun said as he entered the room, a hint of chill still lingering on his nose. "I know you tend to feel hungry at night." Inside the thermos was a freshly prepared snow fungus soup, sweet yet not cloying, evidently made with minimal sugar as per his instructions to the kitchen. Jiang Huaijin scooped a spoonful of the warm, sweet delicacy, which slid down his throat, enveloping his heart in a comforting warmth. "What did you paint at the racetrack today?" Xie Chengjun sat at the bedside, observing him as he sipped delicately, a smile gracing his eyes. Jiang Huaijin paused momentarily, his ears flushing slightly. Nothing, just casually painting landscapes. He dared not mention that the two figures nestled together in the painting were, in fact, inspired by their own likenesses. Xie Chengjun did not press further. Instead, he retrieved a small recording pen from his pocket and placed it on the bedside table. "There have been some recent movements from Shun Zhao. If you hear any rumors or if he troubles you, record it with this." Jiang Huaijin glanced at the black recording pen and suddenly recalled how, earlier at the racetrack, Xie Chengjun seemed to be admiring the scenery while actually keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. He had evidently anticipated this all along. "Chengjun, you need not go to such lengths," Jiang Huaijin said, setting down his spoon, his voice slightly hoarse. "I do not wish for you to become entangled with Shun Zhao because of me." "Entangled with him?" Xie Chengjun scoffed lightly, ruffling Jiang Huaijin's hair. "I was blind to have cherished him before. Now that I see clearly, I will no longer indulge him." He leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Jiang Huaijin's ear. "Besides, for your sake, it is worth provoking anyone." Jiang Huaijin's heart raced chaotically, and the spoon clattered into the bowl with a resonant sound. He lowered his gaze, unable to meet Xie Chengjun's eyes, and could only respond vaguely. Xie Chengjun noted the blush creeping up Jiang Huaijin's ears, and the mirth in his eyes deepened. He ceased to tease him and quietly sat beside him, watching as Jiang Huaijin finished the last spoonful of the sweet soup before rising to clear the dishes. "Get to bed early. Tomorrow I will take you to a wonderful place." "What kind of wonderful place?" Jiang Huaijin looked up, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Xie Chengjun smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret." The following morning, Xie Chengjun took Jiang Huaijin to an art gallery in the city center. The gallery owner evidently recognized Xie Chengjun and greeted him warmly. "What brings you here today, young Master Xie?" "I brought a friend to take a look." Xie Chengjun stepped aside to let Jiang Huaijin through. "He loves painting and would like your opinion on his work." Jiang Huaijin was taken aback. He had not anticipated being brought to a gallery, much less having the owner review his paintings. He nervously tightened his grip on the portfolio and whispered, "Chengjun, I'm not very good." "I think you are," Xie Chengjun interjected firmly. "Don't be anxious. Think of it as an exchange." The gallery owner accepted the portfolio and began to examine it closely. Jiang Huaijin's style was delicate, particularly adept at capturing the nuances of expression. Whether depicting the racetrack under the sunset or the serene atmosphere of study, his works exuded a warmth that was palpable. "This young friend possesses remarkable talent," the owner remarked appreciatively, "especially in this piece, where the emotions of the figures are rendered with great accuracy." Jiang Huaijin followed the owner's gaze. It was indeed the painting he had created at the racetrack. Though the two figures were somewhat indistinct, they conveyed an undeniable sense of intimacy and warmth. His cheeks flushed slightly as he stole a glance at Xie Chengjun, discovering that the latter was also gazing at him, his eyes filled with encouragement and admiration. If you don't mind, I would like to exhibit a few of your paintings in the gallery, the owner said with a smile. I am certain they will be well received. Jiang Huaijin hesitated, looking towards Xie Chengjun, who nodded encouragingly. This is your opportunity. Do not let it slip away. Ultimately, Jiang Huaijin acquiesced to the owner's request. As he exited the gallery, his heart fluttered with excitement. Never had he imagined that his paintings would be showcased. Chengjun, thank you. Jiang Huaijin expressed sincerely. Why thank me? Xie Chengjun replied with a smile. This is the fruit of your own labor. He paused for a moment before adding. By the way, there is a banquet tonight. I would like you to accompany me. Jiang Huaijin was taken aback. A banquet? I am not very adept at handling such affairs. Do not worry. I will be there, Xie Chengjun reassured him, patting his shoulder. Consider it a chance to enjoy and meet new friends. That evening, Jiang Huaijin donned the suit that Xie Chengjun had specially chosen for him. Standing before the mirror, he could scarcely believe that the person reflected was indeed himself. The well-fitted suit accentuated his tall stature and refined features, transforming him from the timid boy who had arrived in faded, worn clothes into someone entirely different. You look splendid, came Xie Chengjun's voice from behind, tinged with admiration. Jiang Huaijin turned to see Xie Chengjun clad in an elegant black suit, exuding confidence and charm. Together, they made a striking pair. Shall we? Xie Chengjun extended his hand, intent on taking Jiang Huaijin's. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Huaijin placed his hand in Xie Chengjun's warm grasp, feeling a profound sense of security. The banquet was held in a luxurious hotel, attended by prominent figures from the business world. Jiang Huaijin trailed behind Xie Chengjun, feeling somewhat anxious, his palms slightly sweaty. Do not be nervous, Xie Chengjun whispered, sensing his unease. Just follow my lead. He guided Jiang Huaijin through the crowd, introducing him to acquaintances. This is my younger brother, Jiang Huaijin. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Huaijin, their eyes filled with curiosity. Who could have known that Xie Chengjun, the sole heir of the Xie family, had a brother? However, given Xie Chengjun's evident regard for him, no one dared to treat him dismissively. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before them. It was Shen Zhao. Dressed in a pristine white suit, he appeared both elegant and handsome, yet his gaze towards Jiang Huaijin held a hint of hostility. Chengjun, you finally arrived. I have been looking for you, Shen Zhao said with a smile, though his eyes darted around Jiang Huaijin. Xie Chengjun replied indifferently, having no intention of engaging in further conversation. Shen Zhao, seemingly oblivious to Xie Chengjun's cool demeanor, continued, Chengjun, shall we go over there for a drink? I have something to discuss with you. There is nothing to discuss, Xie Chengjun firmly rejected. I wish to accompany Huaijin. Shen Zhao's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, replying with a forced smile, Very well then, I shall not intrude. As he gazed at Shen Zhao's departing figure, Jiang Huaijin let out a sigh of relief. He softly remarked, Chengjun, let us return early. I find this place rather unappealing. Very well, Xie Chengjun nodded. Just allow me to exchange pleasantries with the organizers before we leave. Chapter 6. Flirtatious Banter. The pitifully shy, true young master, as Xie Chengjun turned towards the center of the banquet hall. Jiang Huaijin stood alone in a corner of the terrace, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the cuff of his suit, an intricate detail that Xie Chengjun had personally fastened for him that morning. The stitches so meticulously aligned, they seemed beyond the capabilities of a mere young master. The evening breeze, fragrant with the sweetness of champagne, caressed him as he gazed at the intertwining shadows in the garden below, when suddenly he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Are you here alone, enjoying the breeze? Shen Zhao approached, holding 2 glasses of red wine, his white suit glinting coldly under the moonlight. Xie Chengjun brought you out to let everyone know he cares for you as his brother. Does he? Jiang Huaijin furrowed his brows and took a step back, asserting, My relationship with him is none of your concern. How can it not be? Shen Zhao chuckled lightly, his tone suddenly sharp. Do you truly believe he has your best interests at heart? It is merely a fleeting whim. He was far more invested in me before. He swirled his wine glass, the crimson liquid tracing arcs along the glass walls. Do you know why his attitude towards you has changed? Because he has realized you are the true heir of the Xie family. Jiang Huaijin clenched his fist tightly. You are speaking nonsense. Am I? You know in your heart the truth. Shun Zhao pressed, lowering his voice. His kindness towards you now is simply rooted in fear that you might one day contest for the family fortune. Once he tires of you, your situation will only worsen. The sound of the terrace door being pushed open interrupted Shun Zhao's tirade. Xie Chengjun stood at the entrance, his expression as frosty as ice. Shun Zhao, what rumors are you spreading now? Shun Zhao immediately donned a look of feigned innocence. Brother Chengjun, I merely wish to have a conversation with Brother Huaijin. Leave? Xie Chengjun's voice was icy. If I see you near him again, do not blame me for being impolite. Shun Zhao's face drained of color, his fingers gripping the wine glass, turning pale, but ultimately, he bit his lip and turned away. Xie Chengjun approached Jiang Huaijin, noticing he had lowered his head in silence. He reached out to touch his shoulder, but Jiang Huaijin evaded him. A pang of anxiety tightened in his chest. What did he say to you? Jiang Huaijin shook his head, his voice muffled as though stifled by cotton. Nothing. Yet, the slight tremor of his eyelashes did not escape Xie Chengjun's notice. With a sigh, he retrieved a piece of orange-flavored candy from his pocket, unwrapping it before placing it into Jiang Huaijin's hand. Do not heed his fabrications. I have never regarded you as an outsider, nor have I contemplated anything regarding family wealth. Jiang Huaijin held the candy, the sharp edges of the wrapper pressing painfully against his palm. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, tears glistening in his eyes. Then what do you consider me? Xie Chengjun was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected inquiry. As he beheld the boy's reddened eyes, his heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped. After a brief silence, he reached out and enveloped Jiang Huaijin in his embrace, resting his chin upon the soft crown of his hair. His voice low and earnest, someone I wish to cherish deeply. Jiang Huaijin stiffened, the sound of Xie Chengjun's heartbeat resonating clearly in his ears, each thump igniting a warmth that enveloped him. He sought to push away, yet was embraced even tighter. The warmth of breath grazed his neck. Huaijin, do not heed others' words. Trust me just this once, will you? The person in his arms gradually ceased struggling, their shoulders slightly quivering, akin to a small beast wronged. Xie Chengjun gently patted his back, suddenly hearing System 460 gasp within his consciousness. Host. He is crying. You must kiss him. Xie Chengjun disregarded the system's antics, simply holding the person quietly until the trembling in his embrace gradually subsided. He then loosened his hold and wiped away the tears. Do you wish to go anywhere else? If you do not want to stay here, we can leave right now. Jiang Huaijin shook his head, his voice thick with nasal tones. I want to go home. The journey back was enveloped in silence. Jiang Huaijin leaned against the car window, his profile intermittently illuminated by the streetlights, his hand clutching an unopened candy. Xie Chengjun attempted several times to speak, but was stifled by his serene demeanor. As the car entered the Xie family estate, Jiang Huaijin suddenly spoke softly. Chengjun, I know who I am. Xie Chengjun pressed the brake, turning to look at him. I am the true young master who was mistakenly embraced. Yet for the past 20 years, I have been Jiang Huaijin, raised in the countryside. He gazed into Xie Chengjun's eyes, his tone remarkably calm. I understand that we are different. You are the young master of the Xie family, but in my eyes, you are simply Jiang Huaijin. Xie Chengjun interrupted, his fingertip gently brushing against his cheek. Just like me, you feel pain, you cry, you can find joy for half a day over a piece of candy. Tears streamed down Jiang Huaijin's face once more, this time tinged with a sense of grievance and an indescribable sweetness. He turned his face away, his voice muffled. Who would be happy over a piece of candy? Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle his hair. Earlier in the supermarket, someone stared at the candy jar for 3 minutes. Jiang Huaijin's face flushed instantly, burying his face in his knees, unwilling to look up. Xie Chengjun observed the fluffy crown of his head, suddenly realizing that even if the system's task remained unfulfilled, simply accompanying him in this manner seemed rather delightful. In the following days, Shun Zhao, as anticipated, did not seek trouble again. After Jiang Huaijin's artwork was exhibited in the gallery, it garnered unexpected acclaim. with even some expressing interest in purchasing the piece depicting the racetrack. Not for sale. Xie Chengjun declined the gallery owner's inquiry on his behalf. This piece must be kept. It will hang in our living room in the future. Jiang Huaijin, busy mixing colors in the studio, trembled at the remark, causing paint to splatter onto the canvas, creating a small patch of blue. He turned to glare at Xie Chengjun, who said anything about her home. Xie Chengjun approached, wrapping his arms around his waist from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder. Do you wish to move out? I could never bear that. The warmth of his breath brushed against Jiang Huaijin's ear, causing his ears to flush instantly, nearly causing him to fumble the paintbrush in his hand. The studio was filled with the scent of turpentine, mingled with the faint aroma of cedar from Xie Chengjun, which surprisingly instilled a sense of tranquility. Stop it! Jiang Huaijin attempted to push him away, yet was embraced even tighter. You're going to get paint on your clothes. So what if I do? You'll have to take responsibility for the washing anyway. Xie Chengjun playfully nuzzled into the crook of his neck, suddenly noticing the small letters inscribed in the corner of the canvas. His name, obscured by paint yet still discernible. A warmth flooded his heart as he lowered his head, gently biting the flushed earlobe. Jiang Huaijin trembled as if scalded, causing the paintbrush in his hand to clatter to the ground. He turned around, his eyes glistening like a rabbit's. Xie Chengjun. His words were abruptly silenced by a kiss. Xie Chengjun's kiss was delicate, tentative, like a feather brushing against the heart's core. Jiang Huaijin's mind went blank in an instant, overwhelmed by the warmth of his partner's breath and the softness on his lips. Only when he felt he might suffocate did Xie Chengjun slightly release him. Resting his forehead against Jiang's and speaking in a husky voice, Huaijin, I like you. Chapter 7. Flirtatious banter of the pretend young master. The truly shy young master. 7. Xie Chengjun's voice was like cotton soaked in warm water, softly settling on Jiang Huaijin's earlobe. The sunlight in the studio suddenly thickened, binding their shadows to the floor, indistinguishable from one another. Jiang Huaijin's eyelashes trembled violently, akin to butterfly wings on the verge of breaking in the wind. He could scent the cedar on Xie Chengjun, mingled with a faint hint of tobacco, a remnant from their morning visit to the art supply store, where an old acquaintance had offered a cigarette, which Xie did not accept, but left behind a trace of smoke on his sleeve. You! Jiang Huaijin opened his mouth, his throat feeling as though it had been sanded down. What did you say? Xie Chengjun regarded the redness at the corners of his eyes and felt his heart constrict gently, a blend of ache and tenderness. He reached out, his fingertips lightly brushing against the trembling lips of the youth. I said, I like you, not in the way a brother likes a brother, but in a way that makes me want to wake up every day to see you, to hold your hand, to... Before he could finish, he was suddenly pushed away. Jiang Huaijin retreated behind the easel, his back pressed against the cold metal frame, his eyes brimming with panic. You can't like me. We are brothers. We are not. Xie Chengjun's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable certainty, devoid of any legal or blood ties. Jiang Huaijin clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palm. He recalled Shun Zhao's words, the rumors surrounding the Xie family's wealth, and how, despite Xie Chengjun's gentle demeanor, there always lingered a hint of deliberate distance when he first arrived. Could it be? Was everything truly as Shun Zhao had said? Is it because I am the true young master of the Xie family? He lifted his gaze, his eyes clouded with tears, his voice trembling. Are you afraid I might contest the inheritance in the future? Xie Chengjun, if you think this way, it truly... Silence. Xie Chengjun's voice turned abruptly cold, not out of anger, but from a place of heartache. He stepped closer, until only the easel separated them. Is this how you perceive me? He suddenly reached for and removed the necklace from around his neck, a symbol of the Xie family's heir. The platinum pendant, intricately engraved with the family crest, was thrust into Jiang Huaijin's palm, its sharp edges burning against the youth's skin. This is for you. Everything belonging to the Xie family that you desire. I can give you, but my affection for you is unrelated to all of this. Jiang Huaijin clutched the necklace, his fingertips trembling violently. Memories of their first encounter flooded his mind. Xie Chengjun had pressed a black card into his palm with a casual confidence. He recalled the warmth of the milk that Xie had gently pushed towards him during breakfast, and the image of Xie leaning against the railing at the abandoned racetrack. Watching him paint, his eyes sparkling with an uncontainable joy. These scenes flickered through his thoughts like fragments of a film, each moment as vivid as if it had transpired only yesterday. Jiang Huaijin opened his mouth, suddenly rendered speechless. He should have realized long ago that Xie Chengjun's kindness was never a mere act of flattery. It stemmed from a genuine concern. Xie Chengjun observed the redness in his eyes and let out a soft chuckle, reaching out to tousle Jiang's hair. "Fool, why are you crying?" He picked up a paintbrush, dipped it in red paint, and sketched a crooked heart on Jiang Huaijin's hand. "Do you understand this?" Jiang Huaijin gazed at the glaring red mark and burst into laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks and mingling with the paint on his hand. "You paint so poorly." He sniffed, his voice thick with emotion. "Then teach me." Xie Chengjun leaned in, their noses almost touching. "We'll practice every day until you master it." The warmth of his breath brushed against Jiang Huaijin's brow, causing his heart to skip a beat. He looked into Xie Chengjun's eyes, which reflected his own image in an unmasked affection. Suddenly, he rose onto his toes and gently pressed his lips against Xie's smiling mouth, like a feather gliding across the surface of a lake, sending ripples outward. Xie Chengjun was momentarily stunned, but then his eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. He enveloped Jiang Huaijin in a tight embrace, as if he wished to absorb him entirely into his being. "Huaijin, don't say anything." Jiang Huaijin buried his face in Xie's shoulder, his voice muffled. "Let me hold you for a moment." The clock in the studio ticked steadily, sunlight shifting from the window to the floor, gradually climbing up the easel. They held one another, as if trying to reclaim the lost moments of the past in that singular instant. After an indeterminate period, Xie Chengjun abruptly remembered something. He fished out his phone from his pocket and activated the recording function. "Huaijin, say again that you like me." Jiang Huaijin's face flushed crimson as he reached for the phone. "What are you doing?" "Keeping evidence," Xie Chengjun teased, dodging away. "Just in case you change your mind later." The two of them playfully tussled in the studio, inadvertently knocking over the easel, the wet canvas crashing to the ground and splattering paint all over them. Jiang Huaijin laughed at the blue paint smeared across Xie Chengjun's white shirt, while Xie chuckled at the hint of orange on the tip of the boy's nose. The wind outside rustled the leaves, carrying their laughter far and wide. That night, Xie Chengjun cornered Jiang Huaijin at the bedroom door. The boy had just emerged from the shower, his hair damp, and wearing an oversized white t-shirt that revealed a glimpse of his fair waist. "What are you doing?" Jiang Huaijin stepped back, his cheeks aflame. Leaning against the doorframe, Xie Chengjun's gaze lingered on the damp tips of his hair. "You'll catch a chill if your hair isn't dried." He unceremoniously pulled Jiang Huaijin into the room, picking up the hairdryer and plugging it in. The warm air caressed the ends of his hair as Xie Chengjun's fingers glided through the soft strands, his movements tender as if handling a rare treasure. Leaning against him, Jiang Huaijin listened to the hum of the hairdryer and inhaled the familiar scent of cedarwood emanating from Xie Chengjun, suddenly feeling a profound sense of reassurance. He recalled how, upon his arrival, he had always been cautious, fearful of displeasing Xie Chengjun in some way. Yet now, he found himself comfortably nestled in Xie Chengjun's embrace, savoring this gentleness. "Chengjun," Jiang Huaijin suddenly spoke, his voice somewhat muffled by the sound of the hairdryer. "Can we really deal with Shun Zhao and Lin Zhuoran?" Xie Chengjun turned off the hairdryer and looked down at him. "Trust me." He reached out, tucking a few stray hairs behind Jiang Huaijin's ear, reflecting on how the original owner had been naive, manipulated by them. Now, with Xie Chengjun by his side, they would not succeed. He paused before continuing. "In fact, I have already uncovered some information. Lin Zhuoran has recently been covertly transferring the Xie family's assets, with Shun Zhao covering for him. They have been colluding for quite some time." Jiang Huaijin was taken aback. "Should we inform Uncle Xie and Auntie Xie?" "Not for now." Xie Chengjun shook his head. "They are older and cannot withstand the turmoil. Moreover, without concrete evidence, they may not believe us." He tightened his grip on Jiang Huaijin's hand. "Give me a little more time, and I will ensure they pay the price." Jiang Huaijin gazed into his resolute eyes and nodded. "All right, I believe in you." Chapter 8. Flirtatious Banter. The pitifully shy faux young master. The true young master. 8. Jiang Huaijin's voice was soft, yet it rippled through Xie Chengjun's heart like a stone cast into a lake. The hum of the hairdryer lingered, and the residual warmth brushed against the ends of his hair, mingling with a faint scent of shampoo and Xie Chengjun's cedar aroma, permeating the confined space. Xie Chengjun switched off the hairdryer, his fingertips lingering in Jiang Huaijin's silky hair. The youth did not shy away. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, revealing a small patch of his fair neck, resembling a docile cat. "Your hair is dry," Xie Chengjun remarked, his voice dropping to a barely perceptible huskiness. Jiang Huaijin simply murmured in acknowledgement but remained still. They maintained this position, the room enveloped in silence, punctuated only by their shared breaths. Xie Chengjun's gaze fell upon the blush-tipped ears of the youth, that delicate pink resembling exquisite rouge, tempting enough to elicit an urge to gently bite. Compelled by an unseen force, he leaned down, the distance between them shrinking, his warm breath brushing against Jiang Huaijin's neck, prompting a slight shiver from him. "Chengjun." The youth's voice was faint, laced with a hint of panic, yet he did not push him away. Xie Chengjun's heart raced uncontrollably, pounding against his chest like a drum. He hovered just half an inch away from that tender skin, his nose nearly touching it, his voice a soft whisper. "Is it all right?" Jiang Huaijin's eyelashes fluttered violently, casting small shadows beneath his eyes. He did not respond verbally, but subtly nodded, the motion so slight it was nearly imperceptible, yet enough for Xie Chengjun to discern. As the soft petals of his lips brushed against the side of Jiang Huaijin's neck, he tensed up, as if scalded. Xie Chengjun's kiss was gentle, imbued with a hint of hesitation, akin to a feather caressing the heart's edge. A tingling sensation spread down his spine, compelling him to grasp the hem of Xie Chengjun's garment tightly. "Do not fear," Xie Chengjun's voice, laced with laughter and mingled with breath, caressed his skin. "I shall be ever so gentle." His kisses gradually ascended, traversing from the neck to the earlobe, and then to the jawline, each touch imbued with cautious reverence. Jiang Huaijin's breath began to falter, his body relaxing, leaning slightly back as if surrendering to this intimacy. When their lips finally met, both paused momentarily. Xie Chengjun's kiss was tender, tinged with a delicate clumsiness, as if he were handling a rare treasure. With his eyes closed, long eyelashes glistening with moisture, it was difficult to discern whether it was dew or something else entirely. He clumsily reciprocated, his tongue inadvertently brushing against the corner of Xie Chengjun's lips, eliciting a low, muffled groan from him. The kiss gradually intensified, fueled by suppressed emotions, spreading like a wildfire. Xie Chengjun encircled the youth's waist, pulling him closer, while his other hand cradled the back of Jiang Huaijin's neck, deepening the kiss. Jiang Huaijin's hands instinctively climbed to Xie Chengjun's shoulders, fingers sinking into the fabric of his shirt, feeling the warmth of his body and the firmness of his muscles beneath. He could taste the faint minty essence lingering at the corner of Xie Chengjun's lips, a remnant of his pre-sleep brushing, now rendered irresistibly alluring. Time slipped away, and eventually, Xie Chengjun slightly released him, resting his forehead against Jiang Huaijin's, their breaths intertwining, tinged with urgency. Jiang Huaijin's lips were flushed, resembling ripe cherries, his gaze shimmering with confusion and a hint of shyness. "Are you still afraid?" Xie Chengjun's thumb gently traced the reddened corner of his lips, his voice husky. Jiang Huaijin shook his head, burying his face in Xie Chengjun's embrace, his voice muffled. "Not anymore." In truth, a flicker of fear lingered, the fear that this blissful moment might dissipate like a dream upon waking. Yet the warmth enveloping him felt so tangible, and Xie Chengjun's heartbeat resonated so clearly, leading him to desire just a little more, to be a bit greedier. Xie Chengjun held him close, resting his chin atop the soft crown of his head, suddenly chuckling. "Had I known you were so easily flustered, I would have." "Would have what?" Jiang Huaijin lifted his gaze to glare at him, his eyes lacking any real anger, instead reflecting curiosity. Xie Chengjun leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, "I would have whisked you away to my room long ago." The warm breath brushed against his ear, causing Jiang Huaijin's face to flush crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. He pushed Xie Chengjun playfully, but the latter seized his wrist, drawing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. "Stop teasing." Jiang Huaiqin's voice held a hint of reproach, yet there was no true anger behind it. Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, ceasing his playful banter, simply holding him in silence. The moonlight seeped through the curtains, casting a silver line onto the floor, elongating their shadows as they nestled closely together, indistinguishable from one another. "Chengjun," Jiang Huaijin suddenly spoke, his voice soft. "Have you ever treated anyone like this before?" Xie Chengjun paused for a moment, then chuckled. "You are the first." He recalled the memories of the original owner, the extravagant days filled with superficial encounters, devoid of such a stirring emotion. It was only after meeting Jiang Huaijin that he realized what it meant to care, to be concerned, and to feel the impulse to present the entire world before someone. "Then I am also the first," Jiang Huaijin replied, his tone tinged with a hint of pride. "Akin to a child who has received candy, no one has ever been this kind to me." Xie Chengjun's heart softened instantly. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss atop Jiang Huaijin's head, whispering, "I will always treat you well." Jiang Huaijin buried his face deeper, unable to suppress a faint smile. He understood that he had inevitably fallen, willingly and without reservation. The wind outside rustled the leaves, while the clock in the room ticked steadily, marking the tenderness and tranquility of that moment. Xie Chengjun held the person in his arms, feeling the authentic warmth, and suddenly realized that even without a system task, merely for the sake of this individual before him, he wished to live fully, to accompany him through every forthcoming day and night. "Sleep now." Xie Chengjun gently patted his back. "Tomorrow I will take you to see the art exhibition." Jiang Huaijin murmured in agreement, but remained still. With a resigned smile, Xie Chengjun carried him to the bedside, carefully laying him down and tucking him in. "I'm leaving now." He leaned down, placing a goodnight kiss on the boy's forehead. Jiang Huaijin suddenly grasped his hand, his eyes reflecting a touch of reluctance. "Can you stay with me a little longer?" Xie Chengjun's heart was instantly filled. All rational thought melted away in the presence of those glistening eyes. He nodded, sitting at the edge of the bed, allowing the boy to hold his hand as if he were grasping the entire world. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a delicate glow on their intertwined hands. Jiang Huaijin soon drifted into slumber, a subtle smile gracing his lips, likely indulging in beautiful dreams. Xie Chengjun watched his serene, sleeping face, gently brushing his fingertips over his brow and eyes, his touch remarkably tender. "Good night, my Huaijin." Chapter 9. A Flurry of Flirtation. The Pitifully Shy Young Master and the True Young Master. 9. Xie Chengjun sat at the bedside, observing Jiang Huaijin's slumbering visage, his hand tightly held by the boy. The young man's fingers were slender, his palms slightly damp, perhaps still not fully calm from earlier emotions. He maintained his posture, listening to the occasional whispers of the wind outside, feeling an unprecedented sense of grounding. The clock on the wall ticked softly as the hands passed midnight. Jiang Huaijin suddenly murmured in his sleep, his brow furrowing slightly. Instinctively, Xie Chengjun reached out with his other hand to stroke his forehead. The moment his fingertips made contact, the boy found a familiar warmth, his brow gradually relaxing, and his breathing steadied once more. He remained there, sitting, until the early hours of the morning when weariness finally began to creep in. As the moonlight outside gradually faded, just before dawn, Jiang Huaijin relaxed his grip slightly, allowing Xie Chengjun to withdraw his hand. He gently tucked the blanket around him. When Xie stood up, his legs felt a bit numb. He leaned against the bedside table for a moment before quietly leaving the room. Upon returning to his own bedroom, Xie Chengjun lay down on the bed but found it difficult to drift off to sleep. His mind replayed the earlier scene, the flush of Jiang Huaijin's ears, the trembling of his eyelashes, and the momentary stiffness during their kiss. He couldn't help but chuckle, reaching to touch his own lips, as if still lingering in the softness of the other's touch. The following morning, Xie Chengjun was awakened by sounds emanating from the kitchen. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was just past 7. He walked to the door and saw Jiang Huaijin standing at the stove, clad in an apron, his back to him, frying eggs. The morning light streamed through the window, casting a soft golden hue over him, his hair still slightly tousled. Awake? Jiang Huaijin looked back at him, his ears reddening once more as he quickly turned to focus on the frying pan. I'm not very good at this. It seems to be burning a bit. Xie Chengjun approached, gently wrapping his arms around his waist, resting his chin atop his head. No worries, I'm not picky. Jiang Huaijin's body stiffened momentarily, nearly dropping the spatula in his hand. Don't mess around. The oil might splatter. Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, releasing his hold to move in front of him, taking the spatula from his grasp. Let me handle it. You go freshen up. Jiang Huaijin nodded and turned to leave, pausing at the door to glance back at Xie Chengjun, who was flipping the eggs, murmuring, "Thank you for yesterday." Xie Chengjun raised his gaze, a smile evident in his eyes. "What are you thanking me for?" The young man's face flushed crimson, and he hurried into the bathroom, the sound of the door closing imbued with a hint of fluster. Xie Chengjun shook his head, chuckling as he plated the cooked eggs. Breakfast consisted of simple fried eggs accompanied by milk, and the two sat at the dining table in relative silence. Jiang Huaijin stared down at his plate, poking at the eggs with his fork, his ears attentive to the sounds around him. After taking a sip of milk, Xie Chengjun broke the silence. The art exhibition starts at 10. After breakfast, let us pick up a few things before heading over. Jiang Huaijin looked up curious. What are we buying? You mentioned wanting to see that artist's catalog, right? We couldn't find it last time, but I inquired, and new stock has arrived today. As he spoke, Xie Chengjun transferred a well-cooked piece of egg from his plate to Jiang Huaijin's. Eat up. Jiang Huaijin glanced at the eggs on his plate, murmuring a soft thank you as he began to eat slowly. The sunlight filtering through the window illuminated his face, revealing fine strands of downy hair. And Xie Chengjun suddenly felt that such a tranquil morning could stretch on indefinitely without becoming tiresome. After finishing breakfast, Xie Chengjun went to fetch the car, while Jiang Huaijin waited downstairs. The autumn breeze carried a chill, and he wrapped his coat tighter around himself as he watched Xie Chengjun drive up and come to a stop before him. Upon opening the car door and settling inside, he caught a faint fragrance reminiscent of Xie Chengjun's scent wafting through the air. Is it cold? Xie Chengjun adjusted the air conditioning slightly. I should have worn a thicker coat. It's not cold. Jiang Huaijin shook his head and gazed out of the window. The leaves along the roadside had turned a golden hue, swirling down to the ground as the wind tousled them. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to inquire. After we finish the art exhibition, can we take a stroll in the nearby park? I've heard the chrysanthemums are in bloom. Certainly, Xie Chengjun nodded, steering the wheel to navigate the intersection. You can go wherever you wish. A subtle smile graced Jiang Huaijin's lips as he turned back to the window, his fingers curling gently on his knee. In truth, he was not particularly eager to visit the park. He merely wished to spend a little more time with Xie Chengjun, even if it meant sitting in silence. Upon arriving at the bookstore, Xie Chengjun led Jiang Huaijin directly to the art book section. The artist's collection was prominently displayed, and Jiang Huaijin picked up a volume, flipping through its pages with newfound brightness in his eyes. Noticing his interest, Xie Chengjun instructed the clerk to wrap up 2 copies, one in a hardcover edition and the other portable. Why buy 2? Jiang Huaijin asked softly. The hardcover stays at home. This one you can carry with you, to peruse whenever you desire, Xie Chengjun replied, placing the portable book in his hands as he settled the bill. Jiang Huaijin held the not overly thick art book, feeling warmth in his fingertips. He had never disclosed to Xie Chengjun how much he admired this artist. He had merely lingered a little longer during their last visit to the bookstore, unaware that Xie Chengjun had taken note. The art exhibition was not overly crowded, allowing the two to meander leisurely, admiring the paintings adorning the walls. Jiang Huaijin observed with utmost seriousness, occasionally pausing before a piece for an extended duration, his brow furrowed as if contemplating something profound. Xie Chengjun, not particularly versed in art, stood beside him, observing the way his lips pressed together in concentration and the gentle contours of his face illuminated by sunlight. As they approached a stunning oil painting depicting a starry sky, Jiang Huaijin halted, softly commenting, "The tonal transitions in this piece are exquisite. The gradation here is remarkably smooth. Xie Chengjun followed his gaze, perceiving only a deep blue canvas speckled with twinkling stars, unable to discern anything extraordinary. Yet, captivated by the light in Jiang Huaijin's eyes, he earnestly replied, "Indeed, it is quite beautiful." Turning to meet his gaze, Jiang Huaijin suddenly smiled. "You didn't understand it all, did you?" "Not in the slightest," Xie Chengjun admitted candidly. "But your appreciation of it signifies its worth." The boy's face flushed once more. He lowered his head to continue observing the artwork, though a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Xie Chengjun noticed the rosy hue creeping to his ears and reached out, hesitating for fear of making him uncomfortable in public. Ultimately, he simply tucked his hands into his pockets. Exiting the exhibition, the clock approached noon. Observing that Jiang Huaijin had not mentioned lunch, Xie Chengjun suggested, "There's a noodle shop nearby known for its delicious fare. Shall we give it a try?" Jiang Huaijin nodded, walking alongside him. They passed a vendor selling candied hawthorns, vibrant red and enticing. Jiang Huaijin couldn't help but steal a few glances. Xie Chengjun noticed and walked over to purchase a skewer, handing it to him. "Here you go." "Thank you." Jiang Huaijin accepted it, taking a bite as the sweet and tangy flavor burst in his mouth, warming his heart. The noodle shop was modest but bustling with patrons. The two settled into a window-side table, where Xie Chengjun ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles, adding the greens that Jiang Huaijin favored. As the noodles arrived, steam wafted into the air. Jiang Huaijin blew gently on them, lifted a strand, and placed it into his mouth, his eyes curving into crescent moons. "Is it delicious?" Xie Chengjun inquired. Far better than what I make." Jiang Huaijin nodded vigorously. Xie Chengjun chuckled and transferred several pieces of beef from his bowl to Jiang Huaijin's. "Eat more. We'll need energy for our walk in the park this afternoon." Jiang Huaijin accepted without hesitation, lowering his head to savor the meal. At the neighboring table, a couple engaged in quiet conversation. The girl playfully punched the boy, who grasped her hand in response, his eyes betraying a tenderness he could not conceal. Jiang Huaijin stole a glance, quickly averting his gaze as a warmth crept into his cheeks. Once they finished their noodles, the two ventured to the park. The chrysanthemums were indeed flourishing, yellow, white, and purple blooms sprawled across the landscape, attracting numerous photographers. Jiang Huaijin approached a cluster of white chrysanthemums, crouching down to examine them closely, his fingers gently brushing against the petals. "This variety is called yulinglong." He turned to Xie Chengjun. "The petals are quite distinctive. Observe their shape." Xie Chengjun knelt beside him, captivated by the layered petals' beauty. The sun bathed them in warmth, and he suddenly felt that this day embodied everything he had long desired. As they strolled into the afternoon, fatigue began to set in for Jiang Huaijin, prompting them to rest on a park bench. Xie Chengjun procured 2 bottles of water, twisting open one and handing it to Jiang Huaijin. The youth took a couple of sips, leaning against the back of the bench while watching children frolic in the distance. "Chengjun, can we do this often in the future?" he asked suddenly. Xie Chengjun turned to him, his profile appearing soft in the sunlight, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. He gently clasped Jiang Huaijin's hand resting on his knee. Upon contact, Jiang Huaijin quivered yet did not withdraw. "All right," Xie Chengjun replied softly, yet clearly. "As long as you wish for it, we can do this every day." Jiang Huaijin's fingers stirred, wrapping around Xie Chengjun's hand delicately, a faint smile gracing his lips. A breeze swept by, carrying the faint fragrance of chrysanthemums, mingling with distant laughter, the rustling of leaves, and the whispers of the wind, creating a gentle melody. Xie Chengjun beheld his smile, his heart swelling with fulfillment. He mused that regardless of what challenges lay ahead, as long as he could hold this person's hand, witness his joy, and share in his laughter, there seemed to be nothing to fear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two rose to depart the park, their shadows elongated, hands intertwined, occasionally brushing against one another only to shyly separate, yet they would quickly reconnect. Words were unnecessary. An unspoken understanding enveloped them like the warmth in the air, slowly encasing them both. Chapter 10. Flirtation of the pretentious young master and the endearingly shy, true young master on the way back. The car was enveloped in silence. Jiang Huaijin leaned against the window, observing the streetlights flicker to life outside, still clutching the uneaten candied hawthorn skewers in his hand. The syrup had formed a thin, sticky shell on his fingertips, yet he did not release his hold. Xie Chengjun glanced at the rearview mirror and gently asked, "Are you tired?" "A little." Jiang Huaijin turned his head, a hint of weariness in his eyes. "We walked quite a bit today." "Then sleep for a while. I'll wake you when we arrive." Xie Chengjun lowered the volume of the music within the car. A gentle piano melody filled the air. Jiang Huaijin nodded slightly, leaning back against the window, his eyes fluttering shut. Although he was not truly asleep, he could sense the steady rhythm of the vehicle gliding along the road and the occasional glances cast his way by the person beside him. He discreetly opened his eyes a crack, catching sight of Xie Chengjun, who was intently focused on the road ahead. The contours of his profile softened by the glow of the streetlights, his Adam's apple subtly shifting. When he opened his eyes again, the car had already come to a halt downstairs. Xie Chengjun did not rouse him, but remained quietly seated, his fingers gently tapping on the steering wheel, synchronizing with the rhythm of the music. "Have we arrived?" Jiang Huaijin straightened his posture, rubbing his eyes. "Yes, just came to a stop," Xie Chengjun replied, unfastening his seatbelt. "Let us head upstairs. I'll prepare some congee for dinner." The two ascended together, and upon changing his shoes, Jiang Huaijin sank into the sofa, curling up like a weary cat in the corner. Xie Chengjun entered the kitchen, and soon the sound of rinsing rice and the gentle flow of water through the pipes filled the air. Jiang Huaijin gazed toward the kitchen, suddenly struck by the familiarity yet strangeness of the scene. When he had lived alone, the nights were always quiet. Even the sound of dripping water could be heard. Now, however, it was different. The sounds of rinsing rice, chopping vegetables, and the occasional clatter of pots and pans intertwined, breathing life into the once empty space. "What are you daydreaming about?" Xie Chengjun emerged from the kitchen, a glass of water in hand, extending it toward him. "Drink some water." Jiang Huaijin accepted the glass, his fingertips brushing against the warm surface, murmuring a quiet thank you. "The congee will take a while." Xie Chengjun settled beside him on the sofa, causing it to dip slightly. "If you're hungry, would you like to nibble on some cookies we bought this afternoon?" "I'm not hungry." Jiang Huaijin shook his head, sipping the warm water, content to wait for the congee. He set the candied hawthorn skewers on the coffee table and began to peruse the portable art book, his fingers gliding over the artist's signature on the cover. Suddenly recalling something, he looked up and asked, "How did you know I like this artist?" Xie Chengjun pondered for a moment. "Last time we passed by the bookstore, you stood in front of his collection for nearly 10 minutes, flipping through a couple of pages." Jiang Huaijin paused, taken aback. He himself had forgotten that moment. He had merely been wandering, lingering a bit longer at a name he recognized, unaware that Xie Chengjun had taken note of it. "I thought you hadn't noticed," he murmured, lowering his head. "I pay attention to your matters," Xie Chengjun replied naturally, as if commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. Jiang Huaijin's face flushed once more, hastily diving into the art book to conceal his embarrassment. Amidst the rustling of the pages, he felt his heartbeat quicken, as if gently nudged by something, a mix of tingling and softness enveloping him. By the time the congee was ready, the sky had turned completely dark. Xie Chengjun served 2 bowls, placing them on the dining table, alongside a small dish of side dishes. Jiang Huaijin approached, gazing at the steaming bowl of white congee adorned with a sprinkle of scallions, its fragrance wafting toward him. "Give it a try." Xie Chengjun handed him a spoon, adding a hint of dried scallop. "It should suit your palate." Jiang Huaijin scooped a spoonful, blowing gently before bringing it to his mouth. The soft, glutinous rice porridge mingled with a delicate hint of seafood, its warmth perfectly soothing as it slid down his throat, bringing immense comfort to his stomach. He nodded appreciatively. "Delicious." Xie Chengjun smiled softly, picking up his spoon to savor the dish slowly. The only sounds at the dining table were the gentle clinking of bowls and chopsticks. No one spoke, yet the silence held no trace of awkwardness. Occasionally, Jiang Huaijin would lift his gaze, only to meet Xie Chengjun's eyes. Their glances would lock briefly before they both hastily looked down, unable to suppress the upward curve of their lips. After dinner, when Jiang Huaijin intended to wash the dishes, Xie Chengjun stopped him. "You sit down. I can take care of it." He stacked the bowls and made his way to the kitchen. "You must be tired today." Jiang Huaijin acquiesced and returned to the living room. The art book still lay on the coffee table. He picked it up and began to flip through the pages, though his gaze inevitably drifted toward the kitchen. Xie Chengjun's movements were swift and efficient, the sound of running water interspersed with the crisp clatter of dishes, and soon, silence enveloped the space. When he emerged, drying his hands, he found Jiang Huaijin lost in thought before a painting. It depicted a snowy landscape, with a cat curled up in a corner, its tail wrapped around its paws, ears drooping as if trembling. "What is wrong with this painting?" Xie Chengjun asked as he settled beside him. "Nothing much," Jiang Huaijin replied, pointing to the cat, feeling a pang of sympathy for it. Xie Chengjun glanced at the painting, then at the young man beside him, and suddenly reached over to ruffle his hair. "With me here, you need tea huddle like that." Jiang Huaijin's body stiffened momentarily, yet he did not shy away. The warmth radiating from above was comforting, with a slightly dry texture that reminded him of the sensation of Xie Chengjun holding his hand in the park earlier that afternoon. He buried his face into the art book, his voice muffled. "I'm not huddling." "No, you're not." Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, withdrawing his hand. "Where would you like to go tomorrow?" "I don't know." Jiang Huaijin shook his head. "Staying at home is quite nice." "That works," Xie Chengjun replied without objection. "Then tomorrow, I'll make you a cake." "You mentioned wanting to try matcha flavor. You can bake?" Jiang Huaijin looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes. "I learned a little before," Xie Chengjun said nonchalantly, "not particularly skilled, but let us give it a shot." In truth, he had meticulously researched tutorials the previous night and taken notes, but he felt no need to divulge this to Jiang Huaijin. He simply wanted to witness the delight in the youth's eyes, sparkling like stars fallen from the heavens. Before bed, Jiang Huaijin tidied up his room, placing the newly purchased art book on the shelf. Xie Chengjun knocked lightly and entered, holding a cup of warm milk. "Drink this before bed. It helps with sleep." He set the cup on the desk. "Thank you." Jiang Huaijin approached and took a slow sip. Xie Chengjun leaned against the doorframe, admiring his profile. The boy was clad in loose pajamas, hair softly falling across his forehead, cheeks slightly puffed as he drank, resembling a little hamster gathering food. "Did you enjoy today?" he suddenly inquired. Jiang Huaijin turned around, a trace of milk lingering on his lips. "Yes, I had a great time. The art exhibition was wonderful, and the noodles were delicious." He paused for a moment, then added quietly, "I'm really happy to be out with you." The last words were spoken so softly, as if afraid the wind might carry them away. Xie Chengjun, however, heard everything quite clearly, his heart feeling as though it were filled with something warm and comforting. He approached and gently wiped the milk stain from Jiang Huaijin's lips, both momentarily pausing as his fingertips brushed against the soft skin. "Get some rest," Xie Chengjun said, his voice somewhat husky as he withdrew his hand. "You too," Jiang Huaijin replied, lowering his gaze to the empty cup in his hands. Xie Chengjun chose not to say anything further and turned to leave the room. The moment he closed the door, he leaned against it, lifting his hand to touch his fingertips, as if the warmth of their contact still lingered. Inside the room, Jiang Huaijin placed the empty cup on the table and walked to the window. The moonlight outside was bright, casting gentle shadows of the trees swaying in the breeze below. He recalled the afternoon in the park when Xie Chengjun held his hand, the warmth of his palm reassuring, albeit slightly calloused. He raised a hand to touch his cheek, still feeling the heat. From the very beginning, he had known he felt differently about Xie Chengjun. His heart raced when he drew near, and he felt inexplicably lost when Xie Chengjun looked at others. When he spoke of always being good to him in the future, Jiang Huaijin could not help but want to believe him. This sensation was foreign, somewhat unsettling, yet irresistibly compelling, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Fully aware of the potential burn, Jiang Huaijin drew the curtains and lay down on the bed. The quilt seemed to still carry Xie Chengjun's scent. A faint aroma of cedar mingled with the essence of sunshine. He buried his face in the pillow, unable to suppress a smile that held a hint of joy he hadn't even noticed himself. Tomorrow, They would bake a cake together. Chapter 11. Flirtatious Banter. The pitiable, shy young master and the true young master. 11. The following morning, when Jiang Huaijin awoke, a sweet fragrance wafted through the living room. He shuffled in his slippers to open the door, finding Xie Chengjun at the kitchen counter, donned in an apron, wielding a whisk as he stirred a bowl of green batter. Awake? Xie Chengjun turned to glance at him, a bit of white powder dusting the tip of his nose. Having just sifted matcha powder, ready to bake soon. Jiang Huaijin approached, peering into the light green mixture. How much sugar should we add? Adjust it to your preferred sweetness. Xie Chengjun said, setting down the whisk and suddenly stepping closer. Dare you to taste it? He dipped his fingertip into the batter and held it to Jiang Huaijin's lips. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Huaijin opened his mouth slightly, taking his fingertip between his lips. The taste was a delicate balance of bitterness and sweetness. But before he could savor it, he noticed Xie Chengjun's Adam's apple bobbing. How is it? Xie Chengjun withdrew his hand, his fingertip still carrying that soft sensation. Jiang Huaijin hurriedly stepped back, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Just right, he replied. Xie Chengjun chuckled softly and turned to pour the batter into the baking pan. Jiang Huaijin stood beside him, observing the graceful arc of his wrist as he worked. Suddenly noticing the well-defined lines of his forearm, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, the exposed skin glistening faintly in the morning light. What are you standing there for? Xie Chengjun turned back suddenly. If you want to help, wash that box of strawberries. Jiang Huaijin responded with an "oh," and picked up the strawberries from the edge of the sink. As the water flowed over his fingertips, a chill enveloped him. He lowered his head, diligently rinsing each strawberry, oblivious to Xie Chengjun's gaze fixated on his flushed earlobes. Once he placed the clean strawberries into a dish and turned around, he collided with a warm embrace. Be careful, Xie Chengjun cautioned, his hands resting on the countertop behind him, encircling him within his arms, the floor slick beneath them. Jiang Huaijin's back pressed against the cool surface, yet his nose caught the refreshing scent of mint mingled with a subtle hint of matcha. He attempted to retreat, but his waist was gently restrained. Xie Chengjun's breath brushing against the top of his head. The strawberries are quite clean, but he suddenly leaned down and bit into the strawberry Jiang Huaijin held, causing him to retract his hand as if burned when Xie Chengjun's teeth grazed his fingertips, leaving a lingering sensation. It's a bit tart, Xie Chengjun mused, chewing on a strawberry, his gaze resting on Jiang Huaijin's reddened fingertips. Not as sweet as you. Jiang Huaijin's face turned crimson, and he seized a nearby kitchen cloth, flinging it toward him. What nonsense! Xie Chengjun laughed, evading the cloth, then grasped his wrist and drew him closer. Jiang Huaijin stumbled into his chest. Hearing Xie Chengjun whisper in his ear, "The oven is preheated." While the cake bakes, he paused deliberately, his fingers lightly tracing the inner side of Jiang Huaijin's wrist. What shall we do? Jiang Huaijin felt his pulse racing beneath his skin, as if it might burst through his veins. He yearned to break free, yet his wrist was gripped tighter, forcing him to avert his gaze towards the tiled floor. I will read. Reading is rather dull, Xie Chengjun countered, his fingers sliding up Jiang Huaijin's wrist, gently squeezing his forearm. Did you not say you were cold yesterday in the park? Jiang Huaijin hesitated. It was a bit chilly. Then let me warm you. Suddenly, Xie Chengjun seized his hand and placed it against his side. Isn't it warm here? Through the thin fabric of his shirt, Jiang Huaijin could distinctly feel the warmth of Xie Chengjun's body and the firm contours of his muscles. His fingers curled involuntarily, as if electrified, wanting to withdraw. But Xie Chengjun pressed his hand firmly against his waist. Xie Chengjun. His voice trembled slightly, tinged with annoyance, yet he did not genuinely struggle. Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, and when he released his grip, he deliberately brushed his fingertip against Jiang Huaijin's palm. Just teasing you. Go wait in the living room. Jiang Huaijin bolted from the kitchen, his heart racing. He collapsed onto the sofa, burying his face in a cushion, listening to the gentle chime of the oven and Xie Chengjun humming a tuneless melody. By the time the cake was ready, Jiang Huaijin was sprawled over the coffee table, perusing an art book. Xie Chengjun approached, carrying the freshly baked cake. Placing the dish before him, the fragrant aroma of matcha mingling with the scent of cream wafting in the air. "Give it a try?" he offered, extending a small fork. Jiang Huaijin pierced a small piece and placed it in his mouth. The soft cake melted on his tongue, the slightly bitter matcha flavor enveloped in sweetness. A taste he truly relished. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Xie Chengjun lifting a piece of cake toward his own lips. "I want to eat." "You should." Jiang Huaijin shook his head. However, Xie Chengjun did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he urged, "Feed me." Jiang Huaijin felt his face grow warm again. He glanced around, and upon noticing that he was merely being met with a smile from Xie Chengjun, he shyly offered the fork to his lips. As Xie Chengjun opened his mouth to take a bite of the cake, his teeth brushed lightly against the fork's tip, and he deliberately licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. The flavor was delightful. He gazed at Jiang Huaijin, his eyes somewhat somber. Flustered, Jiang Huaijin lowered his head to continue savoring the cake, though his ears perked up attentively. The clock in the living room ticked rhythmically, and he heard Xie Chengjun settle onto the nearby sofa, the sound of fabric brushing against itself particularly vivid. With the afternoon stretching out before them, Xie Chengjun suddenly spoke up, suggesting they watch a movie. "What movie?" Jiang Huaijin looked up. Xie Chengjun picked up his phone to scroll through it. "The new romantic film that just released. It seems to have garnered decent reviews." Jiang Huaijin recalled the couples he had seen during his last visit to the cinema, his heart tightening slightly. "Will it be tedious?" "Not sure," replied Xie Chengjun as he set his phone down. Leaning in closer, their distance narrowing significantly. "However, I hear there are some kissing scenes." His breath brushed against Jiang Huaijin's ear, carrying a warmth that sent a tingling sensation through him. Jiang Huaijin instinctively recoiled, nearly colliding the back of his head with the sofa's armrest. "Perhaps that's best left aside." "What are you afraid of?" Xie Chengjun teased, gently pinching his earlobe with his fingertips. "Aren't we? Don't say that." Jiang Huaijin interrupted, covering Xie Chengjun's mouth. His palm met the softness of his lips, startling him into retracting his hand. "I'll go fetch some drinks." He practically dashed into the kitchen, and as he opened the refrigerator door, the cool air washed over his face, slightly tempering his flushed cheeks. After retrieving 2 bottles of juice, he felt an arm encircle his wrist from behind, with Xie Chengjun resting his chin on Jiang Huaijin's shoulder. "Why are you running away?" "I want tea bite." Jiang Huaijin's back stiffened, acutely aware of Xie Chengjun's chest pressing against him, even the faint sound of his heartbeat resonating in his ears. The juice bottles in his grip turned white from his tightening hold. "Let us just watch the movie." Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, the vibrations resonating through Jiang Huaijin's back, causing a tingling sensation in his fingertips. He released the bottles, stepping around to help Jiang Huaijin twist off the juice cap. "Now, that's more like it." On their way to the cinema that afternoon, Jiang Huaijin stared out the window. As Xie Chengjun parked at the cinema entrance and unbuckled his seatbelt, he suddenly remarked, "By the way, when I baked the cake this morning, I caught a hint of your hair's scent." Jiang Huaijin turned to him, intrigued. "What scent?" "The scent that lingers on you." Xie Chengjun leaned closer, his nose almost brushing against the top of Jiang Huaijin's head. A subtle aroma reminiscent of freshly laundered clothes basking in the sun. Amidst the bustle of passers-by, the mingling of voices and footsteps, Jiang Huaijin felt his cheeks gradually flush crimson within the crowd's clamor. He pushed the car door open to exit, only to have Xie Chengjun grasp his wrist. "Wait." Xie Chengjun gently adjusted the tousled strands of Jiang Huaijin's bangs, his fingers grazing lightly across his forehead. "Let's go in." Once the film began, Jiang Huaijin soon realized that the much-discussed kissing scenes were far more prolonged than he had anticipated. As the on-screen couple shared a passionate kiss, he instinctively turned his gaze to the side, only to find Xie Chengjun staring intently at him. "What are you looking at?" he whispered, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Xie Chengjun remained silent, merely leaning closer to him, their knees brushing against one another. In the enveloping darkness, the warmth of the other was palpable. Jiang Huaijin attempted to shift away, but was gently restrained by a hand on his knee. "Don't move." Xie Chengjun's voice was low and slightly husky. "After this, we shall return home." He paused, his breath ghosting against Jiang Huaijin's neck. We will continue what we left unfinished this morning. Jiang Huaijin's heart skipped a beat. The flickering lights from the screen illuminated his face, revealing his tightly pressed lips and slightly trembling eyelashes. He did not respond, but subtly leaned closer to Xie Chengjun, their shoulders softly making contact. As the event concluded, a light rain began to fall outside. Xie Chengjun opened an umbrella, sheltering Jiang Huaijin as they made their way to the car. The raindrops pattered against the umbrella, creating a soothing sound, and Jiang Huaijin caught a whiff of the crisp scent mingling with the rainwater, suddenly recalling Xie Chengjun's earlier remark. "Does the cake really smell like my hair?" he inquired. Looking up, Xie Chengjun gazed down at him, raindrops cascading from the edge of the umbrella, forming a delicate curtain between them. "Yes, if you don't believe me. You can smell it when we get home." Just as Jiang Huaijin was about to respond, Xie Chengjun grasped his chin, drawing him closer. Raindrops occasionally splattered on his face, cool against his skin, yet their lips felt feverishly warm. This kiss was deeper than their tentative exploration in the kitchen that morning. Infused with the dampness of the rain and the refreshing scent of mint emanating from Xie Chengjun, soft gasps of surprise erupted from passers-by, and Jiang Huaijin, flustered, attempted to pull away but found himself held even tighter. Only when he felt breathless did Xie Chengjun release him, resting their foreheads together, his voice cutting through the rain's melody with remarkable clarity. "Do you believe it now?" Jiang Huaijin's lips were slightly swollen. He buried his face into Xie Chengjun's chest, muffledly responding with an Chapter 12. The flirtatious faux air and the truly shy gentleman as they journeyed back. The rain persisted, the windshield wipers moving rhythmically. Clearing a transparent arc, Jiang Huaijin leaned against the passenger seat, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the seat belt buckle, the kiss from earlier still igniting warmth in his ears. Xie Chengjun freed one hand, gently covering Jiang Huaijin's restless fingers. "Stop fidgeting. You might loosen it," he advised. Jiang Huaijin attempted to withdraw his hand, but it was gripped tighter. The warmth between their palms gradually intensified, and he felt the slight calluses on Xie Chengjun's fingertips, teasing his skin. Earlier in the cinema, Jiang Huaijin had tried to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, swallowing back his thoughts. "What happened back there?" Xie Chengjun turned to him, pressing the brake as the red light illuminated. "Did I act inappropriately?" Jiang Huaijin's face flushed even more. "No, it's just that. Just what?" Xie Chengjun leaned in closer, a gentle breeze brushing Jiang Huaijin's cheek as he spoke. "Do you think I didn't kiss you well enough?" The sudden chime of the green light interrupted them, and Xie Chengjun withdrew his hand to steer the wheel, leaving Jiang Huaijin blushing in a daze in the passenger seat. Outside the car windows, the rain blurred the streetlights, their glow merging like a spilled palette of colors. Upon arriving downstairs, Xie Chengjun did not turn off the engine immediately, but instead turned to him. "Go upstairs and take a shower first. We wouldn't want you to catch a chill." Jiang Huaijin nodded, but as he pushed open the car door, he was pulled back. "Wait." Xie Chengjun leaned closer, unbuckling his seat belt, his fingers inadvertently brushing against the side of his neck. Jiang Huaijin instinctively shrank his neck, yet he heard him whispering in his ear, "After you wash up, wear that gray nightgown of mine. The one you mentioned was comfortable last time." The warm breath mingled with the dampness of the rain, causing Jiang Huaijin's heart to falter in its rhythm. He responded absent-mindedly, pushed open the car door, and dashed into the hallway, not daring to look back. When Xie Chengjun parked the car and came upstairs, he was greeted by the sound of water from the bathroom as he opened the door. He placed the items he had bought in the foyer and, upon entering the living room, noticed Jiang Huaijin's clothes draped over the sofa, the collar still damp. As the bathroom door swung open, Jiang Huaijin emerged wrapped in a towel, his hair dripping with water. Upon seeing Xie Chengjun seated on the sofa, he instinctively tightened the towel around his neck. "I'll go dry my hair." "Come here." Xie Chengjun beckoned, patting the space beside him. "I'll help you." Jiang Huaijin hesitated but walked over, and as soon as he sat down, he was gently pressed back onto the sofa. Xie Chengjun plugged in the hairdryer, the warm air enveloping Jiang Huaijin's wet hair almost instantly. As his fingers glided through the strands, They were gentle yet firm as they massaged his scalp, a sensation so pleasurable that Jiang Huaijin couldn't help but close his eyes. Last time I dried your hair, it was like this. Xie Chengjun's voice mingled with the hum of the hairdryer, somewhat muffled. I thought to myself then, when will I be able to dry your hair every day? Jiang Huaijin's eyelashes fluttered, but he remained silent. Amidst the sound of the hairdryer, he could hear the drumming of his own heart and the occasional warm touch of Xie Chengjun's fingertips brushing against his ear. Once his hair was dry, Xie Chengjun turned off the dryer, yet his fingers did not withdraw. They glided down to the nape of Jiang Huaijin's neck, gently kneading. Jiang Huaijin squirmed slightly, feeling tickled, but Xie Chengjun encircled his shoulders and pulled him back into position. Where are you running off to? Xie Chengjun's chin rested on his shoulder, recalling the words spoken in the kitchen that morning. Have you forgotten? Jiang Huaijin's back tensed at once. The towel crumpled in his grip. The living room was dim, illuminated only by the rain-soaked light streaming through the window, casting Xie Chengjun's shadow on the wall, resembling a languid large dog, enveloping the person within his embrace. I wanted to mention the cake. Jiang Huaijin attempted to change the subject, but his voice was barely above a whisper. We haven't finished it. No rush. Xie Chengjun's hand slid slowly to his waist, gently caressing him through the towel. Let's focus on the matter at hand first. Suddenly, he pulled Jiang Huaijin closer, positioning him sideways on his lap. The intimacy of the pose made Jiang Huaijin's hands fumble as they grasped Xie Chengjun's shoulders, inadvertently brushing against the firm lines of his muscles beneath his shirt. Chengjun, his voice trembled slightly. Don't what? Xie Chengjun lowered his head, his nose grazing Jiang Huaijin's. Don't kiss you, or don't hug you. The warm breath lingered on his lips, and Jiang Huaijin blinked, his long eyelashes brushing against Xie Chengjun's cheek. He did not respond, but tilted his head slightly, presenting himself to Xie Chengjun's lips. This kiss was heavier than the one in the rain, imbued with an irresistible significance. Xie Chengjun's hand gently grasped the back of Jiang Huaijin's neck, deepening the kiss gradually until Jiang Huaijin could hardly breathe, only managing to push against his chest lightly to be released. The two figures leaned against each other, breathless, as Jiang Huaijin's bath towel loosened slightly, revealing a patch of fair skin on his shoulder. Xie Chengjun's gaze fell upon that delicate flesh, and he swallowed hard, reaching out to adjust the towel for him. Go change into your pajamas, he said, his voice husky. Don't catch a chill. Jiang Huaijin fled into the bedroom, shutting the door behind him and sliding down against it, his heart racing, still tinged with the warmth of their earlier closeness, as if his breath were infused with Xie Chengjun's essence. When he emerged in a gray pajama set, Xie Chengjun had just finished a shower and was walking into the living room, towel drying his hair. His loose black t-shirt hung open at the collar, revealing the elegant lines of his collarbone, droplets of water trickling down his neck and disappearing into his shirt. Jiang Huaijin's gaze snapped away as if scalded, and he turned to the kitchen in search of water, only to have his wrist grasped. Xie Chengjun pulled him toward the sofa, sitting down beside him, their bodies almost touching. Where are you running from? He asked, fingers teasingly curling around the cuff of Jiang Huaijin's sleeve. Afraid I might devour you? Jiang Huaijin's eyes wandered to the open collar, his voice somewhat airy. What do you mean? Xie Chengjun suddenly leaned in, nipping at his earlobe. Did you think about it too? Jiang Huaijin clamped his hands over his ears, his cheeks blazing. He attempted to rise, but Xie Chengjun pressed him back onto the sofa, his leg crossing over to trap him in the corner. Don't move, he commanded, his hand slipping beneath Jiang Huaijin's pajama hem, palm resting against the warm skin of his side. Let me feel. Are you warm? The warmth of Xie Chengjun's palm, slightly damp, sent a jolt through Jiang Huaijin's body, causing it to tense involuntarily. He tried to suppress that wandering hand, but found his wrist firmly held above his head. Chengjun, his voice held a breathy quality, betraying a hint of weakness. Xie Chengjun said nothing, merely leaning down to kiss him. The kiss, imbued with the lingering moisture of the shower, traveled slowly from the corner of his lips to his jaw, trailing down to his neck, leaving a series of warm marks in its wake. The collar of Jiang Huaijin's pajamas loosened further, revealing his shoulder adorned with delicate kiss imprints. Outside, The rain continued to fall, tapping against the glass with a soft, rustling sound. The living room was filled only with their entwined breaths, punctuated by the occasional muffled sigh. Time slipped away unnoticed until Xie Chengjun finally lifted his head, observing the blush in Jiang Huaijin's eyes and the slight swelling of his lips, a soft chuckle escaping him. "Your pajamas are all wrinkled." Jiang Huaijin lacked the strength to respond, burying his face in the crook of Xie Chengjun's neck, where he inhaled the faint scent of shower gel. Though the hand at his side had retreated, it left behind a lingering, fiery sensation. "Are you hungry?" Xie Chengjun gently patted his back, as if soothing a small creature. "I'll heat up some cake." Jiang Huaijin shook his head, curling tighter into him. The fabric of his pajamas was infused with Xie Chengjun's scent, mingling with his own, creating an inexplicable sense of comfort. "Then let's hold each other a little longer." Xie Chengjun adjusted his position for greater ease, allowing Jiang Huaijin to nestle more securely against him. As Jiang Huaijin lay in his embrace, listening to the rain outside and the steady rhythm of Xie Chengjun's heartbeat, his eyelids grew heavier, slowly drifting toward slumber. In a moment of hazy consciousness, Jiang Huaijin felt a gentle kiss atop his head from Xie Chengjun, his voice as soft as a sigh. "Good night, my little friend." Chapter 13. The flirtatious words of the faux young master and the truly shy young master dinner had just concluded when Jiang Huaijin began to tidy up the dishes and head towards the kitchen. Xie Chengjun wiped his hands and followed, naturally taking the plate from Jiang's hands. "Let me handle this." Jiang Huaijin hesitated for a moment, the warmth from the rim of the bowl still lingering on his fingertips, and softly replied, "It's fine, I can manage." "Just let me do it," Xie Chengjun insisted, positioning himself in front of the sink with an air of familiarity that left no room for argument. He ruffled Jiang's hair and suggested, "Go watch some television." Jiang Huaijin's hair became slightly disheveled from the tousle. He pursed his lips, refraining from further insistence, and, as he turned to leave, he unexpectedly encountered Xie's parents standing at the kitchen entrance. He halted, instinctively taking a step back, and murmured, "Uncle, Aunt." Xie's mother forced a smile, her gaze drifting past him to the kitchen where Xie Chengjun was focused on washing the dishes. The soft contours of his profile under the warm yellow light appeared remarkably gentle, a stark contrast to the spoiled son he had known since childhood. Once Jiang Huaijin entered the living room, Xie's father spoke in a low tone, "Chengjun, come here." Xie Chengjun placed the last plate into the sterilizer, dried his hands, and stepped out to find his parents seated on the sofa, their expressions somewhat grave. He pulled up a chair and lightly tapped his fingers on his knee. "Dad, Mom, what's the matter?" Xie's father did not respond immediately. He glanced towards the living room to ensure Jiang Huaijin was not paying attention before slowly stating, "Have you been a bit too concerned about Huaijin lately? He is my brother. What's wrong with me being good to him?" Xie Chengjun raised an eyebrow, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "Brother?" Xie's father set down his teacup, the bottom clinking softly against the table. "When have you ever been this attentive to anyone else? The last time he mentioned wanting to go to the art studio, you bought that sunlit workspace in the western part of the city the very next day. Previously, he casually mentioned liking the plum blossom cakes from the southern district, and you drove out in the middle of the night to queue for them. Chengjun, think about it. Is this normal?" Xie Chengjun fell silent, ceasing his fingers' movement. Xie's mother sighed, her tones softening slightly. "I understand your kindness. Huaijin has suffered in the countryside since childhood. But do not forget, next month is your coming-of-age ceremony." At the mention of the ceremony, Xie Chengjun's brow furrowed slightly. The Xie family's coming-of-age ceremony was always a significant event in their circle, requiring the invitation of all relatives and signifying his formal assumption of part of the family business, with every move scrutinized. On that day, all relatives will be present. Xie's mother looked at him, her eyes filled with concern. "What identity will Huaijin have at the ceremony if you continue to act like this? Serving him food during meals and speaking with a smile? What will others say? Let them say whatever they wish." Xie Chengjun leaned back in his chair, his tone nonchalant. "I am good to my brother. What do they have to say about it? You know very well that it's not that simple." Xie's father's voice grew a shade darker. Although the family had not disclosed Huaijin's background to the public, those close to them were somewhat aware. You are the sole heir of the Xie family, and it is imperative that you conduct yourself appropriately during the coming-of-age ceremony. Xie Chengjun raised his gaze, fixing his eyes upon his father. Are you suggesting that I treat Huai Jin with the same cold demeanor I once reserved for distant relatives? At the very least, one must exercise discretion. Xie's father furrowed his brow, for he is, after all, my brother. Xie Chengjun interjected, his tone resolute. Regardless of how others perceive him, he remains my brother in my eyes. On the day of the ceremony, he will sit beside me, and I shall serve him as I would. Unperturbed by any objections, let those who dissent approach me directly. Xie's mother, growing anxious, leaned forward. Chengjun, how can you be so inconsiderate? The coming-of-age ceremony is pivotal to your reputation within the community and reflects upon the Xie family's honor. Mother, honor is something one earns through their actions, not merely through a display of disdain. Xie Chengjun's voice was calm, yet unwavering. If being kind to one's own is subject to criticism, then I have no desire for the hollow honor this circle offers. He paused, turning to his parents. When you brought him back, you instructed me to look after him. Now that I have complied, you seem dissatisfied. Am I at fault, or have you never truly regarded him as family? Xie's father was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth but unable to articulate a response. In truth, their concern for Jiang Huai Jin was genuine. It was merely that 2 decades of deeply ingrained beliefs had positioned Xie Chengjun as the linchpin of the Xie family, and any potential influence on him was deemed a threat that must be eliminated. I shall adhere to the traditional proceedings of the coming-of-age ceremony. Xie Chengjun softened his tone, yet he remained unyielding. However, Huai Jin's place must be at my side. As for how we interact, that is a matter solely between brothers, not for outsiders to dictate. At that moment, a delicate sound of a cup shattering resonated from the living room. The three turned to see Jiang Huai Jin standing at the doorway, a broken glass at his feet, water seeping across the floor. His complexion had paled, evidently having overheard their conversation. I did not mean to. Jiang Huai Jin hurriedly crouched to gather the shards, oblivious to the cut on his finger. Xie Chengjun immediately rose and approached him, pressing down on his hand. Do not move. You might injure yourself further. He called out to the butler for a broom, then took a tissue to staunch the bleeding from Jiang Huai Jin's fingertip, his tone laced with a barely perceptible reproach. How could you be so careless? Jiang Huai Jin lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. I heard you mention the coming-of-age ceremony. Xie Chengjun lifted him up, his tone casual. Next month is my birthday. I will introduce you to some friends. Are you afraid? Jiang Huai Jin's eyes widened in surprise. Observing the redness in his eyes, Xie Chengjun's heart softened, and he gently wiped the blood from his fingertip. Do not be afraid. I will be there for you. Xie's parents sat on the sofa, watching their son naturally lead Jiang Huai Jin away to attend to his wound. As their figures disappeared at the top of the stairs, Xie's mother let out a soft sigh. This child truly holds Huai Jin dear to his heart. After a moment of silence, Xie's father lifted his teacup, taking a sip of the now-cold tea. He gazed at the empty staircase and murmured, let it be. As long as he does not overstep, it would be acceptable for Huai Jin to dress appropriately on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony and accompany him. Chapter 14. The charismatic impostor and the bashful true heir. The crystal chandelier in the Xie family villa shone as brightly as day, with elegantly dressed guests weaving through the banquet hall. The crisp clinking of champagne glasses mingled with the melodious strains of violins, orchestrating a grand prelude to the coming-of-age ceremony. Xie Chengjun, clad in a tailored black suit, stood at the entrance of the hall to greet the guests. He exuded an air of confidence. His lips curved into a perfectly measured smile, though his gaze occasionally flickered towards the staircase on the second floor. Jiang Huai Jin, dressed in a white suit he had personally selected, appeared even more ethereal, yet he lingered hesitantly at the top of the stairs, his fingers turning pale as they gripped the railing. Do not be afraid. Xie Chengjun had ascended the stairs at some point, naturally taking Jiang's hand, his fingertips gently squeezing. Come with me. As Jiang Huai Jin was led down, the eyes of the guests turned towards them, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and some hidden assessments. Though anxiety made his palms sweat, he felt an inexplicable sense of calm upon feeling Xie Chengjun's warm grasp. "Who is this?" A familiar elder inquired with a smile. "My younger brother, Jiang Huaijin," Xie Chengjun introduced him with ease, adding, "He will be residing with the Xie family from now on." Jiang Huaijin timidly greeted, "Hello, uncle," eliciting gentle compliments in response. Xie Chengjun, listening, allowed his smile to deepen, subtly drawing Jiang closer to shield him from the more overt gazes. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance. Shun Zhao entered in a striking red suit, linking arms with Lin Zhuoran. Upon spotting Xie Chengjun, he immediately broke free from Lin's grasp and hurried over, his eyes red-rimmed as though he bore a profound grievance. "Brother Chengjun," Shun Zhao attempted to leap into his arms, but was deftly sidestepped by Xie Chengjun. He stumbled slightly, the look of dismay in his eyes intensifying. "Brother Chengjun, why are you ignoring me? I know you're still upset with me, but what happened that day was truly not my fault." "What transpired that day?" Xie Chengjun raised an eyebrow, his tone casual. "I don't recall having had a dispute with you." Shun Zhao's expression stiffened. According to his original plan, he was supposed to lament how Jiang Huaijin had bullied him, prompting Xie Chengjun to defend him, allowing Lin Zhuoran to insinuate Jiang Huaijin's ambiguous status before the guests, thereby sabotaging the ceremony. However, Xie Chengjun's nonchalant demeanor rendered his prepared remarks lodged in his throat. Lin Zhuoran seized the moment to step forward, wrapping an arm around Shun Zhao's shoulders, and smiled at Xie Chengjun. "Chengjun, a Zhao was simply concerned for you and came to offer his congratulations." His gaze swept over Jiang Huaijin beside Xie Chengjun, tinged with disdain. "Is this the adopted son of the Xie family?" He does appear somewhat delicate. The disdain was unmasked, causing Jiang Huaijin to instinctively shrink behind Xie Chengjun. Xie Chengjun grasped his wrist, the pressure gentle yet reassuring. "He is my brother, and it is not for outsiders to comment." Xie Chengjun's gaze hardened slightly as he regarded Lin Zhuoran. "If you're here to congratulate, please feel free. However, should you intend to cause disruption," he paused, his voice clear yet not loud enough to carry beyond their immediate vicinity. "The doors of the Xie family are not open to just anyone." Lin Zhuoran's smile froze upon his face. He was taken aback by Xie Chengjun's blatant disregard for decorum, publicly humiliating him in front of numerous guests. Whispers began to circulate around them, eyes darting between the few of them. Shun Zhao, witnessing the scene, felt her eyes redden and spoke with a quivering voice. "Brother Chengjun, how could you say such things about Zhuoran? We are merely concerned that you might be deceived by those with ulterior motives." Her gaze subtly indicated Jiang Huaijin, suggesting that some who appear honest may indeed harbor hidden schemes. As her words lingered, the murmurs among the guests grew louder. Jiang Huaijin's face turned pale instantly. He attempted to explain, his lips moved without sound, and he could only grasp Xie Chengjun's hand tightly. Xie Chengjun patted the back of his hand, and when he lifted his gaze to Shun Zhao, the warmth in his eyes had vanished. "Shun Zhao, have I ever told you that speaking ill of others behind their backs is beneath one's dignity?" He stepped forward, looking down at her. "You once wept, claiming that Huaijin had ulterior motives towards you, and I believed you. Only later did I discover that you had thrown yourself at him and, when rebuffed, turned against him." Shun Zhao's complexion paled. You are talking nonsense. Am I speaking nonsense? You know the truth in your heart." Xie Chengjun took out his phone and played a recording. A clear female voice immediately filled the banquet hall. It was the maid Shun Zhao had bribed, admitting that she acted under Shun Zhao's instructions to deliberately distort the facts in front of Xie Chengjun. Gasps erupted among the guests, their gazes towards Shun Zhao shifting dramatically. Flustered, she clutched Lin Zhuoran's arm, trembling. "No, it's false. He fabricated this." Lin Zhuoran's expression darkened as he realized that Xie Chengjun possessed such evidence. Xie Chengjun disregarded Shun Zhao's defense and continued. "As for scheming," his gaze shifted to Lin Zhuoran. "Mr. Lin, you have recently engaged frequently with Xie's partners, bestowing gifts and promising benefits. I believe you are more than aware of the meaning behind the word scheming, are you not?" Lin Zhuoran's pupils constricted. How could Xie Chengjun be aware of this? "Today marks my coming-of-age ceremony. and I wish to avoid anger. Xie Chengjun's voice turned icy as he gestured to the security. Please escort these two guests out. In the future, they're not welcome at any Xie events. The security immediately moved forward. Shen Zhao screamed in protest, while Lin Jueran, attempting to maintain his dignity, found himself frozen in place by Xie Chengjun's frigid gaze, ultimately leaving with a grim expression as he was escorted from the villa. As the farce concluded, the banquet hall fell silent for a few moments before a scattered applause erupted. Mr. Xie approached and patted Xie Chengjun on the shoulder. His eyes filled with approval. Well done. Xie Chengjun turned to Jiang Huaijin, whose eyes were red, but looking up at him with a gaze like fallen stars. His heart softened, and he reached out to touzle Jiang Huaijin's hair. It's all right. Jiang Huaijin shook his head, rising on his toes to whisper in his ear, Chengjun, happy birthday. The warmth of his breath brushed against Xie Chengjun's ear, eliciting a smile from him. He took Jiang Huaijin's hand and turned back to the guests, raising his champagne glass. Thank you for your attention. Today is my coming-of-age ceremony. I would like to introduce you to my brother, Jiang Huaijin, who will henceforth be recognized as a young master of the Xie family, destined to embody that role. He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue. Resolute and unwavering. Whoever dares to lay a hand on him shall find themselves at odds with me, Xie Chengjun, and with the entire Xie family. Beneath the crystal chandelier, Jiang Huaijin observed the dignified profile of Xie Chengjun and suddenly felt that the brilliance of this grand coming-of-age ceremony paled in comparison to the presence of the man beside him. He discreetly grasped Xie Chengjun's hand. This time, his fingertips no longer chilled. Chapter 15. The Pretentious Young Master Versus. The shy true master in the stillness of the late-night corridor. One could hear the rhythmic beat of their own heart. Jiang Huaijin leaned against the wall, his steps unsteady as if treading upon cotton. His mind felt engulfed in a haze of heated cotton, a sensation of inexplicable restlessness mingling with a dull ache in his throat. He could not recall drinking that glass of champagne. He only remembered Shan Zhao approaching him before leaving, holding a glass and smiling sweetly. Brother Huaijin, I was wrong earlier. This glass is my toast to you, as an apology. At that moment, Xie Chengjun was conversing with the elders, and after a brief hesitation, he accepted the drink and took a sip. In retrospect, the flavor of that wine was indeed peculiar, imbued with an indescribable sweetness. The warmth coursed through his veins, spreading to his extremities, prompting Jiang Huaijin to loosen the collar of his shirt. The cold air rushed in, yet it did little to quell the fire within him. He longed to seek out Xie Chengjun, but his vision blurred, and he could no longer discern the direction. Suddenly, a figure emerged from around the corner, reeking of alcohol. Seizing his wrist with a vice-like grip, Jiang Huaijin froze in fear, and upon realizing it was the distant cousin brought by Shen Zhao, his stomach churned. Where are you running off to, little beauty? The man laughed maliciously, his fingers caressing Jiang Huaijin's wrist. Shen Zhao mentioned you were looking for a place to rest? Let me take you to the guest room upstairs. I guarantee it will be comfortable. Let go of me. Jiang Huaijin struggled with all his might, but his body felt weak, his strength reduced to barely half of what it usually was. The man's grip was like a steel clamp, dragging him toward the staircase. Stop struggling. You can't escape, he hissed, his breath hot against Jiang Huaijin's neck. Shen Xiao said, as long as I take good care of you, I will be well rewarded in the future. Jiang Huaijin's heart felt as though it had been clenched in a fist, fear intertwining with the heat coursing through his body, threatening to make him retch. He kicked desperately, his leather shoes screeching against the floor. Let go. Chengjun, Xie Chengjun. His voice cracked with desperation, echoing through the empty corridor. Yet no one answered. The man had already dragged him to the guest room door, his rough fingers beginning to tug at his tie. Help! Jiang Huaijin's voice dwindled to a whisper, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Through his blurred vision, he seemed to see a familiar figure rushing toward him from the end of the corridor. Get away! A furious shout detonated in his ears. The man had yet to react when a tremendous force sent him crashing to the ground. As Jiang Huaijin lost his support and fell, he was securely caught in someone's embrace. Huaijin, Xie Chengjun's voice was filled with alarm. as his fingertips brushed against Jiang Huaijin's feverish skin. A pang of dread struck his heart. "What happened to you?" Jiang Huaijin nestled against him, his consciousness waning. Feeling the coolness of the embrace and instinctively burrowing into his neck, mumbling incoherently. "Chengjun, Xie Chengjun." Xie Chengjun's pupils dilated suddenly as he beheld Jiang's flushed cheeks and dazed eyes, then glanced at the man on the floor wailing in agony, instantly comprehending the situation. A surge of wrath coursed from his feet to the top of his head as he held Jiang Huaijin tightly, turning with eyes as frigid as poisoned ice. "Who administered the drug?" he inquired, his voice unervingly calm as he advanced toward the man. The man recoiled in terror, stammering, "It was Shun Zhao. He told me to." Before he could finish, Xie Chengjun crushed his foot against the man's chest, nearly causing him to lose consciousness from the pain. Xie Chengjun's shoe ground against the man's ribs with such force, it seemed intent on shattering bones. "How many lives do you have to toy with his fate?" In Xie Chengjun's embrace, Jiang Huaijin stirred uneasily, instinctively clutching at his collar. "Don't." Xie Chengjun halted, looking down at the discomfort figure in his arms, forcibly suppressing the murderous intent simmering within him. He retrieved his phone, his voice cold and resolute as he instructed his bodyguard. "Bring someone to the west guest room on the 3rd floor and clean it up properly." After ending the call, he carefully carried Jiang Huaijin to his room. The youth writhed restlessly in his hold, his scorching breath fanning against Xie Chengjun's collarbone, the softness of his hair tightening Xie Chengjun's heart. Upon entering the room, Xie Chengjun laid Jiang Huaijin on the bed, turning to fetch ice water, only to have his wrist firmly grasped. Jiang Huaijin, with bleary eyes and damp lashes clinging together like a frightened young beast, implored, "Don't go." Xie Chengjun's heart softened immeasurably. He crouched beside the bed, brushing the back of his hand against Jiang Huaijin's forehead, which burned with alarming heat. "I will get you some water, be good." He pried Jiang Huaijin's fingers apart and hurriedly filled a glass with ice water, intending to feed it to him, but the youth suddenly yanked at his collar, pulling him down with unexpected force. Jiang Huaijin tilted his head back, his feverish breath brushing against Xie Chengjun's face, his gaze both dazed and fervent. "Chengjun, I am uncomfortable." The warmth of Jiang Huaijin's lips met Xie Chengjun's with a jolt, igniting a reaction in him. The kiss was awkward yet urgent, akin to a traveler desperately seeking water. Clumsily nibbling at Xie Chengjun's lips, bearing an undeniable heat. "Huaijin, wake up," Xie Chengjun implored, attempting to push him away. But the youth clung to his neck with unexpected strength, even prying open his mouth with his tongue. In the ensuing chaos, Xie Chengjun found himself ensnared by Jiang Huaijin. The last remnants of his rationality extinguished like a candle snuffed by the wind. He seized the youth's restless wrist, pinning it against the soft mattress, their breaths mingling in the heat of the moment. "Huaijin, look at me." Xie Chengjun's voice was hoarse, his fingertips gently tracing the reddened corners of Jiang Huaijin's eyes. Jiang Huaijin, eyes wide open, droplets of moisture glistening on his lashes, exhibited a blend of confusion and uncertainty, yet he showed no sign of resistance. Like a plant parched for water, he instinctively leaned toward the sole source of warmth, unconsciously rising onto his toes to nuzzle against Xie Chengjun's jaw. This action shattered the final barrier within Xie Chengjun. He lowered his head to kiss, no longer merely grazing with tentative touches. Instead, he was overwhelmed by emotions long suppressed, which intertwined and stirred a series of delicate shivers. Jiang Huaijin's hand initially curled tightly, but somehow it gradually relaxed, his fingertips weaving through Xie Chengjun's hair, clumsily responding. The bed sank slightly, casting their shadows in the warm glow of the wall lamp. Xie Chengjun's hand gently glided down the boy's waist and through the thin fabric. He could feel the delicate skin beneath, slightly heated. He halted his movements, foreheads touching, their noses nearly brushing, allowing him to count the other's rapid breaths. Could he endure any longer? Xie Chengjun's voice was barely above a whisper akin to a sigh, his fingertip lingering at the edge of a button, laden with the last vestiges of restraint. Jiang Huaijin remained silent, merely turning his face, rubbing his flushed cheek against Xie Chengjun's neck, much like a small creature seeking solace. This gesture spoke volumes. Xie Chengjun's throat bobbed as he finally unfastened the bothersome buttons. The soft sound of fabric slipping away mingled with suppressed breaths. Xie Chengjun kissed the dampness of his forehead, brushed against his trembling eyelashes, and finally lingered near his ear, whispering, "Do not be afraid. I am here." Jiang Huaijin's response was to tighten the arms wrapped around his waist, burying himself deeper into this embrace. It was as if he had found a safe harbor, where the inexplicable heat and panic gradually calmed within this reassuring touch. His fingertips sank into the firm muscles of Xie Chengjun's back, feeling the solid support, and his body began to relax. The halo of light from the lamp cast flickering shadows on the sheets as their breaths slowly intertwined. Xie Chengjun maintained a careful control over his strength. Each touch carried a meticulous reverence, as if he feared disturbing the treasure in his arms. Jiang Huaijin occasionally let out soft whimpers, yet never considered pushing away. He clung to him like a vine to a sturdy tree, growing ever closer. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Jiang Huaijin's breathing gradually became languid, his body entirely softened, as if all strength had been drawn out. Xie Chengjun slowed his movements, finally planting a gentle kiss on his brow before gradually releasing him. He rose to wring a warm towel, delicately wiping Jiang Huaijin, his actions tender and unlike his usual self. The boy slept soundly, though his brow was slightly furrowed, as if still caught in an uneasy dream. Xie Chengjun tucked the blankets around him, his fingertips brushing through his damp hair, his gaze filled with an unfading tenderness. The moonlight outside quietly shifted, illuminating the scattered clothes and the entwined fingers resting at the edge of the bed. Xie Chengjun lay beside him, doing nothing more than quietly observing the sleeping face of his beloved, listening to his steady breaths, until the dawn's light began to creep in, at which point he gently closed his eyes. When the first rays of morning sun filtered through the curtain seams, Jiang Huaijin awoke first. The soreness throughout his body prompted a frown when he moved. Beside him came the sound of steady breathing. He turned to find himself caught in Xie Chengjun's weary gaze. "Awake?" Xie Chengjun's voice was raspy from sleep as he reached out to touch Jiang Huaijin's forehead. "Fortunately, you're not burning up." Jiang Huaijin's face instantly flushed, as fragmented memories from the previous night surged forth, prompting him to instinctively retreat beneath the covers. Xie Chengjun grasped his hand, the warmth of his palm conveying a reassuring strength. "Do not shy away," he spoke softly. "I will take responsibility for you." Jiang Huaijin lifted his gaze, colliding with the earnestness in Xie Chengjun's eyes, devoid of any semblance of indifference, filled instead with profound affection. His throat tightened suddenly, and he lowered his head, murmuring, I do not blame you." Xie Chengjun smiled, leaning in to embrace him, his movements gentle, as if fearing to shatter him. "I know." As the sunlight gradually flooded the bed, it elongated their shadows, intertwining them so that they could no longer discern where one ended and the other began. Chapter 16. A Flurry of Nonsense. The Pitifully Shy Young Master versus the Truly Bashful Young Master. 16. 3 days after the incident involving the drugging, Shun Zhao remained ensconced in his apartment, rehearsing his lines in front of the mirror. He had purposefully donned a white shirt that Xie Chengjun had once favored, practicing a perfectly poignant expression of grievance. Based on past experiences, he knew that revealing such a countenance would invariably soften Xie Chengjun's heart. It must have been that distant cousin acting on his own. I merely failed to keep an eye on the situation, he nodded at his reflection, his fingertips crumpling the collar of his shirt. Chengjun cares for me so deeply, he will surely believe me. Just as the last words left his lips, his phone began to vibrate uncontrollably. It was his father's voice on the other end, trembling and dissonant. "Ah Zhao, you must return immediately. The company's accounts have been frozen. Our partners have all fled. We are finished." The phone slipped from Shun Zhao's hand, crashing to the ground and splintering like a spider's web. He stood frozen for a full 30 seconds before stumbling to his feet and rushing towards the door in his slippers. The Shun family company was in utter chaos. Finance department employees surrounded their computers, screaming that all liquid assets had been locked by the bank. The manager of the business department, with red-rimmed eyes, reported that a supplier they had collaborated with for a decade had just sent an email terminating their partnership, refusing even a penalty fee, as if fleeing from some impending disaster. How could this happen? Xun Zhao grasped his father's arm, his nails nearly embedding themselves into the flesh. Our company has always been fine. How could it suddenly? It's the Xie family. Shun's father slumped into a chair, pointing at a document on the table. The bank has leaked information. The Xie family intervened, claiming our Shun Corporation poses a significant credit risk. All our partners withdrew their investments after receiving hints from the Xie family. Zhao, what on earth did you do to offend them? Xun Zhao's face turned ashen. It dawned on him that Xie Chengjun had no intention of hearing his explanation. He had instead opted for a ruthless strike. In the ensuing days, Xun Zhao desperately attempted to contact Xie Chengjun. His calls went unanswered, his WeChat blocked, and when he went to the Xie Group's headquarters, he was promptly escorted away by security, who regarded him with a disdain reserved for a solecism on the sole of their shoe. Having exhausted all avenues, he had no choice but to seek out Lin Zhuoran. Lin Zhuoran's apartment was situated in an upscale neighborhood in the city center. Xun Zhao waited downstairs for 3 hours before Lin Zhuoran returned, embracing the stranger. Zhuoran. Xun Zhao rushed forward, seizing Lin Zhuoran's sleeve. You must help me. You are my only hope. Lin Zhuoran disdainfully shook off his hand and took out a handkerchief to wipe the place that had been touched. Xun Zhao, look at your current state. You resemble a stray dog. I don't care. Xun Zhao's eyes were red. You were the one who promised to help me drive Jiang Huaijin away. Now that the Xie family is suppressing us, you cannot turn a blind eye. I never asked you to drug Jiang Huaijin. Lin Zhuoran scoffed. What temper does Xie Chengjun have? Why must you provoke the one he holds dear? Let me make it clear. Not only can I not assist you now, even if I could, I would not offend Xie Chengjun for the sake of a dying man like you. I'm not that foolish. He paused for a moment, leaning closer to Xun Zhao's ear. His voice is cold as ice. I forgot to tell you. I have anonymously sent the recording of you instigating me to transfer shares of the Xie family to Xie Chengjun. Take care of yourself. Xun Zhao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, staggering back a few steps as he watched Lin Zhuoran embrace that man and turned to enter the elevator. The moment the metallic doors closed, he thought he heard the sound of his bones shattering. It dawned on him that from the very beginning, he was merely a pawn, ready to be discarded at any moment. Desperate, Xun Zhao made his final decision. He took a shower, donned his most presentable suit, and waited beneath the sycamore tree outside the Xie family's villa. The early autumn breeze carried a chill that made him shiver, yet he dared not move. Fearing he would miss Xie Chengjun's car, he waited from dawn until dusk, until the streetlights flickered on and that familiar black Bentley slowly approached. Xun Zhao dashed forward as if grasping at a lifeline, clinging to the car window and calling out, Chengjun. Chengjun, look at me. It's me. The window gradually lowered, revealing Xie Chengjun's sharply defined profile. He didn't even glance in Xun Zhao's direction, merely instructing the driver in a tone devoid of emotion. Deal with him. Don't block the road. 2 bodyguards in black suits immediately stepped forward, seizing Xun Zhao's arms on either side. Xun Zhao struggled desperately, his shoes scraping against the asphalt with a piercing sound, the knees of his trousers wearing thin. Xie Chengjun, you cannot treat me this way. Have you forgotten what you said when we were children, that you would marry me? Have you forgotten the first fountain pen I gave you? Do you really believe the words of a child? Xie Chengjun finally lifted his gaze, fixing it upon Xun Zhao's face, as if examining a dusty relic. How old are you now, Xun Zhao? 3? His tone held no anger, only a chilling calmness that felt more cruel than any rebuke, leaving Xun Zhao in anguish. Furthermore, Xie Chengjun's gaze swept over his wrist, held captive by the bodyguards. That fountain pen? I threw it away long ago. Xun Zhao's struggles abruptly ceased. He opened his mouth, like a fish out of water, unable to utter a single word. The bodyguards dragged him away, while Xun Zhao's eyes remained fixed on that Bentley, watching it glide smoothly through the villa's entrance, witnessing the ornate iron gates closing before him. symbolizing the divide between two worlds that would never intersect. It was Jiang Huaijin. It was all because of that wretched woman. Suddenly, he erupted in a piercing scream, his voice shrill like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. P.S. Just a country bumpkin. How dare he take everything from me? Xie Chengjun, you are blind. You will regret this. In the study on the second floor of the villa, Xie Chengjun stood by the window, engaged in a phone conversation. Upon hearing the raucous shouts from downstairs, he tightened his grip on the phone slightly, yet his tone remained composed. Lawyer Zhang, I want the land owned by the Shen family. Employ whatever means necessary, but I expect to see the transfer contract within 3 days. After ending the call, he turned a glance at Jiang Huaijin, who sat on the sofa cradling a cup of warm milk, sipping it delicately. The boy's ears flushed slightly at the earlier commotion, yet he did not lift his gaze. Are you frightened? Xie Chengjun approached and sat beside him, ruffling his hair affectionately. Jiang Huaijin shook his head, burying his face in the warm cup, his voice muffled no. Xie Chengjun understood the source of his concern. The servants in the villa had been whispering about the misfortunes that had befallen the young Master Shun, recounting the ruthless tactics employed by the Xie family. And Jiang Huaijin had undoubtedly overheard. He is not deserving of sympathy. Xie Chengjun took the milk cup from Jiang Huaijin's hands and placed it on the table, looking earnestly into his eyes. Do you recall how terrified you were that night, standing at the guest room door? Your grip on my arm was so tight your knuckles turned white. That fear was instilled in you by him. Jiang Huaijin's eyelashes fluttered, as memories of that chaotic night surged back, sending a chill down his spine. One must not show leniency toward such individuals. Xie Chengjun grasped his hand, the warmth radiating from his palm providing comfort. If you pity him now, when he rises again, he shall only return with greater malice to harm you. I shall never allow anyone to hurt you, not now, nor ever. Gazing into Xie Chengjun's resolute eyes, the inexplicable unease in Jiang Huaijin's heart gradually dissipated. He reciprocated the grip, softly affirming with a gentle hum. The downfall of Shun Zhao occurred swifter than anyone had anticipated. The Shen family's land was acquired by the Xie family at a bargain price, leaving them devoid of any means for resurgence. Unable to bear the blow, Shun's father suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and was admitted to the ICU, with medical expenses flowing like water. Shun Zhao sold his apartment, his sports car, and even pawned the jewelry left by his mother. Yet the financial abyss remained unfilled. He was seen by patrons at a bustling eatery in the city center, donning a faded server's uniform, tied with a greasy apron, cleaning tables at the beck and call of customers. On one occasion, a drunken man deliberately spilled beer on him. Groping his waist, he merely lowered his head, silently wiping it away with a rag, the light in his eyes long extinguished, resembling a puppet from which the soul had been drawn. That day, Xie Chengjun took Jiang Huaijin to a renowned wonton shop on the adjacent street and fortuitously passed by that very eatery. Jiang Huaijin instinctively stepped back behind Xie Chengjun, who followed his gaze, casting a fleeting glance before guiding Jiang Huaijin forward. Do not look, he murmured to the boy in his embrace. Such sights are tainted. Jiang Huaijin nodded, but could not resist glancing back. Shun Zhao was squatting by the roadside, eating a boxed meal, the autumn wind lifting his thin shirt to reveal his gaunt collarbone. Once a young master adored by all, he was now less fortunate than a mere vagabond. Are you cold? Xie Chengjun removed his coat and draped it over Jiang Huaijin's shoulders. The wontons are almost ready. Let us go inside. Jiang Huaijin wrapped himself tightly in the warmth of the coat and followed him into the steamy wonton shop. Outside, the autumn wind continued to blow, but inside the shop, the atmosphere was cozy, filled with the fragrant aroma of wontons mingled with the scent emanating from Xie Chengjun, instilling a profound sense of reassurance. Chapter 17. The pretentious young master and the truly pitiful one. After dealing with Shun Zhao, Xie Chengjun's attention swiftly shifted to Lin Zhuoran. Compared to Shun Zhao's ridiculous antics, Lin Zhuoran's cunning demeanor instilled far more apprehension in him. This man not only coveted the Xie family's assets, but also concealed more sinister dealings beneath the surface. Xie Chengjun had a private investigator surveil Lin Zhuoran for 3 months. Initially, the investigator uncovered only minor commercial misdeeds, embezzling funds to cover personal losses, forging contracts to deceive business partners. These were sufficient to ruin Lin Zhuoran's reputation, yet not lethal enough. One fateful night, the investigator sent over a grainy surveillance video. In the footage, Lin Zhuoran was seen making a transaction with a grim-faced man at a warehouse on the outskirts of the city. As the zipper of a black briefcase was pulled open, shadows of several packets of white powder flickered into view. It was a new type of drug. The investigator lowered his voice over the phone, revealing that Lin Zhuoran not only indulged himself but also distributed the substance under the guise of social gatherings to ingratiate himself with the wealthy heirs in his circle. Xie Chengjun's fingers turned white as he gripped his phone. He recalled a previous gathering when Lin Zhuoran had cheerfully offered him a specially blended cigarette, which he had declined. In hindsight, he suspected it was laced with something harmful. Compile the evidence. Xie Chengjun's voice was as cold as ice. Sent it anonymously to the narcotics team. He had no intention of confronting Lin Zhuoran personally. Legal repercussions were the most effective means to deal with someone like him. 3 nights later, the police raided Lin Zhuoran's villa. Reports indicated that he was indulging in narcotics with friends at the time. When the narcotics officers burst through the door, syringes and plastic bags lay scattered across the crystal table, the pungent scent of chemicals overwhelming. As Lin Zhuoran was pinned to the ground, he struggled. His expensive silk shirt askew, shouting, "Do you know who I am? I am the heir of the Lin Group. I will file a complaint against you." The response was the cold snap of handcuffs locking around his wrists. In the villa's safe, the police discovered nearly 10 kilograms of the new drug, alongside a notebook detailing transaction records, densely filled with names and amounts, many belonging to prominent figures in City A. The news spread like wildfire, sweeping through the entire circle overnight. The following day, the Lin Group's stock plummeted at the opening, and the board convened an emergency meeting to sever all ties with Lin Zhuoran, even publicly declaring that they had already cut ties with him. In the visitation room of the detention center, Lin Zhuoran, clad in prison garb, his hair disheveled and stuck to his forehead, had lost all semblance of his former vigor. He glared at Xie Chengjun through the glass partition, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. "It was you, wasn't it? You reported me," Xie Chengjun, leaning back in his chair. Xie Chengjun held an unlit cigarette between his fingers, his expression calm. "The evidence is irrefutable. Whether you admit it or not, the outcome remains unchanged. Where have I offended you?" Lin Zhuoran slammed his hand against the glass, his voice hoarse. "Is it because of Jiang Huaijin? That wretched child from the countryside? Is he worth your treatment of me? He was the one I held closest to my heart." Xie Chengjun lifted his gaze, an icy chill emanating from his eyes. "You should have anticipated this outcome when you harmed him." He paused, observing Lin Zhuoran's contorted face, and added, "Moreover, your involvement in drug trafficking would have inevitably led to this day, with or without my intervention. I merely gave you a nudge." Lin Zhuoran's breath quickened as he fixed his unyielding stare on Xie Chengjun, as if he wished to engrave that face into his very bones. "I will not let you go unscathed. My father will not spare you." "Your father?" Xie Chengjun chuckled lightly, retrieving a newspaper from his pocket and sliding it across the glass barrier. The headline read, "Chairman of Lin Group under investigation for drug trafficking." The accompanying photograph showed Lin's father being led away by police, handcuffed, his face as pale as a sheet. "Did you truly believe your father was oblivious to your drug dealings?" Xie Chengjun's voice was soft, yet each word pierced the heart. "Not only is he aware, but he has also suppressed multiple reports against you. Now that the evidence is laid bare, it is too late for him to extricate himself." Lin Zhuoran's pupils dilated in shock as he gazed at the photograph in the newspaper, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. It dawned on him that the family he had once taken pride in, the father he believed would always shield him, was already standing on the precipice alongside him. "Reform yourself well," Xie Chengjun said, rising to straighten his suit jacket. "Given that you will never see the light of day again, I shall refrain from wishing you a prosperous future." He turned and walked away, not casting a backward glance. Behind him, Lin Zhuoran collided with the glass with a resounding crash, accompanied by the stern reprimands of the prison guards. None of it mattered to him anymore. Stepping out of the detention center, the sunlight was somewhat blinding. Xie Chengjun took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Huaijin. I'm done. Waiting to return home. A reply came swiftly, adorned with a cheerful emoji, followed by the message. I made pork rib soup, waiting for you to come back. Xie Chengjun couldn't help but smile, lightly tapping his fingers on the screen, deleting and revising, eventually settling on a simple okay. The car radio broadcast news about the chain reaction triggered by Lin Zhuoran's drug case, mentioning that numerous wealthy second-generation individuals were summoned by the police, causing ripples throughout the elite circles of City A. Xie Chengjun paid little attention. He leaned back in his seat, observing the fleeting scenery outside, his mind clear and tranquil. Whether it was Shen Zhao or Lin Zhuoran, those who sought to harm Jiang Huaijin had already faced their reckoning. From this day forth, he could protect the one he cherished, free from the worry of any disturbances. As the car came to a halt in front of the villa, he noticed Jiang Huaijin waiting for him at the entrance, dressed in loose loungewear, a spatula in hand, with traces of soup splattered on his apron. You're back? Jiang Huaijin's eyes sparkled like fallen stars. The soup has just finished simmering. Let me serve you some. Xie Chengjun reached out, pulling him into an embrace, holding him tightly. The warm breath caressed the nape of his neck, infused with the aroma of rib soup, allowing the tightly wound nerves within him to finally relax completely. What's wrong? Jiang Huaijin gasped slightly as he was enveloped in the embrace, gently patting his back. Is something the matter? Nothing's wrong. Xie Chengjun buried his face in Jiang Huaijin's hair. His voice muffled, I just wanted to hold you. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, casting a warm glow upon their entwined hands, radiating an almost surreal warmth. The rib soup in the kitchen continued to bubble, and the air was thick with the fragrant scent of food. Everything felt as serene as a dream from which one would never awaken. Xie Chengjun knew that this dream was one he intended to cherish for a lifetime. Chapter 18. A flurry of flirtation. The pretentious young master and the truly shy nobleman. End. Xie Chengjun gazed at his parents seated across from him, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the handle of his teacup. Jiang Huaijin sat beside him, visibly anxious, unsure where to place his hands, his fingers gripping the sofa cover tightly, creating shallow creases. Dad, Mom, we have something to discuss with you. Xie Chengjun initiated, his voice steadier than usual. He grasped Jiang Huaijin's cool hand, hoping to impart some warmth and reassurance to the one beside him. Xie mother, peeling an orange, paused at his words, placing a segment into Xie father's hand before looking up at the two young men. What is this serious matter? You both seem quite tense. Xie father set down his teacup, the base lightly clinking against the coffee table, and regarded his son with an understanding gaze. Is it related to Huaijin? Xie Chengjun nodded. Not beating around the bush. I wish to take Huaijin abroad to register our relationship. The living room fell into a sudden silence, the only sound being the ticking of the wall clock. Jiang Huaijin's ears flushed crimson, his head lowered further, his breath growing ever softer. The orange peel in Xie mother's hand slipped into the dish with a soft thud. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately sighed and turned her gaze to her husband. Xie father's brow furrowed slightly, his fingers tapping gently on his knee, a habit he exhibited when deep in thought. After a considerable pause, he spoke, his tone more somber than usual. Chengjun, have you thought this through? I have thought it through. Xie Chengjun's tone was resolute. From a moment I decided to protect him, I never considered separation. Registering our relationship is not a fleeting impulse. It is the result of our earnest deliberation. Registering abroad? Xie mother murmured, pouring herself a cup of tea from the pot on the table, her fingers trembling slightly. The domestic law does not recognize same-sex marriage. If you register abroad, it offers you no legal protection upon your return. What use is that certificate? Mom, it matters to us. Jiang Huaijin suddenly lifted his head, his voice quiet yet distinctly clear. He looked at Xie mother, his eyes filled with anxiety, yet imbued with sincerity. This is not merely a piece of paper. It is our affirmation of wanting to be together forever. Even if it is not recognized here, it holds meaning in our hearts. Xie mother gazed at his reddened eyes, feeling a softness swell within her. Ever since he moved into the Xie household, the boy had been quiet and cautious, yet in this matter, his gaze bore an unwavering determination. She recalled the significant transformation in Chengjun during this period. The once arrogant young master now patiently peeled shrimp for Huaiqin, quietly accompanied him while he painted, and even learned to take a detour to queue for the sweet cakes of Chengnan simply because Huaiqin expressed a desire for them. She observed all these changes keenly. "Have you considered the future?" Mr. Xie's voice resonated again, imbued with the caution typical of elders. Receiving the marriage certificate signified the necessity to face the world as partners. Relatives would gossip, business associates might form opinions, and even if Huaiqin wished to assist in the Xie family business in the future, there would be those who would exploit this matter for their own narratives. "I am indifferent to such trivialities." Chengjun met his father's gaze resolutely. "As for the gossip from relatives, if it becomes bothersome, we shall simply limit our interactions. If business partners change their attitudes over this, they're not worth forging strong ties with." Regarding Huaiqin joining the Xie family, he paused, his tone imbued with unwavering certainty. "The Xie family belongs to me. I shall choose who I wish to assist, and none shall interfere." Mr. Xie regarded his son, a child who had always been resolute, and at this moment the seriousness reflected in his eyes was unmistakably genuine. He recalled Chengjun's decisiveness in handling matters concerning Shan Zhao and Lin Zhuoran, and the composure he exhibited upon assuming the family business. It dawned on him that his son had truly matured, developed his own opinions, and found someone he wished to protect for a lifetime. "Father, I understand your concerns." Chengjun softened his tone. "I recognize this may not align with your expectations, and that this path is fraught with challenges. However, being with Huaiqin brings me genuine joy. In the past, I often felt as though each day was merely passing with no anticipation for the future, but now, each morning I awaken to find him by my side, and it imbues my life with purpose." He turned his head to glance at Jiang Huaiqin, who was gazing back at him, his eyes shimmering like fallen stars, astonishingly bright. Chengjun couldn't help but smile, reaching out to tousle his hair in a natural and affectionate gesture. Mrs. Xie watched this tender scene, her heart lightly stirred. She recalled Huaiqin's timid demeanor when he first arrived, clad in faded, worn clothing, standing nervously at the door, remembered how he always assisted in the kitchen, enduring burns from hot oil without complaint, and reflected on the evolution of his gaze towards Chengjun from initial trepidation to later reliance, culminating in the joy that now illuminated his eyes. These two children had truly placed each other in their hearts. "Which country do you plan to visit, Mr.?" Xie inquired suddenly, his tone noticeably softened from before. Chengjun was momentarily taken aback by his father's question, hastily replying, tentatively, "Country M. The procedures there are straightforward. Acceptance of same-sex marriage is high, and the scenery is beautiful. After obtaining the certificate, we can linger for a few days." He had thoroughly prepared, even researching the address of the local Civil Affairs Bureau. "Country M," Mr. Xie nodded, seemingly reminiscing. "In my youth, I had the opportunity to travel there for work. It is indeed a splendid place." He paused, looking towards Jiang Huaiqin. "Huaiqin, does your family know about this matter?" Upon the mention of his rural home, Jiang Huaiqin's expression dimmed, shaking his head. "I grew up with my adoptive parents, who treated me poorly. I have long ceased contact with them." His voice was soft, tinged with an imperceptible sense of loss. Xie Chengjun quietly clasped his hand, gently stroking the back of his hand with his fingertips, as if offering solace. Xie's mother's eyes reddened. She rose and approached Jiang Huaiqin, placing her hand on his shoulder. "Good child, from now on, the Xie family will be your family. Do not dwell on the unhappy thoughts." Jiang Huaiqin lifted his head, his eyes also glistening with unshed tears, and softly acknowledged her with a nod. "What materials do we need to prepare for the marriage certificate?" Xie's father stood and walked to the window, gazing at the garden outside. "Household registration book, passport. These can all be arranged by the family. If notarization is required, I will have the lawyer contact the overseas agency." Xie Chengjun and Jiang Huaiqin were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances that reflected their astonishment. "Dad, are you serious?" Xie Chengjun could scarcely believe his ears. Xie's father turned to face the two young men, his brow easing, his tone softening. "Your mother and I are not old-fashioned. We previously opposed this out of concern that you might act impulsively, fearing that you would face ridicule in the future. But now, seeing how earnest you both are, we, as parents, cannot continue to stand in your way. He approached Xie Chengjun, patting his shoulder. You are the heir of the Xie family. The responsibilities you will bear are considerable. Once you are married, you must be wholly responsible for hygiene, not like a toy you discard when you tire of it. Dad, I understand. Xie Chengjun's voice trembled slightly. In this lifetime, he is the only one for me. And you too, Huaijin. Xie's father turned his gaze to Jiang Huaijin, his eyes filled with the expectations of an elder. Chengjun may appear strong-willed, but he can be quite stubborn and often fixates on trivial matters. If he becomes obstinate, please be patient with him. However, if he bullies you, do not hold back. Tell me, and I shall deal with him. Jiang Huaijin chuckled, yet tears spilled from his eyes. He quickly wiped them away and nodded vigorously. Yes. Xie's mother approached, holding a red velvet box, which she presented to Xie Chengjun. This is a pair of rings your grandmother gave us when your father and I married. They have been kept in a safe. You should wear these on the day you obtain your marriage certificate. Xie Chengjun opened the box to reveal a pair of simple platinum bands, impeccably maintained and glistening warmly in the sunlight. He gently slid one onto Jiang Huaijin's ring finger, fitting perfectly. Jiang Huaijin took the other band, carefully placing it on Xie Chengjun's finger, his fingertips trembling as they brushed against the skin. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. Jiang Huaijin's voice quivered with emotion, brimming with gratitude. Silly child, there's no need to thank us. Xie's mother smiled, wiping away the tears on his face. From now on, we will be one family. As the sun descended, Xie's father instructed the butler to add a few more dishes, declaring it a celebration. At the dining table, Xie's mother continuously served Jiang Huaijin, reminding him to bring warm clothing to Country M, as it would be quite cold during this season. Xie's father engaged Xie Chengjun in conversation about the local customs of Country M, even discussing legal details, clearly having done some last-minute research. Jiang Huaijin looked upon the scene before him, feeling a warm glow in his heart. He had never imagined that he could possess such a family, one that treated him with such tenderness. After dinner, Xie Chengjun accompanied his parents to the door. At the car, his father discreetly pulled him aside and whispered, for now, let's keep the matter of the marriage certificate under wraps. Once you return from Norway, I will find an opportunity to discuss it with a few elders in the clan to help them gradually accept it. I understand the nuances. Xie Chengjun nodded in acknowledgement. His father patted his shoulder, said nothing further, and turned to enter the car. As the window lowered, his mother waved at them, beaming with a smile. Watching the car disappear at the end of the road, Xie Chengjun turned to find Jiang Huaijin waiting for him in the foyer, gently caressing the 2 ring boxes in his hands under the soft light. What are you thinking about? Xie Chengjun approached and embraced him from behind. Jiang Huaijin turned around, his eyes sparkling. When we return from M Country, should we invite Aunt Zhang to prepare a delicious meal? Just like today. That sounds wonderful. Xie Chengjun leaned down to plant a kiss on his forehead. Let us also ask her to make your favorite sweet and sour ribs. The warm light of the living room enveloped them as the two, adorned with matching rings, nestled close together. The moonlight quietly crept in from outside, resting upon their intertwined hands. The journey to obtain their marriage certificate abroad may still encounter some obstacles, but at this moment, their hearts brimmed with anticipation. For they knew that with each other by their side and the support of their family, they could surmount any challenge together. This marriage certificate, transcending mountains and seas, not only symbolized their love, but also embodied the courage to walk hand in hand through the remainder of their lives. Chapter 1. The End Times Abilities and the Dazed Little Zombie. 1. Wow. My wife. Return my wife to me. You've taken away my soft and fragrant wife. In the space, Xie Chengjun fiercely tugged at 460's ear, sprawling on the ground while kicking his legs and shouting, his usual calm demeanor vanishing entirely. Ouch. Stop. Let go. 460's voice strained with pain. Host, please release me. Do you remember why you accepted this mission in the first place? Purpose? What purpose? Xie Chengjun ignored him, tightening his grip further, his eyes reddening. I don't care. Bring my wife back. Host, for 60, in a moment of desperation, raised his voice. Let us head to the next world. Once we arrive, you will surely see your wife. Xie Chengjun abruptly halted his actions. He looked up at 460 with suspicion for a few seconds, realizing the other did not seem to be lying. Suddenly, he released his grip and scrambled to his feet, brushing off non-existent dust. The expression of grievance and irritation faded, replaced by his usual aloof demeanor as he said softly, "Let us go." For 160 thought. His mood changes faster than turning a page. A flash of white light enveloped him, and a surge of memories flooded into Xie Chengjun's mind. This world had succumbed to the apocalypse. Meteorites carrying peculiar radiation had struck Earth, introducing alien substances that most of humanity could not adapt to. Overnight, the world transformed completely. Half of the population morphed into creatures resembling zombies, and their numbers continued to swell. The original host had been a university student, intoxicated at a bar on the day the calamity struck. When he awoke, the surroundings had transformed entirely. Beside him stood Gu Jing, his childhood companion. In their youth, Gu Jing had nearly fallen victim to bullying, and it was the original protagonist who had come to his rescue. Since that fateful day, Gu Jing had become particularly attached to him, obediently adhering to his words, his gaze imbued with an unspoken sentiment. The original protagonist was well aware of Gu Jing's feelings, but feigned ignorance, willingly basking in Gu Jing's affection. Once the duo grasped the situation outside, without a moment's hesitation, Gu Jing positioned himself protectively in front of the original protagonist. They teamed up with several strangers and managed to escape the bar. Along the way, they discovered a drivable vehicle, made their way to a supermarket, pilfered some supplies, and returned home. Upon closing the door, they finally exhaled in relief. When a zombie outbreak erupted, both of their parents had been out shopping together, and it was certain they were lost. With no time to mourn, they vowed to survive. The original protagonist, aware of Gu Jing's feelings, leveraged that bond to ensure his own safety. However, tranquility was short-lived as the zombies grew more formidable, and some humans began to exhibit extraordinary abilities. The pair resolved to seek refuge at a survivor base. En route, they encountered a small team that came to their rescue. The original protagonist found himself captivated by Qiu Ran, the main character of the group, watching him intently. As they trekked toward the base, they stumbled upon a horde of zombies. In the chaos, the original protagonist noticed a zombie dangerously close to Qiu Ran. Without a second thought, he seized Gu Jing and pushed him towards the throng of zombies, turning to flee. However, retribution was swift, and he too fell victim to a zombie's grasp. Qiu Ran, in a choked voice, expressed the group's sorrowful necessity. For everyone's survival, they had to leave him behind. Finally, he succumbed amidst the zombies. When Xie Chengjun opened his eyes, he realized that his beloved, once fragrant and soft, had transformed into a zombie. Indeed, host, echoed a voice in his mind. The current narrative unfolds just days after you thrust Gu Jing into the zombie horde. You have now been injured by a zombie, and the protagonists of your original world plan to abandon you. As Xie Chengjun's consciousness returned, he heard Qiu Ran's voice, thick with tears, his eyes glistening with unshed pearls. Chengjun, we do not wish for this, but for the sake of everyone's survival, we must leave you here. Surely you understand? Beside him, Liang Sheng, noticing Qiu Ran's imminent tears, hurriedly patted her back in comfort, his tone tinged with impatience as he turned to Xie Chengjun. Ruan, your compassion is excessive. You've been bitten by a zombie. If we don't leave you behind, are we to perish alongside you here? There is no point in discussing this further. Exactly, echoed another member of the team. We cannot allow everyone to suffer the same fate. The others in the group nodded in agreement, their expressions cold as ice. Xie Chengjun cast his gaze upon the ghastly wound on his arm, a deep gash that revealed bone, dark crimson blood congealing beneath a sinister greenish hue, the flesh appearing as though it had been corroded by acid. As his fingertips grazed the edge of the wound, he heard Liang Sheng's impatient urging. What are you hesitating for? If you don't move, we shall simply bind you here. As he lifted his gaze, the chilling intensity in his eyes momentarily startled Liang Sheng. Xie Chengjun remained silent, methodically adjusting the sleeves of his coat to conceal his wound, his demeanor exuding a calmness that starkly contrasted with the surrounding chaos. Xiao Ran continued to sob, her eyes reddened like those of a rabbit. Chengjun, I'm sorry, we had no choice. Leave, Xie Chengjun uttered a single word. His voice as frigid as ice shards. Liang Sheng immediately erupted. What the hell did you say? He raised his hand, ready to push, but Xie Chengjun sidestepped effortlessly. His gaze swept over the group, akin to surveying a pile of inconsequential refuse, finally settling on Xiao Ran's face, tinged with a barely perceptible mockery. Was this truly worth sacrificing his wife to a horde of zombies? Do not waste time. Leaning against a crumbling wall, Xie Chengjun closed his eyes. If you're leaving, do it swiftly. Liang Sheng, stifled by his attitude, shot him a furious glare and tugged at the tearful Xiao Ran. Let's go. Ignore him. Their footsteps gradually faded, ultimately vanishing at the alley's end. Only then did Xie Chengjun open his eyes, the indifference within them fracturing, replaced by a surge of hostility. He pressed his hand to his brow as a voice cautiously echoed in his mind. Host, abnormal life signs detected for Gu Jing. Energy fluctuations are present within a 3-kilometer radius. Xie Chengjun abruptly straightened, a sharp pain emanating from the wound inflicted by a zombie, yet he appeared oblivious, striding purposefully toward the alley's exit. The street lay cluttered with damaged vehicles, shards of glass glimmering coldly in the dim light. Occasionally, a few zombies shuffled by, emitting raspy sounds from their throats. Xie Chengjun moved with precision, each strike expertly shattering a zombie's skull. The mingling sense of blood and decay failing to elicit even a frown from him. 3 kilometers is not a considerable distance, yet traversing the zombie-infested wreckage felt unusually sluggish. Upon reaching a partially collapsed residential building, 460 suddenly exclaimed, Host, it's inside. 2nd floor. Xie Chengjun paused, straining to listen. Aside from the distant roars of zombies, a peculiar sound emerged from the 2nd floor, as if something was gently battering against the door, slowly yet rhythmically. He treaded lightly up the staircase. The corridor thick with dust, faint trails visible on the ground as if something had been dragged. The door on the 2nd floor stood ajar, the knocking sound growing clearer. The moment Xie Chengjun pushed the door open, he instinctively tensed. Standing behind it was a figure clad in a faded blue hoodie, the very one Gu Jing often wore. Although now a zombie, he retained a semblance of humanity, his skin a pale gray, eyes vacant, incessantly emitting raspy noises. Upon hearing the commotion, he abruptly turned, stiffly lunging toward Xie Chengjun. Chapter 2. Apocalyptic Abilities of the Bewildered Little Zombie. 2. Xie Chengjun remained motionless, confident that his wife would not harm him, even in her current state. Just as Gu Jing's claw was about to touch his throat, the raised hand suddenly froze. His vacant eyes fixed intently on Xie Chengjun's face, as if trying to discern something. The sound from his throat became intermittent, tinged with an odd whimper. His body instinctively leaned forward, yet his fingers halted mere millimeters from Xie Chengjun's skin, trembling slightly, as if in a struggle. Observing his expression, Xie Chengjun felt as though an invisible hand had clenched around his heart, causing him pain so intense that he could scarcely breathe. He gradually raised his hand, gently brushing against Gu Jing's cold cheek. Gu Jing flinched as if scalded, retreating slightly, yet in the next moment he uncontrollably leaned closer, his nose nearly touching Xie Chengjun's neck, his breath carrying a heavy, metallic odor, yet strangely refraining from any further aggression. He maintained that rigid posture, his hollow eyes unwaveringly fixed on Xie Chengjun, occasionally emitting low, dissonant whimpers, like a lost puppy searching for its owner. In a sudden hush, Xie Chengjun softly uttered, Gu Jing, I have returned, do not be afraid. The moment his words resonated, Gu Jing's hand, which rested at his side, tightened abruptly, the knuckles whitening from strain, and his entire body began to tremble violently, as though enduring immense suffering. Nevertheless, within his unfocused gaze, it seemed that Xie Chengjun's silhouette still flickered. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from afar, mingled with the howls of zombies, evidently drawn by the commotion. Frowning, Xie Chengjun wrapped his arms around Gu Jing's rigid frame, guiding him deeper into the room, whispering, "Stay hidden." Gu Jing's body momentarily stiffened, yet he truly retreated 2 steps in compliance, leaning against the wall corner. Though his eyes remained fixed on Xie Chengjun, the whimpering from his throat gradually subsiding. Xie Chengjun regarded him with solemn eyes, then turned to the window, peering toward the source of the noise, a cold smirk gracing his lips. It seemed those who had abandoned the original occupant here were returning. The footsteps in the corridor grew louder, accompanied by Liang Sheng's impatient reprimand. "Hurry up. That brat might not be dead yet. He could serve as a distraction for the zombies behind." Qiu Ran's voice, laced with hesitation, followed. "Isn't that rather unwise? What if he can still be saved?" "Saved? How long can someone bitten survive?" Liang Sheng scoffed, asserting that he had been the one to push Gu Jing out initially and that he should possess that awareness now. Besides, trading him for our safety is a bargain. Standing by the window, Xie Chengjun listened to their conversation, his fingertips gradually tightening. He glanced at Gu Jing, who still maintained that rigid stance, his vacant gaze steadfastly anchored on him, as if he had found his sole point of stability. The door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash, and Liang Sheng, accompanied by several others, stormed in. Upon seeing Xie Chengjun by the window, they paused in disbelief. "You're still alive?" Xie Chengjun ignored him, focusing instead on the horde of zombies surging toward them, evidently drawn by their path. "Enough talk." Liang Sheng seized Xie Chengjun's arm. "Hurry, use yourself as bait. Only then can we shake them off." The moment his hand made contact with Xie Chengjun, he was violently flung away by an immense force, stumbling backward a few steps. Xie Chengjun turned around, the chill in his gaze almost palpable. "Get lost. You're courting death." Fury ignited within Liang Sheng, who drew a dagger from his waist and lunged at Xie Chengjun. At that moment, Gu Jing, who had been leaning against the wall, suddenly sprang into action. Like a fleeting shadow, he darted forward with astonishing speed, seizing Liang Sheng's wrist before he could react. Gu Jing's strength was overwhelming. With a sharp crack, Liang Sheng's wrist bent at an unnatural angle, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. "Ah!" Liang Sheng shrieked, his face as pale as a ghost. The others were momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected turn of events, their expressions filled with terror as they beheld Gu Jing, who resembled a soulless creature. Gu Jing emitted a low, threatening growl, his gaze fixed intently on Liang Sheng, while his other hand, with nails darkening to a sinister hue, poised to strike. "Gu Jing." Xie Chengjun spoke softly. Gu Jing's movement halted abruptly. He stiffly turned his head, his vacant eyes meeting Xie Chengjun's, and the growl in his throat gradually subsided, his grip on Liang Sheng loosening. Yet, the remnants of ferocity lingered in his eyes. Had Xie Chengjun delayed his intervention by even a second, Liang Sheng would likely have been reduced to mere fragments. Liang Sheng scrambled backward, his eyes filled with horror as he regarded Gu Jing as if he were a monster. "Why would a zombie help you?" Xie Chengjun offered no reply, merely bending down to retrieve the dagger from the ground, advancing step by step towards Liang Sheng. The other members of the team, terrified, retreated in haste, with Xie Ren cowering at the back, his face drained of color. "Well, what do you want?" Liang Sheng's voice quivered with fear. Without uttering a word, Xie Chengjun sliced through the air with the dagger. In the next instant, Liang Sheng's scream echoed once more as a deep, bone-revealing gash opened on his leg, blood gushing forth. The scent of blood should lure them away. Xie Chengjun's tone was eerily calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. In the distance, the zombies caught the whiff of blood, howling as they altered their course towards Liang Sheng. The team, gripped by terror, abandoned Liang Sheng and fled with Xie Ren in tow, quickly vanishing from sight. Liang Sheng, paralyzed on the ground as the approaching zombies drew near, wept and wailed, "Save me, Xie Chengjun! Please save me!" Xie Chengjun ignored him, turning to Gu Jing's side. Gu Jing remained in the same position, his vacant gaze fixed on him, a low whimper escaping his throat as if seeking affirmation. Xie Chengjun raised his hand, gently ruffling Gu Jing's disheveled hair, his voice softening. "Well done." Gu Jing visibly relaxed, even lowering his head slightly to nuzzle against Xie Chengjun's palm. An instinctual display of affection. The zombie's roars grew ever closer, swiftly drowning out Liang Sheng's cries. Xie Chengjun grasped Gu Jing's stiff hand, whispering, "Let's go." The protagonist of this world is truly inept, lacking the prowess of the previous realm, merely capable of making grandiose declarations. Gu Jing offered no resistance, allowing himself to be led, faithfully following behind. His steps remained stiff, yet he skillfully avoided the obstacles underfoot, instinctively reaching out to steady Xie Chengjun as he nearly stumbled over a shard of stone. Upon reaching the staircase, Gu Jing abruptly halted, turning his gaze towards Liang Sheng, who was being devoured by the zombies within the room. A strange, low growl emanated from his throat, as if expressing some profound emotion. Xie Chengjun followed his line of sight, but said nothing, merely tightening his grip. "Do not look. Let us return home." The word home seemed to resonate within Gu Jing, eliciting a soft response from his throat. He turned his head and resumed following Xie Chengjun. Sunlight streamed through the shattered windows of the corridor, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Xie Chengjun held Gu Jing's cold hand, step by step descending the stairs, with the howls of zombies and the eerie silence of the ruins behind them, and an uncertain path ahead. Occasionally, Gu Jing's fingers would twitch slightly, as if instinctively returning the grip. His vacant eyes remained fixed on Xie Chengjun's back, never straying. Xie Chengjun sensed the faint pressure of Gu Jing's hand in his palm. He glanced down at their intertwined fingers, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "No matter how you may change, I shall find you. This time, it is my turn to protect you." Chapter 3. The End Times Ability User, the Day's Little Zombie, 460. Is there an antidote? Xie Chengjun's gaze fell upon Gu Jing, who maintained a half-squatting posture, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the patterns along the edge of his shoe. There was a subtle hint of focus in his previously vacant eyes. 460's voice carried an unmistakable hesitation. "Host, there is indeed an antidote, but it requires points for redemption. We have only accumulated 1,000 points in this first world, which is insufficient. Shall we treat your arm first? Delaying further will lead to your transformation into a zombie." Xie Chengjun glanced down at his arm. The dark, bruised wound was radiating heat, as if something were crawling beneath the flesh. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "Ding. Basic antiviral serum redemption successful. Points deducted. 100. A cool sensation began to spread through his veins, swiftly alleviating the burning pain at the wound. The torn flesh healed at a visible rate, leaving behind only a faint white scar, indistinguishable from ordinary skin. "Host, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" 460's tone suddenly turned serious. "All right." Xie Chengjun's fingertips gently brushed against Gu Jing's stiff nape, eliciting a barely perceptible shudder from him, though he did not withdraw. "The good news is Gu Jing is indeed Jiang Huaijin." Xie Chengjun's movements faltered momentarily, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his lips. Indeed, no matter how he changed, he could always recognize him at a glance. That bond etched into his very bones could not be deceived. "And the bad news?" he inquired softly, his fingers still lingering at the nape of Gu Jing's neck. "The bad news is Jiang Huaijin's soul is fractured." The voice of 460 dwindled, revealing that Gu Jing was merely a fragment of his soul. To achieve complete restoration, all scattered pieces across various worlds must be retrieved. Xie Chengjun's gaze deepened as he turned to Gu Jing, who happened to lift his head. His hollow eyes pierced into Xie Chengjun's, emitting a faint whimper from his throat, as if in response. Understanding this, Xie Chengjun retracted his hand, his tone steady and unyielding. Thus, the search must continue. Regardless of the number of worlds he must traverse or the forms he may assume, he would bring back the complete Jiang Huaijin. Observing the sudden resolve etched on his host's profile, 460 sighed silently. It seemed the forthcoming tasks would be demanding. For 2 days, Xie Chengjun guided Gu Jing through the ruins, the antiviral serum effectively suppressing the infection within him. Yet, Gu Jing's condition remained largely unchanged. His skin retained a pallid gray hue, his gaze vacant, only displaying slight reactions when Xie Chengjun spoke, akin to a machine awaiting commands. That evening, the two sought refuge in an abandoned pharmacy. As Xie Chengjun rummaged for usable bandages, he suddenly heard a sharp gasp escape Gu Jing's throat. Turning, he beheld a zombie crawling through the back door, its ashen gray claws lunging towards Gu Jing's back. Instinctively, Xie Chengjun leaped forward, pulling Gu Jing aside, just as the zombie missed its mark and pivoted to pounce on him instead. At that moment, Xie Chengjun felt a chill surge through his fingertips. As if time had been slowed, the zombie's movements became languid, the dust outside suspended in midair, even his own breath elongated. He paused for half a second before realization dawned. This was likely the ability 460 had mentioned. Seizing the opportunity while the zombie moved sluggishly, Xie Chengjun grasped a nearby metal medicine rack and struck it forcefully upon the creature's head. A dull crack echoed, the slow-motion effect abruptly vanished, and the surroundings reverted to their normal pace. The zombie collapsed, its dark green blood splattering the ground with a hissing sound of decay. Host, you have awakened your ability. It is time-based. 460's voice exuded excitement, as such abilities are exceedingly rare. Xie Chengjun remained silent, crouching to examine the zombie's head. The force of his blow had not been trivial. A fissure appeared in the skull, revealing a grain-sized, transparent crystal embedded within, glimmering faintly in the dim light. This is a crystal core, 460 elucidated, the core of a level 1 zombie, capable of enhancing abilities. Xie Chengjun used the tip of his knife to extract the crystal core. Once detached from the zombie's body, the corpse, previously convulsing, lay utterly still. He held the crystal core for several moments. It felt frigid to the touch, akin to inferior glass. "Qing'er, come here," he beckoned to the figure lurking in the corner. Gu Jing responded to the call, moving stiffly towards him, his vacant gaze fixated on the crystal core in Xie Chengjun's hand. A low murmur emanated from his throat, suggesting an instinctual yearning for the object. Xie Chengjun extended the crystal core towards him, but Gu Jing abruptly recoiled, shaking his head fervently. The sound from his throat now laced with resistance. "Consume it." Xie Chengjun's tone brooked no dissent. Gu Jing hesitated for a few moments, but ultimately leaned in slowly, cautiously touching the crystal core with the tip of his finger. Almost immediately, as if drawn by an unseen force, he swiftly clasped the crystal core tightly in his palm. His body trembled slightly, and beneath his gray skin, a faint luminescence flickered, while a subtle focus appeared in his gaze. It seemed that even zombies could absorb crystal cores. This was indeed a discovery. Observing Gu Jing's transformation, Xie Chengjun curled his fingers in his pocket. When he had activated his ability earlier, he had distinctly sensed a peculiar energy coursing through his body. Perhaps absorbing the crystal core could truly enhance this force. In the days that followed, Xie Chengjun began to consciously hunt zombies. His time manipulation ability could only last for 3 seconds, with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Yet those 3 seconds were sufficient for him to identify the zombie's vulnerabilities. With each one he dispatched, he extracted the crystal core, part for himself and part for Gu Jing. He noticed that the colors of the crystal cores varied among different zombies. The cores of level 1 zombies were transparent, level 2s were white, and level 3s began to exhibit a pale cyan hue. Absorbing a level 3 core provided a significantly stronger energy boost than consuming a dozen level 1 cores. On this particular day, Xie Chengjun and Gu Jing were scavenging for supplies in a shopping mall. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they heard heavy footsteps. A creature, larger than the average zombie, emerged, its skin a deep gray, with bony spikes protruding from its arms, its growl much deeper than that of a typical zombie. "Host, be cautious. This is a level 3 zombie," warned 460, its voice tense. Its speed and strength far exceed those of levels 1 and 2. Xie Chengjun shielded Gu Jing behind him, fixating on the approaching zombie. The creature, having evidently spotted them, charged forward, the stench of decay carried in its wake. As the zombie closed the distance to within 5 meters, Xie Chengjun activated his power. The surroundings slowed once more. allowing him to discern a patch of skin on the zombie's arm that was slightly lighter, a potential weak point. He tugged Gu Jing aside, drawing forth the fire axe at his waist, and, taking advantage of the time dilation, struck forcefully at the pale skin. The axe embedded itself within the zombie's flesh, eliciting a foul spurt of blood. The moment his power waned, the zombie emitted a pained roar and retaliated with a swipe towards Xie Chengjun. He sidestepped, but the creature's bony spike grazed his arm, tearing a gash that drew a sharp intake of breath from him. Just as he prepared to activate his ability once more, he saw Gu Jing suddenly leap forward. Gu Jing's speed had noticeably increased. He wrapped his arms around the zombie's neck and sank his teeth into its carotid artery. Dark green blood splattered across his face, yet he seemed oblivious, clinging fiercely until the zombie ceased its struggles. Turning to Xie Chengjun, Gu Jing's face smeared with blood. His once vacant eyes now sparkled with a clear urgency. He hurried towards Xie Chengjun, reaching out to touch the wound on his arm, but hesitated just before contact, his fingertips trembling slightly. "I'm fine," Xie Chengjun reassured him, pressing his hand down gently. "You did remarkably well." Gu Jing emitted a low, sorrowful whimper from his throat, as if a weight had been lifted, yet his body swayed precariously, nearly toppling over. Xie Chengjun promptly steadied him, only to observe that Gu Jing's complexion appeared somewhat paler than before, while his gaze had regained a hint of clarity. "The crystal core," Xie Chengjun reminded. Gu Jing nodded, crouching down to pry open the skull of the zombie, extracting a teal crystal core the size of a pigeon egg. He handed the crystal core to Xie Chengjun, but unlike before, did not exhibit a yearning desire. Xie Chengjun gazed at him, abruptly thrusting the crystal core back into his hand. "You should use it." Gu Jing was taken aback, lifting his eyes to meet Xie Chengjun's, confusion evident, as if questioning the rationale behind this. "You have grown stronger. You must protect yourself," Xie Chengjun said earnestly, locking eyes with him. "I need you to be well." Gu Jing clutched the crystal core, falling into silence for a few seconds before gradually pressing the core against his chest. A soft teal luminescence emanated from within him. His body trembled gently as the grayish hue of his skin visibly receded, and even his eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. Once the glow faded, Gu Jing stood upright, looking at Xie Chengjun, and suddenly whispered, "It hurts." This was the first time he had articulated a complete word since his transformation into a zombie. Xie Chengjun's heart skipped a beat as he stepped forward, resting a hand on Gu Jing's shoulder. "Where does it hurt?" Gu Jing pointed to his head, then gestured to Xie Chengjun's arm, mumbling, "It all hurts." Xie Chengjun felt a warmth welling in his eyes, understanding that Gu Jing was referring to his headache, while also worrying about his wounds. Just as he was about to speak, a cacophony of roars erupted from outside the mall, louder than that of the previous level 3 zombie. "Not good. A higher level zombie may have been attracted." 460's voice quickened. "Host, retreat immediately." "That sounds like at least a level 4. Xie Chengjun furrowed his brow. The energy of a level 4 zombie's crystal core was significantly stronger, yet it was evidently not the time for a direct confrontation. He glanced at Gu Jing, who was also staring towards the entrance of the mall. Wariness etched in his eyes. "Let us go," Xie Chengjun urged, grasping Gu Jing's hand and sprinting towards the fire escape. As they reached the stairwell, a thunderous crash resonated. The mall's entrance was shattered. A colossal zombie entered, its skin a grimy gray-black, adorned with a tough exoskeleton, and its head bore indistinct facial features. "A level 4 zombie." 460's voice trembled. "Its crystal core is blue, immensely powerful, yet far more challenging to contend with." The level 4 zombie had evidently detected their presence, letting out an ear-splitting roar and pursuing them with long strides. Its speed exceeded that of a level 3 zombie, with heavy footsteps thundering like drums against the ground. Xie Chengjun dragged Gu Jing downward in a desperate flight. Upon reaching the second floor, they saw the level 4 zombie had already closed in at the third-floor staircase. The creature lifted its massive arm, preparing to smash down upon the stairs. "Ability," Xie Chengjun exclaimed, activating his time manipulation ability. Everything around them slowed once more. He could see the trajectory of the zombie's arm as it descended towards the staircase, the flying debris clear in its path. He tugged Gu Jing into the nearby shop, and as they took refuge behind the counter, the effect of his ability dissipated. A thunderous crash resounded. The staircase behind them collapsed halfway, debris and dust swirling into the air. Xie Chengjun covered Gu Jing's mouth to stifle any sound, and they both held their breath, listening as the heavy footsteps outside gradually faded away. Once he was certain the zombies had departed, Xie Chengjun released his grip, leaning against the counter, gasping for breath. He had distinctly felt a greater consumption of energy from his ability compared to before. It seemed that dealing with higher-level zombies placed an increased burden on his powers. It appears to have gone eastward. Gu Jing suddenly spoke, his voice still somewhat hoarse, but clearer than before. There are sounds over there. Xie Chengjun paused, realizing that Gu Jing's senses had become sharper after being enhanced by the crystal core. He glanced toward the east, where faint gunshots could be heard. There may be other survivors. Xie Chengjun stood up. Let's investigate. Regardless of who they are, acquiring more knowledge about the levels of zombies and the crystal cores is always beneficial. He had a premonition that in his quest to find more crystal cores, to elevate both his abilities and Gu Jing's condition, they would inevitably confront higher-level zombies. Gu Jing nodded, instinctively grasping Xie Chengjun's hand. His fingers remained chilly, yet they had regained some dexterity, even managing to return a gentle squeeze. Observing their intertwined hands, Xie Chengjun felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He lifted his gaze toward the east, his expression resolute. No matter the number of zombies ahead, nor how many crystal cores he needed to absorb, he would ensure Gu Jing's safe passage until he had returned him completely. Chapter 5. The Powers of the Apocalypse. The bewildered little zombie. 5. Following the direction of the gunfire, they traversed through several corridors until Gu Jing suddenly halted, tilting his head to listen. In there, he indicated toward the men's clothing section on the left. Xie Chengjun tightened his grip on the fire axe and slowed his pace as they approached. Through the shattered glass door, they could see 5 individuals backed against the shelves, encircled by a dozen zombies. The leader, clad in camouflage, wielded a rifle, methodically taking down the zombies with precise headshots, his movements swift and efficient. Military personnel? Xie Chengjun whispered. Not likely. Their gear resembles that of a civilian-formed mercenary group. The voice of 460 echoed in his mind. Among them, 2 individuals had awakened abilities. One earth-based, capable of erecting earthen walls, and the other fire-based, although unfortunately his power was limited to igniting the zombies' clothing. Xie Chengjun remained silent, observing as the group began to falter. The earthen wall erected by the earth user was showing cracks, and beads of sweat covered the forehead of the fire user, clearly nearing exhaustion. Should we save them? Gu Jing's voice broke the silence, still hoarse, but significantly clearer than before. Xie Chengjun glanced at him. The vacant expression had been replaced with a depth of complex emotions. He understood what Gu Jing was contemplating, though these individuals were unfamiliar. Witnessing them being devoured by zombies was an unpleasant experience. Wait a moment. Xie Chengjun pressed down on his shoulder. Let's assess the situation first. No sooner had he spoken than the fire elemental ability user miscalculated his power, causing a fireball to veer off course and strike a nearby oil drum. With a thunderous explosion, flames rapidly spread, forcing back numerous zombies but simultaneously sealing the escape route for the group. Damn it! The man in camouflage muttered under his breath. Yet his aim remained steady as he dispatched another zombie with a precise shot. Xiao Zhao, reinforce the earthen wall. Xiao Wang, stop just setting fires and aim for the zombies' heads. The 2 named individuals acknowledged him. It was evident they were struggling. The cracks in the earthen wall widened ominously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Without hesitation, Xie Chengjun turned to Gu Jing and said, "You provide cover, and I will assist." Gu Jing nodded, picking up a broken steel pipe from the ground, his gaze sharpening with determination. Taking a deep breath, Xie Chengjun kicked open the glass door and charged inside. The 2 level 2 zombies attacking the earthen wall immediately redirected their attention, roaring as they lunged towards him. Now's the time. Xie Chengjun activated his time manipulation ability. Suddenly, everything around him slowed, allowing him to perceive the zombies' trajectories with clarity. He sidestepped the first zombie's claw swipe while simultaneously hurling a fire axe at the head of the second. The axe sliced through the air in a straight line, accurately embedding itself in the zombie's eye socket. The moment the ability dissipated, the second zombie collapsed with a thud, while the first one, having missed its target, was swiftly dispatched by Gu Jing, who smashed the steel pipe through its temple. This sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the 5 individuals surrounding them momentarily stunned, gaping at the sudden appearance of Xie Chengjun and Gu Jing. "Were you all frozen for? Finish off the rest," Xie Chengjun shouted. The man in camouflage was the first to regain his composure, quickly directing, "Xiao Li, guard the flanks with me. Xiao Zhao, reinforce the earthen wall." With the addition of Xie Chengjun and Gu Jing, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Although Xie Chengjun's time ability had a lengthy cooldown, each activation allowed him to precisely eliminate a zombie. Gu Jing's speed and strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals as he swung the steel pipe with ferocity, dispatching zombies with each strike. Minutes later, the last zombie fell, and tranquility finally enveloped the area. The man in camouflage exhaled in relief and approached Xie Chengjun, extending his hand. "Thank you both for your assistance. I am Lu Feng, the captain of this team." Xie Chengjun did not reciprocate the handshake, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Xie Chengjun, he indicated Gu Jing beside him, "And this is Gu Jing." Lu Feng, undeterred by Xie Chengjun's cool demeanor, withdrew his hand and smiled. "I noticed your remarkable skills earlier, especially you, Brother Xie. Your ability is time manipulation, isn't it?" Xie Chengjun raised an eyebrow. "You are aware? I came across records at the base indicating it's one of the rarest abilities. I never anticipated witnessing it firsthand today," Lu Feng expressed, before his expression turned serious. "Are you both also headed to the survivor base?" "Yes." "Perfect. We are as well." Lu Feng's eyes brightened, realizing that having company on the journey was far safer than acting alone. Recently, the number of level 4 zombies has been increasing, and there are even reports of sightings of level 5 zombies. Facing them alone is perilous. Xie Chengjun turned to Gu Jing, who was crouched on the ground, meticulously extracting the white crystal core from the skull of a level 2 zombie. Upon cleaning the core, he presented it to Xie Chengjun with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Xie Chengjun accepted the crystal core and remarked to Lu Feng, "It's acceptable. Joining the team has its advantages, particularly in acquiring information about this world more swiftly." He needed to learn more about the classifications of zombies and the significance of the crystal cores, especially the high-level cores for Gu Jing. Lu Feng visibly relaxed and called upon the team members to tidy up the battlefield and collect the crystal cores. Xie Chengjun observed that they organized the cores, placing the transparent level 1 cores in one bag and the white level 2 cores in another. "What do you intend to do with these crystal cores?" Xie Chengjun inquired nonchalantly. "We'll take them back to the base in exchange for supplies," Lu Feng explained while placing a level 2 core into the bag. The base has a designated laboratory for collecting crystal cores. A level 1 core can be traded for 2 packs of compressed biscuits, while a level 2 core can be exchanged for a nutritional supplement. The higher the level, the more valuable they are, and they can even be traded for weapons. He paused, looking at Xie Chengjun. "Did you not know this? Haven't you been to the base before?" "I've been wandering outside the city," Xie Chengjun replied vaguely, having recently awakened his powers and only just discovering his ability to absorb the cores. "I see," Lu Feng said, realization dawning on him. Indeed, absorbing crystal cores can enhance one's abilities, but it is advisable not to absorb them directly. The base possesses specialized equipment to purify the cores, filtering out impurities to ensure safer absorption. Xie Chengjun nodded, committing this information to memory. He glanced at Gu Jing, who was holding a level 1 core, hesitating whether to absorb it. After absorbing a level 3 core previously, he seemed to have gained control over his cravings. "Brother Gu is also an ability user?" Lu Feng asked curiously, looking at Gu Jing. Just as Xie Chengjun was about to speak, Gu Jing stood up, shook his head, pointed at Xie Chengjun, then at himself, and murmured, "Protect him." This was the first time he had spoken such a lengthy sentence, and despite its halting nature, it warmed Xie Chengjun's heart. Lu Feng paused for a moment before breaking into an understanding smile. I see. Brother Gu certainly appears to be quite capable. He did not press further and shifted the conversation to the base's mission. We are out here to search for a plant called Bloodvine. The base has discovered that its sap can temporarily suppress the zombie virus, but regrettably, it is quite scarce and has only been seen in the botanical garden in the western part of the city. Suppress the virus? Xie Chengjun seized upon the key point. Yes, while it cannot cure it, if someone is bitten and promptly injected with the bloodvine extract, they can survive for an additional 3 days, potentially allowing time to wait for the antiviral serum. Lu Feng sighed. Unfortunately, the area where the bloodvine grows is guarded by numerous level 4 zombies, and we were unable to procure any during our last attempt. Xie Chengjun's gaze fell upon Gu Jing, who seemed not to have comprehended their conversation, but stood quietly beside him, his expression noticeably clearer and the grayness of his skin diminished. With Brother Xie joining us this time, perhaps we will succeed. Lu Feng patted his shoulder, acknowledging the exceptional utility of time manipulation abilities against high-tier zombies. Chapter 6. The Apocalyptic Ability User and the Dazed Little Zombie. 6. Xie Chengjun did not respond, but inquired, what are the distinguishing features of a level 5 zombie? I am uncertain. It is merely hearsay, Lu Feng replied, shaking his head. Some claim that level 5 zombies possess intelligence and can command lower-tier zombies, while others assert that their crystal nuclei are purple, containing energy that could enable ability users to ascend directly in rank. However, none of these claims have been substantiated, as most who have encountered a level 5 zombie did not survive. After gathering their belongings, Lu Feng instructed his team members to take turns standing guard while he, along with Xie Chengjun and Gu Jing, examined the map. They were currently in the city center, approximately 5 kilometers from the botanical garden in the west and 20 kilometers from the survivor base. We shall first venture to the botanical garden to procure bloodvines. Upon acquisition, we will head directly to the base, as it is the most efficient route, Lu Feng indicated on the map. However, there are at least 3 level 4 zombies within the botanical garden, along with numerous level 2 and 3 ones. We must devise a thorough plan. Xie Chengjun gazed at the marked location of the botanical garden on the map, and suddenly recalled that the earlier level 4 zombie had headed eastward, not far from their position. He pondered, we could divert a portion of the zombies. How shall we do that? Lu Feng's eyes brightened. I will draw the level 4 zombie eastward. You can seize the opportunity to obtain the bloodvines, Xie Chengjun suggested. Gu Jing will accompany me. We are swift and can shake it off. That is far too perilous. Lu Feng immediately opposed. The speed and strength of a level 4 zombie are no trivial matter. And who knows if there are other zombies lurking to the east. Do not worry. We are confident, Xie Chengjun asserted with conviction. He required practical experience to enhance his abilities, and the blue crystal nucleus of the level 4 zombie would serve as an excellent test. Moreover, he sensed that Gu Jing had significantly improved in strength after absorbing several crystal nuclei, making them not entirely without a chance against the level 4 zombie. Gu Jing nodded, tightening his grip on the steel pipe. I am ready. Seeing their resolute demeanor, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. You must exercise utmost caution. After we procure the bloodvines, we shall wait for you at the west gate of the botanical garden for no more than an hour. If you exceed that time, we will proceed to the base and await your arrival there. Understood. With the plan established, they immediately set to action. Xie Chengjun and Gu Jing headed eastward, and as they exited the mall, they spotted the distant gray-black level 4 zombie tearing apart a car, its shell glinting coldly in the sunlight. Are you prepared? Xie Chengjun asked Gu Jing. Gu Jing responded affirmatively, his gaze intently fixed on the zombie. Xie Chengjun picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully at the zombie. The stone struck its shell, producing a dull thud. The level 4 zombie abruptly turned its head, its crimson eyes locking onto them, emitting a deafening roar as it charged forward. Run! Xie Chengjun grasped Gu Jing's arm and pivoted to flee, weaving through narrow alleyways. The massive form of the level 4 zombie was hindered in the cramped passages, slowing its pursuit, yet it continued to follow relentlessly. Xie Chengjun occasionally activated his time manipulation ability to create a bit of distance, while Gu Jing followed behind, striking the wall with a steel pipe to generate noise, ensuring that the zombies would not lose their target. The duo, one human and one undead, pursued each other intermittently, swiftly distancing themselves from the mall and the botanical garden. Upon surveying the surroundings, Xie Chengjun noted that they had entered an abandoned residential area, densely packed with buildings, ideal for close combat. "Let us settle this here," he declared, halting in his tracks. Gu Jing nodded, gripping the steel pipe tightly and assuming a defensive stance. The level 4 zombie closed in, letting out a roar upon realizing they had stopped. It swung its armored arm down towards them. Xie Chengjun activated his time ability once more, pulling Gu Jing to the side just in time to evade. In slow motion, he observed a gap in the armor at the zombie's elbow joint, its apparent weakness. "Aim for its left arm joint," Xie Chengjun shouted. As the effects of the ability faded, Gu Jing charged forward, the steel pipe slicing through the air as it struck the zombie's left arm joint with precision. There was a sharp clang, and the pipe rebounded, the zombie's armor remaining unscathed. "It's incredibly hard." Xie Chengjun frowned. "Target its eyes instead." Gu Jing swiftly altered his aim, nimbly dodging the zombie's attempt to strike, leaping up to thrust the pipe directly at the creature's eye. This time, the steel pipe penetrated successfully, eliciting a pained roar from the zombie as it flailed its arms in a frenzy, throwing Gu Jing against the wall. He grunted upon impact, a trickle of dark green blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Gu Jing, Xie Chengjun's heart tightened, activating his ability once more. Time slowed as he dashed before the zombie, drawing the fire axe from his waist and channeling all his strength into a downward strike aimed at the creature's injured eye. The axe embedded itself deeply, dark green blood gushing forth. As the effects of the ability wore off, the zombie became completely enraged, violently shaking its head in an attempt to dislodge Xie Chengjun. He gripped the axe handle tightly, enduring the chaotic motions. At that moment, Gu Jing rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth, his gaze sharpening with determination. He picked up the fallen steel pipe, took a few running steps, and leaped, driving the pipe into the zombie's other eye. With a final roar, the zombie staggered and collapsed, its massive form crashing to the ground. Xie Chengjun exhaled in relief, jumping down from the fallen creature and hastening to Gu Jing's side to support him. "Are you all right?" Gu Jing shook his head, gesturing towards the corpse of the zombie. "The crystal core." Xie Chengjun smiled, assisting him to the zombie's side, where he cleaved open the skull with his axe. Inside a blue crystal core, about the size of a pigeon's egg, emanated a faint blue light, radiating significantly more energy than a level 3 core. He extracted the crystal and handed it to Gu Jing. "Absorb it." Without hesitation, Gu Jing accepted it, pressing the core against his chest. The blue radiance enveloped him instantly, his body trembling violently as the gray hue of his skin receded at an observable rate, revealing his original fair complexion. A flicker of struggle passed through his eyes, which then slowly closed. When they opened again, the emptiness had vanished, replaced by a clear gaze. Gu Jing looked at Xie Chengjun. His voice, though still somewhat hoarse, was remarkably distinct. "I seem to recall some things." Xie Chengjun's heart raced. He grasped Gu Jing's shoulders. "What do you remember?" Gu Jing furrowed his brow, as if straining to recollect. "I remember that when we were children, you saved me, and I believe I promised to always protect you." These were memories belonging to Gu Jing, but for Xie Chengjun, they were more than sufficient to bring him joy. This indicated that the crystal core truly had the ability to aid Gu Jing's recovery. If they could find more high-level crystal cores, there would come a day when he could fully regain all his memories. "Let's first reunite with Lu Feng," Xie Chengjun said, assisting Gu Jing to his feet. "We can think about it slowly. There's no rush." Gu Jing nodded, taking the initiative to grasp Xie Chengjun's hand. His fingers had begun to warm, no longer cold and stiff as before. Just a few steps later, Gu Jing abruptly halted, lifting his gaze towards the distant sky, his brow knitted in concern. "Yun? I have a dreadful feeling that something is watching us." Xie Chengjun became alert, following his gaze but seeing nothing amiss. Nevertheless, he trusted Gu Jing's instincts. After absorbing the level 4 crystal core, Gu Jing's senses had evidently sharpened. It could be a higher-level zombie, Xie Chengjun murmured. We need to leave here quickly. The two hastened their pace towards the botanical garden. Along the way, Xie Chengjun absorbed several level 3 crystal cores he had previously collected, feeling a surge of energy within him, as though the cool-down time for his temporal abilities had decreased by several seconds. As they neared the west gate of the botanical garden, they spotted Lu Feng waiting for them with his team. Brother Xie, Brother Gu, are you all right? Lu Feng approached them immediately, momentarily taken aback by Gu Jing's transformation. Brother Gu, it seems you have absorbed a level 4 crystal core and regained some of your faculties. Xie Chengjun provided a brief explanation. Lu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Zombies can absorb crystal cores? They can regain their intellect? This is a significant discovery. The research center at the base will certainly be interested. Xie Chengjun did not respond to this revelation, but inquired, Did you obtain the blood vine? Yes. We managed to secure 5 specimens, enough for the base to study for a while. Lu Feng waved the bag in his hand. We should hurry. I sensed a powerful presence inside. There seems to be a level 5 zombie nearby, and we cannot linger. At the mention of a level 5 zombie, the expressions of the group turned grave. They wasted no time and promptly set off towards the survivor base. On the way, Gu Jing's condition continued to improve. He was not only able to articulate complete sentences, but also occasionally shared amusing anecdotes from their childhood with Xie Chengjun. Although he had yet to recall memories related to Jiang Huaijin, he was already behaving much like a normal person. When they were still 5 kilometers from the base, Lu Feng suddenly pointed ahead. Look, that's the base's wall. Xie Chengjun looked up to see a towering wall rising 10 meters high, adorned with barbed wire and surveillance cameras, with several buildings faintly visible within. Outside the walls, a considerable number of individuals queued patiently, the atmosphere seemingly orderly. At that moment, Gu Jing halted once more, his complexion pale as he grasped Xie Chengjun's arm in a state of alarm. Jun, that entity is drawing nearer. It appears to be targeting me. Chapter 7. The Abnormal Abilities of a Zombie in the Apocalypse. 7. Gu Jing's body trembled violently, instinctively retreating behind Xie Chengjun. His face ashen, his voice tinged with an unrecognized panic. Xie Chengjun tightened his protective embrace, his grip on the fire axe turning white from exertion. He could distinctly sense the chilling gaze emanating from the shadows, cold and viscous, slithering over his skin like a serpent's flicking tongue, and as Gu Jing had indicated, it was indeed fixated on the person behind him. Do not fear. I am here. Xie Chengjun's voice was steady, imbued with a reassuring strength. Regardless of what sought to harm you, it would first have to contend with the axe in my hand. Gu Jing bit his lip, his fingers digging into the fabric of Xie Chengjun's clothing, the material creasing deeply from his grip. An unfamiliar turmoil surged within him, akin to a cornered beast disturbed by that penetrating gaze, both terrified and vaguely reminiscent of something familiar. This thought was swiftly suppressed, as the oppressive sensation from that gaze rendered coherent thought an arduous task. Brother Xie, Brother Gu, what is amiss? Lu Feng, sensing the discord in the atmosphere, raised his rifle and scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Have you noticed something? Something is watching us. Its target appears to be Gu Jing, Xie Chengjun replied succinctly, his eyes sweeping over the surrounding buildings in an attempt to locate the source of the gaze. They stood in a desolate office complex, skyscrapers looming, shadows thick. Any window or rooftop could conceal a threat. The target is Brother Gu? Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of perplexity. Brother Gu merely possesses a unique constitution. How could he attract the attention of a high-level zombie? Do they even select their targets? No one could provide an answer to this query. Xie Chengjun urged Gu Jing onward, hastening their pace while instructing Lu Feng, accelerate. We must reach the base as swiftly as possible. The defenses there should be able to withstand it. The group hurried forward, the pursuing gaze shadowing them relentlessly, clinging to them like a stubborn affliction. Gu Jing's breath grew increasingly rapid, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his steps faltering. Noticing his distress, Xie Chengjun paused and crouched slightly. Get on my back. Gu Jing shook his head, gritting his teeth in determination. I can walk. He was unwilling to become a burden, especially in such dire circumstances. Without allowing for any refusal, Xie Chengjun lifted him effortlessly. Gu Jing gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping his arms around Xie Chengjun's neck, his cheek resting against his chest, where he could hear the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, a sound that served to calm his frantic thoughts. Hold on tight, Xie Chengjun instructed, striding purposefully to rejoin the group. Lu Feng observed the scene with a complex expression, shaking his head subtly. The bond between these two was evidently extraordinary. Yet the time for probing deeper into their relationship was not now. He gestured for his team to alternate their cover, hastening their pace. As they drew closer to the base, the contours of the walls became increasingly distinct, and the patrolling guards were now clearly visible. The faces of those queuing to enter the base were predominantly etched with fatigue and numbness, only revealing a flicker of longing for safety upon sighting the guards. At that moment, Gu Jing suddenly gasped, tightly clutching Xie Chengjun's collar. It moved. Xie Chengjun abruptly turned around, catching a fleeting glimpse of shadow on the rooftop of a distant office building, its speed so swift that it almost seemed like an illusion. However, the oppressive aura that erupted in that instant rendered everyone motionless. Even the guards on the walls sensed the anomaly and raised their weapons in that direction. What is that? A team member's voice trembled, his hands shaking as he held his gun. I don't know, but it's definitely not a level 4 zombie, Lu Feng responded, his expression grave. Its speed is too fast. Xie Chengjun's heart raced. He could feel his innate time ability frantically warning him, as if encountering a formidable foe. This was an unprecedented situation. Even when facing a level 4 zombie, his abilities had only been mildly agitated, never so intensely. Quick, charge in, Xie Chengjun shouted, cradling Gu Jing as he surged toward the base's entrance. The guards atop the walls seemed to have received orders, shouting at them. Hurry, open the emergency passage. The heavy iron gate slowly opened a narrow gap, just wide enough for a person to pass through. Lu Feng immediately directed his team. Get in. Don't stop. The team members filed in, with Xie Chengjun closely following, holding Gu Jing. Just as his foot was about to cross the threshold, a fierce wind surged from the side, carrying a pungent, bloody stench straight towards Gu Jing's back. Watch out! Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Chengjun spun around, using his own back to shield her from the impending attack. A sickening sound akin to a blade slicing through flesh echoed. Xie Chengjun felt an excruciating pain erupt in his back as a chilling energy surged through the wound, instantly immobilizing him. Gripping his teeth against the torment, he activated his time ability. Everything around him slowed dramatically, allowing him to discern the source of the assault, a zombie indistinguishable in size from human. Its skin an eerie dark purple, with long, sharp claws retracting from where they had ravaged his back. Its crimson eyes fixated hungrily on Gu Jing, a twisted grin forming on its lips. It's a level 5 zombie. The effect of the time ability soon waned, and darkness enveloped Xie Chengjun as he staggered through the base's entrance, clutching Gu Jing. A thunderous crash sounded behind them as the iron gate slammed shut, sealing the level 5 zombie outside. 8 Yun, Gu Jing cried out, struggling to free herself from his grasp. Upon seeing the gruesome wound on his back, her eyes instantly welled with tears. You're back. Xie Chengjun's back was a gruesome sight, the wound covered in a thin layer of frost that gnawed at the surrounding skin. He could feel his vitality rapidly draining, the world around him dimming. I'm fine. He gritted his teeth, though his body involuntarily swayed. Still saying you're fine. Gu Jing's voice trembled with a hint of tears as she reached out to touch his wound, yet hesitated, fearing it might cause him pain. She anxiously scanned the surroundings, searching for a doctor or anyone with a first aid kit. Lu Feng rushed over, clutching a first aid kit. I have one. Quickly, let's stop the bleeding. Just as he attempted to tear open Xie Chengjun's shirt, Gu Jing pushed him away with a fierce intensity in her gaze. She focused intently on the injury on Xie Chengjun's back, her fingertips quivering slightly as a faint black energy emanated from her palm, gently enveloping the wound. An extraordinary scene unfolded as the frost at the injury began to visibly melt, the mangled flesh slowly knitting together. Though the healing process was gradual, it was undeniably effective. Lu Feng and the team stood in astonishment, murmuring, "What kind of ability is this? Healing? No, healing energy is typically green." Xie Chengjun was equally taken aback. He could feel a warm force emanating from the wound, dispelling the cold energy and alleviating much of the pain. He gazed at Gu Jing, whose complexion was growing increasingly pale, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead, clearly indicating that sustaining this power was taxing for her. "Don't overexert yourself," Xie Chengjun urged, pressing down on her hand. "Let's handle this simply first. There should be doctors at the base." Gu Jing bit her lip, reluctantly withdrawing her hand as the black energy vanished in an instant. She supported Xie Chengjun, her eyes filled with worry and guilt. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for it targeting me." "It's not your fault," Xie Chengjun interrupted, his voice weak yet resolute. "It sought you out on its own. It has nothing to do with you." At that moment, a middle-aged man in a white coat approached, accompanied by several guards, frowning as he examined Xie Chengjun's injury. "What happened? Did a level 5 zombie attack?" "Yes, Dr. Zhang," Lu Feng replied hastily. "He was scratched by a level 5 zombie while protecting us from the one outside." Dr. Zhang crouched down to closely inspect Xie Chengjun's wound, his expression grave. "There is zombie toxin in the wound, accompanied by frost energy. Ordinary medicine 1 tea suffice. He must be taken to the medical center for a specialized antidote, or he won't survive the night." "Then let us hurry and take him," Gu Jing urged anxiously. Dr. Zhang glanced at her, then at Xie Chengjun, and nodded. "Bring a stretcher. Take them to the medical center." 2 guards promptly arrived with a stretcher, carefully placing Xie Chengjun onto it. Gu Jing closely followed, unwilling to leave his side for a moment. Lu Feng approached and patted Gu Jing's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry. Dr. Zhang is the best physician at the base. He will surely find a solution. We'll register our identities first and then come to the medical center to join you." Gu Jing nodded, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xie Chengjun. As the stretcher was carried through the streets of the base, Xie Chengjun drowsily observed his surroundings. The base was larger than he had imagined, featuring residential buildings, a cafeteria, a training ground, and even a small trading market, where people exchanged crystal cores for daily necessities, all appearing orderly and well-managed. Yet, he also noticed that many regarded them with a mix of wariness and disdain, particularly when their gaze fell upon Gu Jing, which was tinged with a hint of fear. He was not one to heed the whispers of caution. "Hush, lower your voice, lest you be overheard. It is said that he has attracted the attention of a level 5 zombie." As the murmurs reached his ears, Gu Jing's body stiffened momentarily, instinctively lowering his head and clenching his fists. Xie Chengjun, mustering all his strength, grasped his hand, reassuring him, "Do not let their words affect you." Gu Jing lifted his gaze to meet his encouraging eyes, warmth spreading in his heart as he nodded in agreement. Upon arrival at the medical center, Xie Chengjun was wheeled into the operating room. Gu Jing anxiously awaited outside, fidgeting restlessly. He was engulfed in uncertainty about whether Xie Chengjun would emerge unscathed. The memory of the level 5 zombie's piercing gaze sent chills down his spine. Why had it fixated on him? Did he possess something extraordinary? The more he pondered, the more disoriented he became, unwittingly drifting to the window, gazing toward the outside of the base. Despite the thick walls, he could still sense that chilling stare, clinging to him like a relentless parasite. Just then, a man clad in a black trench coat approached him, his voice low and resonant. "You are Gu Jing?" Gu Jing turned his head warily, and upon seeing the man's face, his pupils constricted sharply. This man exuded a sense of danger, more so than the level 5 zombie he had just encountered. "Who are you?" Gu Jing asked coldly, his body taut and poised for confrontation. The man smiled, though his smile did not reach his eyes. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that the level 5 zombie outside is after you." Gu Jing's heart sank. "Do you know why?" "Perhaps I do. Perhaps I do not," the man replied ambiguously, his gaze scrutinizing Gu Jing as if appraising an item of value. "However, I can help you eliminate it, provided you agree to cooperate with me." "Cooperate?" Gu Jing frowned. "Why should I trust you?" "Simply because I am aware that you are no ordinary individual." The man's lips curled into a knowing smile. I also know that within you lies a power you have yet to discover. That level 5 zombie desires precisely that power. Gu Jing's heartbeat faltered. He scrutinized the man, attempting to glean some insight from his expression, but all he discerned was an abyss of depth. I will not cooperate with you, Gu Jing stated coldly. I will handle my own affairs. The man appeared unfazed, merely smiling. That is acceptable. Take your time to consider it. My name is Mo Chun. I am in the eastern district of the base. Should you come to a decision, feel free to seek me out. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Gu Jing standing alone by the window, his brow furrowed. Who is this Mo Chun? How did he know of the special power within him? And why was that level 5 zombie fixated on him? Countless questions swirled in Gu Jing's mind, leaving him in turmoil. He cast a glance at the closed door of the operating room, his sole thought resonating. No matter what transpired, he could not allow Xie Chengjun to suffer harm on his behalf again. He must ascertain the truth as swiftly as possible, uncovering the secrets that lie within him. After an indeterminate passage of time, the operating room door finally swung open. Dr. Zhang emerged, removing his mask, fatigue etched across his face. The surgery had been successful. Both the corpse poison and the icy energy had been eradicated. However, he had lost a considerable amount of blood and required ample rest. It would be beneficial to replenish his energy with some high-tier crystal cores for a quicker recovery. Thank you, doctor, Gu Jing exclaimed, eagerly rushing into the operating room. Xie Chengjun lay upon the hospital bed, his complexion pale, but his breathing had stabilized significantly. Gu Jing approached the bedside, gently grasping his hand, whispering, "Hey Jun, are you awake?" Xie Chengjun slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips upon seeing him. Were you worried sick? Not at all, Gu Jing retorted, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. You must rest well. I will stay by your side. Xie Chengjun nodded, lacking the strength to speak further, and closed his eyes once more, drifting back into slumber. Gu Jing sat by the bed, gazing at his sleeping face, silently vowing, once Jun recovers, he would undoubtedly seek out that 5th-level zombie to uncover the truth behind it all. Should it dare to return, he would protect Jun with every ounce of his strength, even at the cost of his own life. Outside the window, twilight gradually descended. The base's searchlights illuminated the darkness beyond the walls. The 5th-level zombie had vanished without a trace, but Gu Jing knew it lingered nearby, like a patient wolf awaiting its next opportunity to hunt. He, too, must grow formidable before that moment arrived. He glanced at his palm, where a faint trace of black energy still lingered. Perhaps the key to unraveling all mysteries lay hidden within this very power. Chapter 9. The Apocalyptic Abilities of the Dazed Little Zombie. 9. When Xie Chengjun awoke. The moonlight streamed through the iron bars, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Gu Jing had fallen asleep at the bedside, his profile nestled in the crook of his arm, revealing a small segment of his pale neck, his breathing as light as a feather. He moved his fingers, intending to touch Gu Jing's hair, but inadvertently tugged at the wound on his back, causing him to gasp in pain. Gu Jing jolted awake, his eyes still clouded with sleep. Upon realizing Xie Chengjun had awakened, he instantly became alert. Did you wake up because of the pain? I'll fetch the doctor. Don't go, Xie Chengjun grasped his wrist, the warmth of his palm causing Gu Jing to shiver. I just wanted to see you. Gu Jing's face flushed crimson, struggling to break free, but ultimately having to awkwardly sit down. What do you want to see me for? I'm not injured. Despite his words, his fingers curled slightly, still retaining the warmth from Xie Chengjun's hand. Xie Chengjun observed the blush creeping up Gu Jing's ears, his throat bobbing slightly. What ability did you use yesterday? Gu Jing's body tensed instantaneously, his gaze flickering. I don't know, it just suddenly emerged. Perhaps it was a mutated healing ability. He dared not speak the truth, for that dark energy felt alien and terrifying to him, and he feared it would drive Xie Chengjun away. Xie Chengjun remained silent for a moment, refraining from pressing further, instead tightening his grip on Gu Jing's hand. Whatever it is, please refrain from using it again in the future. The consumption is excessive, and your complexion is alarmingly pale. However, your injuries I'm fine. Xie Chengjun interrupted him, his gaze heavy. Gu Jing, There is no need for you to put on a brave front in my presence." These words flowed over Gu Jing's heart like warm water, causing his nose to tingle and nearly bringing him to tears. In this apocalyptic world, everyone is engulfed in their own fears, tightly wrapping themselves in layers of defenses. Yet Xie Chengjun always sees through his facade of strength. Turning his face away, Gu Jing's voice became muffled. "I understand." Xie Chengjun observed the reddening corners of his eyes, his heart softening immeasurably. From the very first moment he laid eyes on this boy, who had turned into a zombie because of him, he could not contain his instinct to protect. Later, as they fought side by side, he witnessed Gu Jing trembling with fear, yet still following closely behind, secretly stuffing compressed biscuits into his own bag, and desperately striving to prove he was not a burden despite his unique constitution. Those fleeting moments had quietly taken root in Xie Chengjun's heart. "Are you hungry?" Xie Chengjun shifted the topic, not wanting to make Gu Jing feel too awkward. "I asked Lu Feng to bring some food over." Gu Jing shook his head. "I'm not hungry. You just woke up. Should you have some water?" Xie Chengjun was indeed thirsty, and Gu Jing quickly poured a cup of warm water, carefully helping him sit up and placing a pillow behind him. The movement felt so natural, as if they had done it 1,000 times before. When they both realized what had happened, they froze, a subtle awkwardness enveloping the air. Gu Jing was the first to release his hand and step back. "Take your time drinking." Xie Chengjun gazed at his slightly flushed cheeks, unable to suppress a smile as he drank, the joy in his eyes unmistakable. When Lu Feng arrived with the food, he beheld this scene, Xie Chengjun leaning against the headboard while Gu Jing sat at the edge of the bed. They exchanged no words, yet an unspoken understanding hung in the air, impenetrable to outsiders. Clearing his throat, he placed the food box on the table. "Brother Xie, Brother Gu, I brought some warm porridge and steamed buns. Dr. Zhang said you should only consume light meals for now." "Thank you." Xie Chengjun nodded, gesturing for Gu Jing to come and eat. "I'm not hungry." "You eat," Gu Jing insisted as he took a small bite of a bun, his eyes continuously observing Xie Chengjun's movements. Lu Feng chuckled lightly. "Brother Gu truly cares for Brother Xie, more than even biological brothers." Gu Jing's face flushed crimson, nearly choking on his bun. Xie Chengjun shot Lu Feng a glare, coming to Gu Jing's rescue. "How is the situation at the base? Is that level 5 zombie still nearby?" Upon mentioning serious matters, Lu Feng's playful demeanor vanished. The guards reported that the level 5 zombie hasn't been seen since late last night, but the patrols have increased their vigilance. By the way, the higher-ups at the base have issued an emergency notice regarding the appearance of the level 5 zombie, prohibiting unrelated personnel from going outside. They also mentioned organizing a hunting team to eliminate that zombie as soon as possible. "A hunting team?" Xie Chengjun frowned, aware that a level 5 zombie possesses swift speed and formidable attack power, rendering ordinary abilities utterly useless. It would be tantamount to seeking death. Who could argue otherwise? Lu Feng sighed, yet the base found itself at a loss. With a level 5 zombie looming at the doorstep, unease gripped everyone's hearts. Indeed, that fellow Mo Chun has also signed up for the hunting squad. I hear he is a high-level space ability user, and this hunting squad is likely centered around him. Gu Jing tightened his grip on the bun, his fingertips turning pale. Xie Chengjun noticed his unusual demeanor. "Do you know Mo Chun?" "No, not really." Gu Jing quickly shook his head. "I just saw him by the window yesterday." He introduced himself as Mo Chun. He refrained from mentioning Mo Chen's proposition for collaboration, as his intuition hinted that the man was far from ordinary. For now, he could not let Xie Chengjun know, lest he worry given his recent injury. Xie Chengjun did not ponder further, merely nodding. A space ability user is indeed suitable for leadership. They can relocate team members at will. As the trio conversed, the door to the ward swung open, revealing a woman clad in black combat attire. Tall and sharp-featured, she bore a long knife over her shoulder, exuding an imposing aura. "Xie Chengjun?" Her gaze fell upon him, scrutinizing. "I am Ling Wei, the captain of the hunting squad, a lightning ability user. I have heard you withstood a 5th-level zombie's attack and return alive." Xie Chengjun raised an eyebrow, remaining seated. "Is there something you need?" Ling Wei approached the bedside. Looking down at him, Dr. Zhang mentioned your recovery is progressing well. You should be able to move in 3 days. The hunting squad departs tomorrow, and I hope you will join us. I decline. Xie Chengjun replied without hesitation. I need to recuperate, and my abilities are not suited for dealing with speed-type zombies. Your time manipulation ability is the best means of control, Ling Wei insisted, unyielding. If you can immobilize it for just 1 second, I can shatter its skull. This is not only for the base, but also for your own sake. That zombie has its sights set on you. Do you wish to hide within the base for eternity? Her final statement struck a nerve with Xie Chengjun. He glanced at Gu Jing, who had his head lowered. His expression obscured, yet his grip on the bun had evidently tightened. I will consider it. Xie Chengjun finally relented. Ling Wei nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow morning at 8. The hunting squad will assemble at the west gate. Come if you come to your senses. I do not wish to see anyone falter at the last moment. With that, she turned on her heel and departed with the swiftness of a gust of wind. Chapter 10. The Awakening of the Apocalypse Ability User and the Bewildered Zombie. 10. The ward fell silent once more. Lu Feng clicked his tongue. Captain Ling is quite direct. Xie, brother, are you truly going? The 5th-level zombie is exceedingly perilous. Xie Chengjun remained silent, merely gazing at Gu Jing. Gu Jing lifted his head, his eyes resolute. You cannot go. Your injury has not yet healed, and that zombie is clearly targeting me. I can handle it. Handle it? Xie Chengjun frowned. How do you plan to explain things to a zombie? It will only tear you apart. But there are no buts, Xie Chengjun interrupted firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Either I join the hunting squad to confront it, or we remain at the base, with me guarding you every moment. But the latter is not a sustainable solution. It will inevitably find an opportunity. Gu Jing knew he spoke the truth, yet the thought of Xie Chengjun potentially facing harm again twisted his heart in pain. Biting his lip, he suddenly recalled the restless power within him. Perhaps I can give it a try. Try what? Xie Chengjun regarded him warily. The power within me seems to exert a peculiar influence over the zombies. Gu Jing hesitated, recounting the last encounter with that 5th-level zombie. He sensed both trepidation and yearning emanating from it. Perhaps I could discover a means to subdue it. Xie Chengjun's expression darkened. No, you cannot even comprehend your own abilities. How can you take such risks? But I cannot perpetually hide behind you. Gu Jing's voice rose, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. You have sustained such grave injuries for my sake. Must you also confront a 5th-level zombie on my behalf? Xie Chengjun, I am not a porcelain doll. I can protect myself. It was rare for him to address him by his full name, leaving Xie Chengjun momentarily taken aback. Observing Gu Jing's fervent demeanor stirred a pang of both pain and bitterness within him. He understood Gu Jing's strong sense of pride, yet he could not help but yearn to shield him with his wings. Gu Jing, I do not perceive you as weak. Xie Chengjun softened his tone. I merely wish to avoid losing you. The words were uttered softly and swiftly, yet they resonated in Gu Jing's ears like thunder. He stared at Xie Chengjun, whose gaze was profound and earnest, swirling with emotions that left him flustered. Lu Feng, sensing the tension, rose and said, I just remembered something I must attend to. You two carry on. With that, he almost fled the hospital room. The space was now occupied solely by the two of them, the air seemingly frozen. Gu Jing's heart raced, his cheeks ablaze as if they could fry an egg. He opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. Xie Chengjun, feeling a twinge of regret for having let his true feelings slip, observed Gu Jing's bewilderment and decided to take a bold step forward, grasping his wrist. Gu Jing, I have feelings for you, not the kind that exists between brothers, but a desire to live alongside you, to always watch over you. Gu Jing's mind went blank, echoing only the words, I like you. He could feel Xie Chengjun's hand trembling slightly, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. It dawned on him that even this man, who bore the weight of the world on his shoulders, could experience moments of anxiety. Warm tears began to trickle down Gu Jing's hand, and he realized he was crying. It was not sorrow, but an inexplicable emotional turmoil, akin to being filled with a mixture of sourness, pressure, and a hint of secret sweetness. Please, do not say any more. Gu Jing stammered, attempting to withdraw his hand, but it was held even tighter. If I do not speak, How will you know? Xie Chengjun's gaze was fervent as he looked into Gu Jing's eyes. Gu Jing, look at me. Tell me, do you harbor even the slightest different feeling towards me? As Gu Jing met his gaze, he found that Xie Chengjun's usually calm and resolute eyes now reflected only his own image. Memories of the moments when he had deliberately overlooked his own fluttering heart upon hearing Xie Chengjun's earlier words about not wanting to lose him became vividly clear. He sniffled, his voice barely a whisper, trembling. Yes. Xie Chengjun's eyes sparkled instantaneously, as if igniting an entire starry sky. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Gu Jing, feeling more embarrassed under Xie Chengjun's intense gaze, lowered his head further, yet his voice became clearer. I said yes. Xie Chengjun's heart felt as though it had been struck by some tremendous force, an overwhelming joy surging within him that nearly compelled him to laugh aloud. He forcefully drew Gu Jing into his embrace, his movements somewhat rough due to excitement, yet he carefully avoided his own wound. Gu Jing, he repeated his name, his voice trembling with emotion. In Xie Chengjun's arms, Gu Jing could distinctly hear the strong rhythm of his heartbeat, resonating with his own, quickening as if they might leap from their chests. Hesitating for a moment, he slowly raised his hand and gently encircled Xie Chengjun's waist. The pain from a wound on his back flared with emotion, but Xie Chengjun paid it no mind. As long as the person in his embrace was Gu Jing, what a little pain matter? Uncertain how much time had passed, the two gradually released each other. Gu Jing's face pressed against Xie Chengjun's chest. Too timid to look up, his ears flushed as if they might bleed. Xie Chengjun gazed down at the top of his tousled hair, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. That level 5 zombie, we will find a way together. He gently stroked Gu Jing's hair, his voice so tender it could almost drip with sweetness. But you must promise me, no more reckless adventures alone. Gu Jing nodded in his embrace, murmuring a subdued, "Ngcheng." And Xie Chengjun lifted Gu Jing's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze, his expression earnest. From now on, do not call me Xie Chengjun. Call me Chengjun. Gu Jing's face reddened further, softly uttering a sweet, "Ngcheng." The moonlight outside had inexplicably softened, streaming through the iron bars to cast a gentle glow upon the two, enveloping them in a delicate halo. The ward was tranquil, the only sounds being their breathing and heartbeats, yet felt far from desolate. Xie Chengjun looked down at the flushed corners of Gu Jing's eyes and his moist lips, his throat subtly constricting. He slowly leaned closer, their breaths intertwining, Gu Jing's eyelashes fluttering yet remaining unyielding. Just as their lips were about to meet, the ward door was abruptly flung open with a bang. Lu Feng poked his head in. "Xie brother, I just heard that the hunting team, pardon the interruption, please continue." Upon witnessing the scene inside, he nearly bit his own tongue in shock, hastily shutting the door while muttering, "My heavens, so it's not a brotherly bond, but this kind of relationship." The atmosphere in the ward was instantly shattered. Gu Jing, as if scalded, abruptly pushed Xie Chengjun away, his face crimson as if he might bleed, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Xie Chengjun's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, as he shouted towards the door, "Lu Feng, get back in here." The sound of Lu Feng scurrying away echoed from outside, clearly too frightened to return. Xie Chengjun sighed helplessly, turning to Gu Jing, who had buried his head lower. His ears flushed bright red. Unable to contain his laughter, he reached out to tousle Gu Jing's hair. "Don't mind him. That guy's a bit dim-witted." Gu Jing remained silent, merely emitting a soft hum, yet the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Although their moment had been interrupted, the lingering air of intimacy between them had only deepened. Xie Chengjun leaned against the head of the bed, while Gu Jing sat at its edge, occasionally exchanging smiles that betrayed the affection they could no longer conceal. Indeed, Gu Jing seemed to suddenly recall something, asking, "What do you think of that person named Mo Chen? Is he trustworthy?" Xie Chengjun's expression turned grave. "It is difficult to say. The base is a mixture of various individuals, and especially with someone like this high-level ability user who has appeared out of the blue, most come with their own agendas. What does he want from you?" Gu Jing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shared Mo Chen's words with Xie Chengjun. He wants to utilize you? Xie Chengjun furrowed his brow. Or rather, he wishes to exploit the power within you? I do not know. Gu Jing shook his head. He mentioned that I possess a power even I am unaware of, and he claimed that a level 5 zombie is targeting me because of it. Xie Chengjun fell silent for a moment. Regardless of his intentions, it is best to keep your distance from him. Your power is something we need to understand ourselves. We do not require outsiders meddling in our affairs. Indeed, Gu Jing nodded, agreeing with the sentiment. After conversing for a while longer, Xie Chengjun, having recently awakened, soon grew weary. Gu Jing assisted him in lying down comfortably and tucked him in, saying, "You should rest now. I will watch over you." Xie Chengjun grasped his hand, unwilling to let him leave. "Stay here and sleep with me." Gu Jing's face flushed again. "No, that might not be appropriate. There is plenty of space." Xie Chengjun patted the spot beside him, his gaze infused with a subtle hint of endearment. "I can't sleep alone." Observing his pale face, marred by injury yet filled with longing, Gu Jing found it impossible to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, he removed his shoes and carefully lay down next to him, striving to keep a respectful distance. Just as he settled in, Xie Chengjun pulled him close, enveloping him in a tight embrace. "Your back injury. It's fine. It doesn't hurt if I remain still." Xie Chengjun rested his chin atop Gu Jing's head, speaking lazily. "Holding you like this, I can sleep soundly." Gu Jing's heart began to race uncontrollably, yet the faint scent of blood mingled with the warmth of sunlight emanating from Xie Chengjun brought him an unusual sense of tranquility. He closed his eyes, listening to the steady rhythm of Xie Chengjun's heartbeat, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Xie Chengjun noticed the evenness of Gu Jing's breathing and gazed down at his peaceful sleeping face, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his lips. He silently vowed that no matter the dangers that lay ahead, he would protect Gu Jing, ensuring he could continue to sleep in such serenity. As for the level 5 zombie, Mo Chun, and the secrets surrounding Gu Jing, he would unravel them one by one. But for now, he simply wished to hold the person nestled in his arms and savor this precious tranquility. Chapter 11. The End of the World and the Bewildered Little Zombie. 11. When Xie Chengjun awakened, morning light streamed through the iron bars, casting a gentle glow upon Gu Jing's face. The youth slept deeply, his eyelashes creating delicate shadows on his eyelids, and his breath softly caressed Xie Chengjun's neck. He could not bring himself to move, maintaining their embrace, his fingertips lightly tracing the skin at the nape of Gu Jing's neck. After days of keeping him close, the tension within him remained taut. The level 5 zombie had yet to be dealt with, and Mo Chun lingered like a thorn in his side. More importantly, he sensed that Gu Jing's gaze held a hint of cautious probing, as if fearing that this closeness might vanish at any moment. Xie Chengjun lowered his head and pressed a gentle kiss onto the top of Gu Jing's head. But at that moment, Gu Jing suddenly recoiled, his brows furrowing tightly as he murmured a few words, "Don't push." The voice was barely audible, yet it pierced Xie Chengjun's ears like an ice pick. He immediately sat up straight, observing Gu Jing beginning to struggle restlessly, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his complexion ghastly pale. "Gu Jing, wake up." Xie Chengjun gently patted his cheek, his tone soft. "Did you have a nightmare?" Gu Jing's eyes shot open, his pupils dilated, filled with terror and confusion. He gasped for air, his gaze sweeping across the hospital room before landing back on Xie Chengjun's face. Suddenly, as if burned, he shrank back, his spine colliding forcefully against the bed's railing. "Is it you?" Gu Jing's voice trembled, his expression a tumult of emotions that sent chills down one's spine. Fear, pain, and a hint of disbelief. Xie Chengjun felt a heaviness in his heart. This reaction was unsettling, entirely unlike the usual boy who would shyly blush and hide from him. He softened his tone and cautiously inched closer to Gu Jing. "What is wrong? Was a nightmare? Don't be afraid. I'm here." "A nightmare?" Gu Jing murmured those words, then suddenly broke into a laugh tinged with sobs, constricting the heart of anyone who heard it. "Yes, it was a nightmare, but it wasn't just a dream." He abruptly raised his hand to clutch his hair, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, his body trembling like a leaf in autumn's breeze. "There were so many monsters outside the bar. You grabbed my hand and pushed me out." Xie Chengjun's breath hitched. Those were the actions of the original owner. Memories of Gu Jing being thrust forward to feed the zombies. Yet Gu Jing had never mentioned these details before, as if he had purposefully forgotten them. Why would they resurface suddenly? There were so many teeth biting into me, it hurt so much. Gu Jing's voice grew weaker, tears streaming down his cheeks and soaking into the quilt, forming a small damp patch. I thought I was done for, but I woke up in that dilapidated building, like some monster. He lifted his head, gazing at Xie Chengjun through tear-filled eyes, a shattered desperation reflecting in his gaze. Did you find me disgusting when you discovered me? Like a creature that bites? No. Xie Chengjun interrupted him urgently, his heart aching as if it were being crushed. He longed to embrace Gu Jing, but the latter recoiled. Gu Jing curled up in the corner of the bed, clutching his knees, burying his face in his arms. Why did you save me? You clearly despise me. I do not despise you, Xie Chengjun exclaimed, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Gu Jing, look at me. It wasn't me who pushed you. Those words sounded too feeble, even to him. The body was the same. How could Gu Jing believe him? Yet Gu Jing slowly raised his head, his confusion deepening. He scrutinized Xie Chengjun as if searching for something, and after a long pause, he whispered, "You are different. You are not the same." What? Xie Chengjun was taken aback. The one who pushed me didn't have anything like what you have in your eyes. Gu Jing's voice was soft, laced with uncertainty. When he looked at me, it was only for exploitation, but you. He faltered, merely gazing at Xie Chengjun, tears still falling, yet clarity slowly dawning in his eyes. Those chaotic memories surged forth like a relentless tide, encompassing both the excruciating pain of being cast away and the despair that followed. The numbing state of becoming a mere shell of oneself, and the tender moments shared after being found by Xie Chengjun. Two starkly contrasting emotions clashed within my mind, one of Xie Chengjun using me as a shield, and the other of him, with tearful eyes, fiercely declaring his unwillingness to lose me. Gu Jing opened his mouth, only to suddenly clutch his head and emit a muffled groan of anguish. His head throbbed painfully. Do not dwell on it, Xie Chengjun urged, quickly moving closer, cautiously supporting him, his palm resting against the nape of his neck, gently rubbing it. If you cannot remember, then let it be. It is all right. It is all in the past. Gu Jing leaned into his embrace, his breathing gradually steadying, though his body still trembled slightly. After a considerable pause, he finally lifted his head, his gaze transformed entirely, no longer filled with terror or confusion, but rather imbued with a serene calmness that bore a hint of complex emotions that Xie Chengjun could not decipher. Chengjun, Gu Jing softly called out, his voice light, yet imbued with an unusual certainty. Xie Chengjun's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time Gu Jing had addressed him so naturally, without a trace of shyness, as if he had uttered it 1,000 times. I remember, Gu Jing declared, looking into his eyes, articulating each word with clarity. Not just the moment of being cast away, but everything. Xie Chengjun held his breath, awaiting the continuation. From the very moment you first pulled me away from those people when we were young. A faint smile graced Gu Jing's lips, his gaze soft as water. You shielded me, fought against them, even laughing off the wounds on your hands. In that moment, I thought I would always follow you, always protect you. As we grew up together, you often teased me, snatching my snacks and claiming my bed, yet would discreetly take the blame when I was reprimanded by our teacher. His voice was gentle, as if speaking solely for Xie Chengjun's ears, yet also for his own. I knew you realized I had feelings for you, and while you pretended not to, I feigned ignorance as well, for it allowed me to remain by your side. When the apocalypse arrived, my first instinct was to shield you. Gu Jing's gaze darkened slightly. I fear not for my own life, but for yours. Yet I never anticipated. He paused, looking up at Xie Chengjun, his eyes devoid of resentment, only a sense of release. When I was cast away, I held no hatred towards you, merely a tinge of sadness. I came to realize that in your heart, I was less than even a mere acquaintance. No, Xie Chengjun hastily interjected. That was not me. Gu Jing, the being you encountered then, was not me. Gu Jing offered a soft smile, gently brushing his fingertips against Xie Chengjun's cheek. I understand. Xie Chengjun was taken aback. When I transformed into that state, I could recall nothing, My mind was consumed by a singular thought, as if searching for something. Gu Jing's cool fingertips delicately traced his brow. Until you found me and brought me back to the base. Initially, I was terrified, fearing you would despise me upon seeing me in that condition, that you would abandon me. Yet you did not. His gaze brightened, as if stars were twinkling within. You nourished me, wiped my face, and stealthily checked on my slumber at night. You are entirely different from the Xie Chengjun of the past who merely exploited me. Yesterday, when you confessed your affection, expressing a fear of losing me, Gu Jing's voice faltered, tinged with a hint of sob. Suddenly, memories flooded back, not the pain of being cast aside, but the warmth of all the kindnesses before, the feelings I had concealed in my heart, afraid to reveal my fondness. Now intertwined with everything you do for me. It seems I have always known you are not him. Gu Jing gazed into his eyes and earnestly remarked, Your eyes have changed, and so has your demeanor towards me. Even without the memories, I trust you. Xie Chengjun's heart felt as if it were filled with something, both sweet and sour, and his eyes suddenly grew warm. He embraced Gu Jing tightly, as if wishing to fuse him into his very being. Gu Jing's voice was hoarse as he said, I'm sorry for all the suffering you've endured. Regardless of whether it was the original owner's doing, wearing this face, I must repay what is owed to Gu Jing. Gu Jing leaned against him and gently shook his head. I do not blame you. Moreover, you found me. Didn't you? He wrapped his arms around Xie Chengjun, resting his chin on his shoulder, his voice muffled. Chengjun, please don't let me be alone again, okay? It will never happen again. Xie Chengjun tightened his embrace, solemnly promising in his ear, in this lifetime, I shall never let you go. The hospital room was enveloped in tranquility, with only the sound of their intertwined breaths. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming them and dispelling all shadows of the apocalypse. After a while, Gu Jing lifted his head, his cheeks slightly flushed. So what do we call our relationship now? Xie Chengjun gazed into his sparkling eyes and couldn't help but lean down to peck his nose, a smile blossoming that could not be concealed. What do you think? Boyfriend? Gu Jing's face instantly turned crimson, burying his head back into Xie Chengjun's embrace, mumbling a response so faint it resembled a whisper. Yet it resonated clearly in Xie Chengjun's ears. Xie Chengjun chuckled, his spirits soaring. He tousled Gu Jing's hair, teasing him. I didn't hear you. Could you say that again? Gu Jing nestled closer, ignoring him, but the corners of his mouth betrayed a rising smile. Just then, the hospital room door swung open with a loud bang. Lu Feng stood at the entrance with a tray in hand, nearly dropping it upon witnessing the two embracing inside. His eyes widened, wearing an expression of knowing. Tiske, I told you two were off. Xie Chengjun's face darkened immediately. Gu Jing sprang up from Xie Chengjun's arms like a startled cat, his face reddening to the point of embarrassment, fumbling at the edge of the bed, nervously twisting the blanket. Lu Feng. Xie Chengjun's voice was icy. Could you not knock? I did knock, but you didn't hear it. Lu Feng innocently entered the room, placing a tray on the bedside table. It contained 2 bowls of porridge and several steamed buns, the breakfast just delivered from the base cafeteria. Eat while it's hot, he urged, pushing the porridge towards the two, and with a sly wink at Xie Chengjun, he remarked, Brother Xie, you certainly have a remarkable speed. Xie Chengjun, uninterested in engaging him, picked up a spoon, scooped some porridge, blew on it to cool, and held it to Gu Jing's lips. Open your mouth. Gu Jing hesitated for a moment, but instinctively parted his lips. The warm porridge slid down his throat, infused with a subtle rice fragrance. His face flushed deeper, yet he did not retreat. Lu Feng watched in astonishment, exclaiming, I never realized, Brother Xie, how considerate you can be. Comrade Gu Jing, it seems you have someone to look after you now. Gu Jing felt even more embarrassed, lowering his head to sip the porridge, his ears glowing bright red. Xie Chengjun shot Lu Feng a glare, signaling him to be quiet. Complying, Lu Feng munched on a steamed bun, though his gaze occasionally darted towards the two, wearing a look of amusement. After breakfast, Lu Feng tidied up the dishes and shared updates about the base. The hunting team was preparing to set out to eliminate a level 5 zombie, and Captain Ling had sent someone to ask Xie Chengjun if he wished to join. I'll go with you, Xie Chengjun stated, preempting Gu Jing's likely protest. Gu Jing, you stay at the base. you're not permitted to go anywhere. Gu Jing frowned. No, I said I wanted to go together. Listen to me, Xie Chengjun insisted, grasping his hand. Your power is still unstable. Going would only distract me. Moreover, Mo Chun remains at the base, and I cannot leave you here alone. Upon hearing Mo Chen's name, Gu Jing's expression turned serious. I will have Lu Feng stay with you, Xie Chengjun said, turning to Lu Feng. Can you manage that? Lu Feng immediately patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry. With me around, Comrade Gu Jing will be safe and sound. Gu Jing wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Xie Chengjun. Wait for my return. He looked deeply into Gu Jing's eyes, his tone earnest. I will be back soon. Gu Jing, meeting his determined gaze, realized that further argument would be futile. He nodded, his voice barely above a whisper. You must be careful and not get hurt. All right, Xie Chengjun smiled, affectionately ruffling his hair. He soon departed with the hunting team. Gu Jing stood by the window, watching their figures disappear at the base entrance, his heart gripped by an unsettling anxiety. Don't worry, Brother Xie is incredibly capable. He will be fine, Lu Feng reassured him from the side. Besides, with Captain Ling and the others, they have plenty of people to deal with the zombie. Gu Jing nodded, but remained unconvinced. He couldn't shake the feeling that the level 5 zombie was not as simple as it seemed, especially after Mo Chun's ominous words, which lingered in his mind. By the way, Gu Jing suddenly recalled, Lu Gu, do you know anything about Mo Chun? Mo Chun. Lu Feng furrowed his brow. You mean the new lightning ability user? I've heard he is quite powerful and was treated as a guest of honor upon his arrival. Why do you ask? Nothing. Gu Jing shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, but he found the situation somewhat peculiar. The base was rife with odd characters. Lu Feng, unfazed, remarked that they had no ties to him, so why bother? Gu Jing remained silent, yet a sense of unease gnawed at him. He harbored the unsettling suspicion that Mo Chun would not simply let matters lie. Sure enough, it wasn't long before there was a knock at the door of the ward. Come in. Gu Jing and Lu Feng exchanged wary glances. The door swung open, revealing Mo Chun, who entered with a gentle smile, though his gaze fixated on Gu Jing. Gu Jing, I heard that Xie Chengjun has gone out with a hunting team? Mo Chun approached the bedside casually, stating, I came to check on you. No need. I'm perfectly fine, Gu Jing replied, shifting back to create distance, his tone frosty. Lu Feng also rose to stand in front of Gu Jing, eyeing Mo Chun warily. Mr. Mo, do you have business here? If not, we need a rest. Seemingly oblivious to Lu Feng's hostility, Mo Chun continued to smile at Gu Jing. I understand your apprehension towards me, but I'm here to offer you a warning. That 5th-level zombie is quite formidable. Xie Chengjun and the others will not be able to handle it. Gu Jing's heart tightened. What do you mean? That zombie is not like an ordinary 5th-level one. It can absorb the energy of other zombies and grow increasingly powerful. Mo Chen's tone turned grave. Moreover, its true target is you. If Xie Chengjun and the others go, it would be a futile sacrifice. How do you know all this? Lu Feng interjected, frowning. Have you encountered that zombie before? Mo Chun ignored Lu Feng's inquiry, focusing solely on Gu Jing. Only you can stop it. The power within you is its nemesis and the very thing it craves. If you do not intervene, Xie Chengjun and the others may not return. Gu Jing's complexion paled instantaneously. He was aware that Mo Chun might be sowing discord, yet the thought of Xie Chengjun facing danger rendered him restless. What do you want me to do? Gu Jing's voice trembled slightly. Gu Jing, don't trust him, Lu Feng urged, seizing his arm. He has ill intentions. Mo Chun chuckled softly. I merely wish to assist you. The decision lies with you. If you want Xie Chengjun to return safely, come with me. I know where that zombie is and how to help you unlock your inner power. Gu Jing stared at Mo Chun, torn between conflicting thoughts. He knew he shouldn't trust him, yet the fear of losing Xie Chengjun overwhelmed him. What will it be? Have you made up your mind? Mo Chun's tone bore a subtle hint of temptation. Delay any longer, and it may be too late. Clenching his teeth, Gu Jing suddenly stood up. I will go with you. Gu Jing, Lu Feng exclaimed, alarmed. Are you out of your mind? Lu Gu, please take care of things here. Gu Jing met Lu Feng's gaze with resolve. I must go. If something happens to Chengjun, my survival will be meaningless. He could not afford to lose Xie Chengjun again, Absolutely not. Montakchen smiled, evidently pleased. A wise choice. Let us depart. As Gu Jing followed Chen out, Lu Feng attempted to intervene, only to be thwarted by an unseen force emanating from Chen. Rest assured, I will ensure his safe return, Chen assured. Chen uttered these words before leading Gu Jing out of the hospital room. Lu Feng, in a fit of desperation, stomped his feet, utterly at a loss. He hurried outside, only to find that both figures had vanished. Panic surged within him as he fretted over what to do next. Meanwhile, Gu Jing followed Chen out of the base, a growing sense of unease gripping his heart. Where are we going? He halted, eyeing Chen with suspicion. To a place where you can become stronger, Chen replied, turning around, his smile evaporating and his gaze turning frosty. There, you will discover the true extent of your power. A gust of wind swept through, stirring the dust around them. As Gu Jing caught sight of the unfamiliar glint in his eyes, a chilling realization dawned upon him. He might have made a grave mistake. But now it was too late. Chapter 13. The Apocalypse and the Awkward Little Zombie led Gu Jing towards an abandoned factory outside the base. The stench of decay intensified with each step. Gu Jing clenched his fists, his pace slowing. Where exactly are you taking me? Chen halted, turning to him, his expression devoid of mirth, his eyes cold as ice. You will know when we arrive. With a swift motion, he summoned a crackling surge of electricity that ensnared Gu Jing's wrist. A wave of numbness coursed up his arm, sapping his strength. He stared at Chen in shock. You, stop struggling. Your abilities have yet to awaken. Resistance is futile. Chen yanked him forward, a blatant greed lacing his voice. I have awaited this day for far too long. The rusted iron gate of the factory creaked agonizingly as Chen kicked it open. Inside lay a chaotic heap of debris, with a few low-tier zombies huddled in the corner. Upon sensing their presence, they emitted a guttural growl, yet something stifled their advance. Gu Jing was dragged to the center of the factory, where a platform made of zombie bones stood, stained with dark crimson remnants. An intense wave of dread washed over him. What do you intend to do? Chen released him and retreated to the bone platform, an ominous black mist suddenly enveloping him. His previously handsome visage twisted grotesquely, his skin turned ashen, and his nails elongated into sharp, dark points. Gu Jing's pupils constricted in horror. You are a zombie. To be precise, I'm a level 6 zombie. Chen's voice became hoarse, gritty as if gravel were scraping against it. Within this entire base, no one knows my true identity. They all believe me to be a high-tier ability user, worshipping me as a deity. How laughable. He advanced toward Gu Jing, the black mist swirling around him. I was infected at the onset of the apocalypse. Fortunately, I did not devolve into one of those mindless low-tier zombies. I retained my intellect and could absorb the energy of ability users to evolve. Yet level 6 is the limit. No matter how many ability users I consume, I cannot advance further. Mu's gaze bore into Gu Jing, as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure, until I sensed your existence. Gu Jing took a few steps back, his back pressing against the cold, iron frame. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Of course you do not. Chen burst into laughter, a cacophony laced with madness. Did you think yourself fortunate, not fully transformed into a zombie? You are mistaken. You are the Zombie King, the singular entity capable of enabling my ascension beyond level 6 to become the new sovereign. The term Zombie King left Gu Jing momentarily stunned, akin to thunder reverberating in his mind. Impossible. I am not. Blood of the Zombie King flows within you, merely awaiting its awakening, Chen exclaimed, excitement escalating in his voice. Why does that level 5 zombie fixate on you? It senses the aura of a king, instinctively yearning to submit, while simultaneously desiring to consume you in its place. Alas, it is too weak. With a wave of his hand, a cloud of black mist dispersed violently, causing the low-tier zombies huddled in the corners to charge at Gu Jing like frenzied beasts, only to explode into putrid remnants mere steps away from him. Gu Jing, aghast at the scene, turned pale, his stomach churning violently. Do you see? Chen's voice oozed temptation. This is the oppressive force you emit unconsciously. Even the level 5 zombie is both fearful and covetous of you. let alone these lesser beings. He advanced step by step. Once I consume you, I shall inherit your power and become the true king, ruling this apocalyptic realm. At that time, all zombies and superhumans will kneel before me. Gu Jing's heart raced, not from fear, but from fury. He abruptly lifted his head, flames of anger igniting in his gaze. You intend to use me? You lured me here merely to kill me? It is not killing. It is consumption, Mo Chun corrected him, pride saturating his tone. Xie Chengjun and the others are undoubtedly engaged in a fierce battle with that level 5 zombie. When they are locked in mutual destruction, I shall swoop in to seize the remnants, relishing the sight of you being devoured before their very eyes. What a delightful thought. At the mention of Xie Chengjun, Gu Jing's eyes turned sharp. He was unaware from where he drew the strength, but he suddenly broke free from the electric restraints on his wrist. Though his arm remained numb, he fixed his gaze on Mo Chun. You will not harm him. Oh, this is intriguing. Mo Chun raised an eyebrow. Can anger unleash your power? Unfortunately, it is still insufficient. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Gu Jing, his black claws slicing through the air toward Gu Jing's chest. Instinctively, Gu Jing raised his hand to block. Warmth surged from his palm, colliding with Finesse claws. With a dull thud, Mo Chun was forced back 2 steps. Astonished as he gazed at Gu Jing. This power indeed belongs to you. Gu Jing himself was taken aback, staring at his palm. What was that surge of energy? It seems I need not intervene. Your power is on the verge of awakening. Wen licked his lips, his gaze brimming with greed. This is even better. Consuming you post-awakening will amplify my strength. He lunged again, the black mist coalescing into a long blade, slicing toward Gu Jing with a sound of air being cleaved. Gu Jing had no time to react, helplessly watching as the blade drew nearer. Just then, a massive hole was suddenly breached in the factory roof. A figure descending amidst the wind, shielding him. Chengjun, Gu Jing cried out in disbelief. Xie Chengjun retaliated with several icy blades, forcing Mo Chun back. He swiftly turned and pulled Gu Jing behind him, the movement causing his back wound to reopen, blood seeping through, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. His gaze cold enough to kill. Mo Chun, are you seeking death? Xie Chengjun, what brings you here? Mo Chun replied, somewhat surprised, before breaking into laughter. I see that the 5th level zombie has been dealt with. How convenient, saving me a trip. Do you truly believe such tricks could deceive him? Xie Chengjun's voice dripped with frost. Since you approached Gu Jing, I have had someone watching you. Every word you exchanged with him reached my ears. Earlier, in the hospital room, Xie Chengjun had feigned agreement to join the hunting team, secretly coordinating with Captain Ling to divert the 5th level zombie, while he stealthily followed Gu Jing. He had sensed something amiss with Mo Chun, and his suspicions were confirmed. Is that so? Mo Chun's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by a mocking smile. What can you two do to stop me? The dark mist enveloping him intensified, causing the lower-tier zombies within the factory to stir restlessly, roaring as they charged towards Xie Chengjun. Gu Jing, step back, Xie Chengjun urged, pushing Gu Jing behind him as he conjured an ice wall to shield against the zombies' onslaught. Leave this to me. I will not. Gu Jing grasped his arm, determination blazing in his eyes. I promise to face this together with you. At that moment, the sounds of gunfire and clashes of abilities erupted from outside the factory as Captain Ling and the hunting team stormed in, encircling Mo Chun. Mo Chun, you zombie impersonator. Today you shall face justice. Just you lot? Mo Chun sneered, unleashing a powerful aura as the presence of a 6th level zombie enveloped the area. The hunting team members turned pale, instinctively retreating. A 6th level zombie? Captain Ling exclaimed in disbelief. You are actually a 6th level zombie. In the entire base, the highest ranked ability users were merely 5th level. None stood a chance against a 6th level zombie. Fear etched itself across the faces of the hunting team. Are you frightened? Mo Chun cackled, the dark mist exploding outward, ensnaring several nearby team members. Their screams echoed as they were flung aside, transformed into desiccated corpses. Stop! Xie Chengjun bellowed, launching countless ice spikes toward Mo Chun, only to have them effortlessly deflected. Mo Chun's claws dug into Xie Chengjun's shoulder, the sound of shattering bones resonating clearly. Xie Chengjun stifled a groan, retaliating by driving an ice spike into Mo Chen's arm. Seeking death, Mo Chen roared in pain, swatting Xie Chengjun aside. Xie Chengjun crashed into the metal frame, coughing up blood, struggling to rise, but Mo Chen's foot pinned him to the ground. Chengjun. Gu Jing's eyes widened in horror as he rushed to push Mo Chen away, but a force repelled him. Do not rush. You'll be next, Mo Chen said, looking down at Xie Chengjun, his claws slowly rising. I will kill him first, then devour you. A perfect plan. No. Gu Jing screamed, his eyes reddening, black veins creeping into his pupils. Within him, it felt as though something was striving to break free, a powerful force surging through his veins. With a long howl, Gu Jing erupted in a golden radiance, incinerating the low-level zombies that charged towards him into mere ashes upon contact with the light. Mo Chen sensed an overwhelming pressure, and, in terror, he gazed upwards to behold Gu Jing suspended in the air, his pupils transformed into pure black, surrounded by swirling golden energy, his aura surpassing even his own. This was the essence of a zombie king. Mo Chen's legs turned to jelly, and he released his foot from Xie Chengjun's chest, disbelief flooding his mind. How could he awaken so swiftly? Gu Jing slowly lowered his head, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he had become an entirely different being. He raised a hand, and the golden energy coiled around Mo Chen like chains, tightening inexorably. No, let me go. Montauk Chun thrashed in desperation, black mist crashing against the chains to no avail. I am a king. I am meant to be the king. The golden energy constricted violently, and Mo Chen let out a piercing scream as his body gradually dissolved into the light, ultimately transforming into a puddle of black liquid, leaving no trace behind. The surrounding low-level zombies lost their control, flailing about chaotically. Gu Jing's gaze shifted, and the golden light swept over them, freezing all in an instant before they crumbled to ashes. The factory fell silent, save for the flowing golden radiance. Gu Jing gently descended to the ground, the black patterns in his eyes slowly fading. He looked at his hands, then at Xie Chengjun, before suddenly fainting. Gu Jing, ignoring his own injuries. Xie Chengjun rushed to catch him, checking for his breath and sighing in relief, realizing he was merely exhausted. Captain Ling approached with his team, surveying the black puddle on the ground, then glancing at the unconscious Gu Jing with astonishment. Brother Xie, what just happened? We'll discuss it later, Xie Chengjun replied, lifting Gu Jing in his arms, his back stained with blood, yet a gentle smile adorned his face. We should return. When Gu Jing awoke, he found himself in the infirmary of the base, Xie Chengjun seated at his bedside, peeling an apple, his back bandaged thickly. You're awake? Xie Chengjun set down the apple and touched his forehead. How do you feel? Gu Jing sat up, gazing at his hands before looking back at Xie Chengjun. Have I become a monster? Xie Chengjun grasped his hand firmly, earnestly declaring, You are not a monster. You are Gu Jing, my Gu Jing. But when I think of how I transformed into that, it terrifies me. Gu Jing recalled his monstrous form, anxiety gripping his heart. Mo Chen was right. You are the zombie king. Xie Chengjun interrupted, but what of it? You have harmed no one. Rather, you saved everyone. Later, the hunting team discovered Mo Chen's concealed research notes in the factory, revealing he had long been infected, secretly devouring abilities from both supernatural beings and zombies to evolve, even developing a serum to control zombies. The level 5 zombie had been under his control. Had Gu Jing not awakened, the consequences would have been dire. But I'm still afraid, Gu Jing confessed, lowering his gaze. I fear one day I will lose control and harm you. Xie Chengjun embraced him, gently patting his back. That will never happen. Even if you were to truly lose control, I would remain by your side. Besides, with my presence, how could you possibly falter? Gu Jing leaned against him, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, gradually finding solace within. Perhaps becoming a zombie king was not such a dreadful fate. At the very least, he now possessed the strength to safeguard those he cherished. Gu Jing suddenly recalled something. The 5th-level zombie had been dealt with. Xie Chengjun smiled slightly, remarking that it was a joint effort by Captain Ling and the others, nothing of great significance. In truth, he He was aware that the fifth-level zombie had ultimately ceased its struggle. As if sensing something, it surrendered quietly to the hunting team. Perhaps it was Gu Jing's awakened aura that compelled it to submit instinctively. Outside the hospital room, Lu Feng peeked in, holding 2 steamed buns in hand. Awake? Cool, mate. Try these red sugar buns freshly made by the cafeteria. They're quite sweet. Gu Jing looked at him, then at Xie Chengjun, and suddenly burst into laughter. Perhaps the apocalypse had not yet concluded, and danger still lingered nearby. But with this person by his side, it felt as though fear had no place in his heart. Xie Chengjun observed his smile and joined in the laughter, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on his forehead. Chapter 15. The unassuming little zombie of the apocalypse. 15. Gu Jing's fingers lightly brushed against the bandages on Xie Chengjun's back, feeling the faint outline of the wound beneath the fabric. He softened his tone, a hint of concern lacing his voice. Does it still hurt? Xie Chengjun, who was focused on coring an apple, turned his head to glance at him, a smile dancing on his lips. Not all. He offered the freshly peeled apple. Would you like some? Gu Jing did not take it. Instead, he nestled closer, his nose nearly touching Xie Chengjun's neck, his voice tinged with a touch of grievance. I don't believe you. You lost so much blood. Xie Chengjun set the apple aside and gently ruffled Gu Jing's hair, the warmth of his palm causing Gu Jing's ears to flush. He instinctively pulled Gu Jing closer, inviting him to rest against the uninjured side of his shoulder. It truly doesn't hurt. When you fainted, I hardly felt the pain in my back. I was too preoccupied with worrying about you. Who made you worry? Gu Jing mumbled, yet buried his face deeper into Xie Chengjun's neck, his breath grazing Xie Chengjun's skin, eliciting a shiver. The room was enveloped in silence. The occasional sound of the base patrol team's footsteps filtering in from outside. Xie Chengjun could detect the faint scent of soap from Gu Jing's hair, mingled with the refreshing aroma that was unique to the youth, far more pleasant than any perfume from the world before the apocalypse. Unable to resist, he lowered his head and placed a gentle peck atop Gu Jing's head. Gu Jing, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, abruptly lifted his head, eyes wide with surprise. What are you doing? Nothing at all, Xie Chengjun replied, raising an eyebrow, playfully teasing him. Is it a crime to kiss my boyfriend? Who is your boyfriend? Gu Jing's face flushed crimson, his words stumbling, yet he did not truly push him away. Instead, he quietly nestled closer. Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, the vibrations resonating through his chest and reaching Gu Jing, like a spark of electricity coursing through them. He suddenly recalled Gu Jing's awakening, the golden light, the icy gaze, and how different the boy nestled in his embrace, blushing and heart racing, was from that moment. Do you remember when you awakened? Xie Chengjun asked softly. Gu Jing paused, shaking his head. I don't recall much, just a burning force within me, and a singular thought to ensure your safety. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with a hint of pride. But I believe I managed to eliminate that emotion. Indeed, you did, Xie Chengjun replied, playfully pinching his cheek, which felt delightfully soft. Our Gu Jing is quite formidable. Who is your Gu Jing? His face flushed deeper, yet he reached out to embrace Xie Chengjun's waist, resting his cheek against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Chengjun, let us always be together. Shall we? Yes, Xie Chengjun tightened his embrace, holding him closer. In this life, the next, and the one after, we shall remain together. Gu Jing said nothing, burying his face deeper, though a smile crept from the corners of his mouth to his ears. Later that evening, as the doctor changed his dressings, Xie Chengjun realized he had spoken too confidently. The wound on his back had opened painfully, and when the medic inspected it, the cotton swab grazed the injury, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead, yet he remained silent. Gu Jing stood nearby, his fingers twisted white with anxiety, his eyes glistening red as if on the verge of tears. Once the doctor had departed, he hurriedly fetched a clean towel, tiptoeing to wipe the sweat from Xie Chengjun's brow, his touch gentle as if he feared to shatter him. It hurts, doesn't it? Gu Jing's voice trembled, thick with emotion. It's my fault. If I hadn't been deceived by emotion, you wouldn't be suffering. It's not your fault, Xie Chengjun grasped his wrist, preventing him from continuing. I failed to protect you, and you've endured too much. He guided Gu Jing's hand to his uninjured chest, saying, feel this. It doesn't hurt here. As long as you are with me, it won't hurt. Gu Jing's fingers rested on his warm skin, distinctly feeling the powerful heartbeat within. He sniffled, suddenly bowing his head to quickly plant a kiss on Xie Chengjun's cheek. It felt like a feather-esque caress, akin to a spark igniting. Xie Chengjun was momentarily taken aback, while Gu Jing, blushing fiercely, dashed to the window, turning his back to him, his shoulders trembling slightly. Gu Jing. Xie Chengjun's voice was husky. Gu Jing did not turn back, his voice barely a whisper. What? Let me kiss you again. No, I won't. Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, attempting to pull him closer, but the pain from his back halted him, causing him to gasp. Stay still. Gu Jing immediately spun around, rushing back to his side. Concern etched across his face. I told you not to move. Yet before he could finish, Xie Chengjun tugged him by the arm, bringing him closer. The youth, unsteady, fell into Xie Chengjun's lap, facing him directly. The proximity allowed him to see the droplets on Xie Chengjun's lashes, to catch the faint scent of medicine on his breath, and to feel the tautness of his injured back from the movement. Gu Jing's heart raced, wishing to stand, but Xie Chengjun held him firmly at the waist. Do not move. Xie Chengjun's voice was low, imbued with an undeniable tenderness. Allow me to kiss you. Gu Jing's eyes fluttered, her long eyelashes resembling delicate fans as they brushed against Xie Chengjun's cheek. Though she remained silent, she quietly closed her eyes, her lashes quivering like resting butterflies. In that instant, Xie Chengjun's heart melted into a puddle of tenderness. He raised his hand, gently cradling the nape of Gu Jing's neck, gradually leaning closer. The distance between them diminished, their breaths intertwining, infused with each other's warmth. Just as their lips were about to meet, the door to the hospital room swung open with a loud bang. Lu Feng stood at the threshold, holding 2 bowls of steaming noodles. Upon witnessing the scene inside, he nearly dropped the bowls from his hands. Cough, cough. Am I interrupting again? Gu Jing sprang from Xie Chengjun's lap, as if scalded. Her face flushed to the point of resembling a ripe fruit, frantically stepping aside, as if she wished to vanish into the ground. Xie Chengjun's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot, his glare at Lu Feng sharp enough to kill. Lu Feng, was this deliberate? By heaven's fairness. I merely came to deliver food. Lu Feng protested, retreating a couple of steps while holding the noodles innocently. Who knew you were up to mischief? Get out. All right. I'm going. Lu Feng placed the noodles on the bedside table and, understanding the situation, retreated to the door, not forgetting to wink at Gu Jing. Come on, little comrade. You can do it. With that, he slammed the door shut and vanished from sight. The room fell silent once more. Yet the atmosphere was no longer as intimate as before. Gu Jing lowered her head, fingers twisting the hem of her shirt, her ears glowing with embarrassment. Xie Chengjun sighed helplessly, ruffling her hair. Ignore him. Gu Jing responded with a soft handing him a bowl of noodles. Hurry and eat, or it will get cold. Xie Chengjun accepted the noodles, but did not pick up the chopsticks. Instead, he gazed at Gu Jing. About earlier. Nothing happened earlier. Gu Jing quickly interrupted, her face growing even warmer. Just eat your noodles. Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, choosing not to tease her further, and began to eat. Gu Jing sat beside him, also taking her bowl, but lacking appetite. She set it down after a few bites, her eyes continually drifting towards Xie Chengjun. Once Xie Chengjun had nearly finished, he placed his bowl down and suddenly spoke. The base chief sent someone to say they would like to see you. Gu Jing was momentarily taken aback. What do they want with me? They probably want to inquire about your awakening. Xie Chengjun wiped his mouth, his tone calm. Don't worry, I'll accompany you. Gu Jing nodded. With Xie Chengjun by her side, she feared nothing. That night, as per usual, Gu Jing was pulled into bed by Xie Chengjun. The bed was indeed spacious, but the proximity of their bodies inevitably led to accidental touches. Gu Jing lay with her back to Xie Chengjun, feeling the warmth radiating from him and hearing his steady breaths. Her heart raced uncontrollably, making sleep elusive. Can't sleep? Xie Chengjun's voice, slightly husky with sleepiness, broke the silence beside her. He reached out an arm, gently encircling her waist, drawing her closer while carefully avoiding the wound on her back. Shall I tell you a story? What story? A story about our past. Xie Chengjun rested his chin atop his head, his voice gentle as he reminisced. You know, I used to love teasing you, snatching your breakfast, claiming your seat. It was really just a way for me to draw your attention. Gu Jing's breath gradually steadied as he listened to Xie Chengjun recount those overlooked details, his heart swelling with warmth. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Chengjun had been quietly cherishing him in his own way. Then came the apocalypse. And my greatest fear was not the zombies, but the thought of losing you. Xie Chengjun's voice lowered. When I found you, you had changed into someone else. I was too afraid of that. I only feared that you wouldn't recognize me. How could I ever not recognize you? Gu Jing turned, burying himself in his embrace, his voice thick with emotion. Even if I become a monster, I would still know you. Xie Chengjun tightened his arms around him, placing a gentle kiss on his forehead. Sleep now. This time, Gu Jing quickly succumbed to slumber, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xie Chengjun watched over his peaceful visage, leaning down to softly brush his lips against Gu Jing's, delicate and sweet, like cotton candy. In a whisper, he declared, Gu Jing, I love you. In the darkness, Gu Jing's eyelashes fluttered slightly, the smile on his lips deepening. Chapter 16. The End Times and the Bewildered Little Zombie. 16. In the end, it was Xie Chengjun who accompanied Gu Jing to meet the base leader. In the office sat several key figures of the base, including Captain Ling. The base leader, an elderly man with graying hair yet sharp eyes, scrutinized Gu Jing before speaking slowly. Xiao Gu, Captain Ling has informed us about the incident at the factory. Instinctively, Gu Jing shrank back behind Xie Chengjun, who subtly stepped forward to shield him. If you have something to say, please do so directly. Nothing malicious intended. The base leader chuckled, his tone softening. I merely wish to inquire if you can control your awakened powers. Gu Jing hesitated, shaking his head. I don't know. It seemed to erupt suddenly when I was trying to save Chengjun. I see. The base leader pondered for a moment. Things have been turbulent lately. The number of zombies outside is increasing, and some rogue ability user teams are causing trouble. Are you suggesting that you want Gu Jing to take action? Xie Chengjun frowned, concerned about the instability of Gu Jing's powers. That's not my intention, the base leader quickly clarified. I simply wish for Xiao Gu to stay at the base a while longer. If any issues arise, it would be beneficial to have someone with his abilities nearby. Of course, we want to ask for your help without offering compensation. Choose any of our finest resources and accommodations. Gu Jing looked at Xie Chengjun, and upon seeing no objections, nodded. As long as it doesn't harm innocent people, I can lend my assistance. Once outside the office, Gu Jing let out a sigh of relief. I'm glad I wasn't asked to fight. Xie Chengjun smiled, ruffling his hair. Afraid? Not at all. Gu Jing raised his chin defiantly. I just don't want to use that kind of power casually. It feels strange. Indeed, don't force yourself. Xie Chengjun took his hand and led him towards their residence. The base commander had arranged for them a quaint little courtyard, far more spacious than the hospital ward and even equipped with a small kitchen. From now on, they would dwell here, free from interruptions. The courtyard's wooden door exuded a hint of nostalgia. Gu Jing pushed it open, his eyes brightening. This is quite nice. In the courtyard stood a crooked tree, its trunk bearing the remnants of uneven carvings. In the corner, several unnamed wild grasses thrived, surprisingly alive amidst the apocalypse, radiating a semblance of vitality. The interior was immaculate, clearly tidied up for their arrival, featuring 2 beds, a chipped wardrobe, and a small table. It was a significant improvement over the hospital. Gu Jing dashed to the window, flung it open, and glimpsed the patrolling guards outside. So we can cook here? Yes, I spotted a pot in the kitchen, Xie Chengjun replied, walking over to him and gently embracing him from behind. Once I recover, I'll prepare your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Gu Jing's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing against him. His voice soft. All right, I'll be waiting. Days gradually settled into a comforting routine. Xie Chengjun's wounds healed steadily, allowing him to walk, though he was still restricted from strenuous activities. Gu Jing spent his days learning the basics of supernatural control from the base's personnel. Although progress was slow, He could feel his strength becoming increasingly stable. One afternoon, upon returning from the training ground, Gu Jing was greeted by an enticing aroma as he entered. He rushed to the kitchen door and found Xie Chengjun, apron tied around his waist, diligently cooking. His posture was upright, yet his movements were somewhat clumsy. "Why are you up cooking?" Gu Jing asked, hurrying over to take the spatula from him. "Weren't you supposed to rest?" "It's nothing, just frying some vegetables. It's not strenuous," Xie Chengjun replied, nudging him aside. "You go sit and wait. It will be ready shortly." Gu Jing lingered, leaning against the doorframe, observing him. The sunlight filtered through the window, casting a golden hue on Xie Chengjun's profile, even highlighting the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. This scene felt strikingly reminiscent of their life before the apocalypse. Back then, they lived across from each other, and Xie Chengjun often dropped by for meals, occasionally attempting to cook, only to leave the kitchen in disarray each time. "What are you thinking about?" Xie Chengjun asked, serving the cooked vegetables. Noticing Gu Jing lost in thought, he couldn't resist pinching Gu Jing's cheek. "Nothing," Gu Jing replied, his cheeks slightly flushed, feeling that this moment was quite pleasant. "Indeed, it is," Xie Chengjun smiled, setting the table. "Let us eat." Two simple dishes and a bowl of white rice created a rare warmth amidst the desolation. Gu Jing savored his meal, occasionally stealing glances at Xie Chengjun. "What are you looking at?" Xie Chengjun raised an eyebrow. "Is there food on my face?" "No." Gu Jing lowered his head, taking another bite, his voice muffled. "I just think you look nice." Xie Chengjun paused, then chuckled, the sound resonating in his chest. "Gu Jing, when did you become so eloquent?" "That's just how it is," Gu Jing mumbled, his face growing even warmer. After finishing their meal, Gu Jing tidied up the dishes while Xie Chengjun sat beside him, watching with a gaze so tender it seemed to glisten with emotion. Once Gu Jing emerged from the kitchen after washing up, he found Xie Chengjun leaning against his chair, asleep, his brow slightly furrowed, as though he were ensnared in a troubling dream. Gu Jing approached and crouched down before him, gently smoothing the creases on his forehead. The warmth of his fingertips brushed against Xie Chengjun's skin. He recalled the onset of the apocalypse when Xie Chengjun had found him and rescued him from that dilapidated building. At that time, Xie Chengjun's eyes were bloodshot, stubble graced his chin, and he appeared weary and haggard. Yet he held Gu Jing close, fiercely protective. "Chengjun," Gu Jing whispered softly. "Thank you." Xie Chengjun did not awaken. Instead, the tension in his brow relaxed, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. As Gu Jing gazed upon his sleeping face, a sudden urge surged within him. He slowly leaned in and placed a gentle peck upon Xie Chengjun's lips, so light it was akin to a feather grazing the surface of water. He hastily stood, intending to escape, but his wrist was caught. Xie Chengjun opened his eyes, devoid of any drowsiness, instead twinkling with a hint of mischief. "What do you think you're running off to?" Xie Chengjun tugged him closer, causing Gu Jing to lose his balance and fall onto his lap. "You think you can steal a kiss and just bolt?" I didn't." Gu Jing's face flushed crimson, his words tumbling out in a stammer. "Weren't you asleep?" "Awoken by our little Gu Jing's kiss." Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, pinching his cheek. "You didn't kiss me enough. Let us have another." "No, I won tea." Gu Jing buried his face in the crook of Xie Chengjun's neck, his voice muffled yet lacking true resistance. Xie Chengjun ceased his teasing, simply holding him close. Resting his chin atop Gu Jing's head, and sighed gently, "This is truly wonderful." "What is wonderful?" "Just this," Xie Chengjun murmured softly. "With you here with food to eat. No more living in fear every day." Gu Jing remained silent, tightening his embrace. Indeed, this was wonderful. Later that night, as Gu Jing tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, Xie Chengjun, disturbed by his restlessness, turned to him and asked, "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" "No." Gu Jing turned to face him, their outlines visible in the darkness. "Chengjun, what do you think our future holds?" "The future?" Xie Chengjun chuckled lightly. "We will settle here in this base. Once I recover, we will venture outside in search of more supplies. You'll practice your abilities diligently and grow ever stronger. When the zombies are eradicated, we will find a secluded spot, build a small house, and adopt a dog. How does that sound?" "Good." Gu Jing's voice trembled slightly. and we shall plant countless flowers, just like the neighbor's garden used to be, filled to the brim. Yes, we'll plant your beloved sunflowers. Xie Chengjun reached out, grasping Gu Jing's hand. No matter what the future holds, I will always be by your side. Me too. Gu Jing returned the grip, their fingers intertwined tightly. Chengjun, I like you. This time, he spoke clearly, without a trace of hesitation. Xie Chengjun's heartbeat faltered for a moment as he turned and pinned Gu Jing beneath him, carefully avoiding his own wound. In the darkness, he could see Gu Jing's sparkling eyes, as if they held stars within them. I will say it again. I like you, Xie Chengjun, Gu Jing declared, gazing into his eyes, enunciating each word as if it were a cherished secret he had held since childhood. Xie Chengjun lowered his head and captured Gu Jing's lips in a kiss. This time, it remained uninterrupted. The moment their lips met, a current surged between them, tinged with a slight tingle and an itch. Gu Jing's eyelashes fluttered gently, yet he did not close his eyes. Instead, he looked into Xie Chengjun's face, seeing his own reflection clearly in his eyes. Xie Chengjun's kiss was tender, imbued with a cautious reverence, gradually deepening. Gu Jing's breath faltered, instinctively wrapping his arms around Xie Chengjun's neck in response. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon their intertwined hands and the silhouettes of their closely embraced forms. The apocalypse raged on, danger never far away. Yet in this small room, only their warmth and heartbeats remained, creating a cocoon that made them reluctant to awaken. Gu Jing thought that no matter what challenges lay ahead, as long as Xie Chengjun was by his side, he feared nothing, because they would always be together. Chapter 17. The Apocalypse and the Awkward Little Zombie. 17. Just as Gu Jing's powers began to show promise, news spread throughout the base that Xiao Ran had entered with the remaining members of his team. When Xie Chengjun heard the news, he was slicing an apple for Gu Jing. The knife's edge pressed down harder against the skin of the fruit, causing it to crack. Gu Jing looked up and noticed his fingertips turning white, softly inquiring, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Xie Chengjun replied, cutting the apple into small pieces and handing them to Gu Jing, his tone betraying no emotion. "I just heard during dinner that Xiao Ran and the others have arrived." Gu Jing hesitated, his fingers pausing around the apple piece. He had little impression of Xiao Ran, only a vague recollection of the timid gaze from the original owner's memories. Yet he instinctively sensed the chill emanating from Xie Chengjun. "If he comes, Gu Jing said, attempting to lighten the mood as he stuffed a piece of apple into Xie Chengjun's mouth. The base was vast. They might not encounter each other. Xie Chengjun chewed the apple, but the coldness in his eyes remained unyielding. Encounter? I would rather meet him immediately. Within a couple of days, fate delivered an encounter. That day, Gu Jing was at the training ground practicing his ability control. Just as he managed to stabilize a golden stream of energy to levitate a stone, he heard a commotion nearby. Xiao Ran was being jostled by two team members, his supply of compressed biscuits scattered across the ground. His eyes red like a rabbit's as he repeatedly lamented, "That was my find, it really was my find." The rules of the base dictate that all items must be surrendered for communal distribution. Hoarding is a violation. One of the team members kicked a biscuit on the ground, sneering, "What a waste. Only Xie Chengjun ever had an eye for you." As soon as the words left his lips, a shard of ice whizzed past his ear, embedding itself into the dirt wall behind him, showering him with ice shards. Xie Chengjun stood at the edge of the training ground, holding a water bottle intended for Gu Jing, his gaze as frigid as ice. "Mind your words," he admonished. The two team members, recognizing him, turned pale and mumbled about adhering to the rules before scurrying away. Xiao Ran looked up, and his eyes instantly sparkled upon seeing Xie Chengjun. He stumbled forward, eager to grasp his arm. "Chengjun, I knew you would help me." However, before his hand could reach Xie Chengjun, he was forcefully shoved aside by an unseen force. Gu Jing had positioned himself in front of Xie Chengjun, the golden energy emanating from his palm, radiating a chilling glow, his tone colder than ever. "Do not touch him." As Xiao Ran fell to the ground, observing Gu Jing's protective stance, a flicker of envy crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by a look of grievance as he turned to Xie Chengjun, weeping. "Chengjun, I know you're still upset with me, but I had no choice when I left you behind. Liang Sheng and the others pressured me. I searched for you for so long. Finally, I made it into the base just to apologize. No need for apologies, Xie Chengjun replied, sidestepping Gu Jing and striding towards Xiao Ran, looking down upon him. You are not the one who should be apologizing. Xiao Ran hesitated. When I pushed Gu Jing out, you just stood by and said nothing. Xie Chengjun's voice was soft yet laced with a bone-chilling coldness. Later, when Liang Sheng intended to use me as bait, you feigned concern, merely asking if it was all right, before turning and fleeing with them. He crouched down, his fingers gripping Xiao Ran's chin to force him to meet his gaze. You are not innocent. You are cowardly and selfish, surviving by seeking sympathy through tears, trampling on the lives of others. Do you deserve that? Xiao Ran winced from the pain. Tears streaming down his face, mingled with fear. I was wrong, Chengjun. I truly was. Please forgive me this once. I will listen to you from now on. Listen to me? Xie Chengjun chuckled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Then you should leave this place at once. Return to the refuse heap where you were just now, or seek out those zombies. Perhaps they might forgive you. Xiao Ran trembled in terror, suddenly spotting Gu Jing as if he had found a lifeline. Gu Jing, please plead for me. I know you have a kind heart. Gu Jing regarded him with a gaze devoid of warmth. He recalled the wounds on Xie Chengjun's back, the puddle of blackened ink in the factory, and the hollow stare he had when he transformed into a zombie, all of which were intertwined with the individual before him. Kind-hearted? Gu Jing took a step forward, the golden energy in his palm erupting and encircling Xiao Ran. I'm only kind to the virtuous. The golden energy tightened like a barbed net, slicing into Xiao Ran's skin and drawing forth fine lines of blood, eliciting screams of pain. Let me go. Xie Chengjun, save me. Xie Chengjun stood unmoving, merely observing with cold detachment. Gu Jing glanced back at him. Seeing no objection, he increased the pressure in his palm. Chengjun Xiao Ran's voice grew faint, his face losing its color. I truly realize my mistakes. It's too late. Xie Chengjun finally spoke, his voice as frigid as ice. When you watched Gu Jing being pushed out, you should have anticipated this day. He raised his hand to signal Gu Jing to halt, and the golden airflow dissipated in response. Xiao Ran collapsed on the ground, drenched in blood, gasping for breath. Just as he thought he had evaded a calamity, he saw Xie Chengjun extract a small vial from his pocket and toss it before him. This vial contained a zombie erupted, as high-level zombies frequently roamed the back mountains of the base. Xie Chengjun's tone was as indifferent as discussing the weather. You can either drink it yourself, or I will have Gu Jing throw you to them. Choose one. Xiao Ran stared at the dark green liquid in the vial, terror gripping him as he scrambled backward, pleading, no, I don't want it. Xie Chengjun, you cannot do this to me. Why can't I? Xie Chengjun advanced step by step. Do I owe you something? Or does Gu Jing? He bent down to retrieve the vial, gripping Xiao Ran's chin and forcing the contents into his mouth. Xiao Ran struggled desperately, but Gu Jing held him down, rendering him immobile. The foul liquid choked him, provoking violent coughs, his face smeared with tears and mucus. Remember this. Xie Chengjun released his grip, observing Xiao Ran's agony with not a trace of compassion in his eyes. Not all transgressions can be forgiven, especially those that come at the cost of another's life for mere survival. The effects of the attractant soon manifested. A pungent, sweet scent emanated from Xiao Ran, and the distant roars of zombies drew nearer. Xie Chengjun pulled Gu Jing away, not once glancing back. As they walked, Gu Jing could hear Xiao Ran's anguished screams and the sounds of zombies tearing into flesh, which quickly faded into silence. Upon reaching the exit of the training grounds, Gu Jing suddenly halted, glancing back toward the mountains. Are you afraid? Xie Chengjun tightened his hold on his hand. Gu Jing shook his head, gripping Xie Chengjun's hand in return. The warmth of his palm dispelled all chill. I'm not afraid. He had only just realized that kindness in a world gone awry must be accompanied by thorns to protect those one wishes to safeguard. Xie Chengjun, witnessing the resolve in his eyes, lowered his head and pressed a kiss atop his hair. Let us return home. After the incident with Xiao Ran, the atmosphere within the base quieted significantly. No one dared to speak lightly of Gu Jing's identity any longer. Rather, their gazes held a newfound reverence. Xie Chengjun continued to accompany Gu Jing daily for ability training, their days as tranquil as a placid lake. The shift began during a routine inspection. While the medical team was organizing zombie samples, they serendipitously discovered that the residual golden airflow from Gu Jing's previous outburst could reduce the activity of the zombie virus in the petri dishes. This revelation struck like thunder, prompting the head of the medical team to seek out Xie Chengjun and Gu Jing that very night. In Xiao Gu's blood, there exists a unique antibody. The medical team leader declared, his voice trembling with excitement as he held up the test report. This antibody not only suppresses the virus, but can even reverse low-level infections. If we can extract it, are you suggesting that a cure could be developed? Xie Chengjun's brow furrowed tightly, instinctively pulling Gu Jing behind him. In theory, yes. The medical team leader's eyes sparkled. As long as Xiao Gu can cooperate with us to extract blood samples for further research. No. Xie Chengjun rejected the idea without a second thought, aware that his body could not withstand undue strain. Chengjun, Gu Jing gently tugged at the hem of his garment, his gaze resolute as he looked up. We can give it a try. Are you out of your mind? Xie Chengjun's voice was laced with urgency as he looked down at him. Who knows if drawing blood for research might adversely affect you? Yet, Gu Jing gazed out at the lower-tier zombies wandering beyond the window, his voice barely a whisper. If we could truly create an antidote, then fewer people would be transformed into monsters. He recalled the emptiness he felt when he became a zombie, the sight of those tormented by the virus, their sanity stripped away, causing his heart to clench painfully. Xie Chengjun noticed the spark in his eyes, the words of refusal lodged in his throat, unable to escape. The research commenced with utmost caution. The medical team drew only a small vial of blood each day. Initially, Gu Jing felt nothing amiss, but after 2 weeks, he began to experience frequent dizziness, his complexion growing increasingly pale. One day, Xie Chengjun went to the medical team to deliver clean clothing and chanced upon Gu Jing collapsing as blood was drawn. The needle slipped from his arm, droplets of blood trickling down his skin. Xie Chengjun's mind buzzed with alarm as he rushed over, lifting Gu Jing into his arms, his eyes cold enough to kill. Who allowed you to draw so much? The head of the medical team hurried to explain. Today's dosage was routine. Perhaps the energy expended during antibody extraction was too great for him. No more explanations, Xie Chengjun interjected, carrying Gu Jing out with an undeniable finality in his voice. This research ends here. In his arms, Gu Jing groggily opened his eyes, tugging at his sleeve softly. Don't be angry. I'm fine. Fine, you say? Xie Chengjun looked down at his pale face, his heart aching fiercely. Dare to put yourself through this again, and you'll see. Upon returning to their small courtyard, Xie Chengjun laid him on the bed, applying a warm towel to the spot where the needle had pierced his arm. Gu Jing, observing the tension etched on his profile, suddenly wrapped his arms around his neck. Chengjun, I want to try. Try what? Xie Chengjun brushed his hands away, his tone stern. What matters more, your life or the antidote? Both are important, Gu Jing insisted, his gaze unwavering. You promised we would wait together for the zombies to be eradicated, to build a small house and raise dogs. If there is an antidote, won't that day come sooner? Xie Chengjun found himself at a loss for words, turning away to pour water, his ears betraying a subtle flush. The following day, he sought out the head of the medical team, stating firmly, administer the minimum dosage. No more than 3 times a week, before turning on his heel and departing. The head of the medical team was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. The pace of the research slowed, yet Gu Jing's condition improved significantly. He began to learn how to recuperate his body after blood draws, the golden energy gathering at his fingertips, seeping into his veins, alleviating the fatigue caused by the procedures. Each day, Xie Chengjun devised new ways to provide him with nutritious food, often sneaking eggs from the base's cafeteria to secretly offer to Gu Jing. 3 months later, the medical team achieved a groundbreaking advancement. The first semi-finished antidote was developed, capable of temporarily restoring rationality to lower-tier zombies, albeit for only a brief hour, marking an unprecedented achievement. On the day of the trial, The base's square was surrounded by a throng of spectators. A second-tier zombie, shackled by iron chains, was dragged to the center of the square, where the head of the medical team trembled as he injected the antidote into its body. Everyone held their breath. The zombie initially struggled violently, emitting a painful howl from its throat, with bulging veins pulsating beneath its skin. Just as the onlookers thought it had failed, its movements suddenly slowed, and a glimmer of clarity flashed in its murky eyes, revealing a look of confusion towards the surrounding crowd. It worked. It truly worked. The square erupted in thunderous cheers. Gu Jing stood beside Xie Chengjun, observing the temporarily rational zombie, and a smile unexpectedly spread across his face. Sunlight cascaded upon him, dispelling much of his pallor, and the light in his eyes shone brighter than the jubilant cheers echoing through the square. Xie Chengjun quietly grasped his hand, the warmth radiating from his palm, comforting. He leaned down and softly whispered into Gu Jing's ear, "Our Gu Jing is a great hero." Instantly, Gu Jing's face flushed crimson. Leaning closer to him and replying softly, "We did it together." Indeed, together. From their life and death bond in the abandoned factory to sharing the mundane aspects of life in the little courtyard, and now witnessing the birth of hope in this moment. They had traversed the darkest paths and finally awaited the light seeping through the cracks. The medical team continued to refine the antidote, and Gu Jing still underwent blood draws 3 times a week, yet his complexion grew increasingly rosy, and his abilities became more stable. Xie Chengjun's back injury had long healed, but he still enjoyed having Gu Jing assist him in the kitchen, watching him clumsily wash vegetables before playfully shooing him out. That night, as Gu Jing leaned by the window, gazing at the moon, he was suddenly embraced from behind by Xie Chengjun. "What are you thinking about?" Xie Chengjun rested his chin atop Gu Jing's head, his voice laced with a hint of laziness. "Just thinking," Gu Jing replied, turning to wrap his arms around Xie Chengjun's waist. "Once the antidote is fully developed, let's plant sunflowers on the hillside behind the base. The sunlight there must be splendid." "Agreed." Xie Chengjun leaned down to kiss his forehead, adding, "And let us raise a black Labrador, just like you used to talk about." Gu Jing laughed, his eyes curving into crescent moons. Outside, the moonlight remained as gentle as ever, no longer needed to illuminate the desolation of ruins. Distant sounds of powers clashing echoed from the training grounds. The aroma of food wafted from the cafeteria, and the footsteps of patrolling guards were resolute and steady. The apocalypse was not yet over, but hope had already taken root in everyone's hearts. Leaning against Xie Chengjun's embrace, Gu Jing listened to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, suddenly realizing that the pain of blood draws and the challenges of research paled in comparison. For together, they were gradually transforming darkness into light. Chapter 19. The Zombie with Abilities in the Post-Apocalyptic World. 19. On the day the antidote was finally completed, a rare, clear sky enveloped the base. As the medical team rushed out, clutching their vials, Gu Jing was watering the crooked neck tree in the yard. Golden sunlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting a warm, golden hue upon his tousled hair. Xie Chengjun leaned against the doorframe, watching him, still clutching 2 steamed buns snatched from the cafeteria, the rising steam obscuring the smile in his eyes. It worked. They succeeded. The voice of the medical team leader shattered the tranquility of the base. As the reagent bottle in hand glimmered with a clear blue hue under the sunlight, proving effective even against advanced zombies, the virus could be completely suppressed. Gu Jing's water bottle clattered to the ground, spilling water that spread through the cracks of the blue bricks, yet he seemed oblivious, fixated on the jubilant crowd. Xie Chengjun approached, retrieved the water bottle, and set it aside, grasping his icy hand. "Why are you standing there in a daze? You should be joyous." "Yes." Gu Jing nodded, but his eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. "Chengjun, it's really over." "Yes, it is over." Xie Chengjun gently wiped the moisture from the corner of his eyes, his voice soft. "We could go plant sunflowers now." The news spread like wings, reaching all survivor bases within a day. In the ensuing 6 months, communities busied themselves with clearing the remnants of zombies. Lines of people queuing to receive the antidote stretched far and wide. Gu Jing and Xie Chengjun accompanied the medical teams to various locations. witnessing the gradual restoration of once mindless monsters to human form, watching smoke rise anew from the ruins, and seeing children frolic in the open spaces, reclaiming the mundane joys that had been crushed in the apocalypse, piece by piece. By the time they returned to their original base, autumn was deepening. The perimeter fence had been dismantled, revealing newly constructed homes behind it, with grayish-blue tiles aligned neatly in the sunlight, resembling rows of soldiers. Gu Jing walked forward, stepping on a carpet of golden fallen leaves, and suddenly halted at a street corner. It was a small grocery store, with a chipped tin bucket at the entrance holding a few wilted sunflowers. "How much for these flowers?" Gu Jing crouched down, gently touching the petals with his fingertips. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with graying hair, trembled as she replied, "Not worth much, but they look cheerful. If you like them, just take them." Xie Chengjun paid for the flowers and tucked them into Gu Jing's arms, watching him walk away, clutching the flowers amid the fallen leaves, and felt, all at once, but the hardships of the past few years seemed to have been blown away by the wind. They did not linger at the base. Gu Jing expressed a desire to revisit their old neighborhood, and without hesitation, Xie Chengjun found a functioning off-road vehicle and drove in the direction of their memories. The road had long been cleared, though the grass on either side grew taller than a person, and occasionally skeletal remains of abandoned cars could be seen, resembling the carcasses of colossal beasts. Gu Jing rested against the car window, unconsciously picking at the cracks in the glass. This was the path they had traversed countless times, returning from supermarkets with supplies, escaping from hordes of zombies, and finding the courage to survive in each other's eyes. "We're almost there." Xie Chengjun held his hand, the warmth of his palm providing a comforting assurance. The iron gate of the neighborhood had long rusted into uselessness, hanging crookedly on its hinges. As Gu Jing pushed open the gate, the creaking sound of rust startled the sparrows perched in the trees. The building remained unchanged, though the walls were severely peeling. And the pot of succulents on the third-floor balcony, once lovingly tended by Gu Jing, now lay cracked and precariously swaying in the wind. Their home was on the 5th floor. When Xie Chengjun opened the familiar security door, the dust that rose made Gu Jing sneeze. The room felt desolate, with photographs of the original owner and Gu Jing's parents still displayed on the coffee table in the living room, their glass cover thickly coated with dust. The figures in the photographs smiled with their eyes and brows curved in joy. Gu Jing approached cautiously, gently wiping the dust from the glass, his fingertips brushing over the youthful faces of his parents. He murmured softly, "If only they could see this." Xie Chengjun wrapped his arms around him from behind, resting his chin on the top of his head. "They will see." They had settled in the neighborhood. Xie Chengjun sought tools to mend the doors and windows, while Gu Jing turned the soil in the vacant lot downstairs, declaring his intent to plant sunflowers, large expanses of them. Initially, it was just a small patch of land, but as neighbors gradually returned, some planted corn, while others cultivated vegetables. The once desolate community began to flourish with the essence of life. When spring arrived, the sunflowers that Gu Jing had planted sprouted tender shoots. Each morning, he would squat in the dirt for an extended period, oblivious to Xie Chengjun calling him for breakfast. Leaning against the doorframe, Xie Chengjun watched him, suddenly struck by the resemblance to many years ago when they were still youths. Gu Jing had similarly squatted by the flower bed, observing the seeds he had sown sprouting, the sunlight gracing his face, more beautiful than anything else. "What are you daydreaming about?" Gu Jing turned to him with a smile, a small trowel clutched in his hand. "Come help me. This patch needs watering." Xie Chengjun approached, taking the watering can from his hands, admiring Gu Jing as he dug through the soil. Suddenly, he spoke. "Gu Jing, let us marry." Gu Jing paused, abruptly lifting his head, the sunlight catching in his eyes, sparkling like stars. "What did you say?" "I said, let's marry." Xie Chengjun set down the watering can and retrieved a small box from his pocket, revealing a ring fashioned from wire, awkwardly wrapped with dried sunflower petals in a hue of yellow. It was humble in its simplicity, but he promised to replace it with something finer in the future. He had rummaged through his belongings the night before, bending the wire under the lamp until dawn, his fingers pricked with several small wounds. Gu Jing gazed at the rough ring, suddenly bursting into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Who said you need to replace it? This one is perfect. Xie Chengjun slid the ring onto his ring finger, miraculously fitting snugly. He leaned down to kiss the ring, then pressed his lips to the teary corner of Gu Jing's eye. From now on, you'll be mine. You always have been. Gu Jing wrapped his arms around Xie Chengjun's neck, burying his face in his shoulder, his voice muffled. Ever since you pulled me out of that horde of zombies. The wind that day was soft, gently swaying the tender shoots in the ground. Laughter from a neighbor's child echoed in the distance, mingling with the aroma of stir-fried dishes. Everything felt as if it had returned to the time before the apocalypse, yet with an added richness, a preciousness born from survival, a stability regained, and a heavy future tightly clasped in their hands. Summer arrived swiftly, and the sunflowers downstairs grew to a height matching that of a person. Their large blossoms turning toward the sun, a golden carpet spread across the ground. Xie Chengjun built a small swing among the flowers, and Gu Jing loved to sit there, swaying back and forth, watching Xie Chengjun watering the plants beside him. Do you think we should get a dog? Gu Jing swayed his legs, tugging at a blade of dogtail grass. Yes, Xie Chengjun replied, placing down his water jug and squatting beside the swing. In a while, we'll head to town and find a black Labrador, just as you once suggested. And we should also adopt a cat, Gu Jing added. A white one with blue eyes. We shall have both, Xie Chengjun affirmed, taking his hand in his own. The wire ring on Gu Jing's fourth finger felt warm under the sun. We'll even build a small house for them, one with a yard, so they can frolic outside. Gu Jing chuckled, the swing soaring higher as the hem of his skirt brushed against Xie Chengjun's shoulder, carrying with it a faint scent of sunflowers. As the sun dipped below the skyline, the two sat side by side on the swing, watching as the orb gradually sank behind the distant buildings, painting the sky in gentle hues of orange and pink. Leaning against Xie Chengjun's shoulder, Gu Jing listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, suddenly recalling a night years ago in that hospital room when Xie Chengjun had proposed they build a house together, plant sunflowers, and raise a dog. Back then, it had seemed nothing more than a yearning for a world on the brink of collapse. Little did they know that one day, it would come to fruition. Chengjun, yes? I love you. Xie Chengjun turned his head, planting a kiss on Gu Jing's forehead. His voice, though carried away by the wind, was unmistakably clear. I love you too. In this life and the next, eternally. The evening breeze rustled through the sunflower fields, producing a whispering sound as if nature itself were softly responding. In the distance, streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm glow that illuminated the windows of every home in the neighborhood. The apocalypse had truly come to an end. There were no more zombie howls, no shortages of supplies, no lingering fears of uncertainty. Only the warmth of those beside them, the ring in the palm of their hand, and the sunflowers forever reaching towards the light. Gu Jing gazed at Xie Chengjun's profile, and in the deepening twilight, he quietly tightened his grip on his hand. The journey ahead was still long, but it mattered not. They would walk it together. From ruins to blossoms, from darkness to dawn, from youth to old age, they would remain united forever. Chapter 20. The end of the apocalypse and the awkward little zombie, complete. The wedding was rather simple. Gu Jing donned a crisp blue shirt. The cuffs rolled to his forearms, revealing his slender yet sturdy wrists. Xie Chengjun wore his faded military green jacket, the collar impeccably tied. A result of Gu Jing's meticulous adjustments that morning as he practiced thrice before the mirror. All the attendees were familiar faces. The head of the medical team brought a bag of fruit candies. Captain Ling presented a jar of homemade rice wine, and Lu Feng boisterously carried in a new quilt he had procured from town at great expense of his precious points. In the yard, Gu Jing tied a red cloth to the crooked tree, swaying gently in the breeze, adding a festive air to the occasion. The sunflowers in the field bloomed splendidly, a golden sea of petals. Gu Jing stood beside the flowers, his face slightly reddened by the sun, nervously clutching the hem of his shirt. Xie Chengjun approached him, ruffling his hair. Nervous? Not at all, Gu Jing replied defiantly, though his voice was barely above a whisper. It just feels like a dream. It is not a dream. Xie Chengjun took his hand and led him into the room, where they sat for a moment. Lu Feng called from behind, Hey, is this the bridal chamber already? We haven't even had a drink. Xie Chengjun turned back, casting a sharp glance at him, and pulled Gu Jing inside, closing the door behind them. The room was quiet, save for the gentle rustling of sunflower leaves in the breeze outside. Gu Jing was pressed down on the edge of the bed, which was newly made, the soft texture beneath his fingers inviting. He looked up at Xie Chengjun, who was lowering his head to unfasten the buttons of his coat, the contours of his neck clearly visible in the lamplight. Chengjun, Gu Jing called softly. Xie Chengjun responded with a low stepping closer and bending down to kiss him. This kiss was unlike any other, urgent, infused with an uncontainable intensity. Gu Jing gasped slightly, instinctively clutching Xie Chengjun's arm, his nails gently digging into the fabric. He could feel Xie Chengjun's hand trembling, sliding down his shirt, radiating heat. Don't be afraid. Xie Chengjun's voice was husky, his forehead resting against Gu Jing's. Gu Jing shook his head, raising his arms to wrap around Xie Chengjun's neck, leaning in to kiss his chin. Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, lifting him effortlessly and laying him down on the bed. The mattress was truly soft, and Gu Jing sank into it, watching as Xie Chengjun leaned closer, his heart racing. He recalled the times in the infirmary at the base when Xie Chengjun looked at him like this, his gaze brimming with tenderness. But now, that tenderness was tinged with something more, like a fire burning brightly, enveloping him entirely. Xie Chengjun moved slowly, unbuttoning Gu Jing's shirt, his fingers grazing his skin, causing Gu Jing to shiver lightly. He bent down to place a kiss on Gu Jing's chest, where a faint scar remained from a past zombie scratch. Now healed, but still leaving a delicate mark. Does it still hurt? Xie Chengjun asked softly. Gu Jing shook his head, burying his face in Xie Chengjun's neck. It doesn't hurt anymore. Xie Chengjun said nothing further, his kisses becoming lighter, traveling from Gu Jing's chest to his waist, then to his lower abdomen. Each touch imbued with reverence. Gu Jing's breathing grew erratic, his fingers tangling in Xie Chengjun's hair, feeling warmth spreading through him, like a sunflower basking in sunlight all day. Chengjun, he murmured, his voice laced with a hint of unrecognized vulnerability. Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, lifting his gaze to meet Gu Jing's, the fire in his eyes nearly spilling over. Slowly, he shed their garments, and the moment their skin touched, Gu Jing flinched as if scorched, but was firmly held by Xie Chengjun's grip around his waist. Don't move. Xie Chengjun's voice was gravelly. Let me hold you. Gu Jing obediently stilled, allowing him to embrace him, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling a sudden sense of security wash over him. Outside, the sounds of Lu Feng and the others drinking and playing games mingled with the barking of dogs, creating a chaotic backdrop that only heightened the tranquility within the room, where only their breaths and heartbeats remained. Xie Chengjun's movements were cautious, tinged with a tender hesitance. Gu Jing felt a twinge of pain, unable to suppress a soft whimper as he tightened his grip on the back of his companion. Xie Chengjun immediately halted his actions, tenderly kissing the corner of Gu Jing's eyes, murmuring assurances that it would soon be over. Gu Jing bit his lip and nodded, burying his face in Xie Chengjun's shoulder, inhaling the familiar sense of sunlight, soap, and a hint of fresh grass, an aroma he could never tire of, no matter how many years passed. Eventually, the pain faded, replaced by an indescribable numbness and warmth, as if electric currents danced through his bones into his limbs. He embraced Xie Chengjun's neck, occasionally letting out soft sounds akin to cotton candy. Xie Chengjun breathed heavily, repeatedly whispering Gu Jing's name into his ear. Gu Jing, Gu Jing. Gu Jing responded with a soft his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Time flowed without notice, and soon both were utterly exhausted, lying side by side on the bed, covered by the new quilt. Gu Jing's legs rested upon Xie Chengjun's waist, their bodies slick with sweat, yet he felt too languid to move. Xie Chengjun reached out, awkwardly wiping the sweat from Gu Jing's forehead. Are you tired? He inquired. Gu Jing nodded slightly, shifting closer and resting his face against Xie Chengjun's chest. A bit, he murmured. Xie Chengjun chuckled, pulling him in tighter, enveloping him completely in his embrace. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a luminous patch on the floor, revealing the tiny dust motes dancing in the air. From now on, every night, I want to hold you like this while you sleep, Xie Chengjun declared. All right, Gu Jing replied, his voice somewhat muffled, his eyes heavy with sleep. Xie Chengjun leaned down to kiss the top of his head, gently patting his back as if lulling a child to slumber. Gu Jing soon drifted off, his breathing steady, a faint smile lingering on his lips. As Xie Chengjun gazed upon Gu Jing's sleeping face, his heart swelled with an almost overwhelming sense of fulfillment. The journey from the apocalypse to this moment, watching Gu Jing transform from a zombie back to himself, training together, witnessing his gradual recovery, had been fraught with challenges, yet now felt profoundly secure. He tenderly stroked Gu Jing's hair and whispered, Gu Jing, in this lifetime, I have chosen you. The wind rustled outside, the sunflower leaves whispering in agreement. The following morning, when Gu Jing awoke, Xie Chengjun was no longer in bed. He sat up, feeling a slight soreness throughout his body, and noticed he was covered with Xie Chengjun's jacket, a smile curving his lips. As he stepped into the courtyard, he spotted Xie Chengjun watering the sunflowers. His movements still somewhat clumsy, splashing water everywhere. The sunlight bathed him, elongating his shadow. Gu Jing approached from behind and wrapped his arms around him. Awake? Xie Chengjun turned, smiling as he playfully pinched Gu Jing's cheek. Are you hungry? I made porridge. Starving, Gu Jing nodded, burying his face against Xie Chengjun's back. The porridge was a simple white congee with a touch of sweet potato, which Xie Chengjun had specially traded for with a neighbor the previous day. The two sat at a small table, savoring the warm porridge as sunlight streamed through the window, casting a cozy glow over their bowls. What about Lu Feng and the others? Gu Jing inquired. Long ago, he had already departed. Xie Chengjun chuckled, remarking that if he lingered any longer, he would be driven away. Gu Jing also smiled, lowering his head to sip his porridge, which was sweet and delightful. Days passed in this manner, one after another. The apocalypse had long since concluded. A new school had been erected in the town, and one could see people riding bicycles along the streets. Children with their backpacks walked past, chattering and laughing, while vendors on the roadside hawked their homegrown vegetables, their calls rising and falling like a melody. Xie Chengjun and Gu Jing still resided in that quaint little courtyard, where the sunflowers bloomed exceptionally well each year. They had adopted a black dog named Xiaohei, who had quite the appetite, and a white cat named Xueqiu, who adored stealing sips of water from Xie Chengjun's cup. Each morning, Xie Chengjun would tend to the vegetables in the field, while Gu Jing prepared breakfast at home. In the afternoons, the two would venture into town together to purchase oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, occasionally encountering Captain Ling and his companions, sitting down for tea and engaging in pleasant conversation. Evenings were spent in the courtyard, gazing at the stars, with Xiaohei resting by their feet and Xueqiu curled up on Gu Jing's lap. Once, as Gu Jing leaned against Xie Chengjun's embrace, he gazed at the stars and asked, What do you think our future holds? Xie Chengjun took his hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. We shall continue like this, watching the sunflowers bloom, seeing Xiaohei and Xueqiu grow old, and when we too are aged, sitting at the door soaking up the sun, observing the bustling youth. Gu Jing nodded, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility in his heart. Indeed, this was how they would continue, without zombies, without danger, only each other, sunflowers, pets, the aroma of porridge, and sunshine. This was perhaps the best conclusion one could hope for. Chapter 1. The severely wounded and the compassionate stranger let us set off. My wife must be missing me, a voice called out, as Xie Chengjun, brimming with anticipation, flicked his tail in exasperation. In the next moment, Xie Chengjun felt as if his head were filled with lead. An overwhelming flood of images surged forth. The original inhabitant was a small snake, entirely emerald green, who had always sensed the difference between itself and other spirit pets. Relying on a modicum of innate spiritual energy, it indulged in a life of ease, becoming increasingly ostentatious due to the indulgence of those around it. Eventually, by a twist of fate, the original inhabitant consumed a spirit herb and unexpectedly gained the opportunity to transform. However, it had been lazy for far too long, accumulating no cultivation. Thus, when a moment of transformation arrived, it attracted heavenly lightning, nearly meeting a charred demise, dragging itself to the street on the verge of expiration. It was rescued by Pei Yinji. Pei Yinji was not naturally inclined toward small animals. Yet that day, for reasons unknown, he felt a pang of compassion. Carrying the injured original inhabitant home, he meticulously tended to its wounds and provided it with spiritual spring water, caring for it with utmost diligence. The original inhabitant, however, took this kindness for granted, enjoying the attention without so much as a proper word of gratitude. Later, the original inhabitant encountered Lin Zhishu, the protagonist of this world, who possessed striking beauty. Upon seeing him for the first time, the original inhabitant felt as if its soul had been snatched away, and it clung to Lin Zhishu, willing to lower itself to be his spirit pet in hopes of winning his favor. Lin Zhishu, observing its infatuation, playfully teased it for several days. Once the novelty wore off, it callously extracted the original owner's most treasured spiritual scales and carelessly discarded them in a forgotten graveyard. As the original owner struggled, drenched in blood, it once again encountered Pei Yinji. At that moment, Pei Yinji, gazing at this little creature that had once abandoned him for another, was inexplicably moved by compassion and rescued it once more. Yet, upon awakening, the original owner not only felt no gratitude, but also concluded that Pei Yinji's presence was the source of Lin Zhishu's displeasure, thus harboring resentment towards him. One fateful night, seizing the opportunity while Pei Yinji lay asleep, it sank its fangs in his wrist, injecting venom through its sharp teeth, and only departed after witnessing Pei Yinji fall in agony. Xie Chengjun, upon absorbing the memories, cursed the original owner 1,000 times in his heart. This foolish creature dared to treat his beloved in such a manner. Why is there a snake here? A man's voice drifted down from above, soft and clear like a mountain spring. Xie Chengjun struggled to lift his head. The sunlight was blinding. Yet he squinted to discern the figure before him, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, with sleeves rolled to his forearms, exposing fair skin. It was Pei Yinji. "You're injured," Pei Yinji said, extending a hand, his fingertips hovering just inches away. "Come with me. I will take you home." In the original owner's body, Xie Chengjun was battered and in pain. Even the slightest movement sent jolts of agony through him. Enduring the pain, he gradually slithered toward Pei Yinji's arm. The scales brushed against the fabric, producing a faint sound of friction. "Don't squirm," Pei Yinji remarked, pulling back slightly, a hint of discomfort in his tone. Yet he did not push him away. Xie Chengjun finally coiled around his wrist, and Pei Yinji carefully lifted him, turning to head home. As they made their way back, Xie Chengjun revisited the details of the memories. When the original owner was first rescued, Pei Yinji had placed him in a small bamboo basket in the bedroom, personally applying ointment and feeding him milk mixed with spiritual spring water. At that time, the original owner often complained that the milk was not sweet enough, and taking advantage of Pei Yinji's inattention, would spill the cup. Pei Yinji would merely chuckle helplessly and prepare another. "You little rascal, quite the handful." Xie Chengjun recalled the way Pei Yinji had affectionately stroked the original owner's head, filled with both pain and anger. Upon arriving at Pei Yinji's home, Xie Chengjun recognized the modest apartment from his memories, furnished in light tones, filled with books on the shelves, and adorned with several neatly arranged succulent plants on the windowsill. Pei Yinji set him down on the table and turned to fetch a first aid kit. "Stay still. I will tend to your wounds," he instructed, retrieving iodine and cotton swabs, his movements tender as if fearing to shatter him. Xie Chengjun obediently coiled and remained still, watching Pei Yinji's focused demeanor, his eyelashes casting a small shadow upon his eyelids. Having treated the wounds, Pei Yinji found a glass jar, lined it with soft fabric, and gently placed him inside. "You'll have to endure a few days of discomfort. We shall discuss things further once you are healed." He poured some warm water into a small dish and took a piece of broken biscuit, unsure if he would eat this. Xie Chengjun gazed at the biscuit without any movement. Now in the form of a snake, he could only consume liquids. Pei Yinji seemed to recall something, rising to head to the kitchen, and returned with a small baby bottle filled with warm milk. How about trying this? Xie Chengjun leaned closer and began to sip delicately. Pei Yinji sat beside him, absent-mindedly tapping his fingers on the table. Tell me, how did you get hurt like this? He mused to himself. Were you bullied by other animals? Xie Chengjun sighed inwardly. It wasn't bullying, it was his own foolishness that brought him to tears. In the following days, Pei Yinji would prepare fresh water and milk for Xie Chengjun every morning before work and in the evenings. He would sit by the glass tank reading, occasionally sharing trivial stories. Today, a clumsy intern almost knocked over the reagents. The flowers downstairs are blooming, pink, and quite lovely. The book I just read mentioned that snakes have excellent memories. Do you remember me? Xie Chengjun listened attentively each time, sometimes gently rubbing against the glass wall as a form of acknowledgement. He discovered that Pei Yinji was indeed a gentle soul, though rarely expressive of it. The original owner of his memories had always taken Pei Yinji's kindness for granted, but seeing him weary after work, yet still taking special care of him, stirred a bittersweet feeling within. That evening, when Pei Yinji returned, he held a small handmade grass nest, exquisitely crafted. A child of a colleague made this for you as a cozy spot. He placed the grass nest into the glass tank. Shall we give it a try? Xie Chengjun crawled inside. The woven grass felt warm and comfortable against his body. He coiled within and looked up at Pei Yinji, who smiled down at him, the light in his eyes soft. You seem much more energetic than when you first arrived. Pei Yinji extended a finger, gently touching his scales. I once had a cat that loved to scratch the sofa. You are far more well-behaved. Xie Chengjun nuzzled against his fingertip, earning a soft laugh from Pei Yinji. Days passed, and Xie Chengjun's injuries gradually healed. His range of movement expanded, and sometimes, when Pei Yinji was away, he would stealthily crawl around the house. Unable to comprehend the books on a shelf, he would perch on the windowsill, observing the trees outside, or curl up beside Pei Yinji's pillow, inhaling the faint scent of soap lingering from him. On this particular day, Pei Yinji had a day off and was tidying up at home. He rummaged through the depths of his wardrobe and unearthed a box. Upon opening it, he found Xie Chengjun resting against his shoulder. Inside the box lay some old belongings, including a yellowed photograph and a small silver bell. This belonged to a spirit pet I had when I was young, Pei Yinji said, picking up the bell and giving it a gentle shake. It was a fox, quite clever, but unfortunately, it eventually went missing. He sighed, perhaps feeling that it had grown bored of following him. Xie Chengjun felt a tightness in his heart, in the recesses of memory. The original owner had first been rescued when Pei Yinji had shown her this very bell, a moment she had scarcely acknowledged, preoccupied as she was with her desire for him to procure candied fruits. One might ponder whether animals possess their own thoughts. Pei Yinji returned the bell to its box, contemplating that perhaps they would follow those they deemed preferable. Xie Chengjun nuzzled against his cheek, seemingly intent on conveying that it was not the case. At least not for him. In the afternoon, the doorbell rang. Pei Yinji approached the door to find a man in a suit grinning broadly. Yinji, it's been a while. It was Lin Jishu. Xie Chengjun immediately bristled, rising up on Pei Yinji's shoulder, hissing at Lin Jishu. The once gentle eyes, now gleaming with calculation, scrutinized him as if he were merely an object. Oh, you have a snake? Lin Jishu stepped inside, his gaze circling Xie Chengjun. This breed is rather rare, such a vivid green. It seems quite astute. Pei Yinji gently maneuvered Xie Chengjun behind him. A friend gifted him to me. P.S. Still recuperating. Is that so? Lin Jishu leaned in closer, his fingers nearly brushing against the glass tank. May I touch him? P.S. Shy. Pei Yinji subtly interposed. Did you come here for something? Lin Jishu withdrew his hand and produced an invitation from his pocket. Next Saturday is my birthday. I'm throwing a party, and you must attend. Many old classmates will be there, and you're the only one missing. Pei Yinji accepted the invitation. I'll check my schedule. You must be free, Lin Jishu urged, patting his shoulder, his gaze flickering back to Xie Chengjun. By the way, what is your snake's name? He looks rather spirited. Why not let me take care of him for a few days? Xie Chengjun bared his fangs, wishing to lunge at him. This was the very person who had deceived the original owner into believing he cherished her. only to later extract her spiritual scales and cast her into icy waters. He asked, timid and wooden, "T want to trouble you?" Pei Yinji placed the invitation on the table. "Let me see you out." Lin Zhishu did not press further, casting one last glance at Xie Chengjun that sent a chill down his spine. Once the man departed, Pei Yinji exhaled in relief and looked down at him. "You were quite fierce just now." He playfully poked Xie Chengjun's head. "But it was the right thing to do. That person is not worth approaching." Xie Chengjun was taken aback. Did Pei Yinji recognize Lin Zhishu's true character? Lin Zhishu appears amiable, yet he harbors a heavy heart, Pei Yinji remarked, settling onto the sofa in a nonchalant tone. In school, he delighted in tormenting small creatures, and it seems he has not changed. Only then did Xie Chengjun comprehend that Pei Yinji was not naive. Rather, he possessed a tender heart. He was aware of everything, yet still chose to grant others the benefit of the doubt. That night, after completing his evening routine, Pei Yinji lay in bed with a book. Xie Chengjun emerged from the glass tank, slithering onto the bed and curling up by his feet. Pei Yinji glanced down at him, not shooing him away, but instead pulling the blanket closer to him. "About the birthday party next week, do you think I should go?" Pei Yinji flipped the pages of his book, as if inquiring of Xie Chengjun, yet also reflecting upon his own feelings. He was somewhat reluctant, sensing an inherent awkwardness. Xie Chengjun shifted closer to him, rubbing against his ankle. "Don't go. Don't attend that wretched party." Pei Yinji seemed to grasp his intent, smiling. "All right, I'll heed your advice. I won't go." He closed the book, turned off the lamp, and suggested they sleep. In the darkness, Xie Chengjun could hear the steady rhythm of Pei Yinji's breathing. He nestled closer, secretly vowing to protect this person. No one would harm him again. A few days later, Xie Chengjun noticed a transformation within himself. His scales began to shimmer, occasionally emitting a soft glow. He understood that he was about to undergo metamorphosis. That night, he felt an overwhelming force surging from within. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he curled up beside Pei Yinji's bed. "What's wrong?" Pei Yinji, roused by the commotion, turned on the light and rushed to him. Concerned, "Are you unwell?" Xie Chengjun could not articulate his distress, merely nuzzling his head against Pei Yinji's palm. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the window, followed by a deep rumble of thunder. Pei Yinji furrowed his brow, cradling him as he approached the window. "Is it going to rain?" As soon as he spoke, Xie Chengjun felt the strength within him erupt, a brilliant light enveloping him. Pei Yinji sensed a sudden lightness in his arms, and upon looking down, he found that the small snake was gone, replaced by a bare-chested youth. The youth appeared to be around 17 or 18, with fair skin and dark hair, a faint green scale adorning his forehead. He blinked and gazed at Pei Yinji, his voice slightly hoarse. "Wife." Pei Yinji was momentarily taken aback, maintaining the posture of support, his cheeks gradually flushing. "You." Xie Chengjun then realized he had transformed and uttered something inappropriate. He quickly grabbed a nearby blanket to cover himself, his ears burning crimson. "I didn't mean to." Once again, thunder rumbled outside. Pei Yinji regained his composure and cleared his throat. "First, put on some clothes." He turned to the wardrobe, retrieving a white shirt of his own to offer. "Here, make do with this." Xie Chengjun accepted the shirt, putting it on. It was slightly oversized, the sleeves hanging long. He looked at Pei Yinji and softly introduced himself. "I am Xie Chengjun." Pei Yinji nodded, refraining from questioning how he had become human or why he addressed him as wife. He moved to the table and poured a glass of water, extending it towards Xie Chengjun. "Thirsty?" Xie Chengjun took the glass and drank deeply, understanding that Pei Yinji had accepted him. Pei Yinji hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately decided against it. "Let us sleep for now. We can discuss everything tomorrow." Xie Chengjun nodded, observing as Pei Yinji spread a blanket on the floor, clearly intending to sleep there. He quickly grasped Pei Yinji's hand. "Let us sleep together." Pei Yinji's hand was warm, trembling slightly when Xie Chengjun held it. "This isn't appropriate." "What's inappropriate about it?" Xie Chengjun tugged him toward the bed. "I've slept in your bed for so long before, and you never complained." Pei Yinji found himself a loss for words, ultimately following Xie Chengjun onto the bed. They lay side by side, a distance between them that could accommodate another person. Xie Chengjun turned his head to look at him, illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight, revealing his tightly pressed lips. Pei Yinji. From now on, I will watch over you. Pei Yinji remained silent, and after a considerable pause, he gently replied with an Xie Chengjun smiled, shifting closer to him and cautiously taking his hand. This time, Pei Yinji did not withdraw. The following morning, Xie Chengjun was awakened by the enticing aroma of breakfast. He opened his eyes to find the bed empty. Slipping into Pei Yinji's slippers, he made his way to the kitchen, where he saw Pei Yinji frying eggs. Awake? Pei Yinji glanced back at him, then went to wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon. Xie Chengjun nodded and entered the bathroom. In the mirror, the young man's delicate features bore a resemblance to Pei Yinji, likely due to the influence of his spirit during his transformation. He touched the scales on his forehead, remnants of his past, like a small mark. During breakfast, Xie Chengjun shared his background with Pei Yinji, omitting details about his transmigration and the original owner, merely stating that he was a spirit serpent who had cultivated for a long time before transforming, and that he had been rescued by Pei Yinji after being injured. Pei Yinji listened intently, not interrupting. Once he finished, Pei Yinji asked, "What do you plan to do from now on?" "Stay with you," Xie Chengjun replied without hesitation. Pei Yinji's face flushed again as he lowered his gaze to sip his porridge. "My place is small. I don't mind. I'm busy with work and won't have time to take care of you." "I can take care of you," Xie Chengjun said seriously. "I can cook, do laundry, and keep you warm at night." Pei Yinji nearly choked on his last words, coughing for a while before responding, "Let us just live together for now." Xie Chengjun smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped. From that day forth, he officially moved into Pei Yinji's home. He indeed kept his word, tidying up the house every day, ensuring that Pei Yinji returned to a warm meal after work. Sometimes, when Pei Yinji worked late, Xie Chengjun would wait at the hospital entrance, holding a thermos. Everyone at the hospital knew that Dr. Pei had brought home a handsome youth who treated him exceptionally well, constantly calling him Xie with an unmistakable affection in his eyes. One day, when Xie Chengjun brought dinner to the hospital, he ran into Lin Zhishu in the corridor. Lin Zhishu clearly recognized him, raising an eyebrow. "Isn't that the little snake? Transformed, huh? You seem to be getting along well with Dr. Pei." Xie Chengjun frowned and stepped aside, creating distance. "Stay away from me." "Quite the temper," Lin Zhishu chuckled. "You didn't come to the last birthday party, nor did Dr. Pei. What is the matter? Did he hide you away?" He reached out, intending to touch Xie Chengjun's face. "But you do look much better than when you were a snake." Before he could finish, his hand was seized by someone. Pei Yinji had approached silently, his expression dark. "Dr. Lin, please be respectful." Lin Zhishu withdrew his hand, shrugging. "Just joking, Dr. Pei, don't take it to heart." He glanced at Xie Chengjun before turning to leave. Xie Chengjun gently tugged at Pei Yinji's sleeve and whispered, "I am fine." Pei Yinji nodded, leading him towards the office, his grip firm. On their way home that evening, Xie Chengjun remarked, "Stay away from him in the future." Pei Yinji replied with a soft "I know." As Xie Chengjun gazed at his profile, he suddenly halted and earnestly declared, "Pei Yinji, I like you." Pei Yinji also paused, turning to face him, the streetlight casting a warm glow upon his face. His gaze tender. "I know. What about you?" Pei Yinji smiled, ruffling Xie Chengjun's hair affectionately, as his fingers brushed through the soft strands. The tips of Xie Chengjun's ears flushed crimson. He looked up at Pei Yinji, the lamplight bestowing a golden hue upon his hair, and the usually gentle eyes sparkled like shards of starlight. "I am not foolish," Xie Chengjun murmured, though his fingers instinctively clutched the hem of Pei Yinji's shirt. "I'm serious." "Yes, I know you are serious," Pei Yinji replied, withdrawing his hand, the warmth of the hair still lingering on his fingertips. He turned to continue walking, his voice as soft as the breeze. "So am I." Xie Chengjun stood frozen for a moment, his heart racing fiercely as he processed the meaning of those words, feeling as if it might shatter his ribcage. He hurried to catch up, cautiously taking hold of Pei Yinji's hand, which this time did not withdraw, merely curling slightly as he allowed Xie Chengjun to grasp it. The night breeze carried the coolness of late summer, rustling the leaves along the roadside. The two walked side by side, their shadows elongated by the streetlight, occasionally intertwining before separating with their steps. Xie Chengjun furtively glanced at Pei Yinji, whose jawline appeared strikingly defined in the dim light. He suddenly recalled the time he had first arrived, when he was merely a little snake, resting on this person's wrist, lulled by his gentle breathing, feeling a sense of peace. It seemed that it had begun long ago. Upon returning home, Xie Chengjun washed the thermos and then watered the succulents on the windowsill. Pei Yinji sat on the sofa, perusing a medical journal, occasionally lifting his gaze to Xie Chengjun, pausing briefly when his eyes fell upon the faint green scales at his temple, imbued with a subtle tenderness. Xie Chengjun said, settling beside him on the sofa after finishing the watering. Did you ever raise a spirit pet like me? Pei Yinji turned a page of his book and replied, yes. When I was young, I had a fox. It was quite clever, could open doors by itself, and would steal the candy I hid. What happened to it? I don't know. Pei Yinji closed the book, lightly tapping the cover with his fingertips. One morning, I woke up to find its nest empty. Only a trail of tiny paw prints remained, leading beyond the fence. He paused, a hint of wistfulness in his tone, perhaps believing that it found greater freedom in the mountains. Xie Chengjun grasped his hand, their palms pressed together, feeling Pei Yinji's cool skin. I will not leave. He gazed intently into Pei Yinji's eyes, assuring him, I am right here, not going anywhere. Pei Yinji met his gaze and suddenly smiled. All right. In the days that followed, Xie Chengjun would rise half an hour earlier than Pei Yinji each morning, preparing 2 soft-boiled eggs and a bowl of millet porridge, ensuring that breakfast was warm and ready by the time Pei Yinji finished washing up. In the evenings, he would go to the hospital to pick Pei Yinji up after work. Sometimes, when his partner had to work late, he would sit on a bench outside the office, observing the doctors and nurses passing by in the corridor and listening to the distant wail of ambulances, feeling at peace within himself. Gradually, the hospital staff became accustomed to the young man who always followed Dr. Pei. Some would jest, Dr. Pei, your younger brother is quite handsome, looks just like you. Pei Yinji would chuckle and shake his head, not a brother. Xie Chengjun would lean in with a smile, adding, I am his boyfriend and also his husband. Each time he said this, Pei Yinji's ears would flush, yet he never contradicted him. One day, when Xie Chengjun arrived to pick up Pei Yinji, he found Lin Zhishu standing at the department door, holding a beautifully packaged box, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon seeing Xie Chengjun, Lin raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Here to see Dr. Pei? Xie Chengjun ignored him and walked straight toward the office. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Lin Zhishu blocked his path, extending the box towards him. This is for you. Inside the box lay a silver bracelet, adorned with a small snake-shaped pendant, its eyes set with green gemstones, quite exquisite in appearance. I don't want it. Xie Chengjun stepped back. Don't be so rude, Lin Zhishu insisted, pressing the box into his hands. I was wrong last time in the corridor. Consider this a peace offering. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Honestly, I envy you. You get to stay by Pei Yinji's side. Do you know how many people wanted to speak with him back in school? He hardly bothered with anyone. Xie Chengjun frowned, shoving the box back into Lin's hands. My relationship with him is none of your business. I'm just curious, Lin Zhishu replied, reclaiming the box and toying with it, his eyes glinting with intrigue. How could a mere spirit pet like you be so fortunate to receive such devoted care from him? Xie Chengjun's anger flared instantly. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. I'm not a spirit pet. I am his boyfriend. And you had better keep your distance from him, or I want T-hole back. 1 hole back. Lin Zhishu laughed as if hearing a joke. What could you possibly do to me? Bite me again, like last time? Those words pierced Xie Chengjun's heart like a needle. He recalled the memories of the original owner. The image of the little snake biting Pei Yinji's wrist flashed before his eyes, causing his heart to lurch. Shut your mouth. Xie Chengjun's voice trembled, the scales on his forehead glimmering with a faint green light. What's wrong? Pei Yinji had unknowingly emerged, frowning at the tense standoff between the two. Dr. Lin, is there an issue? Lin Zhishu immediately donned a smile and presented the box before Pei Yinji, saying, "It's nothing. I had a little misunderstanding with Xie Chengjun in the corridor a few days ago, and thought to offer a small gift as an apology." Pei Yinji did not accept it, merely gazing at him. "No need," he replied. "Chengjun is not a child. He won't concern himself with such things." He moved to Xie Chengjun's side and gently patted his back. "Let us go." Xie Chengjun followed Pei Yinji outside, and only upon reaching the hospital entrance did he murmur, "I'm sorry, I quarreled with him again." Pei Yinji halted, observing the redness around his eyes, and reached out to ruffle his hair. "It's not your fault." He paused, then added, "In the future, if you see him again, ignore him and come directly to me." Xie Chengjun nodded, burying his face in Pei Yinji's shoulder. His voice muffled. "I was just angry about what he said." "I know." Pei Yinji gently patted his back, comforting him like a distressed little creature. "It's all in the past. Don't let it weigh on your heart." Upon returning home, Xie Chengjun sank into the couch, unwilling to speak. Pei Yinji went to the kitchen to pour him a glass of warm water, sitting beside him in silence for a while before suddenly speaking. "Chengjun, there is something I wish to tell you." Xie Chengjun lifted his head, his eyes still glistening with moisture. "I've actually known for quite some time that you're no ordinary snake." A small interlude. Xie Chengjun, why am I so pitiful in this chapter? I refuse to accept it. Author, well, how didn't he mean it? Do you believe me? Pei Yinji, even a pitiful Chengjun is quite adorable. Xie Chengjun, I will fiercely defend my sovereignty. Chapter 4. Severely wounded, adopted by a snake with overflowing affection, Pei Yinji gazed into his eyes, his tone earnest. "I am a doctor. The first time I found you, I sensed the fragrance of spiritual herbs emanating from you, and I suspected you might be a spirit pet." Xie Chengjun was taken aback. "When you transformed, I was not particularly surprised," Pei Yinji smiled. "I suppose I felt that a clever little creature like you is destined to be special." "Then why?" Xie Chengjun began. "Why were you still willing to accept me?" "Because it's you," Pei Yinji interjected, his tone matter of fact. "Regardless of whether you were a little snake or in your current form, you are still you." Xie Chengjun's heart felt as if it were filled with warmth. He lunged forward to embrace Pei Yinji, burying his face in the crook of his neck. His voice choked with emotion. "Pei Yinji, you're truly wonderful." Pei Yinji gently patted his back, resting his chin on the top of his head. His voice soft as a sigh. "Fool." Days passed and autumn deepened. The scales on Xie Chengjun's forehead grew lighter, nearly imperceptible upon close inspection, while his cultivation steadily improved. Occasionally, while Pei Yinji was engrossed in reading, Xie Chengjun would secretly use his spiritual power to brew him a cup of hot tea, relishing the surprise on Pei Yinji's face. One day, with Pei Yinji having a day off, the two planned a picnic in a forest park on the outskirts. Xie Chengjun rose early at 5 in the morning, bustling about in the kitchen. He baked cranberry cookies, prepared sandwiches, and sliced some fruits, all neatly arranged in a wicker basket. Pei Yinji leaned against the kitchen door, observing him as sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden halo around him. Dressed in Pei Yinji's white shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing his delicate wrists, Xie Chengjun focused intently on arranging the fruit into the shape of small flowers, a slight smile gracing his lips, reflecting his cheerful disposition. "Be careful, don't cut yourself." Pei Yinji approached and gently embraced him from behind. Xie Chengjun's body tensed momentarily before relaxing against him. "Almost done," he replied, "no rush." Pei Yinji rested his chin on his shoulder. "We can leave later." After a few tender moments, they tidied up and set off. The leaves in the forest park had turned yellow, crunching underfoot. Xie Chengjun, holding the picnic basket, skipped ahead, occasionally stopping to pick up beautifully shaped leaves, presenting them to Pei Yinji. "Look at this one. Doesn't it resemble a little snake?" He held up a slender leaf, excitement radiating from him. Pei Yinji took it, examining it thoughtfully, indeed. "And this one?" Xie Chengjun offered a round leaf. "Looks like your stuffed belly," Pei Yinji teased. Xie Chengjun shot him an indignant glare, stuffing the leaf back into his hand and turning to walk ahead. Pei Yinji laughed and caught up, taking his hand. They found a shaded spot by the lake, laid out the picnic mat, and arranged the food. Xie Chengjun picked up a sandwich and held it to Pei Yinji's lips. "Want to try?" Pei Yinji took a bite. The soft bread complemented the savory ham and crisp lettuce, creating a delightful taste. Delicious. Of course, just look who made it. Xie Chengjun proudly lifted his chin, taking a bite of his own. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating dappled patterns on the picnic mat. A few ducks paddled on the lake, and distant laughter of children echoed. Leaning against Pei Yinji's shoulder, Xie Chengjun gazed at the scene before him and suddenly felt immense happiness. Xie, he whispered, can we come here often? Of course. When winter comes, we shall go see the snow. All right. When spring arrives, we can go mushroom picking in the mountains. Certainly. Xie Chengjun looked up at him, his eyes sparkling. Why do you agree to everything? Pei Yinji gazed down at him, his tenderness almost overflowing. Because you said so. Xie Chengjun's heart raced again. He leaned closer and gently kissed the corner of Pei Yinji's lips. His partner's lips were soft, tinged with a hint of sweetness from bread. Pei Yinji paused for a moment before deepening the kiss. The gentle breeze by the lake carried the scent of grass and earth. Xie Chengjun closed his eyes, savoring the tenderness of their lips. His mind filled with a single thought. How wonderful it was to have finally found his treasure. Upon returning from the forest park, evening had already descended. Xie Chengjun, utterly exhausted, lay sprawled on the sofa, reluctant to move. Pei Yinji went to the bathroom to draw a warm bath, suggesting, you should take a shower, otherwise you might catch a cold. Xie Chengjun lazily murmured an acknowledgement but remained immobile. With a resigned smile, Pei Yinji approached and lifted him into his arms. Xie Chengjun exclaimed in surprise, quickly wrapping his arms around Pei Yinji's neck. I can walk by myself. I know, Pei Yinji replied, gently setting him down at the bathroom door. Hurry inside. As Xie Chengjun observed Pei Yinji's retreating figure, he was suddenly reminded of his early days, when he had just arrived in this world as a wounded little snake. Pei Yinji had cradled him carefully, tending to his injuries and offering him water. It dawned on him that all the tenderness had been present from the very beginning, traceable through their shared history. After finishing his shower, Xie Chengjun emerged to find Pei Yinji in the kitchen, speaking on the phone with a serious tone. Once he hung up, Pei Yinji turned, his expression somewhat grim. What's wrong? Xie Chengjun inquired as he approached. There's an issue at the hospital. I need to head over, Pei Yinji stated, grabbing his coat. I might be late, so you should go to bed early. No need to wait for me. I'll go with you. Xie Chengjun immediately responded. No need. The hospital is busy, and you wouldn't be able to help. Stay home and be good. Pei Yinji ruffled his hair, urging him to listen. Understanding he would not be of any assistance, Xie Chengjun merely nodded. Take care, and come back soon. Pei Yinji replied, taking his keys and swiftly exiting. The door clicked shut, plunging the room into an immediate silence. Xie Chengjun walked to the window, watching Pei Yinji's figure vanish at the end of the corridor, feeling a twinge of emptiness within. He retrieved his phone and sent Pei Yinji a message. Be careful on the way. I'll wait for you to return. A swift reply followed. Okay. Placing his phone on the coffee table, he began to tidy up the remnants of their picnic. He cleaned the wicker basket and stored it away, tossing Pei Yinji's discarded clothes into the washing machine. Once he completed these tasks, he sank onto the sofa, picking up the medical journal Pei Yinji had left unfinished, the densely packed text causing him a headache. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was already past 9, and Pei Yinji had yet to return. A flicker of worry crossed his mind, prompting him to send another message, though this time no response came. Perhaps he was just too busy, he reassured himself, yet his thoughts spiraled into darker territories. Was there an emergency at the hospital? Could Pei Yinji be in danger? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, leading him to change his clothes and resolve to visit the hospital. He recalled that Pei Yinji worked on the 7th floor of the inpatient department, planning to sneak a glance without disturbing his work. Arriving at the hospital by taxi, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The corridor of the inpatient department was eerily quiet, save for the light at the nurse's station. Xie Chengjun tread lightly along the hallway, and from a distance he spotted the light still on in Pei Yinji's office. Just as he intended to approach, he noticed Lin Jishu emerging from the office, a smug smile adorning her face. Xie Chengjun felt a tightening in his chest and quickly hid behind the fire hydrant. After Lin Jishu left, he cautiously approached the office door and peered through the crack. Pei Yinji sat at the desk, his brow furrowed, holding a medical record with a troubled expression. Xie Chengjun gently knocked on the door. "Come in," came the reply. Xie Chengjun entered, and upon seeing him, Pei Yinji paused momentarily. "What brings you here?" "I'm worried about you." Xie Chengjun stepped closer, noticing the medical record in Pei Yinji's hand indicated an acute drug allergy. Signed by Lin Jishu. "What happened?" Pei Yinji sighed and placed the record on the desk. Lin Jishu prescribed the wrong medication for a patient, and now the patient is experiencing a severe allergic reaction. The situation is rather dire. He hesitated, fatigue evident in his voice. "The dean has asked me to handle the subsequent matters." "And him?" Xie Chengjun asked through clenched teeth. "He claims it was an oversight. The dean, considering he is new, merely asked him to write a reflection and let it go." Pei Yinji rubbed his temples. "I just had a brief argument with the dean, but for some reason, he decided to overlook the incident." Recalling the original owner's memories, Xie Chengjun thought how the protagonist in this world always received preferential treatment. Even when mistakes were made, others would shoulder the burden. He grasped Pei Yinji's hand, feeling the chill of his palm. "Don't be upset. It's not worth it." He paused. "Shall we go home? Let them handle their own affairs here." Pei Yinji looked at him and suddenly smiled. "All right, let's go home." He stood up, turned off the office lights, and left the hospital with Xie Chengjun. The night breeze was particularly cool as Xie Chengjun tucked Pei Yinji's hand into his pocket, warming it with his palm. "Gigi," he whispered, "let's not concern ourselves with such matters anymore, shall we?" Pei Yinji responded softly, a note of relief in his voice. Once home, Xie Chengjun poured a cup of hot water for Pei Yinji and draped a blanket over him as he leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed. His complexion still not quite right. Xie Chengjun sat beside him, gently massaging his temples. "You must be tired?" "A bit," Pei Yinji replied, his voice slightly hoarse. "Then let us retire early." "All right." They lay in bed, with Xie Chengjun embracing Pei Yinji from behind, burying his face in the crook of his neck. "Gigi," he murmured, "no matter what happens, I will always be with you." Pei Yinji turned to hold him, resting his chin atop Xie Chengjun's head. "I know." In the darkness, Xie Chengjun could hear Pei Yinji's heartbeat, steady and strong. He suddenly remembered when he had first arrived in this world, as a small serpent resting in this man's palm, listening to his heartbeat and feeling a sense of tranquility. It dawned on him that this feeling of reassurance had begun long ago and had never wavered. The following morning, when Xie Chengjun awoke, Pei Yinji was already awake, gazing at him with open eyes. "Awake?" Pei Yinji smiled. Xie Chengjun rubbed his eyes. "Aren't we going to work today?" "The dean has granted me a few days off to rest," Pei Yinji replied. He playfully pinched Xie Chengjun's cheek. "Where shall we go to play today?" After a moment of contemplation, Xie Chengjun suggested, "Let's go to the supermarket to buy some groceries. I will prepare braised pork for you." "Sounds good." Once they finished their morning routines, they held hands and made their way to the supermarket downstairs. The supermarket bustled with activity, warm yellow lights illuminating the shelves, casting a cozy glow over the array of products. Xie Chengjun pushed the shopping cart, his eyes scanning the shelves like a radar. Spotting Pei Yinji's favorite strawberry cake, he unhesitatingly tossed it into the cart. As they passed the snack aisle, he grabbed a few packets of nuts that Pei Yinji occasionally enjoyed. They arrived at the fresh produce section and paused in front of the pork counter, where Xie Chengjun engaged earnestly with the vendor, meticulously selecting a piece of pork belly with skin. "It should have a balance of fat and lean meat, that way. It will be aromatic when stewed," he explained, pointing at a piece of meat with earnestness in his eyes. Pei Yinji stood beside him, watching as he skillfully communicated with the vendor, unable to suppress a smile. Just a few months prior, Xie Chengjun was still a timid creature who needed assistance even with milk. Now, he appeared quite adept at caring for others. This contrast melted Pei Yinji's heart. "Is this enough?" Pei Yinji asked softly. Xie Chengjun glanced back at him, his eyes sparkling. "Let us buy some ribs as well. I'll make you a soup." He paused, adding, "And we should get some vegetables. We can't only eat meat." As they leisurely strolled through the aisles with their shopping cart, Xie Chengjun occasionally picked up an item and asked Pei Yinji if he wanted it. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he delightedly placed it in the cart. If rejected, He merely stuck out his tongue and moved on to inspect other items. Sunlight streamed through the supermarket's glass windows, dancing upon his hair and casting a soft glow on the delicate green scales at his temple. Reaching the seasoning section, Xie Chengjun tiptoed to grab a bag of rock sugar from the top shelf. Just as his fingers brushed the bag, Pei Yinji effortlessly retrieved it for him. "Just let me know if you can't reach," he said, placing the rock sugar in the cart, his tone a mixture of exasperation and indulgence. Xie Chengjun tilted his head to look at him, the height difference necessitating a slight upward glance to meet Pei Yinji's eyes. His long lashes cast a small shadow on his eyelids. "What are you staring at?" Pei Yinji felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. Reaching out to tousle Xie Chengjun's hair. "Just admiring your looks," Xie Chengjun replied with a beaming smile, unabashedly revealing his feelings. Pei Yinji's ears flushed crimson, and he cleared his throat, turning to examine the shelves, his voice slightly muffled. "Hurry up and choose. We'll need a queue for checkout soon." Suppressing a laugh, Xie Chengjun quickly grabbed a bottle of soy sauce and placed it in the cart, feeling as if he were carrying a sweet treasure in his heart. After completing their purchases, the two of them carried their bags home. Xie Chengjun eagerly seized the heaviest bag, and when Pei Yinji attempted to switch it, he cleverly concealed the bag behind him. "My strength is considerable. In the past, I could lift stones heavier than this in the mountains." Pei Yinji did not contest with him, merely slowed his pace to match his speed. The sunlight cascaded upon the two, elongating their shadows, while a gentle breeze occasionally swept through, carrying the distinctive dryness of autumn. Upon returning home, Xie Chengjun hastily shoved everything into the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves, eager to showcase his culinary skills. Pei Yinji leaned against the kitchen door, observing him as he soaked the pork belly in water to extract the blood, cleaned the ribs to place them in the clay pot, and meticulously prepared the vegetables on a plate. Though his movements lacked finesse, they exuded a sense of earnestness. "Do you need assistance?" Pei Yinji inquired. "No need. Just sit in the living room and await my good news," Xie Chengjun replied without turning, carefully slicing ginger. Pei Yinji remained, standing at the doorway, admiring his clumsy yet determined efforts, feeling a warmth enveloping his heart as if it had been steeped in warm water. He recalled the first time he found Xie Chengjun, a small snake battered and weary, lying on the ground with no strength to lift its head. Now, he stood in the kitchen preparing a meal, and the sensation was wondrous, akin to watching a seed slowly sprout and blossom. "Little theater, Xie Chengjun. Why am I not taller than my wife? I refuse to accept this. Author, hold your discontent." Xie Chengjun. "Wife, the author is bullying me." Pei Yinji, what can I say? Chapter 6. The heavily injured snake, adopted with overflowing affection, Xie Chengjun placed the pork belly into the pot for blanching. As he skimmed off the foam, he accidentally splashed some hot water on his hand, causing him to hiss in pain and quickly retract his hand. "What's wrong?" Pei Yinji hurriedly approached, grasping his hand to inspect it. "It's nothing, just a little burn." Xie Chengjun attempted to withdraw his hand, but Pei Yinji held it firmly. Pei Yinji led him to the faucet, rinsing his hand under cold water, and after carefully examining it to ensure there were no blisters, he sighed in relief. "Be careful." There was a subtle tension in his voice. "I know." Xie Chengjun felt warmth swell in his heart at Pei Yinji's serious demeanor. "You should go to the living room. It's smoky in here." Pei Yinji said nothing, merely turning to fetch a pair of heat-resistant gloves and handing them to him. "Put these on." Xie Chengjun obediently donned the gloves, watching Pei Yinji exit the kitchen, unable to suppress a smile. He returned to his tasks, tossing the blanched pork belly into the pot to stir-fry, adding sugar and soy sauce, quickly achieving an enticing caramelization. The savory aroma wafting from the pot made him swallow hard. After stewing the braised pork, he began preparing the ribs, placing them together with corn and carrots in the clay pot, adding sufficient water to let it simmer slowly. After completing these tasks, he wiped his hands and leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching the bubbling pot with a sense of accomplishment. "It smells wonderful." Pei Yinji had approached at some point, standing beside him and inhaling deeply. "It will be ready soon." Xie Chengjun smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. Once the braised pork had simmered to tender perfection and the ribs had produced a milky white broth, Xie Chengjun meticulously placed each dish upon the table. The glossy braised pork, the fragrant milky rib soup, and the crisp stir-fried greens created a bountiful spread. Would you care to taste? Xie Chengjun offered a piece of braised meat into Pei Yinji's bowl, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Pei Yinji blew gently on the morsel before placing it in his mouth. The meat was exquisitely tender, melting on the tongue, with a perfect balance of sweetness and saltiness, infused with a rich savory aroma. Absolutely divine. Delicious, he remarked earnestly. Really? Xie Chengjun's eyes sparkled with delight as he sampled a piece himself, confirming its delectable nature. A wave of relief washed over him, and he smiled radiantly, resembling a child who had just received a sweet treat. I told you I could do it. Indeed, you are quite remarkable, Pei Yinji replied, his gaze filled with warmth. As they savored their meal, Xie Chengjun occasionally served Pei Yinji, delicately picking the meat from the ribs and placing it in his bowl, while he himself nibbled on the remaining bones with great enjoyment. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm golden hue over the dining table, and the air was infused with the aroma of the food, creating a tranquil and delightful atmosphere. After their meal, Xie Chengjun eagerly rushed to wash the dishes, and Pei Yinji, unable to dissuade him, settled down in the living room with a book. The sounds of running water and clinking dishes from the kitchen filled the air, a symphony of domesticity that brought Pei Yinji an immense sense of comfort. He lifted his gaze towards the kitchen, catching a glimpse of Xie Chengjun's industrious silhouette, and a sudden, intense thought surged within him. Let this moment endure. It is truly wonderful. In the afternoon, Xie Chengjun reclined on the sofa, watching a movie, and soon succumbed to yawns. Pei Yinji draped a blanket over him, but Xie Chengjun nestled closer into Pei Yinji's embrace, seeking a comfortable position, and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Pei Yinji looked down at the person in his arms, whose breathing was steady and calm, long eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans. He reached out, carefully brushing aside the stray hair from Xie Chengjun's forehead. When his fingertips brushed against the faintly green scales, Xie Chengjun frowned slightly, but did not awaken. Pei Yinji's movements stilled, and his expression grew complex. He had long understood that Xie Chengjun was not an ordinary spirit companion, having sensed the subtle fragrance of spiritual herbs from the very first moment they met. He was aware of the challenges spirit companions faced in transforming and recognized that a spirit serpent like Xie Chengjun, capable of taking human form, must harbor numerous untold stories. Yet, he had never inquired, not out of lack of curiosity, but from a fear of touching wounds meant to remain undisturbed. With a soft sigh, he adjusted his position to ensure Xie Chengjun was more comfortable. Regardless of the past's myriad tales, the present Xie Chengjun lay nestled in his arms, and that was sufficient. When Xie Chengjun awoke, he found himself still in Pei Yinji's embrace, the movie having concluded and the credits rolling across the screen. He stirred slightly, and Pei Yinji immediately looked down at him. Awake? Yes, Xie Chengjun rubbed his eyes, his voice still hoarse. How long have I been asleep? Not long, perhaps an hour. Pei Yinji replied, handing him a glass of water. Have some water. Xie Chengjun took a few sips from the cup, suddenly recalling something and sitting up straight. I have something to show you, he exclaimed. He dashed to the bedroom, rummaging for a while before emerging with a small wooden box. Upon opening it, he revealed a tiny snake intricately woven from grass, lifelike in appearance and adorned with several colorful threads. I crafted this yesterday, he said, handing the grass snake to Pei Yinji, feeling a tad bashful. It's not very well made. I hope you won't dislike it. Pei Yinji accepted the grass snake, his fingers gently tracing the texture of its surface. Although the woven lines were somewhat coarse, they reflected the care invested in its creation. The snake's eyes were made of two glossy black beads, reminiscent of the way Xie Chengjun looked when Pei Yinji first rescued him. It's beautiful, Pei Yinji replied earnestly. I truly like it. Upon hearing this, Xie Chengjun's face brightened, his eyes sparkling like stars. Really? Then I shall craft more for you in the future. Rabbits, foxes, and more. Pei Yinji interrupted, placing the grass snake into his pocket. I'll keep it safe here. Seeing Pei Yinji's careful demeanor filled Xie Chengjun with warmth. He leaned in and kissed Pei Yinji's lips, a kiss imbued with joy and gratitude, as if wishing to convey all his emotions in that moment. Outside, the sky gradually darkened, the city lights flickering to life. The living room remained unlit, with only the distant streetlights casting a hazy glow through the window. Time slipped by unnoticed until they finally parted. Xie Chengjun leaned against Pei Yinji, panting heavily, his cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Pei Yinji's breath was also slightly uneven as he gazed down at him, tenderness radiating from his eyes. "Are you hungry?" Pei Yinji asked softly. Xie Chengjun shook his head, then nodded, eliciting a chuckle from Pei Yinji. "There's leftover pork rib soup from the afternoon. I'll heat it up." Pei Yinji lifted him and set him on the sofa. "I'll go with you." Xie Chengjun immediately followed, trailing behind Pei Yinji like a little shadow. As Pei Yinji poured the soup into a pot to warm it over low heat, Xie Chengjun hugged him from behind, resting his face against his back, finding solace in the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "Xie," he whispered, "let's always be like this, shall we?" Pei Yinji turned around and embraced him, resting his chin atop Xie Chengjun's head. Of course. Later, as they prepared for bed, Xie Chengjun sat on the edge while watching Pei Yinji search for his pajamas in the wardrobe. A sudden memory struck him, of the original host biting Pei Yinji while he slept, sending a chill through him. What if he had tea come into this body? Would Pei Yinji have faced something dreadful? Noticing Xie Chengjun's change in expression, Pei Yinji approached him with concern. "Is something wrong?" "Nothing," Xie Chengjun replied, shaking his head as he wrapped his arms around Pei Yinji's waist, burying his face against his abdomen. "I just wanted to hold you." Pei Yinji gently patted his back, refraining from pressing further. Some matters Xie Chengjun chose not to share. He would wait for the day Pei Yinji was ready to speak. As the night deepened, Xie Chengjun lay nestled in Pei Yinji's embrace, listening to the rhythmic cadence of his heartbeat, gradually drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he transformed once more into a small snake, coiled upon Pei Yinji's wrist, basking in the warm sunlight that enveloped him, feeling an irresistible urge to remain still. Pei Yinji gazed down at him, his eyes twinkling with tender amusement, as his fingers gently caressed the snake's scales, softly uttering, "From now on, I shall protect you." Xie Chengjun chuckled in his dream, affirming that indeed they would safeguard each other and traverse life together forevermore. Little theater, Xie Chengjun, crafting a little snake to gift to my beloved, enthusiastically working on it. Pei Yinji, approaching Xie Chengjun, "Look, my dearest snake." Offering it, Chapter 7. Rescued from serious injury on the day he resolved to leave, Xie Chengjun squatted beside his suitcase, neatly folding several of Pei Yinji's white shirts and tucking the grass snake he had fashioned into the breast pocket. "Xie, shall I bring your stethoscope?" he inquired, tilting his head, his tone imbued with a soft, endearing lilt. Pei Yinji, engaged in organizing the bookshelf, turned at the sound of his voice. Sunlight cascaded down his hair, illuminating the scales on Xie Chengjun's forehead. "No need. We could buy a new one when we arrive at our new place," he replied, bending down to tousle Xie Chengjun's hair. "You shouldn't always call me Xie. It makes me sound like a child." "But I enjoy calling you that," Xie Chengjun insisted, playfully shaking his wrist and deliberately brushing his fingertips against Pei Yinji's skin. "Xie, Xie, Xie." Pei Yinji, unable to resist, sighed in resignation. "As you wish." In truth, he never voiced it, but each time Xie Chengjun addressed him in such a manner, his heart softened, akin to cotton gently warmed by water. After packing their belongings, the afternoon had already arrived. The pair locked the door and descended the stairs with their suitcase in tow. The early autumn breeze swirled fallen leaves around their feet. Xie Chengjun glanced back at the apartment building they had inhabited for several months, suddenly feeling no sense of attachment. The merits and flaws of this place were intrinsically tied to the person beside him. As long as Pei Yinji was there, it mattered not where they went. "What are you pondering?" Pei Yinji noticed his pause and inquired. "I'm wondering if the place we are heading to has beautiful fall leaves," Xie Chengjun replied with a smile, wrapping his arm around Pei Yinji's. "Come on, let's hurry. I can hardly wait." They did not venture far, renting a quaint little house with a garden in a neighboring city. In the garden stood a fragrant osmanthus tree, its branches stretching up to the second-floor windowsill, reportedly exuding an enchanting aroma during autumn blooms that could waft down the street. The house was an old brick-and-wood structure, with ivy climbing its walls, and the wooden door creaked charmingly when opened. "This place is stunning," Xie Chengjun exclaimed, dropping his luggage and dashing into the garden, tilting his head to admire the osmanthus tree as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled glow upon his face. Pei Yinji stood at the entrance, a gentle smile gracing his lips, knowing all along that Xie Chengjun would fall in love with this place. Most of the chores involved in settling the house were eagerly taken up by Xie Chengjun. He stood on a stool to clean the windows, his sleeves slipping down to reveal delicate wrists. Pei Yinji, concerned that he might fall, stood below to steady the stool, occasionally reminding him to be careful. After finishing one window, Xie Chengjun turned back and smiled at him, resembling a small creature seeking praise, his eyes radiating a light brighter than the sunlight outside. In the evening, the two sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, taking a moment to rest. Pei Yinji took out his phone to search for nearby hospitals, while Xie Chengjun leaned over the stone table, drawing circles with his finger on its surface. "Xie, do you still want to be a doctor in the future?" he suddenly inquired. Pei Yinji nodded, stating that he had to do something with his life. "And me?" Xie Chengjun lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. "What can I do?" Pei Yinji regarded him thoughtfully and replied, "You can do anything you wish." He paused and added, "Even if you choose to do nothing, I can support you." Xie Chengjun's face flushed instantly. He turned his head away, pretending to admire the osmanthus tree. Yet his voice drifted. "Who said I need you to support me?" Despite his words, the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curling into a smile. Later that night, Xie Chengjun tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He secretly turned to glance at Pei Yinji, who was already asleep, his breath steady, long eyelashes casting small shadows on his eyelids. Xie Chengjun cautiously reached out to touch his eyelashes. Pei Yinji stirred slightly, but did not awaken. Suddenly, he recalled the day he first transformed, wrapped in a blanket, foolishly calling out wife, while Pei Yinji's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Reflecting on that moment, he realized how bold he had been. If it were now, he would likely have directly leaned in to kiss him. "Xie," he whispered softly, his voice barely a sigh. Pei Yinji remained asleep. Xie Chengjun chuckled softly and inched closer until their shoulders touched. He closed his eyes, inhaling the faint scent of soapberry that lingered on Pei Yinji, feeling profoundly at ease. The next morning, Xie Chengjun was awakened by the chirping of birds in the courtyard. He opened his eyes to find the space beside him empty, the blanket neatly folded. He jumped up and rushed to the window, witnessing Pei Yinji watering the plants in the courtyard, morning light casting a golden halo around him. "Xie," Xie Chengjun called out, pushing open the window. Pei Yinji turned, noticing his tousled hair, and couldn't help but smile. "You're awake? Hurry and wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon." "Okay," Xie Chengjun obediently replied, but remained at the window, watching him. He observed Pei Yinji as he filled the flower pots with water, bent down to pick up fallen leaves, and occasionally gazed up at the sky, each movement unfolding like a slow-motion film replaying in his heart. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, thankful for being in this world and for encountering Pei Yinji. Had it not been for that accident, he might have never realized how blissful it is to be cherished by someone who holds you close to their heart. After breakfast, Pei Yinji went for an interview at a nearby hospital, while Xie Chengjun stayed home to tidy up the courtyard. He unearthed a small spade and diligently removed the weeds from the corner of the yard, then carefully procured some flower seeds from his neighbor and planted them with great care. As he sowed, he murmured to himself, "This one is a rose. Xie should like it. And this one is a sunflower. It must face the sun to bloom beautifully." Once the flowers were planted, he positioned a small stool beneath the osmanthus tree and began to weave with some grasses. As his fingers danced nimbly, a small fox gradually took shape, with pointed ears and a tail held high, resembling the fox that Pei Yinji had once described as having stolen candy. "Does it look like it?" Pei Yinji, having returned unbeknownst to him, inquired from behind. Startled, Xie Chengjun nearly dropped the grass fox he was holding. Turning around, He saw Pei Yinji with a paper bag in hand, a smile adorning his face, evidently pleased with how the interview had gone. "It does," Xie Chengjun exclaimed, presenting the grass fox as if it were a precious treasure. "For you." Pei Yinji accepted it, gently tracing the patterns with his fingertips, his eyes brimming with warmth. "Very much so. In fact, it resembles my memories even more." Upon hearing this, Xie Chengjun burst into laughter, his eyes curving into crescent moons. Pei Yinji retrieved 2 steamed buns from the paper bag, offering one to him, just bought, still warm. Xie Chengjun took a hearty bite, savoring the red bean filling he adored. "How was the interview?" he mumbled, his mouth half full. "Well, I can start work next week." Pei Yinji settled beside him, also taking a bite of bun. "That's wonderful." Xie Chengjun's eyes sparkled. "I shall prepare braised pork tonight to celebrate." "All right." Pei Yinji nodded with a smile. In a little theatrical interlude, Xie Chengjun, "My persona is collapsing." Author, "My aloof character is crumbling." Author, ignores Xie Chengjun. In a fit of impotent rage, Chapter 8, severely injured and adopted, overflowing love from a snake the days passed in a leisurely manner. Pei Yinji worked at the new hospital, while Xie Chengjun tended to the yard at home, occasionally visiting the nearby market for groceries. Always returning with a string of sugar-coated hawthorns, a newfound delight. Each day upon returning from work, Pei Yinji would find several flowers blooming in the yard, or see Xie Chengjun dozing at the stone table, unfinished grass animals scattered around him. He would gently approach, draping his coat over Xie Chengjun, and wait patiently for him to awaken. One day, when Xie Chengjun stirred, he discovered Pei Yinji's coat covering him. While Pei Yinji sat nearby engrossed in a medical tome, the soft glow of the setting sun illuminating his profile, as gentle as a painting. In that moment, Xie Chengjun felt that the essence of tranquil times was perhaps just like this. On another occasion, Xie Chengjun visited the market and spotted someone selling small goldfish. The fish, shimmering and gracefully swishing their tails in the tank, were resplendent. He crouched before the stall, observing for a long while, ultimately purchasing 2 fish along with a petite fish bowl. Upon returning home, he placed the bowl on the windowsill, delighting in the sight of the 2 goldfish swimming about, his heart brimming with joy. Upon returning home from work, Pei Yinji raised an eyebrow upon sighting the newly acquired goldfish. "What inspired you to buy goldfish?" he inquired. "They are quite charming," Xie Chengjun replied, gesturing towards the aquarium. "Look how adorable they are." Pei Yinji approached and leaned against the windowsill beside him. "Have you named them yet?" he asked. "Not yet," Xie Chengjun pondered. "This one shall be called Xiaoji, and that one Xiaojun." Pei Yinji couldn't help but chuckle. "Who names fish in such a manner?" "I like it," Xie Chengjun said, tilting his head to gaze at Pei Yinji, his eyes sparkling. "This way, they can always be together." Pei Yinji looked at him and suddenly reached out to ruffle his hair. "Indeed, they shall always be together." Later that evening, as Xie Chengjun lay in bed, sleep eluded him once more. He turned over and noticed Pei Yinji still engrossed in his book, the soft glow of his phone illuminating his face. "Gigi," he whispered, "do you think we will always remain as we are now?" Pei Yinji set his phone aside and turned to face him. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing," Xie Chengjun replied, shaking his head as he shifted closer. "I just feel that everything is so wonderful now, and I fear it may change." What he refrained from saying was that he often recalled the memories of his predecessor, the foolish antics of a little snake, and he dreaded the recurrence of those unfortunate events. Pei Yinji extended his hand and gently clasped Xie Chengjun's. "It won't change," he assured softly, his voice imbued with a reassuring strength. "As long as we are together, it will remain unchanged." Xie Chengjun gazed into his eyes, where there was no hint of hesitation, only warmth and resolve. He suddenly felt that perhaps he had been overly anxious. He was no longer the original, and Pei Yinji was well too. They would be well together. "Yes," he affirmed, nodding vigorously, burying his face in Pei Yinji's shoulder. "I believe you." Pei Yinji gently patted his back, akin to soothing a frightened creature. In the darkness, their breaths gradually synchronized, warm and steady. As autumn arrived, the osmanthus tree in the yard blossomed, its fragrance wafting down the street. Every morning, Xie Chengjun would pluck a few flowers and tuck them into Pei Yinji's pocket, allowing him to carry the scent to work. Pei Yinji's colleagues were well aware of his clingy companion, who would reliably appear outside the hospital every evening, either carrying a thermos or a skewer of candied hawthorn. His eyes lighting up upon seeing Pei Yinji as he sweetly called out, "Xie, Dr. Pei, your partner is quite attached to you," a colleague jested. Pei Yinji would merely smile, the tenderness in his eyes unmistakable. One day, as Xie Chengjun arrived to pick Pei Yinji up from work, he spotted a familiar figure at the hospital entrance. Clad in a white coat, the person was conversing with Pei Yinji, their profile appearing somewhat blurred in the streetlight. It was Lin Jishu. Xie Chengjun's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he wanted to hide, but immediately straightened his posture. He could not retreat. He must protect Pei Yinji. He strode over quickly, standing beside Pei Yinji, eyes warily fixed on Lin Jishu. "What are you doing here?" Lin Jishu spotted him and raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "I've transferred to this hospital, so we'll be colleagues from now on." Xie Chengjun's heart sank as he glanced at Pei Yinji, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. Pei Yinji grasped his hand gently, giving it a reassuring squeeze, signaling him not to worry. "Dr. Lin, is there anything else?" Pei Yinji's tone was rather indifferent, devoid of any extraneous emotion. Lin Jishu's expression momentarily stiffened, but she quickly regained her smile. "Nothing at all. Just wanted to say hello." Her gaze lingered on Xie Chengjun, her eyes harboring a subtle malice, suggesting that there would be ample opportunities for future encounters. With that, she turned and strode back into the hospital. Xie Chengjun watched a retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. "Don't be angry." Pei Yinji gently patted his back. "It's all right." "How can it be all right?" Xie Chengjun's voice trembled slightly, filled with certainty that her intentions were far from benign. Pei Yinji regarded him in silence for a moment before suddenly offering, "If you truly wish to leave this place, we can go." Xie Chengjun was taken aback, his gaze fixed on Pei Yinji, whose eyes reflected no hesitation, only warmth and tenderness. He shook his head, inhaling deeply. "We won't leave." He raised his chin, meeting Pei Yinji's eyes with unwavering resolve. "This time, I will not hide. I want to protect you." Pei Yinji looked at him and broke into a smile, reaching out to tousle his hair. "Very well, then you shall protect me." On their way home, Xie Chengjun held Pei Yinji's hand tightly, their shadows elongated by the streetlights, occasionally intertwining before parting again with their steps. "Xie," Xie Chengjun suddenly said, "did you know I used to be afraid of the dark?" Pei Yinji paused, surprised. "Really?" "Yes," Xie Chengjun nodded, "but I'm not afraid anymore." "Why is that?" "Because you're here," he replied, tilting his head to look at Pei Yinji, his eyes shimmering brighter than the stars above. "As long as you are by my side, I fear nothing." Pei Yinji felt a surge of intense emotion within him, as if something was yearning to break free. He halted, cradled Xie Chengjun's face, and leaned down to kiss him. This kiss was unlike any before, urgent yet tender, a fervent exchange of emotions that sought to convey everything they felt for one another. The osmanthus blossoms fell from the trees, drifting through their hair, imbued with a delicate fragrance. Xie Chengjun closed his eyes, savoring the warmth of their lips, his heart resonating with a singular thought: how wonderful it was that he could finally protect his Xie. Upon returning home, Xie Chengjun nestled into Pei Yinji's embrace, resembling a small creature that had endured distress. Pei Yinji gently patted his back, saying nothing, yet instilling in Xie Chengjun an overwhelming sense of security. "Xie," Xie Chengjun murmured softly, "let's buy a lock tomorrow to secure the yard gate." "All right, and we should get an alarm system, just in case he shows up." "Agreed. I still wish to learn martial arts. That way, I could drive him away." Pei Yinji couldn't help but smile, leaning down to kiss the top of his head. "There is no need for martial arts. I am here." Xie Chengjun lifted his gaze to meet his eyes, a sudden smile breaking forth. "Yes, with you here." In a small interlude, Xie Chengjun remarked, "You are called Xiao Ji, and you are called Xiao Jun," pointing at the goldfish. The author, passing by, noted, Xie Chengjun, observing, lost in thought, pointing at a turtle, "You're called Xiao Chuan." The author then delivered a swift kick. "Go die." Chapter 9. Severely wounded and adopted. The serpent's affection overflows on that night when osmanthus petals filled the windowsill. Xie Chengjun blocked Pei Yinji at the bathroom door. Steam seeped through the crack, enveloping Pei Yinji's freshly washed brows. He was drying his hair with a towel, the soft fabric brushing against his neck, leaving faint red marks. Xie Chengjun leaned against the doorframe, his gaze feeling as though it had been scalded. Trailing from the delicate curve of Pei Yinji's neck to the water droplets cascading down his collarbone, his throat involuntarily bobbing. Xie, he began, his voice lower than usual, tinged with a husky softness from steam. The shampoo has run out. Pei Yinji raised his eyes to him, still misty. Didn't we just buy a new one this morning? I want the bottle you have. Xie Chengjun took a couple of steps towards him, instantly filling the cramped bathroom space. He caught a whiff of the shower gel on Pei Yinji, mingled with the sweetness of osmanthus. Like a hook that stirred a yearning in his heart. Pei Yinji paused, finally realizing he was referring to the bottle he had just used. This one is nearly empty, he said, attempting to fetch a new one, but his wrist was firmly grasped by Xie Chengjun. The warmth of the palm, slightly calloused, held a gentle but undeniable strength. Pei Yinji stumbled forward, colliding into his embrace. His nose brushed against Xie Chengjun's collarbone, inhaling the crisp scent of soap mixed with a hint of sun-kissed warmth. Xie Chengjun? Pei Yinji thought to pull away, but his waist was firmly ensnared. Don't move, Xie Chengjun murmured, resting his chin atop Pei Yinji's head, breathing against his ear, sending tingles through him. Let me hold you for a moment. The warm light in the bathroom cast their entwined shadows upon the tiles, creating an intimate tableau that seemed reluctant to part. Pei Yinji's heart raced as if it might burst from his chest. He could distinctly feel Xie Chengjun's steady heartbeat through the thin fabric, a stark contrast to his own, which was in disarray. What is wrong with you today? Pei Yinji's voice trembled slightly, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the towel. Xie Chengjun remained silent, lowering his head to nuzzle Pei Yinji's neck, where the skin was soft and dewy from the steam, unable to resist giving it a gentle bite. Pei Yinji let out a muffled sound, his body instantly tensing. Sensing his rigidity, Xie Chengjun loosened his grip slightly, but did not let go. Xie, he whispered against Pei Yinji's ear, each word deliberate. I am no longer a child. Pei Yinji's face flushed a deep crimson. He certainly knew that Xie Chengjun was no longer a child, but every time he gazed into those bright, sparkling eyes and heard him call out his name, he couldn't help but treat him with a protective instinct reserved for the young. Yet at this moment, embraced in such a manner, under that intense gaze, Pei Yinji suddenly realized that the person before him had long since outgrown the need for his care. Xie Chengjun's shoulders were broad, able to envelop him securely. His arms were strong, effortlessly holding him close. His eyes were deep, resembling a tumultuous sea, evoking a sense of unease within Pei Yinji. I know. Pei Yinji's voice was soft, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of panic. Then why do you still regard me as a child? Xie Chengjun lowered his head, his eyelashes brushing against Pei Yinji's cheek. I can protect you, and I can. He paused, his gaze lingering on Pei Yinji's slightly flushed lips, his throat tightening. I can also do other things. Pei Yinji's heart raced faster. He turned his head away, unable to meet Xie Chengjun's eyes. Don't say such things. I'm not jesting, Xie Chengjun said, gripping his chin gently, turning his face to compel him to look into his eyes. Xie, look at me. Reluctantly, Pei Yinji raised his gaze, falling into the depths of Xie Chengjun's eyes. There, he could see his own reflection, along with emotions he could not comprehend, burning fervently. Xie Chengjun's thumb brushed softly against Pei Yinji's lips, a rough yet tender touch that sent shivers down his spine. I like you. Xie Chengjun's voice was soft, but struck Pei Yinji's heart like a heavy hammer. Not the innocent affection a child holds for an adult, but a yearning to be together for a lifetime, to hold him close as they slept. The words were abruptly silenced by a kiss. Xie Chengjun's kiss was inexperienced yet possessed an undeniable intensity. He held Pei Yinji firmly by the nape of his neck, his tongue prying open Pei Yinji's lips, a mixture of eagerness and caution, as if exploring uncharted territory. Pei Yinji's mind went blank, left to passively endure the onslaught. The steam from the bathroom lingered in the air, the sweet scent of osmanthus mingling with their hurried breaths, weaving around them. He could feel Xie Chengjun's hand trembling slightly, the heat of his gaze enveloping him, filling his heart with a bittersweet ache. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xie Chengjun finally released him. Both were panting, foreheads pressed together, their noses brushing against one another. Pei Yinji's lips were flushed from a kiss, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling a cat that had been unfairly mistreated. Xie Chengjun's voice was hoarse. Don't say anything, Pei Yinji interjected suddenly, his voice laced with a hint of a sob, yet resolute. I know. Xie Chengjun was taken aback. Pei Yinji raised his hand, gently caressing his face. His fingertips glided over his brow, tracing the corners of his eyes, finally resting on the smooth, cool scales at his temple. I do too. Pei Yinji's voice was soft. It resonated clearly in Xie Chengjun's ears. In an instant, Xie Chengjun's eyes sparkled, as if igniting a galaxy of stars. He said nothing more, merely lowered his head and kissed him again. The kiss this time was no longer urgent. It was imbued with a sense of reverence and a touch of trepidation, delicately falling upon Pei Yinji's lips, cheeks, and eyelids, as if cherishing a rare treasure. They moved from the bathroom to the bedroom, the moonlight streaming through the window, casting its glow upon the scattered garments on the floor. Xie Chengjun gently laid Pei Yinji upon the bed, positioning himself above him, his gaze tender enough to evoke tears. Does it hurt? He asked softly, his fingertips brushing against Pei Yinji's damp forehead. Pei Yinji shook his head, then nodded slightly, his eyes glistening with the innocence of a wounded creature. He raised his hand, clutching Xie Chengjun's clothing tightly, his knuckles paling. In that instant, Xie Chengjun's heart softened. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss upon Pei Yinji's forehead, whispering, I will be very careful. Under the moonlight, Pei Yinji's skin appeared as white as jade, and Xie Chengjun's fingers glided lightly along his waist, eliciting a subtle tremor. He could acutely sense the tension within his beloved while feeling the tumultuous emotions surging within his own chest. He was no longer the fragile little snake in need of Pei Yinji's care. From this day forth, he aspired to be the one who would shelter Pei Yinji from the storms of life. Outside, the osmanthus continued to fall, its fragrance permeating the room. Occasionally, a breeze swept through, bringing with it the crispness of autumn, yet failing to dissipate the warmth that enveloped them. The next morning, Pei Yinji awakened to the embrace of sunlight. He shifted slightly, a dull ache radiating from his side, instantly reminding him of the events of the previous night, causing his cheeks to flush. The space beside him was already vacant, though the quilt still retained a hint of warmth. Pei Yinji propped himself up and noticed Xie Chengjun standing by the window, engaged in a phone call, his silhouette tall and dignified, illuminated by the morning light as if gilded. No, I want to be going today. Please let the director know. It's a personal matter. Thank you. Xie Chengjun hung up and turned, their eyes meeting his instantly brightening. Yinji, you're awake? He hurried over and sat down at the edge of the bed, reaching out to check Pei Yinji's forehead. Do you feel unwell? Pei Yinji shook his head, then nodded at a loss for words. The images from last night surged forth like a tide, rendering his cheeks even warmer. Xie Chengjun, perceiving his embarrassment, couldn't help but chuckle. He lowered his head and placed a gentle peck on Pei Yinji's lips. Are you hungry? I made some porridge for you. Pei Yinji was momentarily stunned by the kiss, then turned his head away, his voice slightly muffled. Xie Chengjun helped him sit up and carefully placed a cushion behind his back, treating him as if he were fragile porcelain. I'll fetch the porridge now, he said, turning to leave, only to have his wrist grasped by Pei Yinji. Xie Chengjun, Pei Yinji's voice was soft, tinged with uncertainty. We are good. Xie Chengjun interrupted him, kneeling by the bed and looking up into his eyes with unwavering seriousness. Yinji, I will never have regrets, not ever. Pei Yinji gazed back, finding in Xie Chengjun's eyes no trace of hesitation, only an abundance of resolve and tenderness. He suddenly felt a sense of calm wash over him, as if his heart had been filled with something warm. He gently nodded and released his grip. Xie Chengjun smiled, pressed a kiss onto the back of his hand. and then turned to head to the kitchen. Pei Yinji leaned against the headboard, watching his retreating figure, unable to suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. It turned out that being cherished like this was such a blissful experience. Xie Chengjun soon returned with a bowl of porridge, a fragrant millet congee adorned with a sprinkle of osmanthus. He sat at the edge of the bed, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it gently, and offered it to Pei Yinji's lips. "Try this." Pei Yinji opened his mouth and took a bite. The porridge was delightfully creamy with a hint of sweetness, precisely to his liking. "When did you learn to make porridge?" he asked. "I looked up a recipe yesterday," Xie Chengjun replied, a hint of pride in his voice. "Am I impressive?" Pei Yinji gazed into his sparkling eyes, reminiscent of a little creature seeking praise, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Yes, quite impressive." They finished the porridge, taking turns feeding each other. As Xie Chengjun tidied up the bowls, Pei Yinji leaned back against the headboard, suddenly feeling that this life was truly wonderful. There were no interruptions from Lin Jishu, no shadows of the past, just he and Xie Chengjun living a simple, peaceful life together. In the afternoon, Xie Chengjun sat beside the bed, gently massaging Pei Yinji's lower back. His touch was soft, warm fingertips causing Pei Yinji to close his eyes in comfort. Xie Chengjun suddenly said, "Let's get a marriage certificate. Companions and their masters can choose to register as partners." Pei Yinji paused in surprise. "A certificate?" "Yes." Xie Chengjun nodded earnestly. "While this is wonderful, I want to give you a rightful title." He hesitated for a moment, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks as he confessed, "I want everyone to know that you are mine." Pei Yinji's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Xie Chengjun, whose ears were tinged with red, yet remained resolute, his eyes filled with hope. "All right," Pei Yinji replied softly. Xie Chengjun's eyes sparkled instantly, as if igniting an entire galaxy. He suddenly leaned down and pressed a fervent kiss on Pei Yinji's lips. "That's wonderful. Xie, you are amazing." Pei Yinji laughed at the kiss, the warmth of his smile as gentle as water. They chose a sunny day to register their marriage. The small red book felt heavy in their hands, yet brought a sense of security to their hearts. Xie Chengjun clutched both certificates tightly, as if holding onto the whole world. "Xie, we are now legal," he said, grinning, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "Yes," Pei Yinji nodded, unable to resist the smile that blossomed on his lips. Upon returning home, Xie Chengjun carefully placed the marriage certificate into a drawer and locked it with a small padlock. "This way it won't get lost," he stated seriously. Pei Yinji watched him and couldn't help but laugh. "It's not that easy to lose. But we must keep it safe," Xie Chengjun insisted stubbornly. "This is our document, and we should treasure it." Pei Yinji refrained from arguing further and simply walked over to embrace him gently from behind, with his chin resting against his back. He listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling an unparalleled sense of security. "Xie Chengjun," he whispered softly. It's nothing." Pei Yinji shook his head. "Simply wanted to call out to him." Xie Chengjun turned around and embraced him, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss atop his hair, saying, "I am here." The osmanthus flowers in the courtyard were still blooming, their fragrance enveloping the entire space. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting warm and bright rays upon the two of them. Xie Chengjun understood that in this world, from today onward, he would no longer be alone. He had found someone he wished to protect for a lifetime, a true home. Before drifting off to sleep, Xie Chengjun held Pei Yinji close, his fingers tenderly caressing the ring on his fourth finger. It was a simple band they had purchased together that day, yet it bore a weighty significance. "Xie," Xie Chengjun's voice was soft, laced with drowsiness. "Let's always be like this, shall we?" Pei Yinji nestled closer, finding a comfortable position. "Let's do this every day." Xie Chengjun smiled, tightening his embrace, burying his face in Pei Yinji's neck. The faint scent of osmanthus lingered around him, filling his heart with a profound sense of contentment. The moonlight outside was bright, illuminating their entwined hands and making the ring glimmer. On the first weekend after their marriage, Xie Chengjun rose early. When Pei Yinji awoke to the sounds emanating from the kitchen, the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. He propped himself up, feeling the stiffness in his back, and saw Xie Chengjun wearing his old, faded apron, reaching for a bag of flour on the top shelf of the cabinet. Morning light streamed through the mesh window, casting a soft golden hue on his hair, and the delicate green scales at his temples sparkled as if kissed by dew. Little theater, Xie Chengjun. We got married and are eating meat now. How delightful. Author. Without me, you wouldn't even have soup to drink. Rolls eyes. Xie Chengjun. But I earned it through my own efforts, smug. Author. What cannot be endured must be endured no longer. Delivers a flying kick. Whoosh, and away it went. Chapter 11. Severely wounded and rescued awakened. When Xie Chengjun turned around, a bit of white dust clung to his nose, giving him a comical appearance. I want to make osmanthus cake. I'll set up a stall in the park later to try it out. Pei Yinji was momentarily taken aback. A stall? Yes. Xie Chengjun poured flour into a bowl, his eyes sparkling. I've checked. The park nearby has many visitors on weekends. Our osmanthus is so fragrant, it will surely sell. He paused, leaning closer to the bed, his fingers teasing Pei Yinji's palm. If we make money, I could buy you a new white coat. How about that? Pei Yinji's fingers curled slightly, tickled by his touch. Gazing into Xie Chengjun's bright eyes, he suddenly recalled how, when they first met, this little snake needed his help even to twist off a bottle cap, and now he was planning to earn money to support him. His heart felt as if it had been gently struck, a soft ache blossoming within. Does her back still hurt? Xie Chengjun suddenly bent down, pressing his ear to Pei Yinji's side, listening intently, like a little creature checking the integrity of an egg. Pei Yinji's face flushed instantly as he pushed away his head, saying, "Stop it." Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, the vibrations resonating through their touching skin, sending a delightful shiver through him. As he straightened up, his fingertips brushed lightly against Pei Yinji's waistline. His voice lowered enticingly, then sleep a little longer. I'll call you when it's ready. Yet, Pei Yinji ultimately could not fall back asleep. He leaned against the kitchen door, observing Xie Chengjun clumsily kneading the dough. The osmanthus blossoms, freshly picked the previous evening, were marinated in sugar within a glass jar. As the lid was removed, a sweet fragrance wafted forth, enveloping the air with an almost cloying allure. When Xie Chengjun sprinkled the osmanthus into the dough, his hand trembled, causing him to spill more than intended. Panicked, he stuck out his tongue and hastily added more flour to rectify the situation. This needs to be kneaded until it can form a membrane. Unable to restrain himself, Pei Yinji stepped forward, taking hold of his hand, guiding him like this: press with the base of your palm. His palm rested against Xie Chengjun's hand, their combined strength smoothing the dough to a glossy sheen. Xie Chengjun's breath grazed his neck, carrying a hint of osmanthus sweetness that made his ears flush. Xie Chengjun suddenly halted, nuzzling his face into Pei Yinji's neck. You're so close, I can't concentrate. Pei Yinji's hand quivered, wanting to withdraw, but Xie Chengjun grasped it tighter. His thumb gently caressed Pei Yinji's hand, a deliberate tease. Don't mess around. Pei Yinji's voice was slightly husky. I'm not messing around. Xie Chengjun looked down, gently biting the inside of his wrist, leaving a faint red mark. I just feel that this is wonderful. By the time the osmanthus cakes were steamed, the sun had risen high in the sky. Xie Chengjun cut the cake into small pieces, arranging them in a bamboo basket lined with oiled paper, sprinkling a layer of dried osmanthus on top, which resembled a pile of golden clouds from afar. He insisted that Pei Yinji taste a piece first, offering a porcelain spoon to his lips, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Is it sweet? Pei Yinji took a bite, the fragrant osmanthus mingling with the glutinous rice cake, melting on his tongue. He nodded, and upon seeing Xie Chengjun's immediate smile, his eyes crescent-shaped. He felt his heart swell with warmth, sweeter than the cake itself. Upon arriving at the park, numerous vendors had already set up their stalls. Xie Chengjun chose a spot beneath an ancient locust tree, placing the bamboo basket on a folding table. He pulled out a small wooden board, on which he had written in red ink, "Osmanthus cake from our own garden." The handwriting was crooked, yet conveyed a sense of earnestness. Pei Yinji helped him arrange a small stool, and just as he straightened up, he heard someone inquire, "How much for the osmanthus cake?" It was a lady pushing a stroller. Xie Chengjun immediately stood up straight, his voice slightly tense. 5 yuan each. Would you like to try? The lady picked up a piece, inhaling its aroma, her eyes sparkling. It smells wonderful. I'll take 3. Xie Chengjun fumbled to find a bag for the cakes, his fingers trembling as he collected payment. Once the lady had wandered off, he excitedly grabbed Pei Yinji's arm, exclaiming, "Gigi, I sold some." Pei Yinji looked at the flush in his eyes and couldn't help but smile. "Yes, that's impressive. Business is better than expected." Perhaps the enticing aroma of the osmanthus was too irresistible. Before long, the bamboo basket was half empty. Xie Chengjun gradually relaxed, his voice growing brighter as he spoke about how the osmanthus flowers from their home were plucked in the morning dew, and he would jovially offer an extra piece to the children. Pei Yinji sat on a small stool, observing him, noting how the sunlight made beads of sweat form on the tip of his nose, how he diligently counted the money he received twice, and how the light in his eyes shone even brighter than the sun when he turned around. A little girl pointed to the scales on Xie Chengjun's forehead and asked, "Uncle, are you that uncle's spirit pet?" Taken aback, Xie Chengjun instinctively tried to cover it, but Pei Yinji gently held his hand down. With a smile, Pei Yinji replied to the little girl, "He is not my spirit pet. He is my beloved." The girl nodded, half understanding, and was led away by her mother. Xie Chengjun looked down at Pei Yinji, a hint of panic in his eyes. "Is that strange?" "Not at all," Pei Yinji reassured him, his fingertips lightly brushing over the scales, his voice soft and melodious. Xie Chengjun's ears flushed instantly. He turned to greet the next customer. Yet the blush lingered at the nape of his neck. By the time they closed up, the bamboo basket was completely empty. Xie Chengjun counted the change in his hand, neatly stacking each bill, unable to conceal the joy radiating from his face. They had earned a total of 87 yuan and 50 cents. He eagerly thrust the money into Pei Yinji's hand as if presenting a treasure. "Here for you." Pei Yinji did not accept it, but instead pushed the money back. "You keep it." "No way." Xie Chengjun frowned slightly, stubbornly stuffing the money into Pei Yinji's pocket. "This is for you to buy a new white coat." Observing his obstinacy, Pei Yinji suddenly recalled how, during their marriage registration the previous day, Xie Chengjun insisted on changing his marital status from single to married in the household register. The staff had chuckled, saying it was unnecessary due to the online system. Yet Xie Chengjun insisted it was clearer that way. This man, who always had for you on his lips, seemed to have an innate determination to treat him well. On their way back, Xie Chengjun insisted on buying a candied hawthorn. The bright red fruit, encased in a crystalline sugar coating, was held up to Pei Yinji's lips. "You go first." Pei Yinji bit into one, finding it sweet to the point of being cloying. Watching him squint from the sweetness, Xie Chengjun took a bite himself, a bit of sugar sticking to the corner of his mouth, resembling a little beast that had snatched honey. Upon reaching the entrance of their community, they unexpectedly encountered Lin Zhishu, who was evidently waiting for them. His white coat was fastidiously buttoned, yet he clutched a crumpled cigarette pack in his hand. Upon seeing them, he forced a smile, but his gaze was like a nail, piercing directly into Xie Chengjun. "Dr. Pei, you're still working on the weekend?" Lin Zhishu's eyes swept over the bamboo basket in Xie Chengjun's hands, a flicker of mockery crossing his features. "Are you engaged in a small business?" Xie Chengjun stepped forward, pulling Pei Yinji behind him, like a wolf guarding its cub. "That's none of your business." Lin Zhishu chuckled lightly, ignoring him, and turned his attention back to Pei Yinji. "There's an academic seminar at the hospital next week. I've reserved a spot for you." "No need," Pei Yinji replied coldly. "I'm not interested in that." "Don't be so heartless." Lin Zhishu took 2 steps forward, her tone laced with a hint of ambiguity, as their conversation remained unfinished before being interrupted by Xie Chengjun, who seized her wrist. Xie Chengjun's grip was firm, his knuckles turning white, and the coldness in his eyes resembled the chill of ice. "Stay away from him." Lin Zhishu winced in pain, but did not struggle. Instead, she smiled at Xie Chengjun. "Who do you think you are?" "Amir, shut up." Xie Chengjun's voice suddenly escalated, the scales on his forehead glimmering ominously, akin to a blade laced with venom. Pei Yinji quickly intervened. "Chengjun, do not stoop to his level." Xie Chengjun's chest heaved violently, clearly angered. He glared at Lin Zhishu, and, after a prolonged silence, he managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, If I see you harassing him again, I won't let you off easily. With that, he grabbed Pei Yinji and turned to leave, his grip so forceful it nearly lifted him off the ground. Upon returning home, Xie Chengjun collapsed onto the sofa, a heaviness still lingering in his chest. Pei Yinji poured a glass of warm water and offered it to him, but he did not take it. Instead, he buried his head in his knees, his voice muffled. Am I utterly useless? Pei Yinji was taken aback. Why do you say that? I can't even protect you. Xie Chengjun's voice trembled. He spoke to you like that, and all I could do was utter threats. Pei Yinji felt a pang in his heart. He knelt in front of the sofa, gently stroking Xie Chengjun's back. You have already protected me. I have nothing. Pei Yinji interrupted, cupping his face and gazing earnestly into his eyes. When you stood in front of me, when you grasped his wrist, you were protecting me. He paused, his fingertips brushing over the reddened corners of Xie Chengjun's eyes. In my heart, you are formidable. Xie Chengjun looked at him, the moisture in his eyes dissipating, replaced by warmth. Suddenly, he pulled Pei Yinji into his embrace, holding him tightly. Xie, I will become even stronger, strong enough that no one will dare to bully you. MHM. Pei Yinji leaned against him, listening to his powerful heartbeat, and gently nodded. In the evening, Xie Chengjun went to pick osmanthus flowers again. He set up a ladder beneath the tree, carefully climbing up to reach the highest branches. Pei Yinji stood below, steadying the ladder and gazing up at him, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon him, elongating his shadow. Got it! Xie Chengjun exclaimed excitedly, holding up a large branch of osmanthus, golden and intoxicatingly fragrant. However, as he descended, his foot slipped unexpectedly, causing him to fall. Pei Yinji reacted swiftly, rushing forward, but ended up being knocked to the ground by Xie Chengjun. The osmanthus branch fell nearby, scattering petals over both of them. Xie Chengjun landed on top of Pei Yinji, his face paling in fear. Xie, are you all right? Pei Yinji felt a heaviness in his chest from the impact, but first reached out to touch Xie Chengjun's arm. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Xie Chengjun quickly got up and helped Pei Yinji to his feet, anxiously checking for any injuries. Does anything hurt? Is your waist bothering you again? It's all my fault for being careless. Seeing him on the verge of tears, Pei Yinji suddenly smiled. He reached out, pulling Xie Chengjun into his embrace, and gently kissed the top of his head, murmuring, I am fine. Xie Chengjun was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet his eyes glistening with moisture. I truly am fine. Pei Yinji's voice was soft, laced with a hint of laughter, as he felt that falling into his arms was not such a bad thing after all. Xie Chengjun's face flushed instantly. He buried his face in Pei Yinji's neck and mumbled, I won't climb any more ladders. All right, Pei Yinji chuckled, affectionately ruffling his hair. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the branches of the osmanthus tree, casting a warm glow upon the two of them, mingled with the sweet fragrance of the blossoms. A sudden memory struck Xie Chengjun. When he had just taken form, Pei Yinji had held him in a similar manner, tender as a spring breeze. It dawned on him that he had begun to reside in this person's heart long ago. Xie, he called softly. Can we always be like this? Pei Yinji tightened his embrace, holding him closer. Yes, forever like this, with the scent of osmanthus, the warmth of each other, endless conversations, and countless days together. Before sleeping that night, Xie Chengjun carefully placed the money he had earned during the day into a piggy bank. The glass jar already contained some coins, making a delightful clinking sound. He shook the jar, listening to the sound within, smiling like a child. Once I've saved enough, I will buy you the finest white coat, he declared earnestly. Pei Yinji, leaning against the headboard, gazed at him and suddenly realized that, more than the new white coat, what he truly desired was the light in Xie Chengjun's eyes at that moment, the warmth of his palm, and every morning and evening they would share together in the future. When Xie Chengjun lay back down, Pei Yinji leaned closer, gently kissing the scales on his forehead. The coolness there carried a hint of osmanthus sweetness. Xie Chengjun's body stiffened momentarily, then he swiftly turned and pinned Pei Yinji beneath him, his eyes ablaze. Xie, you're playing unfairly. Pei Yinji, gazing into his face so near, couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean by unfair? You're teasing me like this. Xie Chengjun lowered his head and captured his lips, his voice muffled. You won't be sleeping tonight. The moonlight outside was bright, enveloping the room in a soft glow. The fragrance of osmanthus drifted in through the open window, intertwining around their noses. Xie Chengjun's kisses trailed along Pei Yinji's neck and collarbone, imbued with both tenderness and an irresistible insistence. Chengjun, Pei Yinji's voice trembled slightly. Xie Chengjun lifted his head, his eyes sparkling like shattered stars. I love you. Xie Chengjun's movements halted abruptly. He stared at Pei Yinji, and, after a long pause, he hoarsely replied, I love you too, Xie, very much. As his kisses fell once more, they were tinged with a hint of moisture. Pei Yinji closed his eyes, embracing the tenderness and determination, feeling as if his heart were filled with warmth and completeness. To love someone meant wanting to give them all the sweetness, striving to become better for them, and together transforming ordinary days into poetry. He and Xie Chengjun were engaged in such activities. Outside the window, the osmanthus flowers continued to fall. This autumn seemed unusually prolonged and warm. In a small theater, Xie Chengjun, muttering, Pei Yinji, what is Chengjun doing? Xie Chengjun, turning around, revealing a doll. Pei Yinji, gazing at the doll pricked with needles, rubbing his temples. Since when did you believe in such things? Xie Chengjun, that detestable Lin Zhishu, I'll curse him to his demise. Chapter 13. Severely wounded and adopted. The autumn rain always carries a bone-chilling chill. As Pei Yinji stepped out of the hospital, he was startled by a familiar white tiger's roar, halting his steps. In the curtain of rain, the snow-white giant sat perched upon the hood of a black Bentley, its silver-blue eyes glistening coldly in the mist. Lin Zhishu stood beside the car, holding a long black umbrella, the hem of his white coat fluttering in the wind. He gently caressed the soft fur behind the white tiger's ears, and upon lifting his gaze, met Pei Yinji's eyes, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Dr. Pei, what a coincidence! Lin Zhishu's voice floated through the rain, laced with a deliberately gentle tone. Allow me to introduce my spirit companion, Snowball. The white tiger seemed displeased with the name, growling lowly, causing the raindrops to tremble upon the umbrella's surface. Unbeknownst to them, Xie Chengjun had emerged from behind a tree, quietly standing beside Pei Yinji, the scales on his forehead glimmering with a dark green hue in the overcast weather, akin to a poised serpent. Keep your distance. Xie Chengjun's voice was colder than the autumn rain, his fingers curling subtly at his side, a faint green energy swirling between his fingers. Lin Zhishu chuckled softly, patting the tiger's neck. Snowball, say hello to Mr. Xie. The tiger suddenly stood, its immense body nearly obscuring half the car window, baring its teeth at Xie Chengjun, revealing sharp fangs. Pei Yinji could distinctly sense Xie Chengjun's body tense up. The snake and the tiger were natural adversaries. Chengjun, Pei Yinji gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering, let us go. Yet, Xie Chengjun remained still, fixated on the white tiger, a faint hiss escaping his throat. It was a warning, characteristic of serpents displaying their dominance. And Pei Yinji knew he was genuinely irate. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Lin Zhishu deliberately provoked him, tracing circles on the tiger's fur. I heard Mr. Xie is a snake spirit in human form. Alas, no matter how formidable a snake may be, when faced with a white tiger, it can only... Lin Zhishu. Pei Yinji interrupted sharply. What exactly do you intend to do? Nothing at all. Lin Zhishu's smile faded, his gaze fixed on Pei Yinji, imbued with a hint of obsessive heat. I merely wish for Dr. Pei to understand that he is not the only one who can provide you with support. He paused, signaling for the tiger to come down. Snowball possesses the bloodline of the ancient white tiger, far superior to certain wild snakes. Before he could finish, Xie Chengjun suddenly sprang into action. The faint green energy surged like a bolt of lightning through the rain, aiming directly at the tiger's face. The tiger reacted swiftly, darting aside while raising its massive paw to strike, sending a gust of wind that propelled the rain backward. Xie Chengjun deftly sidestepped, his fingertips coalescing spiritual energy into sharp spikes that plunged fiercely into the flank of the white tiger. Chengjun, Pei Yinji exclaimed in alarm. Lin Jishu's expression darkened as he raised his hand to form a seal. Snowball, return. The white tiger, upon hearing his command, retreated to his side. A few droplets of blood staining its white fur, its silver-blue eyes brimming with fury. Standing in the rain, Xie Chengjun's black coat clung to his tall figure, the scales at his temple glimmering astonishingly. It seems Mr. Xie possesses quite the temper. Lin Jishu tended to the tiger's wound, his tone frigid. Next time we meet, it won't be so simple. The engine of the Bentley roared as it merged into the traffic, the agile silhouette of the white tiger disappearing behind the car window. Xie Chengjun maintained a vigilant stance, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Pei Yinji stepped forward, reaching out to wipe the rain from his face, only to have his wrist seized abruptly by Xie Chengjun. Does he often seek you out? Xie Chengjun's voice was hoarse, anxiety swirling in his eyes. Has he threatened you with a white tiger? No, Pei Yinji replied, turning his hand to grasp Xie Chengjun's, the warmth of their palms dispelling some of the chill. I've severed all ties with him long ago. Xie Chengjun stared intently at him, and after a lengthy pause, his taut shoulders gradually relaxed. He bowed his head, burying his face in Pei Yinji's neck, murmuring, was I too impulsive just now? A bit. Pei Yinji gently patted his back, feeling the slight tremors of his body. But I know you acted to protect me. The rain continued to fall as they stood together for a long while, until Xie Chengjun's breathing steadied. When he lifted his head, the unease had dissipated, replaced by unwavering resolve. Gigi, I will not let him harm you. Even with the white tiger, I am unafraid. Pei Yinji gazed at the scales at Xie Chengjun's temple, glistening more vividly in the rain, suddenly recalling how, when Xie Chengjun first transformed, this little snake would always coil around his wrist, shrinking into a ball at the slightest disturbance. Now, however, he dared to confront the white tiger solely to protect himself. I know. Pei Yinji rose on his toes and lightly pecked his lips. Let's go home. On their way back, Xie Chengjun held Pei Yinji's hand tightly, almost enough to crush his bones. As they passed the supermarket, he abruptly halted, pulling Pei Yinji inside, making a beeline for the fresh produce section, pointing at the frozen chicken in the freezer. I want to eat this. Pei Yinji was taken aback. But you don't like frozen meat, do you? It will give me strength, Xie Chengjun replied earnestly. I need to become stronger, strong enough to defeat the white tiger. Watching him seriously select the frozen chicken, Pei Yinji couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and tenderness. He reached for a bag of osmanthus candy from a shelf. Let's buy some of this too, so I can make osmanthus cake for you. Xie Chengjun's eyes brightened instantly, the earlier gloom vanishing. Okay. Once home, Xie Chengjun retreated to his room to cultivate. Pei Yinji sat in the living room, listening to the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the bedroom, feeling a twinge of unease. Lin Jishu's white tiger indeed possesses extraordinary might. Its overwhelming presence is enough to leave one breathless, and Xie Chengjun finds himself at a distinct disadvantage against it. As dusk falls, Xie Chengjun finally emerges, his complexion somewhat pallid, yet the scales adorning his forehead gleam with remarkable brilliance. Approaching Pei Yinji, he extends his hand in a gesture of offering, revealing a green scale the size of a fingernail lying within his palm, more lustrous than those upon his brow. Exuding a subtle sheen, Pei Yinji gazes at the diminutive scale, surprised. This is my shedding scale. Xie Chengjun's voice, tinged with fatigue, cannot conceal his excitement. When spiritual energy accumulates to a certain degree, it sheds, and this is far superior to ordinary scales. I shall refine it into a talisman for you to carry. Even should the white tiger approach, it will safeguard you. Pei Yinji, observing the small scale, feels a sudden warmth in his eyes. He understands the rarity of a spiritual pet's shedding scales, which are nearly equivalent to the essence of cultivation. Yet, Xie Chengjun is unhesitating in his intent to transform it into a protective charm. I do not want it. Pei Yinji insists, pushing his hand back. You should keep it. Enhancing your cultivation is far more important. Absolutely not. Xie Chengjun stubbornly presses the scale into Pei Yinji's hand. Your safety is paramount. He pauses, leaning down to kiss the back of his hand. Gigi, trust me. I will ensure your protection. Chapter 14. Injured and rescued by a snake. A surging affection from bystander Pei Yinji, witnessing the resolve in Xie Chengjun's eyes, ultimately tightens his grip on the scale. The cool sensation at his fingertips feels as though a warm current is coursing through his veins, warming his very heart. In the ensuing days, Xie Chengjun becomes exceptionally busy. No longer does he set up stall in the park. Instead, he ventures out before dawn, returning only at dusk, always carrying the scent of earth and foliage. When Pei Yinji inquires about his whereabouts, he merely states he is searching for herbs to enhance his spiritual energy, a casual demeanor that fails to mask the exhaustion in his eyes. One evening, upon his return, Xie Chengjun bears a grievous wound on his left arm, deep enough to expose bone, blood staining half his garment. Pei Yinji, startled, trembles as he hastily retrieves a medical kit to tend to his injury. How did this happen? His voice quivers, and as the alcohol swab brushes against the wound, Xie Chengjun winces, yet Pei Yinji feels the pain even more acutely. I encountered a frenzied wild boar. Xie Chengjun chuckles lightly, attempting to withdraw his hand. It's nothing serious. It will heal in a few days. Xie Chengjun. Pei Yinji's tears finally spill over. Did you go looking for Lin Jishu? Did you fight his white tiger? Xie Chengjun, upon seeing the redness in Pei Yinji's eyes, feels a tightening in his chest and shakes his head rapidly. No, I truly went to gather herbs. That wild boar was ferocious, and I accidentally got scratched. He reaches out to wipe away Pei Yinji's tears, but his hand is evaded. Please do not deceive me. Pei Yinji's voice is laced with a sob. I understand your desire to grow stronger quickly, but you must not gamble with your own health. Even if you cannot defeat the white tiger, what of it? We can avoid it. We can distance ourselves. I do not seek protection. I only wish for your safety. Xie Chengjun gazed at his tear-streaked visage, his heart gripped by an unrelenting anguish. Suddenly, he reached out, enveloping Pei Yinji in a tight embrace, his voice hoarse with emotion. I'm sorry, Gigi. I fear that I cannot protect you, that he might snatch you away from me. He had never felt such fear before. Lin Jishu possessed a distinguished lineage and a formidable white tiger, while he, apart from his serpentine form, had nothing to offer Pei Yinji. He could only strive relentlessly to grow stronger, strong enough to provide Pei Yinji with a safe haven, robust enough to deter Lin Jishu from ever coveting him again. I will not leave, Pei Yinji murmured, leaning against him, his tears soaking the fabric of Chengjun's clothing. I am right here. I will not go anywhere. Xie Chengjun. Listen to me. You need not compare yourself to anyone. In my heart, you are already the mightiest. Xie Chengjun buried his face in the crown of Pei Yinji's head, allowing the scorching tears to cascade onto his neck. It turned out that the one he desperately wished to protect was, in his own way, safeguarding him as well. That night, after Pei Yinji had tended to Xie Chengjun's wounds, he tied a shed scale around his wrist. The red string formed a heart knot, and the green scale glimmered softly under the light. This way, we can both be safe. Pei Yinji's voice was gentle, yet imbued with undeniable seriousness. Xie Chengjun looked at the scale on his wrist, then glanced at Pei Yinji's reddened eyes, and nodded solemnly. In the days that followed, Xie Chengjun ceased his frenzied training, choosing instead to accompany Pei Yinji to the hospital each day and return in the evenings to make osmanthus cake together. Occasionally, he would meditate beneath the osmanthus tree in the yard, while Pei Yinji would sit beside him on a small stool, engrossed in a book. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, showering them in warmth and tranquility. Lin Jishu indeed ceased to disturb them. It was said he had ventured into the deep mountains to cultivate, and some claimed to have witnessed him battling beasts, the white tiger's aura intimidating the entire forest. Pei Yinji would occasionally hear news of Lin Jishu from colleagues, each time listening calmly before turning to find Xie Chengjun. He understood that true peace was never attained through conflict, but through the presence of this person beside him, and the shared intent to protect one another. When the first snow of early winter fell, Xie Chengjun built a crooked snowman in the yard. The snowman wore Pei Yinji's old scarf, with a branch of osmanthus perched on its head, a comical sight. Pei Yinji stood at the doorway, watching him, his breath forming a mist that blurred his vision. Xie Chengjun turned and extended his hand toward him, the warmth radiating from his palm, cutting through the snowflakes, astonishingly warm. Xie, come here. Pei Yinji walked over, grasping his hand. The two stood beside the snowman, watching as snowflakes settled on their hair. On the osmanthus tree in the yard, blanketing the entire world. Look, Xie Chengjun suddenly spoke, his voice soft, without the white tiger, without conflict. This is quite wonderful. MHM. Pei Yinji nodded, resting against his shoulder. This is the best. The snow fell heavier, bending the branches of the osmanthus tree. Distantly, a few growls of beasts echoed, muffled by the thick blanket of snow. In the courtyard, only the two of them remained, two clasped hands, and a snowman adorned with an old scarf. Xie Chengjun lowered his head and pressed a kiss atop Pei Yinji's head, accompanied by the coolness of snowflakes and the sweet fragrance of osmanthus. Yinji, I love you. I love you too. Snowflakes settled upon their eyelashes, melting into droplets, akin to tears of joy. Pei Yinji understood that no matter the storms or challenges that lay ahead, as long as Xie Chengjun was by his side, he feared nothing. Their hearts were intertwined, like a lover's knot tied around their wrists, destined never to part. Meanwhile, in the depths of the mountains, Lin Zhishu gazed at the imposing white tiger beside him and suddenly felt a sense of ennui. What he truly desired was never a formidable spirit beast, but rather the gentle smile of the one beneath the osmanthus tree. Yet, he realized this too late. Some individuals, once missed, can never be reclaimed. The snow continued to fall, blanketing the city's clamor and past entanglements. This winter felt particularly serene, yet strangely warm. Upon returning home, Pei Yinji gingerly tended to Xie Chengjun's wounds. As the cotton swab, soaked in iodine, brushed against the injury, Xie Chengjun winced, biting his lip to suppress a sound. His moist eyes fixed upon him. You mustn't take such risks again. Pei Yinji's voice trembled, his fingertips quaking. Xie Chengjun grasped his wrist gently, responding with a soft and then suddenly smiled. But I won. No one will bother us anymore. The setting sun streamed through the window, illuminating his injured face, the pale green scales still radiant. Pei Yinji leaned down to place a tender kiss on his forehead, his heart swelling with a mix of sweetness and ache. Please, don't be so reckless in the future. I worry about you so very much. In a playful exchange, Xie Chengjun boasted, a mere white tiger is no match for me. Pei Yinji clapped in admiration. You're amazing, Chengjun. Of course, Xie Chengjun replied, pleased. Xie Chengjun's voice was husky, imbued with a soothing calmness. He wrapped his arms around Pei Yinji, resting his chin atop his head, the embrace as tight as if he wished to meld them into one. I won't tea anymore, he murmured. I'll prioritize you from now on. Pei Yinji could feel the vibrations of his chest, the crisp scent mingling with the dampness after rain, a sensation that brought inexplicable comfort. He encircled Xie Chengjun's waist, burying his face in his chest, nuzzling lightly. Don't rush your training, progress steadily. Came Xie Chengjun's agreement, his fingers unconsciously tracing over Pei Yinji's wrist. The warmth of his skin a familiar comfort. At dinner, Xie Chengjun indeed devoured the frozen chicken thoroughly, leaving no morsel untouched. Even the meat nestled between the bones. Pei Yinji observed his bulging cheeks, reminiscent of a small creature hoarding food, and couldn't he help but chuckle, offering him a piece of steamed fish. Eat more of this. It replenishes your spirit. Xie Chengjun's eyes brightened as he obediently opened his mouth to receive, the tip of his tail discreetly swaying beneath the chair. He always succumbed to such little gestures of his true form when he was relaxed. At night, Pei Yinji lay in bed, his fingertips pinching the lustrous green scale. Moonlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, casting fragmented light upon the scales. Ultimately, he couldn't bear to let Xie Chengjun refine it, so he quietly strung the scale together with a red cord and tied it around his wrist. The cool touch against his skin was oddly reassuring. Xie Chengjun was in deep slumber, his breath steady, the scale at his temple glimmering faintly in the dark. Pei Yinji turned to look at him, gently brushing his fingers over the scale, silently thinking, it's all right not to be so strong as long as you are here. However, their tranquil days were short-lived, as news from Lin Zhishu arrived once more. That day, after Pei Yinji had just finished his rounds, a nurse handed him a beautifully packaged box, Dr. Pei, someone has sent you this. There was no signature on the box. But upon seeing the embossed golden white tiger emblem, Pei Yinji's fingertips instinctively recoiled. Inside the box lay a pure white jade hairpin, its head intricately carved into a lifelike white tiger, with tiny blue diamonds embedded in its eyes, mirroring the color of the snowball's gaze. Attached inside was a card with a single line. Next week's Spirit Pet Exchange meeting, I hope you will attend. Pei Yinji gripped the card so tightly that his fingers turned white, nearly piercing through the paper. He tossed the jade hairpin deep into a drawer, as if evading something. Yet, Lin Jishu evidently had no intention of allowing him to escape. In the evening, when Xie Chengjun came to pick him up from work, a familiar black Bentley was parked outside the hospital. Lin Jishu leaned against the car, the snowball obediently resting at his feet. But the silver-blue eyes still held hostility as they swept over Xie Chengjun. Dr. Pei, Lin Jishu said with a gentle smile, casually toying with a jade pendant. Did you receive the notice for the exchange meeting? Pei Yinji remained silent, pulling Xie Chengjun away to leave. Don't be in such a hurry. Lin Jishu stepped forward, blocking their path. I heard Mr. Xie has been diligently training lately. How about demonstrating your skills at the exchange meeting? He cast a pointed glance at Xie Chengjun, as if to show Pei Yinji who could truly protect him. Instantly, the atmosphere around Xie Chengjun turned frigid, the scales at his temple faintly illuminating. We're not going. Pei Yinji asserted decisively. We have no interest. Is it lack of interest, or perhaps fear? Lin Jishu chuckled lightly. I've heard that serpent spirits excel in concealment. So you're afraid of a direct confrontation? Xie Chengjun clenched his fists tightly, a faint green energy leaking between his fingers. Pei Yinji quickly pressed down on his hand, turning to Lin Jishu with a piercing gaze. What do you want? Lin Jishu. Very simple. Lin Jishu's gaze fell upon the red cord, peeking from Pei Yinji's wrist. Come with me. If you return, I can pretend nothing ever happened. Impossible. Pei Yinji rejected without hesitation. The one I love is Chengjun, and it has never been you. Those words struck like a thorn, piercing deeply into Lin Jishu's eyes. His smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a storm of obsessive anger in his eyes. Then we shall meet at the exchange conference, Mr. Xie. Do not dare to shy away. With that, he turned and entered his car, the snowball growling as it followed suit. The Bentley sped away, leaving behind a cold puddle of rainwater. Xie Chengjun stood rooted to the spot, his body taut as a bowstring. Do not heed his words, Pei Yinji whispered. That is merely a provocation. Xie Chengjun turned his head, his eyes unusually resolute. I must go. Chengjun. Yinji grasped Pei Yinji's hand, its warmth radiating through his palm. I cannot allow him to think you have chosen a coward, nor can I permit him to continue harassing you. He paused, his voice low yet powerful. I want him to understand that you have me by your side, and that is more than sufficient. Pei Yinji, gazing into the steadfastness of his eyes, suddenly recalled the moment he had handed him the shedding scale. This once timid little snake had long since learned to confront the storm for the sake of those it cherished. With a sigh, he tightened his grip. Very well. We shall go together. The Spirit Pet Exchange Conference was set at a mountainside villa on the outskirts of the city, rumored to be the former residence of an ancient lineage of spirit pet breeders, perpetually enveloped in a thin veil of spiritual energy, making it an ideal gathering place for spirit pets. On the eve of their departure, Pei Yinji unearthed the white tiger jade hairpin from the depths of his drawer. Under the moonlight, the blue diamond on the hairpin gleamed with a cold light, reminiscent of the aggressive eyes of the snowball. Xie Chengjun leaned closer, inhaling the scent of the hairpin, his brow furrowing momentarily. There's the aura of Lin Jishu, accompanied by the pressure of the white tiger. He summoned a wisp of spiritual energy with his fingertips, gently sweeping it across the surface of the hairpin, dissipating the barely perceptible pressure instantly. Now it is fine. Xie Chengjun placed the hairpin back into its box, dismissing such trifles as ineffective against you. Pei Yinji observed his serious profile and suddenly inquired, Do you truly have confidence? The snowball belonged to an ancient bloodline, far superior to an ordinary spirit pet. Xie Chengjun held his hand, the warmth of his palm penetrating through the skin. I do not possess absolute certainty, yet I have compelling reasons to win. He lowered his head and kissed the back of his hand. When I emerge victorious, will you use this hairpin to braid my hair? Pei Yinji was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You, a grown man, wish to braid your hair? Despite his words, his heart softened immensely. On the day of the conference, the weather was surprisingly clear. As Pei Yinji and Xie Chengjun approached the entrance of the villa, they were surrounded by a cacophony of noise. Most attendees were spirit pet breeders or transformed spirit pets. Exchanging familiar greetings, their gazes frequently drawn to them, particularly to the scales barely visible at Xie Chengjun's temple, and the striking green on Pei Yinji's wrist. In the center of the villa's grand hall stood a circular arena, said to be the very place where spirit pets once engaged in friendly contests. The surface was laid with special obsidian, capable of absorbing the impact of spiritual energy. Lin Jishu was already seated in the VIP area beside the arena, with Xue Tuan nestled at his feet, its silver-blue eyes fixed intently on Xie Chengjun, emitting a low, threatening growl. Upon noticing Pei Yinji, Lin Jishu raised his teacup in a distant salute, a profound smile gracing his lips. Dr. Pei, your presence truly illuminates this gathering. Pei Yinji, however, paid him no mind, instead guiding Xie Chengjun to a corner seat. No sooner had they settled than a challenger ascended the stage, a wolf spirit that had recently achieved third-tier status, eager to seize the opportunity for fame. The wolf spirit scanned the crowd, finally fixing its gaze on Xie Chengjun. I hear the snake's spirit excels in the art of poison. Why not come up and enlighten me? Just as Xie Chengjun was about to rise, Pei Yinji restrained him. There is no need to squander your energy on him. Yet the wolf spirit persisted, leaping onto the stage, its claws scraping against the obsidian surface with a piercing sound. What is the matter? Are you afraid? After all, you still have to contend with the white tiger later. Conserving your strength is only sensible. This taunt struck a nerve with Xie Chengjun. He abruptly stood, his spiritual energy swirling around him in a soft green halo. Very well, I shall entertain you. Pei Yinji felt a pang of anxiety, knowing he could not hold him back. This seemingly docile little snake harbored a tenacious spirit, especially when belittled. As Xie Chengjun leaped onto the stage, the wolf spirit immediately assumed an aggressive stance, its sharp claws glinting ominously. The spectators below held their breath, anticipating the snake spirit's humiliation, for it had waned in prominence in recent years, while the wolf spirit was renowned for its ferocity. Come at me. The wolf spirit barked, dashing forward like lightning, a harsh scent of blood in the air. Yet Xie Chengjun remained still, only sidestepping at the last moment, his fingertip unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that struck precisely at the wolf spirit's joint. The wolf spirit let out a pained cry, its body crashing to the ground, grimacing in agony. Is that the locking spirit finger? Someone gasped, for it was said to be the snake spirit's signature technique, capable of precisely sealing its opponent's spiritual acupoints. Without granting the wolf spirit a moment's respite, Xie Chengjun flickered around to its rear, gently elbowing the back of its neck. The wolf spirit emitted no sound, collapsing into unconsciousness. The hall fell into a stunned silence. No one had anticipated that this seemingly frail snake spirit could possess such formidable strength. Descending from the stage, Xie Chengjun returned to Pei Yinji's side, the scales on his forehead glimmering brightly. I am fine, he murmured, as if to assuage Pei Yinji's concern. Just as Pei Yinji was about to speak, Lin Jishu's voice resonated from the VIP section. Mr. Xie, your skills are impressive. It seems I underestimated you before. He patted Xue Tuan's head, adding, now that we have warmed up, shall we begin? With a low growl, Xue Tuan leapt powerfully onto the stage, its massive form causing the obsidian surface to tremble slightly, its silver-blue eyes brimming with murderous intent. Taking a deep breath, Xie Chengjun prepared to ascend the stage. But Pei Yinji suddenly stopped him. Wait. He retrieved a small cloth pouch from his pocket and pressed it into Xie Chengjun's hand. This is the powder I ground from your shed scales, mixed with calming herbs. If the snowball goes berserk, sprinkle it onto its nose. Xie Chengjun held the cloth pouch, the warmth of its contents palpable against his fingertips. He understood that the calming herbs would have little effect on high-tier spiritual pets. Yet this was Pei Yinji's intent. Very well. He tightened his grip on the pouch and leapt onto the arena. Let the contest begin, Lin Jishu remarked casually, leaning back in her chair. The snowball immediately launched an assault, its massive form hurtling towards Xie Chengjun with the force of a tempest, sharp fangs glinting ominously. Xie Chengjun deftly sidestepped, channeling his spiritual energy into a sharp spike aimed at the snowball's flank, precisely where he had previously inflicted a wound. The snowball howled in pain, swiping its colossal claws in retaliation. Xie Chengjun could not evade entirely and felt the impact on his shoulder, grunting as he fell onto the platform. Chengjun, Pei Yinji's heart lurched into his throat. Struggling to rise, Xie Chengjun noticed that his shoulder was torn, blood seeping through the fabric. Yet his gaze remained resolute, his eyes fixed on the snowball like a serpent locking onto its prey. It seems Mr. Xie possesses quite the fortitude, Lin Jishu chuckled lightly. Snowball, cease your antics and end this swiftly. Responding to the command, the snowball radiated a silvery glow, a sign of the awakening of its ancient white tiger bloodline. It opened its mouth wide, unleashing a beam of white spiritual energy towards Xie Chengjun. His pupils dilated in realization that he could not evade this strike. Immediately, he concentrated his entire spiritual power, forming a verdant shield before him. The collision of energies erupted with a tremendous roar, shaking the entire villa. Shards of obsidian scattering across the ground. As the smoke cleared, Xie Chengjun knelt on the platform. The green shield shattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Just as the snowball prepared to press its advantage, Pei Yinji suddenly dashed onto the arena, positioning himself before Xie Chengjun. Halt. We concede this match. Dr. Pei, are you already feeling sympathy? Lin Jishu stood, slowly approaching the arena. If I had known it would come to this, I should have insisted you come with me from the start. Xie Chengjun grasped Pei Yinji's wrist, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Ji, step aside. I have not yet lost. With great effort, he rose, the scales on his forehead gleaming with an unusual brightness, the green spiritual energy around him beginning to surge. Pei Yinji was astonished to discover that Xie Chengjun's aura was rapidly escalating, a sign indicative of a spiritual pet's breakthrough. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? Gasps of astonishment echoed. It is most unwise to disturb a spiritual pet during this critical moment, yet he dared to do so. Xie Chengjun's eyes transformed into vertical slits, resembling a true serpent as he zeroed in on the snowball. In a sudden burst, he lunged forward, his speed leaving only an afterimage. The snowball, caught off guard, found itself ensnared by Xie Chengjun's grasp around its neck, the area where its spiritual energy was most vulnerable. The snowball thrashed wildly, its massive claws battering against Xie Chengjun's body, yet he clung on as if nailed in place, refusing to relent. Chengjun, enough! Pei Yinji cried in desperation. We will not fight any longer. Xie Chengjun appeared oblivious, still tenaciously holding on. His wounds multiplied, the crimson blood staining the verdant scales. Yet he showed no sign of relenting. The struggle of the snowball grew increasingly feeble, fear flickering in its silver-blue eyes. It sensed its spiritual energy being siphoned away by Xie Chengjun, who was employing the serpent spirit's most ruthless secret technique, forcibly devouring the opponent's power at the cost of its own essence. Xie Chengjun, are you seeking death? Lin Jishu finally panicked, unable to fathom the ruthlessness of this seemingly docile serpent. At that moment, Xie Chengjun suddenly released his grip, staggering back a few steps to lean against Pei Yinji. His complexion was pale as parchment, the scales on his forehead dulled, clearly exhausted of all strength. Xie Chengjun's body swayed precariously, as if on the verge of collapsing. Pei Yinji instinctively lunged forward, supporting him firmly before his knees could touch the ground. The body beneath his palm was burning hot, as if a fire raged within the very marrow of his bones. Yet those arms felt so weak and limp, nearly devoid of any strength to lift. Chengjun, Pei Yinji's voice tightened, his fingertips brushing against the back of Xie Chengjun's neck, encountering a sticky warmth blood. It was then that he noticed the fabric on Xie Chengjun's back had long been torn, revealing deep claw marks that oozed blood, mingling with cold sweat to stain the black material. Xie Chengjun leaned against him, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Yet he insisted on keeping his eyes open, gazing down at the arena. Lin Jishu stood at the edge of the stage, shock still etched on his face. While the snowball curled into itself at his feet, its silver-blue eyes reflecting fear for the first time. The deep purple bite marks on its neck were slowly seeping blood, a testament to the last ounce of strength Xie Chengjun had expended. "Did you see that?" Xie Chengjun's voice was a mere whisper, laced with the scent of blood. "I have not lost." Pei Yinji's heart felt as if gripped by an unseen force, trembling with pain. He did not glance at Lin Jishu's expression, half supporting, half carrying Xie Chengjun as he attempted to descend the stage. Yet, after just a couple of steps, Xie Chengjun suddenly erupted in a violent cough, spewing blood that splattered onto Pei Yinji's white coat, resembling a red plum blossom bursting open. "Stop moving." Pei Yinji quickly steadied him, his voice betraying a lump he had not realized he had. "I will take you to the hospital." "No hospital." Xie Chengjun grasped his wrist, his knuckles turning white with the pressure, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. "Take me home." No sooner had he spoken than a stir erupted from the crowd below. Those who had previously gathered to watch now retreated, their gazes towards Xie Chengjun tinged with an added layer of fear. Whispers circulated among them. He actually used the serpent spirit's technique, soul devour. "I hear it's a life-for-life method, forcibly consuming the opponent's spiritual energy to replenish oneself, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a catastrophic explosion of one's own power." Pei Yinji's heart sank further. Having studied medicine for many years, though not specializing in spirit pet techniques, he had heard of the name soul devour, a forbidden art employed by the serpent spirit clan only when pushed to the brink, with the price being the depletion of a significant portion of their cultivation and even a shortening of their lifespan. Lin Jishu approached, his expression devoid of the previous mockery, replaced instead by a complexity of emotions. "Hand him over to me," he suddenly spoke, his voice taut. "I possess superior healing herbs, far more effective than hospital medications." Pei Yinji raised his gaze towards him, his eyes as cold as ice. "No need." He crouched down carefully, cradling Xie Chengjun in his arms. "We can manage on our own." Xie Chengjun was remarkably light, far lighter than Pei Yinji had anticipated. Yet, at that moment, he felt as heavy as a molten iron. Pei Yinji could distinctly sense the tremors of the person in his embrace, not from pain, but due to the chaotic surge of spiritual energy within, violently clashing as if attempting to break free from its meridian constraints. Xie Chengjun buried his face in Pei Yinji's neck, his heated breath brushing against his skin. Reeking of blood, Pei Yinji promptly channeled his own spiritual energy into him, though he was neither a spiritual pet nor a cultivator. His meager energy, almost negligible, provided a semblance of warmth that allowed Xie Chengjun's tense body to relax, albeit slightly. As they exited the villa, the rain began to fall again. The fine droplets landed on Xie Chengjun's face, causing him to flinch and instinctively draw closer to Pei Yinji. Pei Yinji removed his white coat and draped it over Xie Chengjun, using his body heat to warm the chilled fabric. Passing the parking lot, Lin Jishu's Bentley suddenly blocked their path. The window descended, revealing Lin Jishu's expressionless face. "Get in. I'll give you a ride." "No need." Pei Yinji sidestepped, continuing towards the bus stop while holding Xie Chengjun. "Pei Yinji." Lin Jishu elevated his voice, urgency lacing his words. "He can't hold on much longer. The metallic scent of ordinary vehicles will agitate his turbulent energy. Do you wish for him to perish on the road?" Pei Yinji halted, glancing down at the person in his arms. Xie Chengjun's complexion had turned as pale as paper, his lips tinged with a bluish hue, and the once radiant scales on his forehead now appeared dull, as if shrouded in a layer of gray. Ultimately, Pei Yinji relented and stepped into the Bentley, still cradling Xie Chengjun. The interior was silent, save for Xie Chengjun's labor breaths. Lin Jishu remained silent as well, frequently glancing at the back seat through the rearview mirror. Pei Yinji noted that Xue Tuan had not entered the car, likely suffering from the backlash they had just experienced. Why must it come to this? Lin Jishu suddenly spoke, his voice soft, as if questioning Pei Yinji or perhaps speaking to himself. He is merely a bloodline impure wild snake. What gives him the right to claim he understands respect better than you? Pei Yinji interrupted, gently stroking Xie Chengjun's damp hair. You have always understood possession, but he knows what I truly desire. Lin Jishu's grip on the steering wheel tightened abruptly, his knuckles turning white. The cabin fell into silence once more, save for the monotonous swish of the windshield wipers. Upon arriving at the building, Xie Chengjun had succumbed to a half-conscious state, yet he continued to murmur intermittently. Pei Yinji leaned in closer to hear clearly. He was saying, I fear that Zhi might outshine me. Pei Yinji's heart felt as if pierced by a needle. He gingerly lifted Xie Chengjun from the car. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Lin Jishu unexpectedly extended a jade box through the car window. Inside lay the lingling grass, beneficial for the turmoil of spiritual energy. His voice was somewhat stiff. This is not for you. It is for him. Pei Yinji gazed at the jade box adorned with the emblem of a white tiger, pausing in silence for a moment before accepting it. Thank you. Lin Jishu watched Pei Yinji with Xie Chengjun in his arms, his expression complex. Do you truly not regret it? Pei Yinji offered no reply, turning to enter the hallway with Xie Chengjun cradled in his arms. Upon returning home, Pei Yinji immediately laid Xie Chengjun on the bed, unbuttoning his clothing to inspect the wounds. The claw marks on his back were alarmingly deep, flesh torn and oozing blood. What shocked him further was the faint green glow coursing beneath Xie Chengjun's skin, a harbinger of uncontrolled spiritual energy. Recalling the lingling grass that Lin Jishu had given him, he hurriedly opened the jade box. Inside lay a vibrant green spiritual herb, its leaves glistening with dew, exuding a delicate fragrance. Without hesitation, Pei Yinji followed the instructions from the medical texts, crushing the herb and mixing it with warm water to feed Xie Chengjun gradually. The process proved arduous. Xie Chengjun was barely conscious, his jaw clenched tightly, nearly choking several times. Pei Yinji patiently pried his mouth open. Indifferent to the red marks his fingers received from Xie Chengjun's unconscious biting. After administering the medication, he retrieved the antiseptic solution and bandages from his home, carefully tending to Xie Chengjun's back wounds. As the alcohol-soaked cotton swab brushed against the injury, Xie Chengjun let out a muffled groan, his body shaking violently, the scales on his forehead instantly growing hot. Just bear with it. It will soon be over, Pei Yinji murmured soothingly, adjusting his touch to be gentler. He sensed that Xie Chengjun's spiritual energy was gradually stabilizing under the influence of the lingling grass, yet the chaotic force was merely subdued, not eradicated. By the time he finished tending to the wounds, dawn had broken. Pei Yinji remained by the bedside, watching Xie Chengjun's sleeping face, fatigue from the sleepless night suddenly overwhelming him. He leaned against the bed, holding Xie Chengjun's hand, and unknowingly drifted into slumber. When he next stirred, the outside world had transitioned into dusk. Pei Yinji abruptly lifted his head, meeting a pair of glistening eyes. Xie Chengjun had awakened. His complexion remained pale, yet his gaze was markedly clearer. However, the way he looked at Pei Yinji resembled that of a remorseful puppy, tinged with a hint of trepidation and unease. His voice was hoarse. Have I worried you once again? Pei Yinji's heart softened. Just as he was about to respond, he felt Xie Chengjun suddenly grasp his hand. Though his grip was still weak, it bore a stubborn tenacity. I did not intend to employ forbidden techniques, Xie Chengjun hastily clarified, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. I simply did not wish to be outdone by Lin Jishu, nor did I want him to perceive your choice as ineffectual. Chapter 18. Severely injured and adopted complete. I have never considered you to be of no use. Pei Yinji interjected, his voice somewhat hoarse. Xie Chengjun, in my heart, you surpass everyone else. Xie Chengjun was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief at the words he had just heard. After a considerable pause, he cautiously inquired, Really? Indeed, Pei Yinji replied, raising his hand to gently caress the dim scales on Chengjun's forehead. Xie Chengjun's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears as he suddenly pulled Pei Yinji into an embrace. The gesture was tender, as though he feared causing him pain or losing him altogether with the slightest exertion. Noble one, he buried his face in Pei Yinji's neck, his voice muffled and thick with emotion. I seem to regret having used forbidden techniques. Employing forbidden techniques appears to have cost me 50 years of my lifespan. Xie Chengjun's tone carried a hint of grievance. I had originally hoped to accompany you for 100 years. Now, I can only be by your side for 50, which is insufficient. Pei Yinji's heart felt as though it had been struck by an unseen force, swelling with a bittersweet ache. He wrapped his arms around Xie Chengjun's back, carefully avoiding the ghastly wounds, and gently patted him. If 50 years are insufficient, we shall earn another 50. As for spiritual cultivation, who can say for certain? Perhaps one day you will break through and live for a millennium. Xie Chengjun nestled closer, like a small beast seeking comfort. Really? Indeed. Pei Yinji affirmed with a smile and a nod. However, you must promise me that you will refrain from using forbidden techniques again. Even in defeat, it matters not. You need never prove anything to me. Xie Chengjun fell silent for a moment before responding with a subdued, reluctant affirmation. In the days that followed, Xie Chengjun embarked on a lengthy recovery. Pei Yinji took an extended leave, dedicating each day to caring for him. Following the prescriptions from medical texts, he combined the spirit herbs provided by Lin Jishu with soothing herbs he had purchased to brew medicinal soup for Xie Chengjun. Each time Xie Chengjun consumed the concoction, he grimaced yet never refused, obediently finishing it. To nourish Xie Chengjun's health, Pei Yinji endeavored to prepare nourishing chicken soup. On his first attempt, he nearly scorched the pot, filling the kitchen with a burnt aroma. Xie Chengjun, seated in the living room, twitched his nose and suddenly burst into laughter. Noble one, have you blown up the kitchen? Pei Yinji poked his head out from the kitchen, his face smeared with soot, and retorted with mock annoyance, no laughing. If you continue, I shall withhold your portion. Xie Chengjun immediately stifled his laughter, sitting up straight, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation, much like a small snake awaiting sustenance. As Pei Yinji emerged with a bowl of soup that was barely presentable, Xie Chengjun eagerly leaned forward, cautiously tasting a sip. His eyes instantly lit up. Delicious. Pei Yinji recognized that he was being flattered, but could not help but smile in response. He sat beside Xie Chengjun, observing him sip soup in small mouthfuls, and suddenly felt that such days were quite pleasant. Without Lin Jishu, without the White Tiger, it was just he and Xie Chengjun, living a mundane yet stable life like ordinary people. 2 weeks later, Xie Chengjun's health had improved significantly. He could now walk. However, much of his cultivation had been diminished, and the scales on his forehead had yet to regain their former luster. That evening, the two sat on the balcony watching the sunset. Xie Chengjun leaned against Pei Yinji's shoulder and suddenly spoke. Yinji, I believe I can sense the presence of the snowball now. Pei Yinji paused for a moment. Where? From a distant place. Xie Chengjun tilted his ear to listen. It seems to be heading south. Lin Jishu must have taken it out of the city. Pei Yinji remained silent for a brief moment before nodding. That is fine. Xie Chengjun turned to gaze into his eyes. Yinji, do you think I seem a bit petty? I won the competition, yet I still care about whether he has left. Pei Yinji smiled softly, ruffling his hair. Not at all. You simply care about me. Xie Chengjun's face flushed slightly as he lowered his head, gently tracing circles on the back of Pei Yinji's hand with his fingers. When I recover, let us go to the back mountain to see the maple leaves, shall we? You said the autumn foliage is beautiful. All right, Pei Yinji nodded. When you're feeling better, we will go. Xie Chengjun broke into a smile, his eyes curving like crescent moons. The sunlight fell upon his face, casting a golden halo over his pale skin. Although the scales on his forehead remained dull, they glimmered faintly. As Pei Yinji beheld his smile, he was suddenly reminded of the day of the exchange meeting when Xie Chengjun had bitten the neck of the snowball, determined not to let go despite having exhausted his strength. He recalled the stubbornness and resolve in Xie Chengjun's eyes when he declared he had not lost. This once timid little serpent had truly grown up for him. By the way, Pei Yinji suddenly remembered something. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an object. "This is for you." It was a green scale, slightly smaller than the one Xie Chengjun had shed before, yet exceptionally lustrous, radiating a soft glow. "This is," Xie Chengjun said, somewhat surprised. "The last scale you shed, I didn't have you refine it into a talisman." Pei Yinji placed the scale in his palm. "I had a jade sculptor polish it into this form. Keep it with you. Perhaps it will help you regain your spiritual power." Xie Chengjun held the scale, his fingertips trembling slightly. He could sense the lingering warmth and comfort of Pei Yinji's essence within it. "Yinji," he gazed at Pei Yinji, his eyes shimmering like a sky full of stars. "Thank you." Pei Yinji smiled and shook his head. "There is no need for thanks between us." Xie Chengjun carefully tucked the scale into his closed pocket and then clasped Pei Yinji's hand, their fingers entwined. As the sun gradually sank behind the western mountains, the sky was painted in gentle shades of orange and red. The distant city illuminated with lights resembling scattered stars. On the balcony, two figures huddled closely together, their shadows stretching long and far. Xie Chengjun suddenly spoke, his voice soft yet exceedingly resolute. "Even if it's only for 50 years, I will cherish every moment with you. I will pick you up from work each day, prepare osmanthus cakes for you, and accompany you to the supermarket for frozen chicken on weekends." Pei Yinji interrupted him with a smile. "Who says it's only 50 years? We have countless years ahead of us." Xie Chengjun gazed into his eyes and nodded earnestly. "Yes, countless years." The evening breeze swept across the balcony, carrying with it a faint fragrance of osmanthus. Xie Chengjun leaned against Pei Yinji's shoulder and gradually closed his eyes. He felt Pei Yinji's warmth and detected the subtle scent of disinfectant on him, which suddenly instilled a profound sense of security within his heart. Perhaps he would never catch up to the ancient bloodline of Xue Tuan, nor would his cultivation ever return to its peak. But so what? He had Pei Yinji, someone who was willing to wait for his recovery, to watch the sunset with him, and to prepare meals for him. For him, that was more than enough. As for Lin Jishu and that white tiger, they had long since become distant memories. In this city, it was only he and Pei Yinji, along with their long and warm remaining years together. The best ending had arrived with the original protagonist. Chapter 1. The Mischievous Apprentice and the Serene Master. 1. Master. "Why have you been so quiet lately?" Xie Chengjun inquired, glancing at the silent 460 beside him, his tone laced with curiosity. In the first world, this system chattered incessantly. Yet in the second and third worlds, it seemed to have been muted. For 60 turned over, facing away from him, casually scratching its rear while deftly manipulating the virtual screen for a game, responding nonchalantly. Watching the people in your world being all lovey-dovey and feeding each other dog food is far less enjoyable than observing all the players collectively rage and smash their phones. After a pause, it glanced at Xie Chengjun. "Aren't you going to look for your wife?" The word wife struck Xie Chengjun like a thunderclap, instantly awakening him. Forget about the players' frustrations. His own wife was of utmost importance. His spirits lifted, and memories of the original protagonist surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The original protagonist was the foremost disciple of Xiao Moran, his first apprentice whom he had personally nurtured. Due to his exceptional talent and composed nature, he received Xiao Moran's undivided guidance from a young age and was entrusted with significant responsibilities, effectively managing most affairs within the sect, including the authority to recruit new disciples. The turning point occurred during a recruitment event when the original protagonist encountered Feng Qinqing, a young man whose timid demeanor evoked a sense of compassion within him, stirring feelings he had never experienced before. Even though Feng Qinqing was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, far from qualifying as an inner disciple, the original protagonist broke protocol and promoted him directly to an inner disciple, caring for him in every possible way during their time together. Feng Qinqing soon became aware of the original protagonist's affections, yet he did not voice them, instead leveraging this favoritism to navigate the original protagonist's connections and resources. In just a few short years, he ascended from a 7th level of Qi training to the early stage of foundation establishment, making progress in his cultivation that no one within the sect could rival. At this critical juncture, Xiao Mo Ran was in seclusion, striving to reach the Yuaning stage. Just then, Feng Chunqing unexpectedly fell ill, and despite seeking renowned physicians, no cure could be found. Eventually, it was determined that only by transplanting the spiritual root of someone whose essence resonated with his own could he be saved. Coincidentally, within the entire sect, only Xiao Mo Ran's spiritual root was a perfect match for him. Torn between his deeply indebted master and the one he held dear, the original owner chose the latter amidst his struggle. Seizing the opportunity during Xiao Mo Ran's vulnerable state post-breakthrough, he stealthily infiltrated his master's chamber and cruelly extracted the spiritual root that was in harmony with Feng Chunqing. With the loss of his spiritual root, Xiao Mo Ran's power dissipated, ultimately leading to his demise within the confines of his seclusion. Upon acquiring the spiritual root, Feng Chunqing not only recovered but also experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation, swiftly breaking through to the golden core stage. He then turned to face the unsuspecting original owner, his gaze devoid of any trepidation, replaced instead with a chilling calculation. The knowledge the original owner possessed had become a liability. Thus, one fateful night, as the original owner lay in slumber, he struck with lethal force, completely usurping all that had been painstakingly built. As the memories halted abruptly, Xie Chengjun felt a tightness in his chest. The original owner's obsession and folly, Feng Chunqing's hypocrisy and ruthlessness, along with Xiao Mo Ran's misplaced trust, pierced his heart like a dagger. When Xie Chengjun opened his eyes, he was enveloped by the faint scent of pine. He abruptly sat up, his loose, plain robe slipping off his shoulder to reveal a faint scar on his collarbone, a remnant from his childhood when he had accompanied Xiao Mo Ran down the mountain to vanquish demons, only to be injured by a beast's claw. A half-filled cup of cold tea rested upon the intricately carved pearwood table, while outside, the shadows of bamboo swayed gracefully, and the wind twirled through the corridor's copper bells, producing a clear, melodic sound. Awake? A cool voice drifted in from the doorway. Xie Chengjun looked up, his heart suddenly constricting. Xiao Mo Ran stood bathed in the morning light, his moon-white robe accentuating his jade-like complexion, his dark hair loosely secured by a wooden hairpin, and fatigue from the early morning lessons evident in his brow. He held a white porcelain medicine bowl, steam rising from it, obscuring half of his face, save for his eyes, which sparkled like unmelting snow atop a mountain. It was him. Xie Chengjun's throat tightened, his fingertips digging into his palm to steady his racing heart. This was Xiao Mo Ran, the very master whose spiritual root had been cruelly extracted by the original owner, leading to his eventual demise in seclusion. Yet, at this moment, he was alive, his features relaxed, and his aura calm, clearly untouched by that catastrophic fate. Master! Xie Chengjun heard his own voice tremble, infused with the residual admiration of the original owner, mingling with his own unarticulated sorrow. Xiao Mo Ran stepped inside, placing the medicine bowl on the table, the gentle clink startling Xie Chengjun. Did you injure yourself while practicing swordplay yesterday? Is it still painful today? He extended his hand to check Xie Chengjun's pulse, but just as his fingertips were about to brush against the wrist, Xie Chengjun abruptly recoiled. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Xiao Mo Ran's hand hovered in the air, his gaze darkening slightly. Once, the original master was utterly reliant on him. Not only would she seek solace from him after a nightmare, stumbling into his chamber, but today's reaction was indeed unusual. Xie Chengjun realized his own loss of composure and promptly lowered his eyelashes, admitting disciple has acted inappropriately, merely fearing to soil master's hands. As he moved to retrieve the medicine bowl, he was halted by Xiao Moran's hand resting on his wrist. The coolness of his fingertips, bearing the calluses of years spent wielding his sword, sent an electric shiver through Xie Chengjun's skin. Ajin, Xiao Moran's voice softened. Do you have concerns weighing on your mind lately? Ajin, a name bestowed upon the original master by Xiao Moran, signifying the remnants of dying embers capable of igniting a conflagration. In his memories, the original master would cling closely to Xiao Moran, affectionately calling him master until the arrival of Feng Chunqing, after which the term of endearment began to wane. Xie Chengjun felt a lump in his throat, poised to fabricate an excuse when a faint rustle of footsteps was heard from outside, accompanied by a timid voice. "Senior brother, is master here?" It was Feng Qinqing. Xie Chengjun whirled around to see the slender figure of the youth in inner disciple robes standing at the threshold, his gaze cast downwards, reminiscent of a pitiful sight from memory. He clutched a bamboo slip in his hands, knuckles pale, as if he had mustered immense courage to approach. This was the person. Xie Chengjun's nails nearly dug into his flesh. He recalled the horrific moment when Xiao Moran's spiritual roots were severed, and the unmasked glee in Feng Qinqing's eyes as the original master lay dying. A chill surged from his feet, almost freezing his rationality. "Gumin." Xiao Moran retracted his hand, his tone returning to its usual icy demeanor. Feng Qinqing entered promptly, bowing respectfully, yet his gaze flickered towards Xie Chengjun, imbued with a subtle, imperceptible reliance. Disciple has several uncertainties regarding sword techniques and wishes to consult master. "Let your senior brother instruct you," Xiao Moran interjected, his gaze fixed on Xie Chengjun. "Ajin's swordsmanship has absorbed 70% of my true teachings. He is more than capable of guiding you." Feng Qinqing's complexion paled slightly, as if wronged, and he murmured, "But senior brother said yesterday that my talent is lacking, fearing he wouldn't be able to teach me." A cold smirk crept across Xie Chengjun's heart. The original master indeed uttered such words, not out of disdain, but because he had developed deep feelings for Feng Qinqing and intended to provoke a greater sense of dependence. However, these words, when echoed by Feng Qinqing, took on an entirely different flavor. As expected, Xiao Moran furrowed his brow. "Ajin, do not be disrespectful to your junior brother. I understand my mistake." Xie Chengjun lowered his eyes, concealing the chill in his gaze. He understood that he could not confront Feng Qinqing head-on. The latter excelled at playing the victim, and exposing him now would only lead Xiao Moran to perceive him as making a mountain out of a molehill. He must endure. Do you like Xie Chengjun's nickname in this world? Chapter 2. Mischievous Disciple and Icy Master. 2. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Feng Qinqing's eyes, quickly masked as he timidly addressed Xie Chengjun. "Then I shall trouble senior brother." Xie Chengjun remained silent, merely picking up the sword from the table and turned to walk out. As he reached the doorway, he heard Xiao Moran's voice behind him. "The set competition is in 3 days. Both of you must prepare earnestly." Pausing momentarily, Xie Chengjun glanced back at Xiao Moran. In his memory, after that competition, Feng Qinqing, leveraging the original owner's connections, secured a spot in the secret realm, where he fortuitously discovered a forbidden tome detailing the method to exchange spiritual roots. It seemed that everything had been meticulously orchestrated from the beginning. The disciple understood. Xie Chengjun replied and stepped through the door. Feng Qinqing followed closely behind, like an inescapable shadow. Upon reaching the training ground, Xie Chengjun drew his sword, its blade reflecting his icy gaze. "Draw your sword." Feng Qinqing hesitated for a moment, surprised by the directness of his command, before reluctantly unsheathing his sword. "Senior brother." I said draw your sword." Xie Chengjun's tone intensified, the tip of his blade aimed directly at Feng Qinqing's throat. "Let me see what a 7th-level Qi condensation inner disciple is truly capable of." The chill in Xie Chengjun's eyes startled Feng Qinqing, causing him to tremble and nearly lose his grip on the sword. "Senior brother, you wouldn't dare?" Xie Chengjun sneered, twisting his wrist so that the sword tip grazed Feng Qinqing's ear, severing a few strands of hair. "Without the courage to unsheath your sword, do you deserve to be an inner disciple?" The strike was swift and fierce, lacking the usual leniency. Feng Qinqing's face turned pale, staggering back a few steps, his eyes welling with tears. "Why must you treat me this way, senior brother? I'm trying to teach you how to wield a sword." Xie Chengjun sheathed his sword. "The sect is not a sanctuary for idlers. If you wish to remain, you must demonstrate your true abilities." He turned to leave, but Feng Qinqing grasped his sleeve. "Senior brother, I know you care for me." Feng Qinqing looked up at him, tears glistening in his eyes, yet his tone was resolute. "Are you angry with me? Is it because I rejected your kindness yesterday?" "I'm sorry, Xie Chengjun violently shook off his hand, the force sending Feng Qingqing tumbling to the ground. Cease the charade. He looked down at Feng Qingqing from height, his voice as frigid as ice. I have never harbored any other intentions towards you. With that, he departed without a backward glance, leaving Feng Qingqing seated on the ground, the grievance on his face swiftly replaced by resentment and confusion. Upon returning to his quarters, the Samoyed, transformed into his 460th incarnation, was gnawing on a spiritual fruit atop the desk. Upon noticing Xie Chengjun's arrival, it mumbled, "Well done," daring to confront the antagonist right after crossing over. "Aren't you afraid he'll trip you up?" "If I were afraid, I wouldn't act," Xie Chengjun replied, pouring himself a cup of cool tea and drinking it in one gulp. "He intends to harm Xiao Moran, and I will thwart his schemes." "Ah, so you're protective now?" For 60 tossed a spiritual fruit to him. "But you must act quickly. Xiao Moran will break through to the nascent soul stage in 3 months. And that will be his expiration date." Xie Chengjun caught the spiritual fruit, his fingertips icy. 3 months, far too brief. He must not only thwart Feng Qingqing's nefarious scheme, but also find a way to win Xiao Moran's trust. Furthermore, he is compelled to uncover the truth behind that peculiar illness, which he finds suspiciously enigmatic. Suddenly, 460 recalled something. It seemed that Xiao Moran was acting somewhat strangely. Xie Chengjun raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "I caught a glimpse of Xiao Moran's data stream while you were at the martial arts arena with Feng Qingqing," 460 remarked, clicking his tongue. "His soul's fluctuations are quite unusual, akin to having experienced death." Xie Chengjun stood abruptly, the spirit fruit slipping from his grasp and landing with a muffled thud. "What did you say?" "Literally what I said," 460 shrugged. "He may have been reborn." "Reborn?" Xie Chengjun felt a buzzing in his mind, a torrent of thoughts flooding in. If Xiao Moran was indeed reborn, did he not possess knowledge of the original owner's actions? Was he aware of the impending severance of his spiritual root? Did he know of all the conspiracies? The tranquility he exhibited earlier, his probing questions, and that remark about whether Xie Chengjun had concerns lately, did they all carry deeper implications? If he truly had been reborn, why not simply eliminate me? Xie Chengjun murmured to himself, cold sweat trickling down his back. Who knows? 460 licked his paw. Perhaps he wishes to see if he will turn back in this life. Or perhaps he is waiting for Feng Qingqing to fall into his own trap. Xie Chengjun approached the window, gazing at the mist-shrouded peaks in the distance. Xiao Moran's quarters were perched atop the mountain, currently bathed in the glow of dawn, rendering them indistinct. A detail from his memory suddenly resurfaced when Xiao Moran ascended. He clutched a jade pendant tightly in his hand, a protective talisman carved by the original owner during his coming-of-age ceremony. Until his final moments, it seemed that the master bore no hatred towards the original owner. If Xiao Moran truly had been reborn, would he carry the bitterness of his past life? Or, a series of knocks interrupted Xie Chengjun's thoughts. He took a deep breath, opened the door, and found Xiao Moran standing at the threshold, holding a neatly folded brocade robe. It's chilly at night. Where this, Xiao Moran offered, his gaze falling upon Xie Chengjun's empty hands. Where's the spirit fruit? Only then did Xie Chengjun recall the fruit that had fallen to the ground. Just as he was about to explain, he saw Xiao Moran bend down to retrieve the dust-covered spirit fruit, meticulously wiping it clean with a handkerchief before presenting it to him. It's a bit dirty, but still edible. At the moment their fingertips brushed, Xie Chengjun distinctly felt Xiao Moran's hand tremble. He abruptly lifted his gaze, meeting those clear eyes. This time, he discerned the tumultuous pain concealed beneath the surface of his calm demeanor, along with a hint of barely perceptible hope. "Master," Xie Chengjun's voice was somewhat hoarse. Yet, Xiao Moran withdrew his hand, turning to leave with a fleeting remark, "Do not disappoint me in the grand competition 3 days hence." Observing his tall, yet somewhat frail silhouette, Xie Chengjun clenched the brocade robe tightly in his grasp. The fabric was warm, as if still imbued with the warmth of the other. In that instant, he understood. Xiao Moran knew everything. He was acutely aware that he would be severed from his spiritual roots, cognizant of Feng Qingqing's wolfish ambitions, and fully aware of the treachery and conspiracies at play. Yet, he still chose to stand here, granting himself a singular opportunity. 3 months, Xie Chengjun murmured, is ample time. Ample enough to protect Xiao Moyin, sufficient to unveil Feng Qingqing's true nature, and adequate to rewrite this blood-soaked conclusion. The copper bell outside chimed once more, and this time, Xie Chengjun felt that within its sound lay a whisper of rebirth. He gripped the sword tightly, his gaze resolute. In this lifetime, he would not allow anyone to harm Xiao Moyin. 3 days later, the sect's grand competition arrived more swiftly than Xie Chengjun had anticipated. The viewing platforms surrounding the martial arts arena were already filled with disciples, the mountain winds sweeping through, rustling the banners of various factions. Xie Chengjun stood in the eastern waiting area, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cloud patterns on the hilt of his sword, Jinshu, a gift from Xiao Moyin upon his foundational cultivation, symbolizing the merging of ash and snow, ultimately leading to clarity. In his memories, the original owner had once untied the tassel of this sword and personally tied it around Feng Qingqing's waist, vowing to protect him for a lifetime. In hindsight, it now felt absurd and piercingly painful. "Senior brother, are you prepared?" A deliberately softened voice came from behind. Xie Chengjun turned to see Feng Qingqing clad in a pristine intersect disciple's robe, wielding an ordinary iron sword, still bearing that seemingly harmless demeanor. Yet beneath those lowered lashes lay a familiar glimmer of calculation that Xie Chengjun recognized all too well. "Yes," Xie Chengjun replied coolly, his gaze drifting past him to the highest point of the viewing platform. There sat Xiao Moyin, draped in a moon-white robe that glimmered softly in the morning light. A cup of steaming tea rested before him, the mist obscuring his features and rendering his emotions elusive. However, Xie Chengjun knew well that those eyes were undoubtedly fixed upon him, carrying the weight of past sorrows and the probing of this life. Next, inner sect disciple Feng Qingqing will face outer sect disciple Zhao Kuo, announced the officiating elder. Feng Qingqing cast a sidelong glance at Xie Chengjun, then turned and ascended the competition stage. His opponent, Zhao Kuo, a robust man at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, gripped a heavy sword, exuding an air of ferocity merely by standing there. A few snickers erupted from the viewing platform, clearly indicating that none expected the slender Feng Qingqing to prevail. Yet, Xie Chengjun's brow furrowed slightly. He recalled the original owner's memories of this match, wherein Feng Qingqing had narrowly won through unexpected footwork, a victory that had thrust him into the limelight within the sect, garnering him considerable sympathy. As anticipated, the match commenced with Zhao Kuo charging forward, swinging his heavy sword with ferocious intent, the sword's aura carrying a fierce wind that nearly lifted Feng Qingqing off his feet. Nevertheless, Feng Qingqing moved with the grace of a willow leaf, his footwork fluid and evasive, deftly avoiding the onslaught at the last possible moment. His swordplay was not particularly sophisticated, yet it was peculiar as time and again he appeared on the verge of being struck, but managed to counterattack from seemingly impossible angles. At that moment, Xie Chengjun narrowed his eyes in contemplation. The seemingly chaotic footwork subtly resonates with a certain formation, each step precisely exploiting Zhao Kuo's vulnerabilities. Such mastery is certainly beyond that of a mere 7th-layer Qi practitioner. It appears as though someone has deliberately imparted this technique. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards Xiao Moyin, who was delicately cradling a teacup, his fingertips gently gliding along the rim, his eyes fixed on the arena, betraying no hint of anomaly. Yet, Xie Chengjun suddenly recalled the words spoken by 460, that Xiao Moyin had been reborn. If he truly had been reborn, would he not have foreseen that Feng Qingqing would employ this very footwork? Was his current calmness an indulgence, or did it harbor ulterior motives? Just as Xie Chengjun's thoughts churned, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the arena. Zhao Kuo executed a sweeping strike with his heavy sword, aiming directly for Feng Qingqing's side. However, it seemed that Feng Qingqing lost his footing and abruptly lunged forward, colliding squarely with Zhao Kuo's blade. The sound of flesh meeting steel resonated as crimson blood instantly stained the pale fabric of his disciple's robe. Feng Qingqing let out a muffled groan, staggering back several steps, his face as pale as a sheet. Zhao Kuo stood in stunned silence, his hand trembling around the sword. I did not strike you. There's no need for alarm, Brother Zhao, Feng Chenxing replied, clutching his wound, his tone weak yet tinged with a smile. It was my own clumsiness. I was simply outmatched. This declaration elicited a wave of pity from the audience, their gazes towards Zhao Kuo now rife with disdain. Zhao Kuo's face flushed with embarrassment. He wished to defend himself, but found no words, ultimately sheathing his sword in frustration. Feng Chenxing is victorious, announced the elder officiant with a hint of resignation. Supported by fellow disciples, Feng Chenxing descended from the stage, and as he passed by Xie Chengjun, he offered a wan smile. I hope I did not embarrass the senior brother. Xie Chengjun observed the blood seeping from his waist, his gaze darkening. The wound appeared alarming, yet it narrowly missed any vital areas, evidently calculated with precision. In his previous life, the original owner had been ensnared by such a facade, but now, in Xie Chengjun's eyes, it was nothing but nauseating hypocrisy. Take care of your injuries, Xie Chengjun remarked coolly, turning to approach the competition stage. His opponent was an early-stage inner disciple, presenting no challenge for him. Indeed, within 3 exchanges, Xie Chengjun effortlessly disarmed him, securing a clean and decisive victory that garnered raucous applause from the crowd. As he sheathed his sword, he instinctively glanced at Xiao Mo Ran, who just then met his gaze. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Mo Ran inclined his head slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. A stir of emotions surged within him as Xie Chengjun tightened his grip on the sword and turned to leave the stage. After the competition concluded, the tale of Feng Chenxing's victory, despite his injuries, swiftly circulated throughout the sect. Many disciples praised his indomitable spirit, and even a few elders began to take a greater interest in him. Conversely, Xie Chengjun's remark that the sect was no place for idlers was interpreted as jealousy. The villain's propaganda is quite skillfully executed, for 160 quipped, perched on Xie Chengjun's shoulder, munching on a freshly picked spiritual fruit. Look at the sex forum. Some are even accusing you of personal vendetta. Xie Chengjun perused the virtual screen projected by 460, and indeed, numerous posts discussed the competition, most expressing sympathy for Feng Chenxing, while criticizing him for being overly harsh. He casually swiped the screen away, his voice icy, merely a buffoon. As he spoke, 460 clicked its tongue, its furry paw brushing against the spirit fruit core. But do you truly intend to waste your time like this? In 2 months, the sect's secret realm will open, and according to the original narrative, Feng Chenxing will obtain the forbidden tome for changing spirit roots there, deliberately leading you to witness his peril, thereby deepening your infatuation with him. Xie Chengjun tapped his fingers against the sword sheath, his gaze heavy. If he wishes to perform, I shall indulge him. However, this script requires a revision. Just then, footsteps approached from outside the door. This time, it was not Feng Chenxing, but a servant disciple responsible for cleaning, bearing a blackwood tray upon which rested a small celadone bottle. Senior brother, this was sent by Master Xiao. It's a pill for regulating your vital energy, the disciple announced. Xie Chengjun accepted the bottle, feeling its coolness. Upon uncorking it, a bitter yet fragrant medicinal aroma wafted forth, the scent of a calming elixir, enhanced by an almost imperceptible cool fragrance reminiscent of the heart-clearing herb often used by Xiao Moran. I understand, he nodded, signaling for the servant to withdraw, his fingers tracing the bottle's intricate patterns. The original owner had also received this elixir in a past life, then dismissing it as a mere act of concern from the master. Now he pondered if it perhaps held deeper significance. The composition of the elixir is normal, with no abnormal additives detected. The electronic voice of 460 resonated in his mind, though it contains a slight amount of calming spirit herbs. The dosage is minimal. As if fearing you might not sleep well, Xie Chengjun tightened his grip on the porcelain bottle. If Xiao Moran truly had been reborn, then this offering of elixirs was either a test, a consolation, or the remnants of old affections. He dared not dwell on it further, securing the bottle and turning towards the training grounds. Since clarity eluded him, It would be better to demonstrate through action that, at least in this lifetime, he would not allow anyone the opportunity to harm Xiao Moran. Chapter 4. Mischievous Disciple, Serene Master 4. In the days that followed, Xie Chengjun seemed transformed. He would rise before dawn to practice swordplay in the training grounds. His techniques remained sharp, yet he no longer indulged Feng Qinqing as he once had. During a recent sect disciple assessment, Feng Qinqing deliberately faltered in the group under Xie Chengjun's supervision, attempting to provoke him into intervening. Instead, Xie merely coldly deducted points according to the rules, leaving the surrounding disciples astonished. What has gotten into senior brother lately? Indeed, he has been excessively strict with junior brother Feng. Could it be because of their recent quarrel? Whispers of speculation reached Xie Chengjun's ears, which he chose to ignore. Meanwhile, Feng Qinqing made several attempts to approach him, bringing either ointments for injuries or sweet treats. His pitiful and persistent demeanor prompting many female disciples to rally in his defense. Senior brother, I know you're still upset with me. One evening, Feng Qinqing once again blocked the exit of the training ground, holding a food container. I made your favorite osmanthus cake, so you there's no need, Xie Chengjun replied, sidestepping him. I have matters to attend to. Senior brother, Feng Qinqing suddenly grasped his wrist with a force greater than usual. What do you truly want? Must I kneel and apologize? His voice suddenly rose, drawing the attention of passing disciples. Xie Chengjun's gaze turned icy as he swiftly withdrew his hand, the motion generating a gust of wind that caused Feng Qinqing to stagger backward, sending the food box crashing to the ground and scattering osmanthus cakes everywhere. Such impudence. Though Xie Chengjun's voice was not loud, it carried the oppressive aura of a foundation-building practitioner. Within the sect, what kind of behavior is this? Feng Qinqing, startled by the chill in his eyes, took a half-step back, her eyes reddening as tears brimmed, presenting a picture of profound grievance. The surrounding disciples began to whisper, their gazes towards Xie Chengjun tinged with discontent. I just wanted to reconcile with senior brother, Feng Qinqing stammered, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Xie Chengjun sneered, recognizing this familiar tactic. In his previous life, the original owner had been ensnared by such a display, incurring the ire of countless individuals in a misguided attempt to protect her. Now, however, he found it utterly irksome. Reconcile? Xie Chengjun stepped forward, looking down at her. If you truly wish to reconcile, you should demonstrate some sincerity. Instead of engaging in this futile performance, it would be wiser to return and practice your swordsmanship diligently. Should you fail the next assessment, do not blame me for enforcing sect rules. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Feng Qinqing frozen in place, the grievance on her face vanishing, replaced by malice and resentment. The murmurs around them continued, yet for some inexplicable reason, there was an oddity in observing Feng Qinqing's demeanor. Upon returning to his quarters, for 60 was gazing curiously at a water mirror. Impressive, you executed that retreat to advance tactic quite well. A few disciples were already whispering about how Feng Qinqing was being a bit too obvious. Xie Chengjun poured himself a cup of tea and replied nonchalantly, the eyes of the masses are discerning. No matter how convincingly one acts, the truth will eventually be revealed. However, do not rejoice too soon. 460 switched the water mirror's view to reveal Xiao Moran's quarters. What you just did in the training grounds was fully witnessed by him. Xie Chengjun paused momentarily, his hand holding the teacup faltering. In the mirror, Xiao Moran stood by the window, gazing toward the training grounds, holding the familiar jade pendant that Xie Chengjun had gifted him during his crowning ceremony. The moonlight illuminated half of his face, leaving the other half shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression. What was his reaction? Xie Chengjun inquired softly. No reaction. 460 shook his head. He merely stood there for half an hour before turning to the alchemy room. By the way, the elixirs he is concocting are identical in composition to the spirit concentration pills you received last time. Xie Chengjun fell silent. Xiao Moran's demeanor remained as enigmatic as a fog, leaving him unable to decipher or grasp it. He neither defended Feng Qinqing as he had in his past life, nor explicitly expressed belief in him, merely observing with indifference, as if watching a play unrelated to himself. There's also some bad news. 460's tone grew serious. I have discovered that Feng Chunqing has begun to make contact with Elder Li, who oversees the keys to the secret realm. The reason provided was that your temperament has recently undergone a significant transformation, which could be detrimental to the sect. I wish to request Elder Li to offer you additional care when the secret realm is opened. Xie Chengjun's gaze darkened. Here it comes. In his recollection, it was precisely this Elder Li who, during an unexpected injury in the secret realm, caused the original owner to become distracted and inadvertently provided Feng Chunqing the opportunity to locate the forbidden texts. It now appears that everything was orchestrated from the very beginning. Is he attempting to use Elder Li against me? Xie Chengjun scoffed. How naive. What do you intend to do? 460 inquired. Since he wishes to lure me into the secret realm, then I shall go. Xie Chengjun rose, approached the sword rack, and retrieved the Jin Shui sword. I am eager to see what tricks he can conjure without the original owner's indulgence. However, 460 expressed concern. What if he attempts to kill you in the secret realm? He has begun to harbor suspicions about you. Let him try. Xie Chengjun unsheathed the sword. The moonlight streaming through the window illuminated the blade, reflecting his steely gaze. I am not the original owner. I will not be so easily slaughtered. In the days that followed, Xie Chengjun devoted himself even more fervently to his cultivation, steadily enhancing both his swordsmanship and abilities. He would occasionally visit Xiao Mo Ran to pay his respects. Their conversations remained sparse. Yet he could not discern when precisely Xiao Mo Ran's gaze began to hold a different essence. Sometimes it was a warm cup of tea offered after his sword practice concluded. At other times, a casual suggestion when he faltered in handling sect matters. On one occasion, while poring over ancient texts in the library until the deep hours of the night, he unexpectedly found Xiao Mo Ran seated nearby, engrossed in a scroll, as if he had been there for quite some time. Why isn't Team Master rested yet? Xie Chengjun inquired, somewhat surprised. Aren't you also awake? Xiao Mo Ran closed the book, the moonlight casting a gentle glow in his eyes. This ancient formation study may prove useful to you. Xie Chengjun accepted the book, his fingertips brushing against Xiao Mo Ran's cool ones, stirring something within him. This volume was precisely what he had been seeking, documenting an ancient formation within the secret realm. Thank you, Master. Xiao Mo Ran stood. It is late. You ought to return. Watching his retreating figure, Xie Chengjun suddenly perceived that it seemed far less insubstantial than he remembered. The day before the secret realm's opening, Xie Chengjun received a message from Xiao Mo Ran, summoning him to the alchemy room. The room was suffused with the rich aroma of herbs, and Xiao Mo Ran stood before the cauldron, holding a luminescent white pill that radiated a soft glow. This is the heart protector pill, Xiao Mo Ran stated, offering it to Xie Chengjun. There are many dangers within the secret realm. Keeping this on your person may save your life. Xie Chengjun accepted the pill, feeling its warmth. A wave of heat spreading from his fingertips throughout his body. This pill was 100 times more precious than the previous spirit-gathering pill, evidently crafted from rare, celestial materials. Master, he opened his mouth, intending to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Mo Ran, however, turned away and continued to organize the cauldron, his voice devoid of emotion. The secret realm opens tomorrow. Exercise caution in all matters. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, one must prioritize the preservation of one's own life. Chapter 5. The mischievous disciple and the cold master, Xie Chengjun, tightened his grip on the heart-protecting pill, gazing at the silhouette of Xiao Moyan, suddenly enlightened. Perhaps he was still testing, perhaps he was still scheming, yet this concern could not be feigned. It was akin to the jade pendant he clutched in his previous life before meeting his demise. Despite enduring countless betrayals and wounds, the bond deep within his heart remained steadfast. The disciple understood. Xie Chengjun bowed deeply, then turned to leave the alchemy chamber. Having walked a considerable distance, he felt as if he could still catch a whiff of the rich herbal aroma, imbued with a hint of ethereal chill, yet radiating a comforting warmth. He carefully secured the heart-protecting pill, his fingertips tracing the edge of the porcelain vial repeatedly until that warmth seeped through the cold surface and into his skin. Before he finally departed the alchemy chamber, the night dew had grown heavy, dampening the moss beside the stone steps, making them slippery, as if enveloped in a layer of cool moisture. The copper bell in the corridor chimed once more, and the wind felt denser than during the day, carrying with it the unique chill of the mountaintop. He glanced up at Xiao Morien's quarters. The paper on the window cast faint shadows of bamboo. Yet the familiar figure hunched over the desk was absent, presumably having retired for the night. Time to return, he murmured to himself, though his steps involuntarily slowed. Fragments of memories surfaced, seen from the original owner's childhood, when he had broken his leg practicing swordplay, and Xiao Morien had carried him through the snow for half an hour. The first time the original owner had channeled energy and gone astray, it was Xiao Morien who had forcefully suppressed it with his own spiritual power, only to retreat into seclusion for 3 days to recover. There was also the occasion when they had descended the mountain together to exorcise a malevolent spirit. The original owner had been clawed by a beast, and while Xiao Morien scolded him for his recklessness, he carefully applied medicine to the wound, the heat of his fingertips causing the original owner to shrink his neck, only to be firmly restrained at the nape, with a low command to remain still. Those tender moments, obscured by the original owner's later obsession and folly, now unfolded like waterlogged cotton, expanding slowly and constricting Xie Chengjun's chest with a heavy sensation. "Do you think one can truly let go of the past after being reborn?" he suddenly inquired, his voice drifting in the stillness of the night. "Is it really that simple?" 460 yawned, peeking out from his sleeve. "It's like how you still harbor resentment about being stabbed to death by a junior in your previous life. Obsession is not something that can be so easily severed." Xie Chengjun couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it was not so simple to break free from such obsessions. If Xiao Morien had truly been reborn, how could he possibly forget the agony of having his spiritual roots excised, or the despair of betrayal from his most trusted disciple? The tranquility he exhibited now might merely be a thick layer of ice concealing the tumultuous waves beneath. Upon returning to his quarters, the candlelight flickered on the desk, a light he had intentionally left before stepping out. The dancing flames cast shadows in the empty room, rendering it somewhat desolate. He unfastened the sword hanging at his side, poised to return it to its rack, only to discover a small jade bell affixed to the tassel, delicately carved in the shape of flames, subtly resonating with the character for ash in his name. The jade was warm and smooth to the touch, clearly a cherished item that had been worn close for a considerable time. Xie Chengjun recognized it as a memento from Xiao Moran's earlier travels, which had been tied to his own sword, Hanchuan, ever since. His fingertips hovered above the jade bell, hesitating to descend. What did it signify? A gesture of goodwill, a means of comfort, or perhaps the onset of yet another scheme? Detecting a faint residue of Xiao Moran's spiritual energy on the bell, it seemed recently detached. The voice of 460, unusually serious, noted that the jade bell possessed calming properties, stabilizing one's spirit, particularly beneficial for cultivators in the foundational stage. Xie Chengjun silently clenched the jade bell, feeling its warmth seep into his palm. Regardless of its intent, at least in this moment, the sentiment was genuine. He reattached the bell, giving it a gentle shake. It emitted a soft chime reminiscent of snowflakes landing on pine branches. A night devoid of dreams passed. Upon awakening the next day, the daylight had fully penetrated the room. The bamboo shadows outside stretched gracefully in the morning light, the breeze rustling through the grove, carrying the refreshing scent of verdant foliage. Xie Chengjun rose to freshen up, donning a crisp azure outfit, meticulously stowing away his protective elixir and sword. Just as he was about to step outside, he spotted Feng Qinqing standing at the gate of the courtyard. Today, he wore a moon-white outer robe that accentuated his already delicate features, holding a food container in hand. Upon noticing Xie Chengjun's emergence, he immediately broke into a gentle smile. "Senior brother, I prepared some lotus seed porridge. In the secret realm, you might not have access to warm meals, so take this to stave off hunger." As he opened the container, a sweet aroma wafted forth, The lotus seeds had been simmered into a tender consistency, sprinkled with osmanthus. Truly a dish that the original owner had relished. Xie Chengjun regarded the bowl of porridge with an unruffled gaze. "There is no need. I have provisions prepared." Feng Qingqing's smile faltered momentarily. Then he lowered his head, his voice softening. "I apologize for my oversight. Senior brother, please be cautious in the secret realm. If you encounter danger, ensure you take good care of yourself." Xie Chengjun interrupted him, sidestepping as he passed. "Let us hope I one tea have to come to your rescue." Though the remark was not overtly harsh, it carried an unmistakable distance. Feng Qingqing stood rooted, watching his retreating figure, the gentleness in his expression gradually waning, a shadow flickering in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the food container, knuckles whitening against the soft padding within, realizing it would likely go unused. The entrance to the secret realm was situated at the Moonwatch Cliff on the sect's rear mountain, where a number of disciples had already gathered, predominantly the elite of the inner sect, alongside a few outer sect disciples like Feng Qingqing who had earned their place through merit. Xiao Moran stood atop the highest rock at the cliff's edge, clad in a moon-white Taoist robe that fluttered gently in the mountain breeze, accompanied by several elders, including Elderly, who held the key to the secret realm. Elderly, appearing to be in his 50s with a well-groomed goatee, exuded an amiable demeanor as he conversed with the disciples beside him. Yet his peripheral gaze occasionally darted towards Feng Qingqing, exchanging a subtle glance. Xie Chengjun observed this exchange with a hint of cold amusement gracing his lips. As the appointed time arrived, Xiao Moran's voice rang out, silencing the cliff's edge. The secret realm would remain open for 3 days, and regardless of the gains made, all must exit by the deadline. Failure to do so would result in consequences as per the rules. He paused, surveying each disciple present, his gaze finally resting on Xie Chengjun for a moment before he continued. "The secret realm is rife with restrictions and ancient beasts. Do not be reckless in your pursuits." "Very well, let us commence the opening of the secret realm." Elderly stepped forward, retrieving an ancient copper key and pressing it against the stone wall of the cliff. With a resounding rumble, the wall slowly parted, revealing a dark entrance, within which flickered faint lights intertwined with elusive waves of spiritual energy. "Enter in order of ranking," Elderly proclaimed. Xie Chengjun, being the chief disciple of the inner sect, naturally went first. Approaching the entrance, he glanced back at Xiao Moran, who met his gaze with a tranquil expression that seemed to convey unspoken words. Nodding slightly, Xie Chengjun turned and stepped into the secret realm. As he crossed the threshold, a dense wave of spiritual energy enveloped him, far more potent than that outside. The surroundings revealed a winding stone path, adorned with luminescent minerals that cast a hazy glow ahead. Rather than rushing forward, Xie Chengjun extended his consciousness, meticulously probing the ambient activity. "Rest assured, no anomalies detected for now." The voice of 460 resonated within his mind. "However, there is a small trap around the next corner, designed for the first entrant. In the original storyline, you twisted your ankle here, allowing Feng Qingqing to catch up." Xie Chengjun raised an eyebrow. "Elderly handiwork?" "Not just that." 460 displayed a map, marking a red dot. 3 miles ahead lies a fork in the path. The left leads to the location of forbidden tomes, while the right leads to a spiritual herb garden. In the original narrative, Feng Qingqing directed you to the right while seizing the opportunity to acquire the forbidden texts. "How intriguing," Xie Chengjun chuckled coldly. "Let him take what he wishes." He deftly circumvented the trap and continued onward. As the stone path gradually widened, the glow from the minerals intensified, and the sound of water could be faintly discerned ahead. After walking for about the duration of an incense stick, he indeed arrived at the fork in the path. The left passage exuded a chilling aura, while the right emanated the fragrant scent of flora, indicating a place teeming with vitality. Standing at the crossroads, Xie Chengjun hesitated not a moment. He stepped towards the left. "Wait, aren't you curious about the herb garden?" 460 queried, astonished. "There are many valuable items there. No matter how remarkable something may be, it pales in comparison to witnessing the villain's demise firsthand." Xie Chengjun's voice carried an air of nonchalance, and I recall that near the location of the forbidden books, there seems to be a plant known as the awakening flower. Upon perusing the records, 460 confirmed its existence. Indeed, it serves as a primary ingredient for crafting detoxification pills and is exceedingly rare. Not just rare, Xie Chengjun's eyes gleamed slightly. The pollen of the awakening flower can break illusions. One might ponder if someone intends to set up a maze around the forbidden books. Would this pollen not be perfectly suited for the task? 460 suddenly comprehended. Have you been planning this all along? It's hardly a plan, merely a matter of seizing an opportunity. Xie Chengjun chuckled lightly, yet quickened his pace. The left path proved significantly more treacherous than the right. The terrain was rugged, and a faint, ominous scent of blood lingered in the air, indicating the presence of demonic beasts. Xie Chengjun summoned his spiritual energy to protect himself, meticulously surveying his surroundings. And indeed, he spotted several low-tier demonic beasts around a corner, dispatching them effortlessly. After traversing for approximately half an hour, the light ahead abruptly dimmed, and a thick stench of blood assailed his senses. A chill ran through Xie Chengjun's heart as he treaded lightly forward, discovering several disciples' corpses sprawled on the ground. Their deaths horrific, with gaping wounds in their chests, as if their hearts had been forcefully extracted. It was the work of the soul-devouring beast. 460's voice turned grave. This creature feasted on the spiritual energy and hearts of cultivators. Though not of high rank, it was remarkably swift and adept at concealing its presence. Xie Chengjun furrowed his brow. According to the original narrative, the soul-devouring beast should appear much deeper within. So how could it have arrived here prematurely? Could it be that someone had deliberately lured it here? Just as he was about to examine the corpses, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him, accompanied by the frantic cries of Feng Qingqing. "Senior brother, where are you? I'm so scared." A glimmer of coldness flashed in Xie Chengjun's eyes as he turned to face the source of the voice. Feng Qingqing stumbled toward him, her face turning pale upon seeing the bodies, staggering back a few steps and colliding into Xie Chengjun's embrace. "Senior brother." Her voice trembled as she clutched tightly to his sleeve. "What on earth is happening?" Xie Chengjun remained composed, gently pushing her away. "I am unsure. I just discovered this. It's terrifying." Feng Qingqing covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. "Let South leave this place quickly. I've heard that the soul-devouring beast favors lurking in locales like this." "Oh, you are aware of the soul-devouring beast?" Xie Chengjun raised an eyebrow. Feng Qingqing seemed taken aback by his inquiry, momentarily stunned before hastily replying, "Yes, I've heard the elders mention it before." "Is that so?" Xie Chengjun replied coolly. "Yet I recall that the habits of the soul-devouring beast are closely guarded secrets of the sect, accessible only to core disciples." Feng Qingqing's expression soured instantly, her gaze flickering. I happen to overhear." Xie Chengjun chose not to press further, instead turning his attention to the path leading to the forbidden books. "I must proceed. If you are afraid, you may return." "No," Feng Qingqing immediately retorted. "I cannot allow my senior brother to take risks alone. I will accompany you." Xie Chengjun studied her for a moment before suddenly smiling. "Are you certain? The path ahead may prove to be far more perilous than this one." Feng Qingqing felt a chill run down his spine from the laughter directed at him. Yet he mustered his courage and declared, "I am unafraid, as long as I can be with my senior brother." "That is unnecessary," Xie Chengjun interjected, his tone turning icy. "I find your presence bothersome." With that, he disregarded Feng Qingqing and continued onward. Feng Qingqing stood rooted in place, watching his retreating figure. The panic that had overtaken his countenance vanished in an instant, replaced by resentment and unwillingness. He clenched his fists, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. It seemed he had no choice but to act prematurely. After walking a short distance, Xie Chengjun sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy behind him. A cold smile crept onto his lips, yet his pace did not falter. His consciousness remained alert to the movements behind him. Sure enough, after traversing the distance of a stick of incense, a thick mist suddenly enveloped the area ahead. Impenetrable and dense, from which the distant roars of demonic beasts could be faintly heard. This was the bewitching array. The The forbidden tome lay within the stone chamber beyond the formation. Xie Chengjun halted and glanced back. Feng Qinqing was not far behind, cautiously following, and upon meeting his gaze, instantly assumed an innocent expression. "Are you attempting to lure me into the array?" Xie Chengjun murmured. "Very well, I shall comply with your wishes." Drawing a deep breath, he allowed the dense mist to envelop him completely. The surrounding stench and chill abruptly dissipated, replaced by the familiar scent of pine mingled with a subtle hint of cold plum blossom, an incense frequently used by Xiao Moi. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to find himself standing within Xiao Moi's quarters. Moonlight streamed through the intricately carved window, casting mottled shadows of bamboo upon the floor. The flickering candlelight on the table illuminated the surroundings with a soft, hazy warmth. To his surprise, a figure reclined upon the bed, which should have been empty. Xiao Moi donned a moon-white garment, the collar loosely open, revealing his delicate collarbone and a patch of fair skin. His dark hair flowed unbound, cascading over his shoulders, with a few rebellious strands playfully falling across his chest, swaying gently with his breathing. The usually frosty and aloof expression in his eyes now glimmered with a touch of moisture, akin to crushed starlight, causing Xie Chengjun's heart to leap unexpectedly. "Master," Xie Chengjun instinctively uttered, his voice dry and strained. Xiao Moi did not respond, but slightly raised his gaze, fixing it upon him with an unprecedented intensity. He slowly lifted a hand, his fingertips delicately curling, exuding an indescribable languor and allure. Xie Chengjun's breath hitched in an instant. This was not the Xiao Moi he knew, the cold and proud master who regarded propriety as paramount. How could he perform such an enticing gesture? "Come here." Xiao Moran's voice had transformed. It was no longer the usual icy tone, but rather a low, slightly hoarse timbre that caressed the heart like a feather. Xie Chengjun found himself frozen in place, unable to move. Reason told him this was an illusion, a mirage conjured by a maze of enchantment. Yet everything he saw, heard, and smelled was hauntingly real, especially those eyes of Xiao Moran, which were now fixed upon him, brimming with emotions he could not decipher. There was grievance, yearning, and a hint of fragility. "Ajin, come here," Xiao Moran called again, this time tinged with a barely perceptible sense of hurt, reminiscent of a neglected child. Xie Chengjun felt as if his heart was being gripped by an unseen force, aching to the point where he could scarcely breathe. He recalled the memories of the original owner, where Xiao Moran always wore a stern expression. Even when uttering words of concern, they were delivered with a harshness. Yet in this illusion, Xiao Moran had shed all pretenses, revealing a remarkably tender side. Inexplicably compelled, he took a step forward, gradually approaching the bed. As he drew closer, he noticed the thin fabric of Xiao Moran's garment, the moonlight filtering through it, faintly illuminating his slender silhouette. He slightly turned, exposing a smooth neck, hair cascading around it. A breathtaking sight that stirred deep emotions within. "Why have you been avoiding me lately?" Xiao Moran's fingertips grazed the edge of the bed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. "Are you angry with me?" Xie Chengjun's throat constricted, words eluding him. What could he say? That this was an illusion? That he was not the true Xiao Moran? Yet, gazing upon that face, identical to the one in his memories, those words remained unuttered. Suddenly, Xiao Moran smiled. It was a faint smile, yet it resembled the thawing of ice and snow, instantly illuminating the entire room. He reached out, gently grasping Xie Chengjun's wrist, his fingertips cool, bearing the calluses of years of sword practice, sending a shiver through Xie Chengjun's heart. "Ajin," he looked up at Xie Chengjun, his eyes slightly reddening. "I know you resent me, but I am also powerless." His hand traced up Xie Chengjun's wrist, softly gliding over his forearm with an almost unbearable tenderness. "Whatever you desire, I shall grant you, if you would permit it." Xie Chengjun abruptly withdrew his hand, stepping back, his chest heaving violently. "Master, please maintain your dignity." The smile on Xiao Moran's face faded, replaced by a flicker of hurt in his gaze. "Maintain my dignity?" he repeated softly, rising slowly. The moon-white fabric slipped from his shoulder, revealing half of his fair back, the lines smooth and graceful. He turned to face Xie Chengjun. gently untying the jade belt at his waist, and the garment fell open, revealing a similarly moon-white inner robe that clung to his form, accentuating his slender yet upright silhouette. Am I truly so unworthy in your eyes? Xiao Moran's voice dripped with self-mockery. Are you so unwilling to even touch me? Xie Chengjun's gaze felt as if it had been burned, abruptly averting his eyes. Yet his ears betrayed him, flushing crimson. Master you. Xiao Moran advanced step by step, until the distance between them dwindled to less than a foot. He could distinctly perceive the fragrance of soapberry emanating from Xie Chengjun, mingled with a subtle hint of sword tassel. Ajin, look at me. Xie Chengjun clenched his teeth, resolutely refusing to raise his gaze. He feared that should he lift his eyes, he would become ensnared in those beguiling orbs, forgetting that all of this was but an illusion. Yet, Xiao Moran was relentless, gently caressing his cheek. The chill of his fingertips caused Xie Chengjun to shudder slightly. Have you not longed to be close to me? His voice was a mere whisper, his warm breath brushing against Xie Chengjun's ear. Now, I stand before you. Everything you desire is within your grasp. His hand slowly descended, gently guiding Xie Chengjun's hand to rest against his waist. The fabric of his inner garment was soft and smooth. Through the cloth, Xie Chengjun could distinctly feel the warmth of his body and the slight tremor within. Xie Chengjun felt as though he were ensnared by a spell, his body rigid. Rational thought screamed in madness, insisting that this was a mirage, a trap laid by the enemy. Yet his body betrayed him with its honest response. His heart thundered like a drum. Blood seemed to burn within his veins, and even his breath carried a searing warmth. He recalled the original owner's twisted obsession with Xiao Moran, the clandestine fantasies of those moonlit nights, suddenly comprehending the malevolence of this illusion. It did not merely assault his reason. It tore at his very soul, compelling him to confront the unspoken desires he dared not acknowledge. As Xiao Moran's face drew nearer, their lips almost touching his earlobe, the please struck like thunder, reverberating painfully within Xie Chengjun's heart. He abruptly lifted his head, colliding with the shimmering depths of Xiao Moran's eyes, which vividly reflected his own image, disheveled and struggling. Now was the moment. Xie Chengjun bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain coursing through him snapped his mind into clarity. He forcefully pushed Xiao Moran away, simultaneously reaching into his sleeve to tear apart the awakening flower. Its pollen instantly filled the air. The scene before him shattered like fragile glass, splintering into fragments. Xiao Moran's chamber, the bed, the moonlit inner garment, all vanished, leaving only an impenetrable fog and the cold stone walls. Xie Chengjun leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his heart still racing, the heat on his face lingering. The previous illusion had been too vivid. The look in Xiao Moran's eyes, the warmth of his fingertips, the gentle breath. Everything was etched into his mind like an indelible brand. Damn, that illusion was brutal. The voice of 460 echoed with astonishment, striking at the very depths of his thoughts. Xie Chengjun shot at a glare, his voice hoarse. Be quiet. He inhaled deeply several times, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Although the recent illusion had been perilous, it further solidified his belief that someone was orchestrating this enchantment from behind the scenes. Otherwise, it could not have so precisely evoked his desires and struggles. The most likely culprits were elderly and Feng Qingqing. Xie Chengjun steadied himself, gripping the ember snow sword tightly as he pressed onward. The fog gradually dissipated under the influence of the awakening flower, revealing a stone chamber behind it. At the center of the chamber, upon a stone pedestal, lay a tome with a black cover, adorned with intricate golden patterns, emanating an eerie and ancient aura. Indeed, it was the forbidden book that recorded the method of exchanging spiritual roots. The edges of the pages were tinged with a time-worn yellow, and the cover was inscribed with twisted runes in vermilion, resembling countless eyes peering into the darkness. Just as Xie Chengjun reached out to retrieve it, a chilling force repelled his fingers, causing goosebumps to rise on the back of his hand. Such a heavy malevolence, he murmured, a flicker of wariness flashing in his gaze. The sinister energy of this forbidden tome exceeded his expectations, It was beyond the control of a mere qi refinement stage cultivator. If Feng Chuqing were to forcefully cultivate it, he would likely be devoured by the malevolence before he could even exchange his spiritual roots. A faint rustling came from the corner of the chamber, and Xie Chengjun turned to see Feng Chuqing rising from the ground, his face pale, but his eyes unusually bright, as if he had just awakened from a tumultuous nightmare. Upon spotting the forbidden book on the pedestal, his pupils constricted, and his breath quickened. "It is it truly is," Feng Chuqing murmured, staggering toward the pedestal, his fingers trembling as he reached out to touch the tome, only to have Xie Chengjun firmly grasp his wrist. "Do you know what this is?" Xie Chengjun's voice was as cold as ice, applying slight pressure that made the sound of grinding bones audible. Feng Chuqing winced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet a stubborn flame ignited in his eyes. "Senior brother, let me go. This is something that can change my fate. With it, I can escape my current limitations and possess top-tier spiritual roots, just like Master Xiao." Xie Chengjun sneered, intensifying the pressure beneath his foot. "Do you understand what price must be paid for exchanging spiritual roots?" Feng Chuqing's face paled instantly, but he persisted defiantly. "I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that this is my opportunity." "Opportunity?" Xie Chengjun leaned down, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them. "Is it an opportunity to exchange someone else's spiritual roots for your own? For instance, Master Zhao's?" Feng Chuqing's body stiffened abruptly, akin to a cat with its tail stepped on, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. "What nonsense are you spouting? Whether it was nonsense or not, you know in your heart." Xie Chengjun released his grip, standing upright, his gaze sweeping over Feng Chuqing's pale face. "Elderly sent you to retrieve this book for this purpose, did he not? He promised you that if you obtained the forbidden tome, he would help you excise Master Zhao's spiritual roots, correct?" These words were half conjecture based on memory, half deliberate probing. Xie Chengjun fixed his gaze on Feng Chuqing's eyes, and indeed, he captured a fleeting glimmer of terror lurking within. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed at the entrance of the stone chamber. An elderly emerged from the shadows, wielding a dust whisk that glimmered with a bluish hue, clearly prepared for a serious confrontation. "It seems you should not be allowed to see the light of day again." As his words fell, he swung the whisk violently, unleashing countless silver threads that shot towards Xie Chengjun like arrows, carrying the unique pressure of a golden core cultivator. Xie Chengjun had long been prepared. He sidestepped the attack and unsheathed his sword, the cold brilliance of the Jin Shui sword slicing through the air of the stone chamber. Elderly had conspired with outsiders and harmed his own sect. Did he not fear the repercussions from the sect? Xie Chengjun's voice reverberated within the chamber, deliberately emphasizing the phrase conspired with outsiders. He recalled that 460 had mentioned Elder Li's long-standing connections with traitors from the neighboring sect. This had always been his Achilles heel. Indeed, Elder Li's movements faltered, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. "Even at death's door, you dare to sow discord. Today, I shall ensure that you, along with this forbidden tome, are forever buried within this secret realm." The dust whisk surged once more, this time with even greater force. The silver threads weaving an impenetrable net in the air, sealing off all of Xie Chengjun's escape routes. Aware that a head-on confrontation was not in his favor, Xie Chengjun swiftly scanned the stone chamber, finally fixing his gaze on the forbidden tome atop the stone platform. Suddenly, he leapt, not to evade the attack, but to launch himself towards the platform. Elder Li assumed he intended to seize the forbidden tome and immediately redirected his spiritual energy to protect it, not realizing that Xie Chengjun's true target was never the tome itself. In the instant he lunged towards the platform, he deftly flipped his wrist, scattering the awakening flower pollen that had long been concealed in his sleeve towards Elder Li. The pollen dispersed in the wind, and Elder Li caught off guard. Inhaled several breaths, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, his spiritual energy momentarily stagnating. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Xie Chengjun had already circled behind him, the Jin Shui sword aimed directly at his back. "Do not move." Xie Chengjun's voice whispered menacingly in his ear, laced with a chilling intent to kill. "Otherwise, this sword is not blind." Elder Li's body froze. He had not anticipated Xie Chengjun's cunning, managing to find a flaw beneath the hands of a golden core cultivator. The icy tip of the sword pressed against his flesh, the frigid sensation rendering him hesitant to act rashly. "Release Elder Li," Feng Chuqing suddenly shouted, having picked up a stone from the ground at some point, hurling it towards Xie Chengjun. Without turning his head, Xie Chengjun struck the stone aside with a swift backhand. The gust of his palm infused with spiritual energy, striking Feng Chuqing squarely in the chest. Feng Chuqing let out a muffled groan, flying backward to crash against the stone wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Overestimating your capabilities," Xie Chengjun remarked coldly. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Li abruptly turned, sweeping the whisk horizontally, forcing Xie Chengjun to retreat a few steps. The two faced off once more. Elder Li's gaze dark and brooding. "Do you think this can hold me? While it may not bind you, it can certainly make your situation uncomfortable." Xie Chengjun tightened his grip on the sword. "Elder Li, I have already instructed 460 to have my spirit pet carry the evidence of your collusion with outsiders. It is likely in Master Zhao's hands by now." The statement is partially true. He indeed sent the 460 clues back to the sect, yet they did not reach Xiao Moran so swiftly. However, Elder Li was evidently deceived, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. At that moment, the stone chamber began to shake violently, debris cascading from above. A chill ran down Xie Chengjun's spine. Was the secret realm about to close? This was dire. The secret realm was collapsing. Elder Li also sensed the urgency, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. "I will spare you for now. We shall see what unfolds," he declared, charging directly towards the hidden door at the chamber's depths, revealing that he was well aware of an escape route. Xie Chengjun attempted to pursue him, but was ensnared by Feng Chuqing, who grasped his sleeve tightly. "Senior brother, take me with you. I beg you." The previously sinister expression on Feng Chuqing's face had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. "I realize my error. I should not have heeded Elder Li's words. I should not have." Xie Chengjun regarded him with nary a trace of compassion, only an icy resolve. He recalled the tragic scene of Xiao Moran having his spiritual roots severed in his past life, and remembered the disciples who had fallen victim to Feng Chuqing's schemes. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, pressing the blade against Feng Chuqing's throat. "Error? Your transgression lies not in following someone else's counsel, but in nurturing those vile thoughts from the start." Feng Chuqing's face drained of color, his eyes brimming with despair. He opened his mouth to speak, but Xie Chengjun interrupted him. "The secret realm is collapsing. Take care of yourself." With that, Xie Chengjun sheathed his sword and turned to flee towards the exit of the secret realm. Behind him, Feng Chuqing's anguished cries echoed, soon drowned out by the thunderous sound of falling stones. He did not look back. Some individuals and events are simply not deserving of sympathy. Chapter 9. The mischievous apprentice and the serene master. As he burst from the stone chamber, the external stone path had already begun to crumble, with countless boulders plummeting from above. Xie Chengjun summoned all his spiritual energy, propelling himself to the utmost speed, weaving through the chaos of falling debris, narrowly avoiding being struck multiple times with his keen reflexes. After what felt like an eternity of running, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. It was the exit of the secret realm. His heart soared with joy, and, just as he prepared to accelerate towards freedom, he spotted a familiar figure at the threshold. Xiao Moran stood at the cliff's edge, his moon-white robe fluttering in the wind, holding the familiar jade pendant that Xie Chengjun recognized so well, gazing at him with quiet intensity. Sunlight bathed him, outlining his slender yet upright form, a hint of concern subtly etched in his features. Upon seeing Xie Chengjun emerge, a fleeting look of relief crossed his eyes, only to be replaced by his usual serene demeanor. "You have returned." Xie Chengjun stood rooted in place, watching him, his chest rising and falling heavily, the earlier tumult in the stone chamber still vivid in his memory. Suddenly, he recalled Xiao Moran's visage within the illusion and glanced back at the man before him, his heart fluttering as if gently nudged by an unseen force. "Master," he murmured, his voice somewhat hoarse. Xiao Moran stepped closer, his gaze falling upon Xie Chengjun's dust-streaked robe, then sweeping over the hand that gripped his sword tightly, finally resting on his face. "Are you injured?" "No," Xie Chengjun replied, shaking his head. Xiao Moran, however, remained unconvinced. He extended his hand, intending to check his pulse. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the wrist bone, Xie Chengjun instinctively recoiled his hand, only to relax again, allowing the coolness of Xiao's fingers to rest upon his pulse, as spiritual energy gently flowed in, meticulously examining his meridians and confirming there were no injuries. Xiao Moran finally withdrew his hand, a flicker of barely perceptible relief passing through his gaze. It was good to be back. He turned to walk towards the sect, but after a few steps, he suddenly halted, glancing back at Xie Chengjun. "We will discuss the forbidden books upon our return." Xie Chengjun was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly realized that Xiao knew everything. Watching the retreating figure of Xiao Moran, he felt as if that silhouette was no longer as solitary as it had been in his memories. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a gentle warmth upon the two of them. Xie Chengjun tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and hastened to catch up. The matter of the forbidden books was far from over. Elder Li and Feng Qinqing, if still alive, would undoubtedly not let it rest easily. Upon returning from the secret realm, the sect had grown notably quieter. As per usual, Xie Chengjun visited Xiao Moran's courtyard to pay his respects, only to discover that the once desolate bamboo courtyard was now infused with a touch of warmth. Several strings of dried herbs, meant for treating colds, hung from the corridor. On the windowsill sat a rustic clay pot, within which grew an unassuming blade of grass, glistening with morning dew. Even the teacups on the table had been replaced with rough ceramic bowls adorned with faint blue patterns, lending a more comforting appearance than before. "Master, what is this grass?" Xie Chengjun inquired, pointing to the greenery in the pot, the edges of its leaves tinged with a hint of red, resembling a young spiritual herb. Xiao Moran, who was focused on grinding ink, lifted his gaze at the mention. "A few days ago, when I descended the mountain and found it intriguing, I decided to transplant it." He paused, the tip of his brush leaving a delicate ink mark on the rice paper. "If you like it, I shall share half once it grows." Xie Chengjun's heart inexplicably fluttered. The former Xiao Moran would never have uttered such words. He always maintained an aloof demeanor, even withholding unnecessary glances. Yet now, this casual offer of sharing felt more comforting than any love confession. "Master Xiao," he replied softly, his gaze falling upon the hand that held the brush. Those hands, with distinctly defined joints and ink-stained fingertips, exerted a steady strength when writing. Suddenly, Xie Chengjun recalled the hands that had caressed his cheek in the illusion, and warmth crept to his ears, prompting him to hastily avert his eyes. Xiao Moran seemed to sense something amiss, pausing his brush and looking up at him. "What are you thinking about?" Nothing at all," Xie Chengjun stammered, flustered. As he grabbed the sword manual from the table to peruse, "I was just pondering the sword technique you taught yesterday." Xiao Moran did not press further, a subtle smile glimmering in his eyes. He set down his brush and pushed a freshly written note towards Xie Chengjun. "This is an annotation on the Lu Yun sword technique. Take it and peruse it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." The characters on the paper were clear and elegant, imbued with a distinctive grace, unmistakably the handwriting of Xiao Moran. Xie Chengjun picked up the rice paper, feeling its slight chill beneath his fingertips, accompanied by a lingering scent of ink. Suddenly, an extraordinary sensation surged within him, as if something was subtly transforming. From that day forth, the dynamics between the two gradually shifted. Xie Chengjun continued to visit the bamboo courtyard daily to pay his respects. It was no longer merely to seek instruction in swordsmanship. At times, when Xiao Moran was engrossed in reading, he would sit beside her practicing calligraphy, the soft scratch of the brush gliding over the rice paper intertwining with the sound of turning pages, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Occasionally, when Xiao Moran was refining elixirs, he would crouch beside the alchemical furnace, assisting in adding firewood, watching the flames dance at the bottom of the furnace, listening to the gentle rustle of herbs swirling within, while the air was filled with the bittersweet fragrance of the potions. There were moments when they did nothing at all, simply sitting under the eaves to bask in the sunlight, observing the shifting shadows of bamboo on the ground, listening to the wind weave through the grove, often lingering there for an entire afternoon. Xiao Moran spoke little, yet would always hand Xie Chengjun a cup of warm water when he grew weary from practicing swordplay, gently tap his forehead when he drifted off while reading, and meticulously apply ointment to his fingers whenever he accidentally cut himself on herbs. The ointment, prepared by Xiao Moran herself, bore a subtle mint fragrance, cooling upon contact with the wound while radiating warmth. As Xie Chengjun watched the delicate lashes of Xiao Moran and the focused expression upon her face, he suddenly felt that the pain from the wound was worth it. "Master, did you care for others in this manner before?" He could not help but ask, sensing that Xiao Moran's kindness seemed less a conscious effort and more an ingrained habit. Xiao Moran paused in her task of bandaging his finger, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes too swift to capture. "No," she replied softly, her voice somewhat hoarse. "You're the first." Xie Chengjun's heart skipped a beat. He gazed at the serious profile of Xiao Moran as she diligently wrapped his injury, observing the sunlight casting a gentle shadow on her lashes, and suddenly gathered the courage to utter, "Master, I am very happy." Xiao Moran's movements stilled, and she lifted her gaze to meet his. In that moment, Xie Chengjun saw his own reflection in her eyes, imbued with a naive seriousness. Xiao Moran's throat bobbed slightly as she diverted her gaze, her voice low as if it were a sigh. That soft utterance rippled through Xie Chengjun's heart like a stone cast into a serene lake, sending out concentric waves. Days passed languidly, the autumn air growing denser, and the first frost blanketed the mountaintop. Rising early, Xie Chengjun intended to check on the growth of a particular herb in the bamboo courtyard, only to encounter Xiao Moran at the entrance. She was clad in a thick dark robe, holding a blue cloak. Upon seeing Xie Chengjun approach, she directly handed him the cloak, saying, "It's chilly in the morning. Put this on." The cloak still held a hint of her warmth, clearly freshly warmed. As Xie Chengjun accepted the cloak, his fingers brushed against Xiao Moran's hand, and both of them paused, retracting their hands as if jolted by an electric shock. Xie Chengjun's ears flushed crimson as he hastily lowered his head, fastening his cloak around him. "Master Xie, please come in," said Xiao Muran, his voice tinged with awkwardness. "I have prepared some soup." Upon entering the room, he was immediately enveloped by a rich, savory aroma. A clay pot sat on the table, filled with chicken soup infused with mushrooms and bamboo shoots, its clear broth enticingly fragrant. Xie Chengjun gazed at Xiao Muran in astonishment. "Master, you can cook soup?" Xiao Muran, busy arranging bowls and chopsticks, replied nonchalantly, "I learned a bit in the past." He pushed a bowl of soup towards Xie Chengjun. "Drink up. It replenishes your spiritual energy." Xie Chengjun took a spoonful of the soup. The chicken was cooked to perfection, melting in his mouth, while the sweetness of the bamboo shoots mingled with the umami of the mushrooms, warming him deeply as it slid down his throat, soothing his very insides. He looked up, meeting Xiao Muran's gaze, which held a hint of expectation, akin to a child awaiting praise. "It's truly delicious," Xie Chengjun said earnestly, "far superior to what we have in the dining hall." A faint smile graced Xiao Muran's lips, illuminating the room like the first thaw of spring. "If you like it, then indulge yourself." That day, Xie Chengjun consumed 2 generous bowls of soup, finishing every morsel of chicken and mushrooms. Observing his satisfied demeanor, Xiao Muran's eyes sparkled with delight. After the meal, as Xie Chengjun helped clear the table, Xiao Muran insisted he take a break. "Go read. I can handle this." Watching Xiao Muran's busy figure at the stove, clad in an oversized robe, moving somewhat clumsily yet radiating an unexplainable tenderness, Xie Chengjun suddenly felt that this version of Xiao Muran was far more captivating than the aloof and proud celestial figure he usually portrayed. "Master," he ventured, "I would like to cook from now on." Xiao Muran glanced back at him. "Can you?" "I can manage a little," Xie Chengjun replied with a smile, recalling how he often cooked for himself while living in the valley. After a moment's silence, Xiao Muran nodded. "Very well." From that day onward, the kitchen and the bamboo courtyard became their shared domain. Xie Chengjun took charge of the cooking while Xiao Muran assisted by washing vegetables and passing ingredients, occasionally getting splattered with oil, wincing in pain yet refusing to leave. Watching Xiao Muran's flustered antics, Xie Chengjun couldn't help but chuckle, his heart warmed by the sight. They prepared sweet and sour fish, where Xie Chengjun accidentally added too much sugar, making it overly sweet, yet Xiao Muran ate nearly half without a change in expression. They made stir-fried meat with mushrooms, during which Xiao Muran accidentally cut his hand while chopping. Xie Chengjun anxiously grasped his hand to staunch the bleeding, their proximity allowing them to breathe in each other's scents, their heartbeats faltering in rhythm. They also made spring noodles, a simple broth, yet because it was crafted together, it tasted exceptionally sweet. As days passed, the weather grew colder and snowflakes began to dance down from the mountaintop. When Xie Chengjun returned from the scripture pavilion, the snow had thickened, the feather-like flakes cascading down, cloaking the entire world in white. As he reached the entrance of the bamboo courtyard, he spotted Xiao Muran standing beneath the eaves, holding an umbrella, evidently waiting for him. "Why have you returned so late?" Xiao Muran's voice carried a hint of reproach. "With the snow falling so heavily, did you not think to come back sooner?" Xie Chengjun felt a warmth in his heart and quickened his pace towards her. "I encountered some difficulties and needed a bit more time to contemplate." Xiao Muran opened the umbrella, sheltering him beneath its cover. "Come inside, it's cold outside." The two walked side by side into the house. Xiao Muran picked up a towel and gently helped Xie Chengjun wipe the snowflake from his head. Her touch was delicate, and her fingers occasionally brushed against his scalp, sending a shiver down his spine. With his head lowered, he could catch the faint scent of her cool plum fragrance mingled with the chill of the snow, a surprisingly delightful aroma. "Master," Xie Chengjun suddenly lifted his head, his gaze intense as he looked at her. "Are we different from others?" Xiao Muran's movements came to a halt, the towel still resting on Xie Chengjun's head. She gazed into his bright eyes, where a clear reflection of herself was visible. After a prolonged silence, long enough for Xie Chengjun to believe she would not respond and to even regret his boldness, she finally spoke, her voice deep and earnest. "Yes." That single word reverberated in Xie Chengjun's heart like a clap of thunder. He studied Xiao Muran's face, so close, observing the complex emotions swirling within her eyes. Suddenly summoning courage, he gently grasped the hand that held the towel. Xiao Muran's hand trembled slightly, but did not withdraw. Xie Chengjun's heart raced, his voice quivering yet resolutely firm. "Master, I am fond of you. It is not mere admiration from a disciple to a mentor. I wish to dine with you, to read with you, to watch the snow with you, to share a lifetime together." After uttering these words, he anxiously watched Xiao Muran, feeling sweat bead in his palms. He was uncertain of her reaction. Would she reproach him for his audacity? Xiao Muran looked at him, her eyes swirling with complex emotions, surprise, hesitation, and a faint glimmer of hidden expectation. After a long silence, one that nearly brought Xie Chengjun's heart to his throat, she slowly spoke, her voice slightly hoarse. "Ajin, do you understand what you are saying?" "I do," Xie Chengjun affirmed with a vigorous nod. "I know we are master and disciple, and that this defies propriety, yet I cannot restrain myself. From the moment I saw you in the secret realm, from every occasion you have done things for me, I—" His words trailed off as Xiao Muran gently interrupted him. "I know," she said softly but with an unusual strength. "I am aware of everything." She grasped Xie Chengjun's hand in return, her fingertips cool yet remarkably resolute. "Ajin," she gazed into his eyes, articulating each word with clarity. "I feel the same." Xie Chengjun's head shot up in disbelief, staring at her. "Master," Xiao Muran's lips curled into a faint smile, the ice and snow in her eyes melting away to reveal only gentle warmth. "I said I feel the same." He leaned closer to Xie Chengjun, gently placing a kiss on his forehead, reminiscent of snowflakes descending upon skin, soft and warm. This feeling had been present for quite some time. Outside, the snow continued to fall, while the flickering candlelight within illuminated their tightly clasped hands and the clear smiles reflected in each other's eyes. Xie Chengjun felt that this winter seemed far from cold. For this affection was akin to the warmth surrounding Xiao Moran. Though it appeared frigid, it was sufficient to withstand all the winters of the world. As spring deepened, the accumulated snow atop the mountain had completely melted, and the grass in the corner of the bamboo courtyard had grown to half a foot tall, its edges tinged with a vibrant red. Xie Chengjun knelt before the flower pot, watering the plants and watching as droplets rolled down the leaves, leaving small wet marks on the bluestone tiles. It was time to switch to a larger pot. Xiao Moran's voice came from behind, imbued with the unique freshness of the morning. He held a coarse pottery pot, its rim still speckled with freshly turned soil. Noting that the grass was growing rapidly and the current pot would likely become inadequate. As Xie Chengjun turned around, he caught sight of Xiao Moran bending down to place the pot, the hem of his moon-white robe sweeping across the stone steps, stirring a gentle breeze. Recently, Xiao Moran had been seen less frequently in the intricate robes symbolizing his status as a master, often donning simple, unadorned clothing. The coolness in his expression had softened considerably, adding a touch of worldly warmth to his demeanor. Since when did the master take such an interest in flowers and grass? Xie Chengjun teased lightly, reaching for the small shovel he offered. Their fingertips inadvertently brushed against each other as hands, causing them both to pause, like streams thawing in early spring colliding with rocks, creating delicate ripples. Xiao Moran turned his face away, his ears tinged with a faint blush. "It is merely a matter of convenience," he replied, turning towards the house, his voice as soft as if carried away by the wind. "Let us not practice swordsmanship today. I have something to discuss with you." A sudden apprehension gripped Xie Chengjun's heart. Recently, he had noticed Xiao Moran meditating beneath the starry sky, the light in the alchemical chamber often burning until dawn, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him had become more intense than usual. He had sensed this approaching moment, yet he had not anticipated it arriving so swiftly. Upon entering the house, 2 cups of steaming tea had already been prepared on the table. Amidst the swirling steam, Xiao Moran's profile appeared somewhat blurred. "The 3rd day of next month marks my tribulation," he stated directly, his fingertips tracing the edge of the teacup, the white porcelain revealing increasingly slender knuckles. "The tribulation of transforming a golden core into an infant spirit will be approximately 30% more severe than usual." Xie Chengjun's grip on the teacup tightened abruptly, the warm tea splashing onto the back of his hand, yet he felt no pain. "I will accompany you," he said, his voice taut yet resolute. "I shall summon the elders." "There is no need," Xiao Moran interrupted, raising his gaze to meet Xie Chengjun's, his eyes sparkling like starlight. "The tribulation must be borne alone. The involvement of others will only attract lightning." He paused, retrieving a brocade box from his sleeve and sliding it across the table towards Xie Chengjun. "This is the spirit-locking jade I refined in my early years. If I do not survive, take it down the mountain and find a place where no one knows you. Live well." As the brocade box opened, a piece of warm jade, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, lay within, its surface pristine white, faintly shimmering with an inner light. Xie Chengjun recognized the jade, an artifact nurtured with Xiao Moran's innate spiritual power for a decade, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a nascent soul cultivator. He abruptly closed the brocade box, his voice trembling ever so slightly. "What nonsense are you speaking, master? You will surely transcend the tribulation safely." Xiao Moran gazed at his reddened eyes and suddenly reached out, gently caressing the top of his head. His fingertips brushed through the strands of hair, carrying a familiar chill, yet exuding a reassuring warmth. "Aging, for cultivators, undergoing tribulation is inherently perilous." His voice was exceedingly soft, akin to soothing a child. "I have prepared 3 thunder tribulation talismans. If you can endure the first 2, the chances of success will be 70%. Xie Chengjun grasped his wrist, his knuckles turning pale from the force. "I do not believe in this notion of perilous tribulations. Master is so formidable, even able to suppress inner demons. What are mere heavenly thunder?" He recalled that in his previous life, Xiao Moran faced tribulation only after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, by which time the original host had already betrayed him. It occurred to him that perhaps this life's tribulations were inextricably linked to his own fate. Xiao Muron smiled at his words, though an inescapable worry lingered in his gaze. Very well, I believe you. He clasped Xie Chengjun's hand in return, their fingers entwined, the heat of their palms sending a tremor through the heart. Then promise me this. Remain outside the barrier during the tribulation, no matter what you hear or see. Do not enter. Xie Chengjun bit his lip and nodded. In the days that followed, the bamboo courtyard became extraordinarily quiet. Aside from meditative practices, Xiao Muron spent his time concocting elixirs in the alchemy chamber, occasionally inviting Xie Chengjun to join him, teaching him to identify the spiritual herbs that could bolster one's foundation and enhance vitality. This is dew-condensing grass. When crushed and applied to wounds during a thunder tribulation, it can staunch bleeding and promote healing. He held up a translucent herb, his fingers gliding over the dew on the leaves. Do you remember? Xie Chengjun nodded, committing the name of the herb to memory, yet hesitated to inquire for whom these medicines were being prepared. He began to practice swordsmanship day and night, channeling the spirit energy of the Jinshui sword to its utmost limits, the sword aura sweeping through the bamboo grove, causing bamboo to fall like a release of his inner turmoil. At times, Xiao Muron would stand in the corridor watching him train, observing the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead onto the bluestone pavement, noting how Xie Chengjun's grip on the sword turned white from exertion. When he finished, Xiao Muron would hand him a cup of warm water, softly saying, "There is no need for such intensity." "I want to grow stronger," Xie Chengjun replied, taking the cup, his throat tightening. "I want to protect you." Xiao Muron looked into his crimson eyes and suddenly leaned in, lightly pressing a kiss on his lips. It was gentle, like a feather's touch, yet imbued with unmistakable tenderness. "With your words, that is sufficient." On the eve of the tribulation, Xiao Muron dismissed all disciples surrounding the bamboo courtyard, leaving only Xie Chengjun behind. He erected 3 layers of barriers in the courtyard center, the outermost crafted from fallen iron mixed with spiritual energy, emanating a dark greenish glow. The middle layer was a lightning redirecting formation, capable of guiding heavenly thunder in a specified direction. The innermost layer was a spirit-gathering array, with numerous spirit stones embedded at its core, radiating rich spiritual energy. At noon the following day, the heavenly thunder would descend. Xiao Ran meticulously examined the focal point of the formation, his voice calm as if discussing an ordinary matter. "You should remain at the stargazing platform outside the barrier. It is the safest place." Xie Chengjun remained silent, merely assisting him in securing the final piece of spirit stone. The dying rays of the setting sun filtered through the bamboo grove, casting mottled shadows upon his face. The silhouettes of the two intertwined, elongated, as if they could never be separated. That night, Xie Chengjun tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep, and eventually rose to visit the alchemy chamber. Upon pushing open the door, he found Xiao Ran seated before the alchemical furnace, holding the verdant herb they had retrieved from the secret realm, meticulously inspecting it in the glow of the flames. "Still awake?" Xie Chengjun approached and took a seat beside him. "I cannot sleep," Xiao Ran replied, placing the herb back into its pot. "This herb is peculiar. Though it is an ordinary plant, it flourishes remarkably during times of intense spiritual fluctuations." Memories of the two transplanting the herb together flooded Xie Chengjun's mind, along with the days they spent cooking and studying side by side. And he felt a sudden sting in his nose. "Master, if something were to happen, I would not leave," he declared earnestly. Xiao Ran turned his head, gazing deeply into his eyes before suddenly drawing him into an embrace. The embrace was cool yet profoundly reassuring, imbued with the crisp fragrance of plum blossoms. "Silly child," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "If I were to be gone, you must continue to live well." Xie Chengjun buried his face in the crook of his neck and murmured, "Without you, what is the difference between living and dying?" Xiao Ran remained silent, tightening his hold as if wishing to merge him into his very being. The flickering flames cast shadows that intertwined around them, and they spent a sleepless night together. On the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month, the sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds, and a tempest roared, hurling sand and debris. The leaves surrounding the bamboo residence rustled violently, as if lamenting the impending thunder. Xie Chengjun stood upon the stargazing platform, gazing distantly towards the bamboo grove. The 3 layers of the barrier shimmered faintly beneath the ominous clouds, resembling a fragile eggshell on the verge of shattering. He gripped his jean shui sword tightly, his knuckles pale, palms slick with cold sweat. Thunder roared as the first bolt struck down, the purple-gold lightning tearing through the clouds like a colossal dragon, crashing violently against the barrier. The outer layer of the meteoric iron barrier quaked violently, emitting a piercing hum, and the dark azure light dimmed significantly. Xie Chengjun's heart clenched painfully, almost bursting from his chest. He observed Xiao Mo ran within the barrier, summoning his life sword, Han Chuan. The blade's light like a silken thread, defiantly absorbing the thunderous strike, his robes billowing with the force of the wind. The second one is coming. The voice in his mind echoed with unprecedented urgency, indicating the spiritual energy intensity was double that of the first strike. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the second bolt of lightning followed, nearly twice the girth of the first, descending with a cataclysmic force upon the mid-layer barrier. The lightning attraction formation activated instantly, redirecting the thunder towards the focal point. Yet remnants of its fury shattered the mid-layer barrier. Amidst the flying debris, Xiao Mo ran, let out a muffled groan, a trace of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Master!" Xie Chengjun could not restrain himself from shouting, yearning to rush forth. Yet was hindered by the barrier of the stargazing platform. Xiao Morden lifted his gaze, despite the great distance. He seemed to sense Xie's stare and subtly nodded in the direction of the platform, as if to offer him solace. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, tightened his grip on the Han Chuan sword, and his spiritual energy surged dramatically, clearly preparing to confront the final celestial thunder. The ominous clouds loomed ever lower, saturating the air with an oppressive pressure. The third bolt of heavenly thunder had brewed within the clouds for an extended period, ultimately descending with blinding radiance. This bolt was thicker than the sum of the previous 2, with purplish-golden currents intertwined with dark malevolence, evidently summoned by the inner demons. "This is dire. It is the tribulation of the inner demons," Xie exclaimed in alarm. He could not withstand it. Xie Chengjun watched helplessly as the third bolt struck the final layer of the barrier, causing the spirit stones of the gathering array to explode instantly, shattering the barrier. The heavenly thunder struck Xiao Morden directly, tearing his robe asunder and leaving countless bloody gashes across his body. The Han Chuan sword slipped from his grasp, embedding itself into the earth nearby. "Master!" Xie Chengjun's eyes widened with anguish as he recklessly broke through the barrier of the stargazing platform, dashing towards the bamboo courtyard. The fierce winds whipped at his robes, and the falling debris struck him painfully, yet he paid it no heed. All he desired was to reach Xiao Morden's side. Even if it meant death, he wished to perish together. Just as he was about to enter the bamboo courtyard, he suddenly saw Xiao Morden rise from the ground. His wounds continued to bleed, yet he steadfastly straightened his back, forming seals with his hands and murmuring incantations. As he chanted, the grass they had nurtured together suddenly emitted a brilliant red light, and countless red specks flew from the blades, enveloping him. Where those specks passed, his wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Xiao Morden's eyes sparkled, and his spiritual energy coalesced anew, even more robust than before. "That grass, it is blood spirit grass." Xie was astounded, recalling the ancient legend that it could be nurtured with one's own blood and could save lives in critical moments. Xie Chengjun stood in stunned silence, gazing at the grass, swaying in the tempest, suddenly understanding. Xiao Morden had known the origins of this grass all along, but had never spoken of it, diligently nurturing it daily with his own spiritual energy. Perhaps from the very beginning, he never intended to use this grass for his own salvation, but rather. Xiao Morden looked up at the gathering celestial thunder once more, a smile unexpectedly gracing his lips. He cast a gentle glance in Xie Chengjun's direction, his eyes warm as the spring sun. "Ajin, live on." He abruptly turned, charging towards the final bolt of heavenly thunder, his form enveloped in a tapestry of red and gold light, resembling a burning star. Boom! The thunder crashed down, colliding with him, producing a deafening roar. A blinding light flashed, and Xie Chengjun instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the storm clouds had dispersed, and sunlight poured down upon the mountain peak. The barrier of the bamboo courtyard had vanished. The ground lay in disarray, yet Xiao Morden was nowhere to be found. Xie Chengjun rushed into the bamboo courtyard in a frenzy, searching frantically, yet all he could see was the blood spirit herb quietly standing in its pot. Its crimson glow having faded, now resembling ordinary grass. "Master, where are you?" His voice was hoarse, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Just then, he heard soft footsteps behind him. Xie Chengjun turned abruptly to find Xiao Morden standing not far away, his wounds already healed. Though his robe was somewhat tattered, he stood tall. A mark resembling cinnabar adorned his brow, exuding the unique pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, yet radiating a comforting warmth. "I am here," Xiao Morden said with a smile, extending his hand towards Xie Chengjun, sunlight glinting off his hair in golden hues. "Come here." Unable to contain himself any longer, Xie Chengjun rushed forward and threw himself into his embrace, holding him tightly as tears soaked his robes. "You scared me to death. Do you know that?" Xiao Morden gently patted his back, his voice soothing as if it could drip with water. "I know." He lowered his head and whispered in Xie Chengjun's ear, "I promised I would return safely." Xiao Morden's voice, still tinged with the remnants of spiritual energy, fell like a calming incantation upon Xie Chengjun's ears. He raised his hand to brush away the tears on Xie Chengjun's face, his fingertips grazing the reddened corners of his eyes, trembling slightly as if they had both survived a calamity. "Look!" He turned slightly, allowing Xie Chengjun to see the faint golden mark on his brow, indicating he had successfully ascended to the nascent soul stage and weathered the heavenly tribulation. Grasping Xiao Morden's sleeve, Xie Chengjun felt the still wet bloodstains on the fabric. His voice thick with emotion, "The blood spirit herb. It protected me, as well as those you wish to safeguard." Xiao Morden bent down to pick up the Han Chuan sword from the ground, its blade shimmering with a gentle luster in the sunlight. "Let's return and brew a bowl of ginger soup. You brought in some chill when you rushed in." The shadows of bamboo swayed behind them, and the breeze carried the refreshing scent of rejuvenating flora. Xie Chengjun followed him into the house, feeling the lingering warmth of his presence, more reassuring than any vow. In the distance, the sound of bells rang out, resonating throughout the entire sect, heralding the birth of a nascent soul cultivator. Love, after all, is the most potent artifact, capable of withstanding all the thunder and inner demons of the world. Recent days have seen dwindling returns, and with few voices speaking, it feels akin to a mere task. Chapter 13. The mischievous disciple and the serene master. On the third day, after successfully transcending the tribulation, the entire sect remained immersed in joy. The news of Xiao Morden's ascension to the nascent soul stage spread like wildfire, reaching not only the Chengjun sect, but also several surrounding sects who sent congratulatory gifts. Each day, disciples gathered outside the bamboo courtyard, eager to catch a glimpse of the newly elevated nascent soul elder. Yet Xie Chengjun barred their entry, citing the need for his master to recuperate. That morning, having just dissuaded the last group of outer disciples attempting to visit, Xie Chengjun turned to find Xiao Morden standing in the corridor, smiling at him. The morning light filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting a gentle glow upon him. The cinnabar mark on his brow shimmered with a soft golden hue, enhancing his already handsome features. "Still sending people away?" Xiao Morden's voice was laced with mirth as he held a white jade bowl filled with freshly prepared lotus seed soup. Their intentions were undoubtedly kind. Xie Chengjun stepped forward, accepting the jade bowl and placing it on the stone table beneath the corridor, then reached out to smooth the disheveled collar of Xiao Morden's robes, which had been tousled by the wind. Kindness must be measured by timing. Having just endured a tribulation, one should avoid unnecessary mental strain. He scooped a spoonful of the lotus seed soup, blowing gently on it before offering it to Xiao Morden's lips. "Do try this. I added a bit of calming herb to soothe your spirit." Xiao Morden obediently opened his mouth and swallowed. The sweetness of the lotus mingled with the faint bitterness of the calming herb, melting on his tongue and flowing warmth down his throat to his very heart. "You are growing increasingly like a steward," he teased, his gaze falling upon the dark circles under Xie Chengjun's eyes, unable to resist reaching out to caress them. "Did you not sleep well last night?" A warmth spread within Xie Chengjun's heart as he shook his head. "Not at all. I merely woke early to tend to the blood spirit herb. I needed to repot it." The blood spirit herb he mentioned was the very plant that had saved Xiao Moran during his tribulation. After enduring the heavenly thunder and being nourished by Xiao Moran's essence blood, it had shed its ordinary appearance, its red-veined leaves now vibrant and shimmering with an ethereal glow. As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the courtyard. Xie Chengjun furrowed his brow, about to rise when a disciple of the Grand Elder rushed in. A look of urgency etched across his face. "Xiao Zuanzhong, Brother Xie, trouble has arisen. Reports have come from the mountain. The beasts of Haifeng Valley have gone berserk, injuring several villagers." The smile on Xiao Moran's face vanished instantaneously as he stood up, questioning what exactly transpired. "It is said that a millennium beast has appeared deep within Haifeng Valley. For some unknown reason, it has suddenly lost control and led the valley's beasts out, causing devastation to several nearby villages. The elders have instructed you and Brother Xie to descend the mountain immediately and investigate." Xiao Moran and Xie Chengjun exchanged a glance, each recognizing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Although Haifeng Valley was home to beasts, they had always remained docile, and such a large-scale upheaval was unprecedented. The underlying cause was surely complex. "I will fetch my talisman," Xie Chengjun declared, turning to retrieve his sword, but was halted by Xiao Moran's hand. "There is no need for haste," Xiao Moran replied. "Let us first proceed to the council hall to gather more details." Upon arriving at the council hall, several elders were already present. Noticing their entrance, one elder promptly rose. "Moran, you have arrived just in time. The situation in Haifeng Valley is urgent. According to reports from our scouting disciples, the Millennium Beast is a giant black iron bear, now at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, far beyond the capability of ordinary disciples to confront." Xiao Moran nodded, stating, "I shall descend the mountain with a gene immediately." "Wait," the Grand Elder interjected suddenly, his brow furrowed. "This matter is likely more complicated than it appears. The black iron bear of Haifeng Valley, though powerful, is of a gentle disposition and never harms others. Its sudden rampage suggests that someone is manipulating it from the shadows." "Manipulating the beasts?" Xie Chengjun frowned. "Could it be a practitioner of the demonic path?" "It is difficult to say," the Grand Elder sighed. "In recent years, demonic activity has surged. Just a few days ago, there were reports of demonic energy emanating from Sunset Cliff to the west, which may be connected to this incident. After descending the mountain, exercise caution. Should you encounter practitioners of the dark arts, do not engage in prolonged combat. Prioritize the safety of the villagers." "Indeed," Xiao Moran responded, alongside Xie Chengjun. As they accepted the mission and departed the council hall, the two hastened their steeds, reaching the vicinity of Qingfeng Village near Haifeng Valley in less than half a day. The village lay in disarray, many houses in ruins, and the villagers huddled in a dilapidated temple at the village's edge, their faces etched with terror. "Esteemed immortals, you have arrived." The village chief, upon seeing their attire marked by the Qingyun sect, hurried forward, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. "Yesterday, that bear demon returned, wreaking havoc on the granary at the eastern end of the village and injuring several young men." Xiao Moran reassured him, "Fear not, Elder, we shall handle this." He turned to Xie Chengjun, stating, "You stay here to protect the villagers. I will investigate Haifeng Valley." "I shall accompany you," Xie Chengjun immediately insisted. "You have just undergone tribulation. It is unwise to act alone." Observing the unwavering resolve in his eyes, Xiao Moran ultimately nodded. "Very well, but exercise utmost caution." The two followed the trail left by the beast, venturing deeper into Haifeng Valley. As they progressed, the spiritual energy grew increasingly chaotic, and a faint scent of blood and demonic aura permeated the air. "Indeed, there are practitioners of the dark arts." Xie Chengjun tightened his grip on the Jinshu's sword, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Though the demonic energy was faint, it bore a resemblance to what he had sensed in the secret realm previously. Xiao Morden's expression darkened. It seems they intend to utilize the beast for some purpose. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed ahead, and a colossal black bear burst forth from the forest. Its body was covered in dark scales, its eyes a menacing red, and blood dripped from its jaws. Indeed, it was the Xian Tai giant bear. Be cautious. Xiao Mordan summoned the Hanchuan sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Xie Chengjun. The Xian Tai giant bear roared as it lunged at them, its massive paw striking with a powerful wind. Xiao Mordan swung his sword to block. The clash of the Hanchuan sword against the bear's paw resonating with a piercing metallic sound. Seizing the moment, Xie Chengjun maneuvered behind the giant bear, thrusting the Jinshu's sword toward its hind leg with a fierce sword energy. The bear howled in pain, turning to swat at Xie Chengjun. He narrowly evaded, but was caught by the gust from the bear's paw, stumbling back several steps. Ah, Jinshu! Xiao Mordan exclaimed, momentarily distracted, only to be struck by the bear's paw on his shoulder, stifling a groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Master! Xie Chengjun's heart tightened. Disregarding his own injuries, he charged forward once more. He knew the giant bear's weakness lay in its abdomen, where the scales were relatively thin. The Hanchuan sword and Jinshu's sword, in perfect harmony, executed a seamless offense and defense. Xiao Mordan led the assault, his sword energy fierce, forcing the giant bear to retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, Xie Chengjun circled the bear, searching for openings. Their spiritual energies intertwined, forming an invisible barrier that firmly ensnared the beast. In the midst of the fierce battle, Xie Chengjun suddenly noticed a black mark on the bear's neck, emanating a faint demonic aura. Master, there is something on its neck. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mordan's gaze immediately fell upon the giant bear's neck. The mark took on a bizarre skull shape, clearly indicating it was a beast-controlling talisman. It is indeed a beast-controlling talisman, he declared gravely. We must first destroy the talisman to restore its consciousness. The two exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending each other's intent. Xiao Moran suddenly channeled more spiritual energy. The Hanchuan sword emitted a brilliant blue light, capturing the giant bear's full attention. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Chengjun leaped into the air, channeling all his energy into the Jinshu's sword, aiming for the mark on the giant bear's neck. The sword's energy pierced through the dark aura, striking the beast-controlling talisman with precision. The black mark shattered instantly, dispersing into a wisp of black smoke. The movements of the Xian Tai giant bear abruptly halted, its crimson eyes gradually regaining clarity. It glanced around in confusion, then at the two figures before it, seemingly recalling something, letting out a low whimper before turning and fleeing deep into the dense forest. Chapter 14. Mischievous Disciple and Serene Master. 14. It has left. Xie Chengjun sighed in relief. But just as he was about to land, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him, and a sharp pain throbbed in the area struck by the fierce wind. Ajin! Xiao Moran hurriedly stepped forward to support him, examining his injuries with a furrowed brow. You have sustained internal injuries. Focus on your breathing and recuperate. Leaning against Xiao Moran, Xie Chengjun felt a sense of calm wash over him from the familiar aura surrounding his master. Master, you're injured as well. His gaze fell upon the blood at the corner of Xiao Moran's mouth, his heart aching. It's merely a minor injury. Xiao Moran replied, while helping to regulate his chaotic spiritual energy. We should not linger here. Let us return to Qingfeng village. The two supported each other, slowly making their way out of the valley. Just as they reached the valley's mouth, several figures clad in black emerged from the nearby woods, led by a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance, none other than Elderly, who had escaped during their last encounter in the secret realm. Xiao Moran, Xie Chengjun. We meet again, Elderly sneered, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. I never imagined you would successfully endure the tribulation. You truly have a charmed life. Were you the one controlling the demon beast? Xiao Moran's voice was as cold as ice. And what if I was? Elderly shrugged, a smug smile spreading across his face. This Xian Tai giant bear was originally my weapon against you. It is unfortunate that you thwarted my plans. However, it matters little. Both of you are injured today, and it is the perfect opportunity to send you on your way. The black-clad cultivators behind him immediately advanced, surrounding the two. The aura emanating from these cultivators was thick with demonic energy, clearly marking them as practitioners of the dark arts. Is that all you have? Xie Chengjun struggled to his feet, standing back-to-back with Xiao Moran. Last time, I allowed you to escape by chance. This time, I will ensure your demise. Such bravado, elderly scoffed attack. The black-clad cultivators surged forward, and the clash of demonic and spiritual energies filled the air with a resounding roar. Though injured, Xiao Moran, a newly ascended Yuanying, and Xie Chengjun, in the mid-stage of Jindan, surprisingly held their ground against the onslaught. In the midst of the fierce battle, Xie Chengjun suddenly noticed that Elder Li was holding a black token, engraved with a skull emblem reminiscent of the beast control talisman. Master, the token in his hand poses a threat. Xiao Moran immediately comprehended, swinging the Han Chuan sword to repel the cultivators before him and launching an assault on Elder Li. Taken aback by the sudden attack, Elder Li hastily raised the token to block. Upon colliding with the Han Chuan sword, a dull thud resonated, and Elder Li was forced to retreat several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Chengjun unleashed the Jinshua sword, its fierce sword aura aimed directly at Elder Li's throat. Caught off guard, Elder Li was grazed by the sword aura, blood gushing from his neck. You seek death. Elder Li, both startled and enraged, violently hurled the token to the ground. In an instant, as the token shattered, a thick wave of demonic energy surged forth from the earth, causing the surrounding trees to wither rapidly, and the air itself grew thick and viscous. This is disastrous. It is a demonic gathering formation. Xiao Moran's expression changed drastically. He intends to absorb the demonic energy to forcibly elevate his cultivation. Elder Li's body expanded within the demonic energy, his skin darkening and his eyes bloodshot, taking on a horrifying visage. Ha ha ha, Xiao Moran, today I shall let you experience the taste of being consumed by demonic energy. He cackled madly as he charged forward, his speed and strength magnified severalfold. Xiao Moran and Xie Chengjun exchanged a resolute glance, each seeing determination reflected in the other's eyes. Ajin, let us employ the fusion sword technique. Very well. They both leaped simultaneously, the Han Chuan sword and Jinshua sword crossing midair to form a dazzling arc of light. This technique, cultivated together during their time in the bamboo courtyard, required their hearts to be in sync and their spiritual energies to meld to unleash its full potential. The sword light descended, colliding with Elder Li's demonic energy, producing a thunderous roar. A blinding light flashed, compelling everyone to shut their eyes. When the brilliance faded, Elder Li lay on the ground, his body cleaved in two by the sword energy, devoid of life. The black-clad cultivators, witnessing their leader's demise, were stricken with terror and scattered in all directions. It is over. Xie Chengjun collapsed to the ground, breathless. Xiao Moran staggered a few steps, seated himself beside Xie Chengjun, and gently wiped the blood from his face. Indeed, it is over. The remnants of the sunset filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon them. The demonic energy at the valley's mouth gradually dissipated, restoring the air to its freshness. Let's return. Xie Chengjun leaned against Xiao Moran's shoulder, his voice weary yet infused with relief. All right. Xiao Moran nodded gently, his eyes brimming with tenderness. They did not return immediately to Qingyun's sect. Instead, they first visited Qingfeng village, ensuring the villagers were safe and sound before embarking on their journey back the following dawn. Approaching Qingyun's sect, Xie Chengjun suddenly halted, turning to Xiao Moran. Master, once this matter is resolved, shall we stay at the foot of the mountain for a while? Xiao Moran paused in surprise, then smiled. Of course, where would you like to go? They decided to visit the charming town adorned with peach blossoms that you mentioned last time. A glimmer sparkled in Xie Chengjun's eyes as he spoke of the town's renowned peach blossoms, where they could construct a quaint little courtyard, cultivate flowers and herbs, and live a life akin to that of ordinary people. Xiao Moran, gazing into his expectant eyes, felt a warmth in her heart and replied softly, All right, I shall follow your lead. Upon returning to Qingyun's sect, they meticulously reported the events at Haifeng Valley to the elders. Upon learning of Elder Li's demise and the retreat of the demonic practitioners, the elders breathed a sigh of relief and praised the two greatly. The following day, Xie Chengjun took Xiao Moran down the mountain. However, instead of heading to the Peach Blossom Town, they ventured to a nearby, serene mountain village. The village was sparsely populated, with simple folkways, and they rented a small house with a courtyard, beginning their life like ordinary individuals. Every day, Xie Chengjun would venture to the back mountain to gather firewood and herbs, returning to prepare a variety of dishes for Xiao Moran. Meanwhile, she would meditate in the courtyard, peruse books, and occasionally assist Xie Chengjun with tasks within her means. Their days unfolded simply yet warmly, as if the tumultuous storms of the past were entirely unrelated to them. One evening, Xie Chengjun returned from the back mountain, cradling a bouquet of unidentified wildflowers. He placed the flowers in a ceramic vase on the table and smiled at Xiao Moran, saying, "Master, do you find them beautiful?" Xiao Moran set her book aside, gazing at the vibrant wildflowers in the vase, and nodded. "They are lovely." She rose and walked to Xie Chengjun, gently embracing him from behind, whispering, "Jun, having you is truly a blessing." Xie Chengjun's heart raced, and he instinctively returned the embrace, replying, "To meet you, Master, is the greatest fortune of my life." The evening sunlight streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows of the two, who nestled close together. "Be gentle," came the playful protest of the wayward disciple. Outside, the evening breeze rustled, mingling the sounds of tearing and muffled hums with the fragrance of blooming flowers, creating a scene as beautiful as a painting. The days in the small mountain village were tranquil yet delightful. Xie Chengjun continuously brought home fresh wildflowers. As the petals in the vase dried up before he could dispose of them, with new buds unfurling in the morning light. While Xiao Moran sat on the porch reading, she often found herself watching Xie Chengjun diligently working in the backyard. He was crouched by the fence, transplanting seedlings, his gray attire speckled with mud, and his profile kissed by the sun, exuding a vitality that surpassed his usual robed demeanor. "It seems these cucumber seeds may not sprout," he lamented, digging through the moist soil to find the still seeds within, scratching his head in frustration. By the third month of their stay in the village, he had developed a passion for gardening but struggled to grasp the technique. The seeds he sowed were either pecked by birds or rotted in the earth. Xiao Moran set her book down, approached him, and knelt beside him, her fingertips brushing the soil. "You are watering too frequently. This soil prefers to be dry." She picked up a plump seed, enveloping it in a faint trace of spiritual energy before gently pressing it into the earth, suggesting, "Let us try it this way." Xie Chengjun leaned closer to observe the seed, noticing that the soil surrounding it shimmered faintly, as if veiled by a gossamer layer. Could it be that spiritual energy is prompting its germination? His eyes sparkled with realization. Why hadn't his master mentioned this sooner? "You said we should learn to live like mortals," he remarked, a smile dancing in Xiao Moran's eyes, "yet one cannot rely solely on magic for every little thing." Xie Chengjun recalled his words from when he had just ascended the mountain, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment. At that time, he believed that only by setting aside their identities as cultivators and living together could they truly experience life. However, reality had ground him down, compelling him to yield to spiritual power. He grasped Xiao Moran's wrist, his fingertips tracing the delicate blue veins that adorned it. "But master, your magic is far more effective than any mortal method." Xiao Moran chuckled at his words, pulling him to his feet. "It's going to rain tonight. Let's secure the fence to prevent the wild boars from uprooting the seedlings." As they moved side by side to the woodshed to gather bamboo poles, dark clouds began to gather on the horizon. In the mountain village, the rain arrived swiftly, just as they drove the last pole into the ground. Large raindrops began to pelt down. Xie Chengjun tugged Xiao Moran toward the house, and as they dashed across the threshold, their garments were already soaked, droplets cascading from their hair and splattering onto the cool brick floor, leaving behind small watermarks. "Let us dry off first," Xiao Moran said, turning to fetch a cloth. But Xie Chengjun embraced him from behind, warm breath brushing against the nape of his neck. mingling with the earthy scent of damp soil. "Master," he murmured, his voice muffled. "Shall we live like this for a lifetime?" Xiao Moran paused momentarily, placing his hand over the one Xie Chengjun had around his waist. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming on the tiles and amplifying the silence within. "All right," he replied softly, his fingers tightening slightly, "as long as you wish for it." By the time the rain ceased, it was deep into the night. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the newly planted orchid grass in the corner of the courtyard. Xie Chengjun's sleep was restless, dreams haunted by the demonic energy of Black Wind Valley and the grotesque visage of Elderly. He suddenly opened his eyes to find Xiao Moran seated at the bedside, examining the remnants of the burn on his wrist inflicted by the demonic energy in Black Wind Valley. Though it had healed, a faint scar remained. Another nightmare? Xiao Moran's fingertips grazed the scar, radiating a soothing warmth. Xie Chengjun shook his head, pulling him into an embrace. "No, I just wanted to hold you." Burying his face in Xiao Moran's hair, he inhaled the familiar, refreshing scent, finding solace in it. "Master, do you think the demonic sect will come after us again?" Xiao Moran paused for a moment, then stated, "If they dare to come, I shall strike them down once more." His voice was gentle yet resolute, filled with an undeniable conviction. But at Jin, some things cannot be avoided. Xie Chengjun recognized the truth in his words. The grievances between Qingyun's sect and the demonic sect ran deep. Now that Elderly was dead, the foundation of the demonic sect remained intact, and it was only a matter of time before they stirred trouble again. He tightened his embrace around Xiao Moran, holding him closer. "Then we shall face it together." A few mornings later, the sound of hoofbeats suddenly echoed at the village entrance. Xie Chengjun was drying herbs in the courtyard when he looked up to see a familiar figure leaping down from a horse. It was a messenger disciple from Qingyun's sect. His heart sank, and he hurriedly approached. "Senior brother Xie." The disciple's face was etched with urgency upon seeing him. "Elder Second has instructed you and Master Xiao to return to the mountain immediately. A significant surge of demonic energy has been detected at Sunset Cliff, and several elders have already gone there. The situation is dire." Xie Chengjun's heart plummeted as he turned and walked into the room. Xiao Moran seemed to have anticipated this. Standing at the threshold, already clad in a moon-white robe, with the Han Chuan sword hanging at his waist. "Let us depart." His voice was calm, yet his eyes bore a hint of gravity. As the two hastened back to Qingyun's sect, the council hall was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Elder Second sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed, while several elder disciples remaining looked grave. Upon their entrance, they immediately rose. "Moran, you have returned," Elder Second exclaimed. "The demonic energy at Sunset Cliff is heavier than anticipated. The Grand Elder and the others are trapped within an array." Having reported that the demonic faction has deployed a spirit-devouring array capable of consuming a cultivator's spiritual power. The spirit-devouring array? Xiao Moran's countenance shifted slightly. That is an ancient forbidden technique, said to require the essence of 100 cultivators' blood to activate. How could the demonic faction possess such a formation? Uncertain, Elder Second sighed. But the situation is urgent. The Grand Elder and the others likely cannot sustain their spiritual power much longer. Xie Chengjun tightened his grip on the Jinshua sword. "We must head to Sunset Cliff at once." "Wait." Elder Second suddenly interjected, handing over a brocade bag. Inside are array-breaking talismans that can temporarily resist the encroachment of the spirit-devouring array, but they will only last for half an hour at most. You must exercise caution. If the situation becomes untenable, retreat immediately. Xiao Moran accepted the brocade bag with a solemn nod. "Thank you, Elder." Upon their arrival at Sunset Cliff, they beheld a thick shroud of black mist enveloping the valley, with flickering crimson glimmers within, a clear sign of the spirit-devouring array at work. At the edge of the mist, several disciples from Qingyun's sect were anxiously pacing, and upon spotting them, rushed forward. "Master Xiao, Senior Brother Xie, the elders have been inside for an hour." Xiao Moran summoned the Han Chuan sword, its blade slicing through the black mist to reveal a gap. "Akin, stay close to me." Xie Chengjun responded and fell in step beside him as they plunged into the mist. The demonic energy within the array was several times denser than outside, Inhaling it caused their spiritual power to surge. Fortunately, with the array-breaking talismans in hand, they managed to fend off the encroaching energy. Following the fluctuations of spiritual power, they soon located the Grand Elder and the others, ensnared at the heart of the array. They were entangled in blood-red light, their faces pale, clearly having exhausted most of their spiritual power. "Moyen, Akin," the Grand Elder exclaimed, a mix of shock and delight upon seeing them. "What brings you here? Quickly, you must leave." Suddenly, a fit of maniacal laughter echoed from within the array. A figure draped in a black robe emerged from the black mist, his face a mass of wrinkles, yet his eyes glinted with a sinister red light. "Xiao Moyen, it is indeed you. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. It is you, the sinister Xianin." Xiao Muron recognized him as an elder of the demonic path, rumored to have lived for thousands of years with unfathomable cultivation. "Did you set up the spirit transformation array?" "Indeed," the Xianin elder replied, stroking his beard with an air of self-satisfaction. "This array not only siphons your spiritual energy, but will also assist me in breaking through to the late Yuan Ying stage. Today shall mark the demise of your Qingyun sect." As he spoke, he formed hand seals, causing the blood-red light within the array to tighten instantaneously. The Grand Elder and others groaned, blood trickling from their lips. "You shall not succeed," Xie Chengjun shouted furiously. The Jinshu's sword, imbued with a fierce sword aura, lunged directly at the Xianin elder. The elder sidestepped, his black robe billowing as multiple strands of demonic energy shot towards Xie Chengjun. Xiao Muron swiftly raised his sword to block, the collision of demonic and sword energies creating a deafening sound. "You two brash youngsters dare to be insolent before me?" sneered the Xianin elder, his demonic energy surging. "Today, you will experience the true power of the spirit transformation array." As he intoned his incantation, the ground within the array split open with numerous fissures, black liquid gushing forth, causing the vegetation in its path to wither instantly. Xie Chengjun felt his spiritual energy rapidly depleting and hastily crushed a disruption talisman. A flash of golden light slowed the loss, but the talisman's radiance dimmed considerably. "Ajin, attack the array's core," Xiao Muron shouted, the Hanchuan sword emitting a dazzling blue light that forced the Xianin elder to retreat repeatedly. Understanding the urgency, Xie Chengjun turned and charged towards the blood-red stone pillar at the center of the array, the heart of the spirit transformation array. "Stop him," the Xianin elder bellowed, commanding tendrils of demonic energy to ensnare Xie Chengjun. He dodged to the side, the Jinshu sword gathering all his spiritual energy, thrusting fiercely towards the stone pillar. With a resounding clang, only a shallow mark remained on the pillar, sending Xie Chengjun staggering back, his arm tingling with numbness. "Futile," the Xianin elder cackled madly. "This pillar is forged from millennium of black iron mixed with the blood of 100, and with your meager cultivation, you cannot hope to break it." Gritting his teeth, Xie Chengjun prepared for another strike, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The light of the disruption talisman had completely faded, and his spiritual energy was draining at an accelerated pace. He saw Xiao Muron being overwhelmed by the Xianin elder, gradually faltering. In a moment of desperation, disregarding the backlash of his spiritual energy, he forcefully invoked the Jinshu sword's innate divine power. "With my blood, I summon the sword to scorch the heavens." As he recited his incantation, the Jinshu sword emitted a blinding red light, appearing to ignite. Xie Chengjun's hair instantly turned gray, blood spilling from his lips. Yet his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. He leapt into the air, infusing his entire essence and spiritual energy into the sword, driving it fiercely into the stone pillar. "Ajin, no!" Xiao Muron's eyes widened in horror, wanting to intervene, but was ensnared by the Xianin elder. With a piercing sound, the Jinshu sword plunged deep into the stone pillar, which emitted a heart-wrenching cry as its surface cracked with countless fissures. The blood-red light within the array dissipated abruptly, allowing the Grand Elder and others to finally break free from their restraints, hastily channeling their spiritual energy to recuperate. The Xianin elder, witnessing this, was filled with both shock and fury. "You seek death." He relinquished Xiao Moran, turning to strike Xie Chengjun with a powerful palm. Xiao Moran hastily pursued, his Han Xuan sword ruthlessly cleaving into the back of the Xian old monster. The old monster let out a harrowing scream, pivoting to deliver a palm strike to Xiao Moran's chest. Xiao Moran emitted a muffled groan, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he clung tenaciously to the Xian old monster. Seizing the opportunity, the Grand Elder and others advanced, unleashing several streams of spiritual power that simultaneously struck the old monster. With a pained cry, the Xian old monster's form gradually dissipated into black smoke, vanishing within the formation. As the formation dissolved completely, the oppressive mist lifted, allowing sunlight to once more illuminate the sunset cliff. Xie Chengjun collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as parchment, breath faint. Xiao Moran rushed to his side, embracing him with trembling voice. "Ajin, Ajin, how are you?" Xie Chengjun gazed at him, offering a weak smile. "Master, we have one. Do not speak." Xiao Moran quickly retrieved a medicinal pill from his robe, placing it in Xie Chengjun's mouth, channeling his own spiritual energy to help stabilize his breath. However, Xie Chengjun's internal spiritual power and essence were nearly depleted. The pill and energy could only barely sustain his life. Moran, the Grand Elder, approached. Observing Xie Chengjun's condition with a sigh, he forcibly activated his innate divine ability, injuring his foundation. "I fear." Xiao Moran abruptly raised his head, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. "I have a way." He lifted Xie Chengjun and turned to flee the mountain, declaring, "You all return to the sect first. I shall go to Qingfeng village." He remembered that on the back mountain of Qingfeng village, there was a soul-reviving herb. Though it could not bring one back from the dead, it could sustain the life of someone on the brink of death. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he arrived at Qingfeng village in merely half an hour. The village chief, seeing him carrying the unconscious Xie Chengjun, became anxious and quickly led him to the back mountain in search of the soul-reviving herb. The herb grew precariously on a cliff. Disregarding the danger, Xiao Moran scaled the rocks with bare hands, ultimately finding the luminescent green plant just before sunset. He crushed the herb and carefully fed it to Xie Chengjun, infusing it with his own nascent soul spiritual energy. As the moon rose, Xie Chengjun's complexion regained a hint of color, and his breathing steadied. Xiao Moran sat at the cliff's edge, holding him close, gazing into the distant starry sky. Filled with trepidation, he could hardly bear to imagine what he would do if Xie Chengjun truly departed from him. "Master!" Xie Chengjun's voice suddenly broke the silence. Weak as a whisper, Xiao Moran immediately lowered his head, grasping his hand. "I am here." Xie Chengjun slowly opened his eyes, meeting Xiao Moran's bloodshot gaze, offering a frail smile. "It seems I had a very long dream, where the cucumbers we planted in the small village had sprouted." Xiao Moran's eyes instantly reddened. He lowered his head and gently kissed Xie Chengjun's forehead. "Once you recover, we shall return to plant cucumbers, filling the entire courtyard." "All right." Xie Chengjun's voice grew fainter, slipping once more into slumber. Xiao Moran held him close, remaining by the cliff's edge throughout the night. It was not until the first light of dawn painted the horizon that he rose, cradling Xie Chengjun and stepping back, each stride filled with hope as the sunlight warmed them. In a small theater, Xie Chengjun shook the author's shoulders frantically. "Is this how you choose to end my life? Are you even human?" The author, breaking free, paused for a moment. "I'm not dead, merely unconscious. Besides, I'm neither a cow nor a horse, but a person. Although the manner of my demise may seem rather hasty, it will not affect the subsequent outcome. I expect to delve into transportation in a few chapters. After all, having penned so much about combat, it is time for a change in pace." Chapter 17. The Playful Disciple and the Serene Master in the Medicinal Chamber of Qingyun's Sect. The air was thick with the bitter scent of herbs. Xie Chengjun had lain in bed for over 3 months. Xiao Moran devoted his days to tending to sect affairs, and his evenings to vigilantly watching over Xie Chengjun, personally preparing and administering medicine. His spiritual energy flowed gently into Xie Chengjun's body like a fine stream, sustaining the fragile yet tenacious thread of life within him. Outside the window, the magnolia flowers bloomed and withered in succession, and one morning, Xie Chengjun's eyelashes finally fluttered. Xiao Moyan, who was wiping Xie Chengjun's hands, abruptly halted his actions, even holding his breath. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Xie Chengjun's face. He slowly opened his eyes, initially clouded with confusion, before focusing on the bloodshot eyes of Xiao Moyan. "Master," his voice came out hoarse and dry, as if scraped by sandpaper. Xiao Moyan grasped his hand tightly, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure, his throat working for a while before he managed to utter, "I am here." Observing the dark circles beneath Xiao Moyan's eyes, Xie Chengjun attempted to raise his hand to brush them away, but found his arm felt as heavy as if filled with lead. "Have I been asleep for long?" he asked. 3 months and 7 days, replied Xiao Moyan, adjusting the blanket around him, his voice trembling with barely concealed emotion. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Xie Chengjun wiggled his fingers, sensing the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy within him, and forced a bitter smile. "It seems I have become a mere mortal." The cost of forcibly activating his innate divine abilities had been severe. His spiritual veins were gravely damaged, and now his internal energy was even thinner than that of a newly initiated disciple. "It is of no consequence," Xiao Moyan reassured him, pressing Xie Chengjun's hand against his cheek, the warmth of his palm seeping through the skin. "Spiritual energy can be regained, as long as you are awake. That is what matters." At that moment, the medicine boy entered with a bowl of herbal concoction. Upon seeing Xie Chengjun awake, his eyes widened in delight. "Xie Xixiang is awake. I will inform the elder immediately." Despite the bitterness of the medicine, Xie Chengjun obediently drank it down. Xiao Moyan offered him a piece of candied fruit, and as he savored the sweet flavor melting on his tongue, memories of wildflowers in the earthen jar of Qingfeng village and the unsprouted cucumber seeds in the backyard surfaced, causing his eyes to sting. "When can we return?" he asked softly. Xiao Moyan wiped the corners of his mouth. "When you're feeling better." However, peaceful days did not last long. Half a month later, just as Xie Chengjun was able to rise and move about, Qingyun sect received urgent news from the southern border. The Miao people's settlement in the 10,000 Great Mountains had been besieged by demonic energy, turning several villages to ashes overnight. The surviving Miao people claimed to have seen the shadow of the Xian old demon. "Impossible," Xie Chengjun exclaimed, having been soaking in the sun in the courtyard. He sprang to his feet, disbelief coursing through him. "Hasn't the Xian old demon been utterly annihilated?" Xiao Moyan stood beneath the corridor, gazing at the returning birds soaring across the horizon, his brows furrowed. Perhaps it was the remnants of soul fragments left by his associates using forbidden techniques, or it could be an even more terrifying presence. He turned to face Xie Chengjun, who, as a member of the Miao clan in the southern frontier, had guarded the soul-suppressing pearl for generations. It was said to possess the power to subdue myriad demons, and surely the forces of darkness sought after it. Xie Chengjun clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "I will accompany you. I can manage your condition." He interrupted firmly, his gaze resolute. "Even if my spiritual power is insufficient, I still possess the Jin Shui sword. Moreover, I cannot allow you to face this alone." Xiao Moyan observed his obstinacy and finally nodded in agreement. Upon learning of their journey to the southern frontier, the second elder specially sent them a vial of spirit-gathering powder and dispatched 20 elite disciples to accompany them. On the eve of their departure, Xie Chengjun sat before the mirror, staring at his pale visage. Suddenly, he placed his hand over his heart, which beat more fervently after sharing life and death experiences with Xiao Moyan. As they traveled southward, the closer they got to the 10,000 Great Mountains, the more the stench of blood filled the air. Upon entering the Miao territory, they were met with charred wooden houses and dried blood on either side of the road. Occasionally, they stumbled upon scattered silver ornaments, once cherished by the Miao people, now shrouded in ash and silence. Ahead lay the Black Wind stronghold. The guiding elder of the Miao clan pointed toward the valley, his voice choked with emotion. Just yesterday, there had been smoke rising from cooking fires. Today, the group quickened their pace, and as they reached the valley's mouth, they were halted by a shocking sight. The gates lay in ruins, wooden houses burned, and dozens of Miao corpses littered the open ground, each with 2 bloody holes in their necks, the wounds exuding a dark aura. It's the blood demon technique. Xiao Moran knelt to inspect the wounds, his expression grave. The fragment of the Xian old monster could not possess such power. This was the main body. Xie Chengjun's heart trembled, but he clearly has transformed, although the spirit formation was broken. He had long since perfected his indestructible demonic form, using the blood of 100 cultivators as a catalyst. Xiao Moran rose, the Han Chuan sword humming ominously. He deliberately made us believe he was dead, all to seize the soul-suppressing pearl. Before he could finish, a cacophony of maniacal laughter echoed from the depths of the valley. The figure of the Xian old monster emerged from the black mist. His dark robe stained with dark red blood, and the crimson light in his eyes more sinister than before. Xiao Moran, did you not anticipate this? I am not only alive, but more powerful than ever. He brandished a black pearl in his hand, its surface flowing with blood-like patterns. The soul-suppressing pearl is now in my possession. No one shall stand in the way of my demonic army henceforth. Not if I can help it. Xie Chengjun drew his sword. Though the Jin Shui sword lacked brilliance due to insufficient spiritual power, it still radiated a fierce killing intent. Just a useless being like you? The Xian old monster scoffed, waving his robe as multiple strands of demonic energy surged towards Xie Chengjun. Xiao Moran immediately positioned himself in front of him. The Han Chuan sword sweeping up layers of sword energy, shredding the demonic energy into fragments. Your opponent is me. Then let me send you on your way first. The Xian old monster leapt into the air, unleashing his demonic powers to the fullest, the surrounding black mist swirling in a countless razor-sharp claws that lunged toward Xiao Moran. Xiao Moran traversed with his sword, the blade's aura akin to a silver dragon emerging from a sea, colliding fiercely with the black mist, each encounter reverberating through the valley. Xie Chengjun watched in desperation as Xiao Moran became enveloped by the dark fog, his heart aflame with urgency, yet he could only barely stave off the encroaching demonic energy. Suddenly, he recalled the spirit conjuring technique taught by Xiao Moran. He focused his mind and infused the meager spiritual energy within him into the Jin Shui sword. The blade grew warm, emanating a faint crimson glow. A Jin struck at his left wrist. Xiao Moran's voice emerged from the black mist, tinged with a hint of breathlessness. Xie Chengjun immediately concentrated on the left wrist of the Xian old monster, where a black bracelet, indeed the seal of the soul-binding pearl, was worn. Gritting his teeth, he gathered all his spiritual power to the tip of his sword, leaping forth to fiercely stab at the bracelet. Seeking death, the Xian old monster roared, turning to strike at Xie Chengjun with a palm. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Moran directed the Han Chuan sword towards the monster's back, forcing him to defend. The Jin Shui sword sliced open the monster's wrist, shattering the bracelet. The soul-binding pearl broke free from its confines, radiating a brilliant white light that dispersed much of the black mist. No! The Xian old monster's eyes bulged in fury as he lunged towards the soul-binding pearl. Xie Chengjun, quicker by a heartbeat, grasped the pearl, feeling a warm current surge within him, the damaged spiritual veins showing a hint of relaxation. He suddenly recalled the words of the Miao elder. The soul-binding pearl recognizes its master, and only those with benevolent hearts can wield it. With my blood as the guide, and my soul as the lock bind. Xie Chengjun sliced his fingertip, letting his blood fall upon the pearl. The pearl blazed with light, transforming into a pillar that shot skyward. Wherever the light passed, the black mist dissipated in an instant. The Xian old monster let out a piercing scream, his body disintegrating inch by inch within the white light. I am unwilling. His voice echoed through the valley, ultimately fading into silence. As the light dissipated, the soul-binding pearl returned to Xie Chengjun's hand, now warm and translucent. Xiao Moran approached, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with both trepidation and relief. You did it. Xie Chengjun smiled, about to say something when darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he collapsed into Xiao Moran's embrace. Upon awakening, Xie Chengjun found himself lying in a bed in Qingfeng village. The crowing of roosters echoed outside, and the herbs drying in the corridor emitted a fragrant aroma. Everything was as he remembered. Xiao Moran sat by his bedside, peeling an apple, sunlight glinting off the tips of his hair, casting a golden halo. How did I return? Xie Chengjun sat up, feeling that though his spiritual power had not fully recovered, it was significantly more abundant than before. You fainted from exhaustion of spiritual energy at Black Wind Stronghold, Xiao Moran replied, handing him the apple. The soul-binding pearl has repaired your spiritual veins, but you still need to rest. The Grand Elder said it matters not whether we are a Qingyan sect. We can stay here in peace. Xie Chengjun took a bite of the apple, the sweet juice cascading over his tongue. He gazed out the window, his eyes suddenly sparkling. Master, look! At the corner of the courtyard, several tender green cucumber seedlings stretched towards the sun, glistening with morning dew that sparkled in the sunlight. Xiao Moran followed his gaze, a tender smile blooming in his eyes. It seems we need not wait for your recovery. Xie Chengjun set down the apple and took Xiao Moran's hand, leading him to the courtyard. Beside the cucumber seedlings, wildflowers were in full bloom, and the withered petals in the earthen pot had been replaced with fresh buds. In the distance, cattle and sheep grazed leisurely on the hillside, while wisps of smoke rose gracefully from the rooftops, painting soft arcs in the azure sky. Master, Xie Chengjun turned to look earnestly at Xiao Moran. Can we truly live here together for a lifetime? Xiao Moran clasped his hand, the warmth radiating from his fingertips steady and comforting. As long as you wish, he replied, for as long as you desire. The afternoon sun bathed the scene in warmth. Xie Chengjun reclined on a bamboo chair in the corridor, perusing a book, while Xiao Moran sat nearby, preparing vegetables. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying the fragrant scent of grass and foliage, causing the leaves of the cucumber seedlings to sway lightly, as if in harmony with the distant chirping of cicadas. Master, shall we have scrambled eggs with cucumbers for dinner? Xie Chengjun looked up at Xiao Moran, his eyes shining with joy. Xiao Moran met his gaze, sunlight dancing in his eyes, scattering like flecks of gold. Very well. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the aroma of food filled the small courtyard. Xie Chengjun served a bowl of rice to Xiao Moran, suddenly reminded of that fateful night at Sunset Cliff. The maniacal laughter of the elder Xian Yin echoing in his mind, the brilliance of the soul-guarding pearl flashing before his eyes. Those heart-stopping memories felt as though they belonged to yesterday, yet also seemed to be from a distant past. What are you thinking about? Xiao Moran asked, placing a pair of scrambled eggs into his bowl. Xie Chengjun shook his head as he picked up his chopsticks. I was pondering how delightful life in this little mountain village is. Xiao Moran smiled softly, choosing to remain silent. Outside, the moon ascended, its gentle light spilling into the courtyard, illuminating the thriving cucumber seedlings and the two figures nestled together. Perhaps storms and trials lay ahead, but in this moment, in this humble mountain village, with the scent of food, the glow of moonlight, and each other's company, it was more than enough. The night enveloped Qingfeng village like ink-soaked rice paper, casting a serene calm over the small courtyard. The oil lamp on the windowsill flickered with an orange flame, casting intertwined shadows on the wall, swaying gently with the evening breeze. When Xie Chengjun returned from his bath, Xiao Moran sat at the bedside, perusing a time-worn ancient text. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his profile and accentuating the pallor of his neck, which peeked out from his collar. He had just emerged from medicinal bath, his hair still slightly damp, the steam mingling with the faint scent of herbs from the nourishing tonic Xiao Moran had specially prepared for him. Master, Xie Chengjun approached, seating himself beside Xiao Moran, bringing with him the lingering moisture from his bath. His fingers inadvertently brushed against Xiao Moran's hand, and upon feeling the coolness of his skin, Xiao Moran's fingertips subtly curled. The ancient text was closed and placed on the bedside, as Xiao Moran lifted his gaze to meet his, the light from the lamp reflecting in his eyes. How did the medicinal bath fare? Xie Chengjun nodded, his gaze falling upon the slightly flushed earlobes of his companion. His voice, now tinged with a deeper timbre, revealed a lingering sense of stagnation within his spiritual energy. He leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Xiao Mo Rant's neck. Master has mentioned that dual cultivation can aid in the restoration of my meridians, has he not? Xiao Mo Rant's eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a startled butterfly. He wished to retreat, yet Xie Chengjun's hand firmly pressed against his lower back. The warmth emanating from his palm, freshly emerged from hot water, seeping through the thin fabric of his robe and igniting a flutter in his heart. "Ah, Jin." His voice tightened, quivering at the edges. "I understand that Master may feel shy." Xie Chengjun chuckled softly, his fingers gently caressing the fabric at his waist, observing the subtle blush rising on his neck. "Yet we have agreed to face all matters together. This minor issue surely cannot be left for me to resolve alone." Before he could finish, Xiao Mo Rand suddenly raised his hand to press against Xie Chengjun's shoulder, though he did not push him away with force. His eyes lowered, casting a delicate shadow with his long eyelashes, and his voice was barely above a whisper, akin to a sigh. "Do not jest." However, Xie Chengjun grasped the hand resting on his shoulder and lowered his head to kiss the tips of Xiao Mo Rant's fingers. The sensation was soft and cool, marked by the calluses from years of swordplay. He ceased to speak, allowing his gaze to intricately trace Xiao Mo Rant's features. From the slight furrow of his brow to the tightly compressed line of his lips, finally resting on the reddened corner of his eyes. Ultimately, it was Xiao Mo Rand who succumbed first. He averted his face, his ears flushed crimson, and murmured shyly, "The bed is prepared." Xie Chengjun chuckled quietly, carefully lifting him into his arms. Xiao Mo Rand gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping his arms around Xie Chengjun's neck, his cheek pressed against the warmth of his chest, where the steady, powerful heartbeat resonated. He closed his eyes, too timid to look, yet felt Xie Chengjun's steady steps guiding him towards the bed. As his back suddenly met the softness of the bedding, Xiao Mo Rant's eyes flew open. Xie Chengjun was leaning over him, bathed in the gentle moonlight that streamed in from behind, casting a soft glow around him. His eyes were profound, as if they contained an entire galaxy, reflecting Xiao Mo Rant's own image with clarity. "Master," Xie Chengjun's fingers delicately swept aside the strands of hair from Xiao Mo Rant's forehead, the warmth of his touch causing Xiao Mo Rand to recoil slightly. "Relax." Xiao Mo Rand bit his lip, remaining silent, though his eyelashes fluttered with increasing intensity. Xie Chengjun lowered his head, first placing a gentle kiss upon his brow, then on his nose, and finally on his lips. The kiss was feather-light, reminiscent of a soft caress, imbued with the faint scent of herbs and the freshness of moisture. Xiao Mo Rant's breath grew increasingly erratic, feeling Xie Chengjun's hand slip beneath his garment, fingers gliding along his side, sending shivers coursing through him. He instinctively tensed, yet Xie Chengjun deepened the kiss, his tongue gently prying open Xiao Mo Rant's lips with an insistent tenderness. Unbeknownst to them, the bedding had been dislodged to the foot of the bed, and the ties of Xiao Mo Rant's robe were deftly undone, revealing expanses of pale, unblemished skin. Xie Chengjun's kiss traveled downward, leaving a trail of faint crimson marks from the nape of Xiao Mornian's neck to his collarbone. Xiao Mornian's fingers clutched the bed sheets tightly, knuckles whitening, as fragmented gasps escaped his throat like the delicate notes of a disturbed string. Ajin, in a daze, called out, his voice tinged with a weeping tone. Yet he was oblivious to the words he wished to articulate. Xie Chengjun lifted his gaze to him, noticing the redness at the corners of his eyes and the moisture pooling at their edges, resembling a veil of mist. This sight compelled him to slow his movements. He grasped Xiao Mornian's hand, intertwining their fingers and pressing them against the sides of the bed. "I am here," he murmured, his voice husky, imbued with a suppressed tenderness. "Do not be afraid." Moonlight filtered through the papered window, casting mottled shadows upon the bed. Xiao Mornian felt Xie Chengjun's spiritual energy gradually infiltrating his being, imbued with a familiar, crisp essence that intertwined with his own, coursing through his meridians. The sensation was wondrous, akin to two vines growing together, finally finding one another and entwining tightly, inseparable. Mia, he gradually relaxed, wrapping his arms around Xie Chengjun's neck, burying his face in the crook of his shoulder. There, a faint scent of soapberry soothed him immensely. The ache in his body blended with the warmth of their mingled energies, reminiscent of soaking in warm water or floating amidst the clouds. Xie Chengjun's movements were gentle, infused with a careful reverence. He brushed away the moisture from Xiao Mornian's eyes, whispering sweet nothings into his ear, his voice soft enough to draw tears. Xiao Mornian could not discern the specific words, yet felt as if that voice, like a feather, caressed the very core of his heart, prompting him to tighten his embrace. Drawing himself closer, the oil lamp had extinguished at some unknown moment, leaving only the moonlight to flow quietly. The bed swayed gently, accompanied by the occasional soft gasps, weaving a tender web in the tranquil night. The chirping of insects outside gradually subsided, replaced by the rustling of leaves in the breeze, as if bestowing a quiet blessing upon the entwined pair. As dawn's light began to filter through, Xiao Mornian awoke from his haze. The figure beside him still slept soundly, arms wrapped securely around his waist, breathing steady and deep. He stirred slightly, feeling a lingering softness throughout his body, with a vivid sensation remaining at his waist. Memories of the previous night surged forth like a tide, igniting a flush across his cheeks. Cautiously, he turned to gaze at Xie Chengjun's slumbering face. The morning light fell gently upon his long lashes, casting delicate shadows that softened his usual sharpness, rendering him exceptionally gentle. Xiao Mornian felt an irresistible urge to reach out, tracing the contours of his brows and eyes, only to have his fingers caught at the corner of his lips. Xie Chengjun opened his eyes, a haze of sleep lingering in his gaze, yet upon seeing Xiao Mornian, clarity washed over him, and a gentle smile graced his lips. "Good morning." Xiao Mornian turned his face away, his ears flushing once more, yet he did not withdraw his hand. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the window, warming their intertwined hands, radiating a dazzling warmth. Chapter 19. The mischievous disciple and the serene master. The morning light filtered through the window panes, casting delicate patches of illumination upon the bed. Xiao Mo Ran was roused from his slumber by a dull ache in his waist. As he attempted to shift, a wave of soreness cascaded through his right leg, and memories from the previous night surged back like a tide. The urgency in Xie Chengjun's actions, the searing breath against his neck, and the suppressed moan that had escaped his throat when he could no longer endure it, ignited a blush that enveloped his ears. Beside him, Xie Chengjun remained in a deep slumber, his rhythmic breathing warm against the nape of Xiao Mo Ran's neck. The warmth of Xie Chengjun's arm encircled his waist, with the palm resting against the reddened skin that had been tenderly caressed. Even through a thin layer of fabric, the heat radiated distinctly. Xiao Mo Ran attempted to gently shift that hand away, but the moment he moved, the ache in his waist elicited a sharp intake of breath, halting his actions. "Master?" Xie Chengjun stirred, awakening to the sound, his voice still laced with the raspy remnants of sleep. He leaned closer, nudging his nose against Xiao Mo Ran's neck. "Why are you awake so early? Shall we sleep a while longer?" The warm breath brushed against sensitive skin, causing Xiao Mo Ran's body to momentarily tense. Suppressing the heat that surged within him, he adopted a tone tinged with feigned indifference. "Do not touch me. My waist hurts." Only then did Xie Chengjun realize the situation, hastily withdrawing his hand and propping himself up to examine Xiao Mo Ran's side. The ties of his inner garment had loosened slightly, revealing pale skin marked with faint red streaks and several shallow fingerprints. A flicker of alarm crossed his gaze as he reached out, hesitating to touch, fearful of causing Xiao Mo Ran more pain, leaving his hand suspended in the air. "Did I perhaps exert too much force yesterday? I didn't mean to. I did, but silence." Xiao Mo Ran did not turn around, his voice carrying an almost imperceptible hint of irritation. He recalled how he had implored Xie Chengjun to take it slow on multiple occasions last night. Yet Xie Chengjun had seemed lost in the moment, insisting that it would soon be over. The result was a long night of exertion, leaving him now struggling to rise. Xie Chengjun, sensing the gravity of the situation, fell silent, yet he cautiously adjusted the blanket to cover the conspicuous red marks. Observing Xiao Mo Ran's top back, he felt a pang of regret and anxiety, murmuring softly, "I'll fetch you some warm water and have the kitchen prepare some millet porridge. You can lie down a little longer." Xiao Mo Ran did not respond, tacitly accepting his suggestion. Listening to Xie Chengjun move quietly to dress and then exit the room, he finally exhaled slowly, turning to gaze blankly at the gauzy canopy above the bed. The entwined lotus patterns embroidered on the fabric appeared particularly vivid in the morning light, yet his thoughts inevitably drifted back to the events of the previous night. Xie Chengjun's gaze had been so fervent, his touch imbued with a practiced gentleness. As this recollection crossed his mind, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Mo Ran's lips, only to be swiftly suppressed. He pressed a hand against his waist, the ache still acutely present, and a flicker of reproach stirred within him. In the past, when they were at Xingyun sect, Xie Chengjun would blush even at the slightest exchange with him. Yet, upon arriving at this quaint mountain village, he seemed to have lost all restraint. Before long, Xie Chengjun returned with hot water. He carefully placed the copper basin on the low stool beside the bed and wrung out a cloth before softly asking, "Master, may I help you wipe your face?" As Xiao Moyin sat up, a twinge of discomfort caused him to furrow his brow. Xie Chengjun hastily reached out to assist him, but he evaded the gesture. "No need," he replied, steadying himself with his arm and gradually sitting upright against the soft pillow at the head of the bed. He glanced at the cloth in Xie Chengjun's hand, an air of unease flickering in his gaze. Xie Chengjun did not press the matter. Instead, he handed the cloth to him and turned to fetch congee. The millet porridge was cooked to a soft, creamy consistency, enriched with a few red dates, Xiao Moyin's favorite flavor. As he presented the bowl, he wrapped the rim with a cloth, concerned that it might scald Xiao Moyin's hands. Xiao Moyin accepted the bowl and slowly scooped the porridge with a spoon. Xie Chengjun sat on the chair at the bedside, his eyes fixed on him, as if fearing that he might drop the bowl in pain at any moment. The intensity of his gaze made Xiao Moyin feel uneasy, prompting him to speak. "Why do you keep staring at me?" "I'm merely observing to see if you are in discomfort," Xie Chengjun replied gently, his tone laced with caution. "If the congee is too hot, I will let it cool." "No need," Xiao Moyin said, having consumed a little less than half of the bowl. The warmth in his stomach seemed to ease the ache in his waist somewhat. He set down the bowl and looked at Xie Chengjun. "You should eat as well. Stop fixating on me." "I will wait until my master has finished before I eat," Xie Chengjun replied with a smile, the earlier anxiety in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a touch of tenderness. "By the way, the village head mentioned that the bamboo shoots on the back mountain are starting to sprout. Once you feel better, we can go dig some up to make your favorite oil-braised bamboo shoots." Xiao Moyin had intended to protest that he couldn't go out in his current state. But seeing the hopeful look in Xie Chengjun's eyes, he altered his response to, "We shall see." In the days that followed, Xie Chengjun nearly pampered Xiao Moyin like royalty. Each morning, he personally brought water and assisted with washing his face, administered medicine. Xiao Moyin insisted on taking the herbal concoction to strengthen his spiritual veins, prepared a variety of light yet nourishing meals for lunch, and in the evenings, he would prepare hot water for a medicinal bath to alleviate the aches. However, the more Xie Chengjun catered to him, the more irritable Xiao Moyin became. For instance, even when Xie Chengjun was gentle while drying his hair, Xiao Moyin would still frown and complain that he was being too rough. When Xie Chengjun offered freshly washed fruit, Xiao Moyin would pick and choose, declaring that the pear was too sour. Even when Xie Chengjun merely sat nearby, reading without speaking to him, Xiao Moyin would feel a surge of annoyance and couldn't help but find fault. "Could you keep the noise down while flipping the pages? It's given me a headache." Each time Xiao Moyin sought to pick a quarrel, Xie Chengjun simply complied, never retorting. He understood that Xiao Moyin's irritability stemmed from his physical discomfort, so he acquiesced to whatever Xiao Moyin said. At most, when Xiao Moyin was not looking, he would quietly sigh and tend to him with even greater care. That afternoon, Xiao Mo sat in the corridor basking in the sunlight, observing Xie Chengjun chopping firewood in the backyard. The The spring sun cast a warm glow upon him, transforming the edges of his gray attire into a golden hue. His movements wielding the axe were deft and efficient. With each strike, splinters flew in all directions, accumulating into a small pile on the ground. Xiao Mo Ran's gaze lingered on his taut arms, watching the smoothly defined muscles ripple with each motion. And a sudden wave of inexplicable irritation surged within him. He recalled a few nights prior when Xie Chengjun had similarly gripped his wrist, the force strong enough to render him helpless, leaving him feeling sore all over. "Chop faster, or you won't have dinner tonight," Xiao Mo Ran couldn't help but voice, his tone laced with disdain. Xie Chengjun paused momentarily, glancing back at him. Upon seeing his furrowed brow, he quickly replied, "All right, I'll hurry." With that, he quickened his pace, the sound of the axe striking would becoming increasingly rapid. Yet, as Xiao Mo Ran observed him laboring, his heart swelled with irritation rather than satisfaction. He recognized that he ought not to be so harsh on Xie Chengjun, but the ache in his lower back and the fact that he hadn't even taken a proper stroll around the yard these past few days led him to unleash his frustrations upon Xie Chengjun. By evening, Xie Chengjun stacked the chopped firewood in the woodshed and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. He had taken special care to cook Xiao Mo Ran's favorite steamed fish, alongside a plate of stir-fried greens and a pot of wintermelon soup. When the dishes were served, he meticulously ensured that all the fish bones were removed before placing the tender fish meat into Xiao Mo Ran's bowl. "Master, eat the fish. It's good for your health." Xiao Mo Ran looked at the fish in his bowl, remaining silent as he picked up a small piece with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. The fish was tender, its exquisite flavor blossoming on his palate. Yet he found himself lacking appetite. After a few bites, he set down his chopsticks and leaned back in his chair. "I'm full." "How can you be full after only such a little?" Xie Chengjun furrowed his brow, glancing at the nearly untouched bowl. "Is it not to your liking? Shall I prepare something else?" "No need," Xiao Mo Ran replied, standing up as another wave of discomfort surged through his lower back. Supporting himself against the table, he spoke with a cool detachment, "I'll return to my room to rest." Xie Chengjun watched his retreating figure, a sense of grievance bubbling within him. He had been exceedingly careful, yet Xiao Mo Ran remained displeased. Sighing, he glanced at the leftover dishes on the table, resignedly clearing them away, contemplating reheating them for Xiao Mo Ran the following day. Later that night, Xie Chengjun prepared a medicinal bath and brought it into the room. "Master, the medicinal bath is ready. Allow me to assist you." "There's no need. I can manage myself," Xiao Mo Ran interjected, his tone leaving no room for argument. Xie Chengjun hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Then I shall wait outside. Call for me if you require anything." Xiao Mo Ran offered no response, watching as Xie Chengjun exited the room and closed the door, allowing himself to exhale slowly. He approached the tub, disrobing before gradually immersing himself in the warm water. In the herbal bath, infused with remedies to alleviate aches, the warm water enveloped his body, significantly easing the discomfort in his waist and legs. He leaned against the edge of the tub, eyes shut, yet his mind could not help but recall the recent demeanor of Xie Chengjun. Despite being a cultivator, Xie Chengjun diligently chopped wood, cooked, and washed clothes for him, undertaking tasks he had never performed before. Each time he lost his temper, Xie Chengjun silently bore the brunt, never uttering a harsh word. "It's clearly my fault," Xiao Moran murmured softly, though the fire of indignation within him gradually dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable pang of bittersweetness. "Why is he so kind to me?" When Xiao Moran emerged from the tub, Xie Chengjun awaited him outside the door. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he hurried over. "Master, may I assist you in drying your hair?" Xiao Moran gazed into his eyes, filled with anticipation, hesitating for a moment before giving a slight nod. Xie Chengjun's movements were gentle, imbued with a tender caution. He meticulously dried Xiao Moran's long hair with a soft cloth, his fingertips occasionally brushing against the tips of his ears, causing them to redden. Yet Xiao Moran did not shy away. "Master," Xie Chengjun suddenly spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, "Are you still upset with me?" Xiao Moran's body stiffened momentarily, remaining silent. "I'm sorry." Xie Chengjun's voice was laced with a hint of grievance. I shouldn't have been so forceful, causing you pain for so long. I promise I won't do it again. Please don't be angry, all right? As Xiao Moran observed the downcast brows and remorseful depths in Xie Chengjun's eyes reflected in the mirror, the last remnants of his irritation evaporated. He softly replied, I'm not angry. Xie Chengjun abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. Really? Xiao Moran averted his gaze, avoiding his eyes, his voice tinged with unease. Just be more mindful in the future. Of course. I will be careful. Xie Chengjun eagerly nodded, his face breaking into the first genuine smile he had shown in days. In the days that followed, Xiao Moran's demeanor towards Xie Chengjun gradually softened. Although he would occasionally wince due to the lingering soreness in his waist, he no longer sought out reasons to quarrel. Xie Chengjun continued to care for him with the same attentiveness as before, but now with heightened caution, fearful of provoking Xiao Moran's displeasure once more. One morning, as they basked in the sun in the courtyard, they were suddenly alerted by the sound of galloping hooves from the village entrance. Xie Chengjun looked up to see several disciples clad in Qingyun sect attire riding towards them. Leading the way was the messenger disciple from earlier. Brother Xie, Master Xiao. Upon spotting them, the messenger disciple swiftly dismounted and rushed over, his face alight with excitement. We have captured Feng Chenxing. Xiao Moran, sipping tea, paused momentarily at the mention of Feng Chenxing, but merely raised his eyes with indifference. Oh, the messenger disciple seemed momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for Xiao Moran's subdued response. He anticipated that Xiao Moran would exhibit great excitement. However, Xiao Moran maintained his usual calm demeanor, stating bluntly, just kill him. The messaging disciple wished to utter more, but was coldly interrupted by Xiao Moran. Do you not understand my words? Xiao Moran's gaze was icy, imbued with an undeniable authority. The disciple, intimidated by his stare, trembled and quickly nodded. Yes, I understand. Xiao Moran, satisfied, nodded in return and added, once you have handled it, there is no need to report back. You may return to Qingyun's sect early and inform the elder that henceforth, matters concerning Qingyun's sect need not disturb us unless they threaten the very existence of the sect. Yes, the disciple dared not speak further, hastily turning to instruct the other disciples, departing with haste. The sun continued to shine warmly upon them, enveloping the two in a comforting embrace. In the courtyard, the cucumber seedlings had grown tall, their vines climbing the fence, adorned with delicate yellow blossoms. In the distance, cattle and sheep grazed leisurely on the hillside, while wisps of smoke ascended from the rooftops, tracing gentle arcs against the azure sky. Xiao Moran reclined against the back of his chair, closing his eyes to savor the warmth of the sun, listening to the soft rhythm of Xie Chengjun's breathing beside him, a profound tranquility settling in his heart. He reminisced about his days at Qingyun's sect, where he was burdened with sect affairs, navigating various intrigues and constantly wary of demonic assaults. Those times were suffocatingly tense. Now, however, he was liberated from such conflicts, free from the fear of harm, unencumbered by masks. Presently, he was merely an ordinary cultivator, residing in a serene mountain village with the person he cherished, leading a simple yet blissful life. Master, Xie Chengjun suddenly spoke softly. Look, the cucumbers are blossoming. Xiao Moran opened his eyes and followed his gaze, witnessing the tender and charming flowers blooming on the cucumber vines in the sunlight. He smiled, yes. It won't be long before we can enjoy cucumbers. When they are ready, I shall prepare stir-fried eggs with cucumbers and cold cucumber salad for you. Xie Chengjun's voice carried a hint of anticipation. By the way, the village chief mentioned that the peaches on the back mountain are nearly ripe. Once your waist is fully healed, shall we go pick peaches together? Of course, Xiao Moran nodded, his eyes filled with tenderness. The breeze wafted through the courtyard, bringing with it the fragrance of grass and the distant sound of cicadas. Leaning back in his chair, Xiao Moran gazed at Xie Chengjun by his side, at the cucumber seedlings in the courtyard, and at the lush green mountains and waters in the distance, a wave of unprecedented contentment washing over him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Golden rays suffused the entire courtyard. Xie Chengjun assisted, Xiao Mo ran to his feet, and together they walked side by side into the house. Their shadows, elongated by the setting sun, intertwined closely, never to part again. From that day forth, the little courtyard in Qingfeng village lost two cultivators burdened with the mission of the sect and gained a pair of lovers destined to share their lives together. They will cultivate cucumbers together, pick peaches, bask in the sun on the porch, gaze at the stars, and share each ordinary yet blissful day until the end of time. The fourth miniature world concludes, launching a crowdfunding campaign for the next one. Chapter 1. The Supported Prince x the Lame Regent 1. Does this person want to scheme against others? Give him card 460. This group intends to form an alliance? Simply hand them card 460. Does he aspire for a pentakill? Let him first endure my card 460. Amidst the clamor of the bar, Xie Chengjun gazes at the mischievous figure beside him, who incessantly murmurs about card 460. His tone laced with exasperation. Tongzi, if you continue like this, you will inevitably find yourself cornered in an alley, bound in a sack. Card 460 turns at the sound, his amber eyes gleaming with mischief, leisurely licking his paw, his tone unabashed. Bound in a sack? Then I shall ensure that when he reaches for the sack, he stumbles upon a card 460, tying the knots in a disheveled manner. Xie Chengjun, witnessing the troublemaker's antics, abandons any intention of lecturing, rising to smooth his garments. Enough of this. It is time to transition to the next world. My wife awaits me. The seventh son of the late emperor, the original protagonist, lost his mother at a young age and served as a companion to the crown prince in the Eastern Palace. Effectively a pawn of the crown prince, even the palace maids dared to neglect him. The powerful and influential prince of a different surname, Shun, the son of a founding hero, suffered a leg injury during a rebellion and has long been confined to a wheelchair. Cold and aloof in nature, he wields military power and half of the court's connections, repeatedly rejecting the crown prince's overtures. The original protagonist discerned that Shun despised ostentation and favored those who were unobtrusive. Seizing an opportunity after a palace banquet, he approached Shun with a military treatise, seeking to remain by his side. Shun, observing his frail and timid demeanor, devoid of ambition, made an exception and consented. Thereafter, the original protagonist concealed his brilliance, serving tea and studying literature, exercising caution in his words and actions, and even awkwardly massaging Shun's acupoints during his moments of irritability, while discreetly conveying the crown prince's movements, gradually winning Shun's genuine affection. Following the late emperor's demise, the crown prince imprisoned the royal princes under the pretext of treason. Shun led troops to suppress the rebellion, fulfilling the late emperor's wishes and utilizing his military authority to elevate the original protagonist to the throne, appointing himself as regent to oversee state affairs. Initially, the original protagonist was compliant upon ascending the throne, but as he became corrupted by imperial power, he became infatuated with the musician Xie, disregarding the boundaries between sovereign and subject, keeping him in the palace to accompany him day and night. Upon discovering this, Shun was enraged. However, the original protagonist, driven by fear and greed, sought to rely on Shun's military power for stability while simultaneously resisting his constraints. Fearing being deposed, he secretly promoted Xie's family, enticing factions against Shun and sought to expand the harem through a selection process to garner support. Observing this, Shun's affections gradually waned, prompting him to investigate the original protagonist's associates and prepare to select another worthy ruler. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the original protagonist resorted to desperate measures, bribing palace servants to fabricate love letters between Shun and Xie, coercing Xie to speak out against Shun at a palace banquet. Utilizing rumors and fabricated evidence, the original protagonist issued an edict to confine Shun, additionally dispatching trusted aides to poison his medicine. Although Shun was saved by the guards, the poison infiltrated his lungs, rendering him unconscious. Without Shun's suppression, the original protagonist believed he could control the court, forgetting Shun's loyal former subordinates. Generals and ministers loyal to Shun Yin, united to suppress the royal princes, initiating a coup. On the night of the palace upheaval, the original protagonist was indulging in wine with Su Ci, only to be cornered by the rebel forces in his chambers, where Su Ci exposed the original protagonist's treachery for self-preservation. Ultimately, the original protagonist, unable to rectify his fate, met his demise beside the dragon throne. On the third day after the original master's demise, Shun Yin succumbed to poison as well. The guards, honoring their final wishes, cremated the bodies together, mingling their ashes and casting them into the river beyond the city. The sound of ceremonial music reverberated through the grand hall as Xie Chengjun stepped steadily onto the golden bricks leading to the dragon throne. The hem of his dark dragon robe swept across the cold stone steps, the golden-threaded five-clawed dragon shimmering with a subdued radiance in the morning light. With fingers poised yet unhurried, he refrained from taking his seat, instead turning to regard Shun Yin, who sat in a wheelchair on the left side at the foot of the steps, clad in dark court attire that accentuated his pallor. Shun Yin's right leg was draped with a brocade blanket, his fingertips resting upon the armrest, knuckles faintly pale. Upon hearing the movement behind him, he slowly lifted his gaze, his cold and piercing eyes meeting Xie Chengjun's stare, devoid of any submissiveness expected from a subject towards the newly enthroned emperor. Instead, there was a hint of scrutiny, as if he were ascertaining whether the man he had elevated to the throne would repeat past mistakes. Upon confirming their gaze, Xie Chengjun felt a sense of recognition. He did not express anger. Rather, he spoke softly, his voice resonating clearly through the stillness of the hall. "Lord Shun, I recall your memorial from yesterday, suggesting that 3 battalions be dispatched to guard the city outskirts to prevent any unrest." At this utterance, the court fell silent, for all were acutely aware of Shun Yin's military authority. The new emperor broached the topic of military power so soon after his ascension. Was this a test or an attempt to curtail his authority? Many discreetly cast glances at Shun Yin, their eyes filled with curiosity. Shun Yin let out a low, cold laugh, his tone as unyielding as ever. "Your Majesty has just ascended the throne and is already inquiring about military power? Are you concerned that I might wield my forces against you in the future?" Yet Xie Chengjun did not engage with his retort. Instead, he descended 2 steps and paused beside Shun Yin's wheelchair. He did not look down from a position of superiority, but leaned slightly forward, his gaze resting on the brocade-covered leg, his voice adopting a gentler tone. "Lord Shun has misunderstood. I was merely considering the harsh winds outside the city. The soldiers of the 3 battalions toil in discomfort and ought to receive additional warm clothing and charcoal. As for troop deployment, the security of the capital rests upon your shoulders, and I have faith in you." His fingertips lightly traced the ornate carvings on the armrest of the wheelchair, his gestures as familiar as those of old friends, devoid of any imperial aloofness. Shun Yin's pupils constricted, and his hand on the armrest subtly shifted. The individual before him was a stark contrast to the timid and submissive 7th Prince of Ur, who had only dared to serve tea and red texts. The former 7th Prince would scarcely have dared to meet his gaze, let alone engage in such close proximity and speak of trust. Xie Chengjun, seemingly oblivious to Shun Yin's transformation, straightened up, his tone now imbued with a hint of imperial authority. "However, Lord Shun, while I do trust you, there's a matter I must clarify." He turned back, his gaze sweeping over the assembled officials, the warmth in his eyes chilling slightly, his voice deepening. "The military authority of the capital shall remain under your command, Lord Shun, but the issuance of troop orders must be jointly overseen by both you and me. Henceforth, any deployment exceeding 1,000 men shall require both my decree and your military token to be validated. Neither may be absent." Upon the conclusion of his statement, a subtle stir rippled through the hall. Some exhibited surprise, while others nodded discreetly. The new emperor had granted Shun Yin both dignity and maintained the boundaries of imperial authority, ensuring that Shun Yin did not feel mistrusted, nor did military power slip away. Shun Yin raised his gaze towards Xie Chengjun, and within his cold, harsh eyes, a flicker of emotion finally emerged. After a moment of silence, he slowly clasped his hands together, saying, "Your subject obeys." Xie Chengjun nodded in satisfaction and turned towards the dragon throne. As he settled into his seat, his movements were steady, devoid of haste. The dark dragon robe cascaded over the back of the chair, and the golden dragon patterns seemed to come alive, exuding an undeniable majesty. Observing this, the 100 officials promptly knelt in unison, proclaiming, "Long live the emperor!" Amidst the thunderous cheers, Xie Chengjun's gaze remained calm as he surveyed the assembly. Pausing momentarily on Shun Yin. Seated in his wheelchair, Shun Yin did not kneel like the others. Instead, he merely lowered his eyes, his expression inscrutable. Xie Chengjun did not press him, understanding that Shun Yan's aloof nature was evident. His compliance today was already a concession. If he were to apply too much pressure, it could backfire. As the cheers subsided, Xie Chengjun spoke, his voice not loud, yet imbued with a penetrating strength. The late emperor's sudden demise and the crown prince's treachery were quelled thanks to Lord Shun's leadership in battle, enabling my smooth ascension to the throne. Henceforth, I appoint Shun Yin as regent, overseeing the affairs of state, with a reward of 1,000 taels of gold, 100 bolts of silk, and a grand residence for the regent. A wave of astonishment swept through the officials. No one had anticipated that the new emperor would not only preserve Shun Yan's power, but also elevate him to the position of regent, granting him control over state matters. Some turned to observe Shun Yan's reaction, only to see him merely nod in acknowledgement. "Your subject is grateful for your majesty's grace." Xie Chengjun continued. "Moreover, the remnants of the crown prince's faction have yet to be thoroughly eradicated. Lord Shun will be responsible for a comprehensive investigation. All those involved in the treachery must face severe punishment. However, it is imperative that the innocent are not implicated. Should there be any unwarranted slaughter of innocents, I shall not be lenient." His final words were emphasized, his gaze sweeping across the hall with an air of undeniable authority. Shun Yin looked up, meeting his steadfast gaze. Sensing sincerity rather than pretense, and once again clasped his hands. "Your subject obeys." The coronation ceremony unfolded methodically, with Xie Chengjun maintaining a composed demeanor on the dragon throne, responding adeptly. At times, he offered gentle reassurances to the officials, while at others, he firmly established regulations, embodying both the majesty of an emperor and a sense of humanity. Once the ceremony concluded and the officials dispersed, only Xie Chengjun and Shun Yin remained in the hall. Xie Chengjun rose from the throne and approached Shun Yin, his tone returning to its earlier warmth. "Lord Shun, did I seem somewhat hasty in the hall just now?" Shun Yin lifted his gaze to meet his tone remaining cold. "Your majesty is the emperor and possesses your own considerations. I would not dare to intrude." Xie Chengjun smiled gently, bending down to adjust the edges of the brocade carpet with tender movements. "I know your prideful nature, and that you dislike being constrained. However, I have just ascended the throne, and the court is unstable, with the crown prince's remnants still lurking in the shadows. If military authority were to rest entirely in your hands, it would inevitably invite trouble, leading to accusations of you wielding the emperor's power to command lords. My actions are aimed not only at stabilizing the court, but also at protecting you." Shun Yin fell silent. He does not fail to comprehend this truth. Rather, the former 7th prince has never considered him in such a manner before. The past 7th prince merely feigned compliance in his presence. Yet the individual before him possesses a gaze of sincerity and a tone of earnestness that belies deceit. "Your majesty need not concern yourself for me," Shun Yin eventually stated with a cold firmness. "I hold military power and am unafraid of slander." Xie Chengjun did not contest this, merely straightening his posture and gazing at him. "Such is your assertion, but I am the emperor and cannot allow you to suffer." He paused, then inquired, "By the way, how is your leg ailment faring of late? The court physician mentioned that you endured pain throughout the night yesterday. Did you neglect to apply your medicine on time?" At the mention of his leg, a flicker of impatience crossed Shun Yan's eyes, yet he responded with a measured calm. "It is merely an old affliction. It is of no consequence." "How can it be of no consequence?" Xie Chengjun frowned, his tone tinged with reproach. "I have already instructed the Imperial Medical Office to prepare new medicine, which will be sent to the regent's residence shortly. Should you dare to neglect your treatment again, I shall not hold back. His tone was firm yet not harsh, bearing an air of undeniable authority. Xie Chengjun regarded him, observing the furrow in his brow, which appeared genuine, and felt an inexplicable sense of relief. After a moment of silence, he gradually nodded, "I understand." With that, Xie Chengjun relaxed his brow, offering a smile. "That is more like it. You may return to your residence to rest. I have several memorials to discuss with you this afternoon." Xie Chengjun nodded, allowing the guards to assist him as he turned to depart. Upon reaching the palace door, he could not help but glance back. Xie Chengjun stood beside the dragon throne, his gaze fixed upon him, and upon meeting Xie Yan's eyes, he offered a gentle smile. Xie Yan averted his gaze, yet a ripple of doubt stirred within him. The new emperor before him was vastly different from the seventh prince he remembered. He was gentle yet not timid, resolute yet not tyrannical, possessing the majesty of an emperor while retaining a sense of humanity. Would such a person ultimately succumb to the corruption of imperial power, becoming an adversary as the former seventh prince had? Xie Yan was uncertain of the answer and could only proceed one step at a time. Meanwhile, within the hall, Xie Chengjun exhaled softly as he watched Xie Yan's retreating figure. He understood that altering the fate of the original prince and Xie Yan would not be an easy endeavor. Xie Yan's temperament was cold and fierce, shaped by the betrayal he had endured, rendering him wary of others. Today, he had adopted a gentle approach while maintaining a firm stance, successfully stabilizing Xie Yan and establishing the authority of the emperor. It was a commendable beginning. Moving forward, his aim was to eradicate the remnants of the crown prince's faction, fortify the court, and gradually dissolve Xie Yan's apprehensions, instilling in him the belief that he would not betray him as the original had. Xie Chengjun approached the dragon throne, his fingertips lightly caressing the cold surface of the seat. He recalled the fate of the original prince and the tragic demise of Xie Yan, whose ashes were mingled with those of the original and cast into the river, and his gaze hardened with resolve. Rest assured, he murmured softly to himself, in this lifetime, I shall not allow tragedy to repeat itself. Xie Yan, I will protect you and safeguard this realm. As soon as the words fell, a eunuch's announcement echoed from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the head physician seeks an audience, stating that the medicine for the regent has been prepared. Xie Chengjun lifted his gaze, his tone regaining the composure befitting an emperor. Let him enter. Shortly thereafter, the head physician entered the hall, cradling a medicinal box, and knelt, saying, Your Majesty, this is the external medicine for the regent, to be applied once daily to alleviate the pain in his leg. Xie Chengjun accepted the box, opened it, and a faint aroma of medicine wafted towards him. He nodded in satisfaction. Good, you may leave now. Have Xiaoshan deliver the medicine to the regent's residence. And also inform Prince Shun that should he experience any discomfort after using it, he may send someone to report at any time. This subject obeys. The head physician respectfully replied, rising to exit. Holding the medicinal box, Xie Chengjun approached the palace door, gazing at the clear sky outside, a slight smile gracing his lips. In this life, he not only aimed to alter the fates of the original protagonist and Xie Yan, but also aspired to be a good emperor, safeguarding this splendid realm. Meanwhile, within the regent's residence, Xie Yan sat in his study, gazing at the military treatises laid out on the table, though his mind wandered. The image of Xie Chengjun's gentle smile, steadfast gaze, and the words, I trust you, repeatedly surfaced in his thoughts. At that moment, a guard entered, holding a medicinal box. My lord, someone from the palace has arrived, stating that the medicine was sent by His Majesty, and that you should report any discomfort after using it. Xie Yan regarded the medicinal box, pausing in silence for a moment before responding slowly. Understood. You may set it down. The guard placed the box down and withdrew. Xie Yan reached for the box, opened it, revealing a balm wrapped in oiled paper. Its fragrance rich. He gently touched the balm with his fingertips, an inexplicable warmth blossoming within him. Chapter 3. The supported prince and the leg-disabled regent after attending to state affairs, Xie Chengjun, accompanied by several eunuchs, personally visited the regent's residence. Without prior notice, he walked directly to the study door, just in time to see Xie Yan seated in his wheelchair, holding the balm, lost in thought. Xie Chengjun lightly knocked on the door, smiling as he spoke. Prince Shun, I have come to see whether you have applied the medicine. Xinyan looked up, surprised to see Xie Chengjun. Your Majesty, what brings you here? I have just finished with state matters and thought to check on you. Xie Chengjun replied as he entered the study and took a seat opposite Xinyan. So, you have not yet used the medicine? Xinyan shook his head, placing the bomb on the table. I just received it and have not had the chance. Xie Chengjun picked up the bomb, unwrapped the oiled paper, and, with a delicate touch, offered a bit to Xinyan. Come, I shall assist you in applying it. Xinyan was taken aback, hastily replying, Your Majesty, you mustn't. How could I trouble you? What is there to hesitate about? Xie Chengjun interrupted, his tone firm yet gentle. You are my regent, stabilizing the realm and quelling rebellion for me. Aiding you with a mere application of medicine is nothing of consequence. With that, he leaned down, lifting the brocade blanket from Xinyan's legs, revealing his right leg, which had become somewhat deformed due to a chronic ailment. With a gentle touch, he applied the ointment to Xinyan's leg, his fingertips exuding just the right warmth, causing no pain, but rather instilling a sense of comfort. Xinyan sat rigidly in his wheelchair, hesitant to move. He could distinctly feel the temperature of Xie Chengjun's fingertips, as well as the intensity of his gaze. This scene was exceedingly unfamiliar, yet stirred an unusual sensation within him. After applying the medication, Xie Chengjun covered him with a brocade blanket and, smiling, inquired, How do you feel? Much more comfortable, I hope? Xinyan gazed at him, his expression intricate, finally nodding slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. There's no need for such formality with me. Xie Chengjun chuckled, rising to his feet. It is getting late. I must return to the palace. Rest well for tomorrow's court. I have matters to discuss with you. Xinyan nodded. I respectfully send off Your Majesty. As Xie Chengjun turned to leave, he glanced back at Xinyan near the door of the study, observing him watching his retreating figure. The coldness in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by a touch of warmth. Xie Chengjun smiled inwardly, realizing his efforts had not been in vain. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, the copper bell outside the hall tolled thrice, its muffled sound reverberating through the palace walls. Clad in his dragon robe, Xie Chengjun entered the great hall amidst the morning mist, where the officials were already arrayed on either side. With only Xinyan's wheelchair stationed on the left side of the steps, his dark ceremonial attire glimmering with a cold, serene light in the dimness. Long live Your Majesty. The chorus of voices settled as Xie Chengjun took his seat upon the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping across the hall until it rested upon Xinyan. Prince Shun, yesterday, I tasked you with investigating the remnants of the Crown Prince's faction. Have you made any progress? Xinyan raised his eyes, his voice as sharp as frost. In response to Your Majesty, I have discovered that the Crown Prince's former allies have been covertly contacting the Deputy Minister of Rights, intending to create disturbances during the upcoming grain prayer ceremony in 3 days. I have ordered surveillance on the Deputy Minister, awaiting the opportune moment to ensnare them. As his words fell, a stir erupted within the hall. The grain prayer ceremony was the first significant ritual following the new emperor's ascension and was pivotal to the nation's fortune. The remnants of the Crown Prince's faction daring to act at such a critical juncture was evidently a desperate gamble. Many officials displayed shock, casting glances at Xie Chengjun, awaiting the new emperor's decision. Xie Chengjun tapped the armrest of the dragon throne lightly, his demeanor unflappable. Since they are under surveillance, we shall hold our positions for now. He paused, his tone gaining an air of authority. The grain prayer ceremony shall proceed as planned. I am curious to see what tricks they dare to play beneath my very eyes. Xinyan furrowed his brow slightly, warning coldly, Your Majesty. This course of action is too perilous. Should they indeed make a move, it may endanger your safety. Fear not, Prince Shun, Xie Chengjun replied with a gentle smile, his gaze imbued with resolve. I have the commander of the Imperial Guards at my side as protection, supplemented by the concealed guards you have dispatched. This will suffice. Moreover, if we do not draw them out, they will remain a lingering threat in the future. He understood Xinyan's concern for his safety. This care provided more reassurance than any promise. Yet he was acutely aware that to deal with the remnants of the Crown Prince's faction, mere suppression would not suffice. They needed to lure the snake from its hole and capture them all at once to solidify control of the court. Shen Yin remained silent for a moment, ultimately bowing his hands in deference. I shall obey your command. The minister humbly implores your majesty to permit him to station troops around the Temple of Heaven on the day of the grand ceremony, just in case. Granted, Xie Chengjun readily assents, then turns to the officials, his voice suddenly deepening. I hereby declare that during the sacrificial ceremony, any signs of unrest, regardless of rank, will be treated as treason. Anyone who conceals or provides information will be equally culpable. The hall falls silent, with all officials bowing their heads, not daring to voice dissent. Satisfied, Xie Chengjun nods and waves his hand. If you have matters to report, do so. Otherwise, you may disperse. After the audience, Xie Chengjun does not return to the palace, but proceeds directly to the regent's residence. Shen Yin, having just returned home, sits in his study, poring over the records of the crown prince's faction. He is taken aback upon seeing Xie Chengjun enter. Your Majesty, what brings you here at this hour? I came to see you and to discuss the details of the ceremony. Xie Chengjun replies as he takes a seat opposite him, his gaze falling upon the documents on the table. Are all the clues contained herein? Shen Yin nods and pushes the records toward him. The Vice Minister of Rights shares a close relationship with the Crown Prince, although he did not directly participate in the treasonous plot years ago. He secretly provided substantial financial support. This time, he has contacted the disgraced Minister of Revenue, and together they hold a faction of former officials, likely concealing weapons among them. Xie Chengjun flips through the records, his fingertips gliding over the densely packed characters, his brow slightly furrowing. It seems they intend to create chaos during the ceremony, seizing the opportunity to hold me or you hostage, thereby coercing the court. Your Majesty speaks truly, Shen Yin replies gravely. I have ordered a search of the area surrounding the Temple of Heaven, but if they hide weapons within the offerings or ritual vessels, it may be difficult to detect. Xie Chengjun raises his eyes to Shen Yin's pale face, his tone softening. You have worked hard. I imagine you have not had much rest these past few days. He reaches out, gently patting the back of Shen Yin's hand. Do not overexert yourself. Your leg ailment cannot withstand too much strain. If you were to collapse, I would lose a capable assistant. Shen Yin's hand trembles almost imperceptibly. Instinctively, he attempts to withdraw it, but Xie Chengjun gently holds it in place. The warmth of his fingertips seeps through the fabric, dispelling the chill from Shen Yin's fingers. Meeting Xie Chengjun's gentle gaze, devoid of calculation or suspicion, and filled with genuine concern, Shen Yin swallows hard but ultimately refrains from pulling back his hand, murmuring, "This is merely my duty. I dare not claim hardship." Xie Chengjun smiles, retracting his hand, and continues, "On the day of the ceremony, you shall command the troops stationed outside, while I will assign the Imperial Guard commander to ensure security within the palace. Additionally, I will have Xiao Shunzi accompany you. He possesses some medical knowledge and can attend to you should your leg ailment flare up. Your Majesty need not go to such lengths. I have a physician at my side." Shen Yin quickly declines. "Let Xiao Shunzi accompany you. I have confidence in him." Xie Chengjun insists with a tone that brooks no refusal. "It is settled then." Observing the resolute look in his eyes, Shen Yin ultimately nods. "I shall obey." Chapter 4. The Supported Prince x the Lame Regent. 4. The two continue to deliberate for half an hour, finalizing every detail of the ceremony, before Xie Chengjun rises to prepare for his return to the palace. As he approached the door to the study, he suddenly recalled something and turned to speak. I instructed the palace kitchen to prepare your beloved lotus seed soup. I shall have it sent by little Shunzi shortly. Remember to enjoy it while it's hot." Shen Yin was taken aback. He had never disclosed to Xie Chengjun his fondness for lotus seed soup, and even those within the residence were scarcely aware of it. Watching Xie Chengjun's retreating figure, a warm sensation stirred within him, mingled with a hint of confusion. For the new emperor seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of his every inclination. 3 days later, the Qigu grand ceremony commenced as scheduled. The Temple of Heaven was heavily guarded, with Shen Yin seated in a wheelchair on a high platform outside, directing the soldiers with a keen gaze that scrutinized every individual entering or exiting. A dull ache pulsed in his right leg, yet he stifled a groan. gripping the armrests of the wheelchair tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Little Shunzi stood behind him, cradling a bottle of medicine, and whispered, "Your Highness, is your leg causing you discomfort again? Would you like to apply some ointment?" "Unnecessary," Shun Yin replied coldly, his eyes unwaveringly fixed ahead. The ceremony had not concluded. He could not afford any distractions. With a sigh of resignation, little Shunzi stepped aside, ever ready for assistance. Meanwhile, atop the altar, Xie Chengjun, adorned in ceremonial robes, was diligently performing the rites to honor heaven and earth. His demeanor was solemn, and his actions precise, yet his gaze inadvertently swept over the officials below, ultimately resting upon the Deputy Minister of Rites. The Deputy Minister stood among the crowd, visibly anxious, his hands trembling slightly, evidence of his ulterior motives. Just as Xie Chengjun finished his prayers and prepared to recite the sacrificial text, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. "Rebel Shun Yin, holding the emperor to command the lords, today we enact heaven's justice and slay the traitor." No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a dozen masked assailants surged forth from behind the sacrificial offerings, charging directly toward Xie Chengjun atop the altar. The commander of the palace guards immediately rallied his men to intercept the attackers, and chaos ensued as both sides clashed in a fray. Observing this scene from the high platform, Shun Yan's expression shifted dramatically, and he barked an order. "Relay my command. Seal all exits of the Temple of Heaven. No one is to enter or exit. Additionally, dispatch a team to support within the temple and protect His Majesty." The soldiers sprang into action, quickly encircling the Temple of Heaven, while an elite squad rushed inside to aid the palace guards. On the altar, Xie Chengjun stood beneath the dragon banner, his demeanor calm, betraying no sign of panic. He surveyed the tumultuous crowd, fixing his gaze on the Deputy Minister of Rites, and said coldly, "Deputy Minister, you conspired with the rebels to instigate chaos. What further words do you have?" The Deputy Minister turned pale, realizing the futility of his situation. He attempted to flee, but was seized by the commander of the palace guards and pinned to the ground. "Arrest him." Seeing their comrade captured, the remaining masked assailants faltered, quickly overwhelmed by the palace guards and soldiers. This turmoil, though intense, was quelled within the span of single incense sticks burning time. Xie Chengjun approached the subdued deputy minister, his tone icy. "Speak, who instigated you? Are there any accomplices remaining?" The deputy minister trembled, yet stubbornly clenched his teeth, refusing to divulge any information. At this moment, Shun Yin pushed his wheelchair into the Temple of Heaven, casting a cold and fierce glance at the Minister of Rites. "Your Majesty, this man is obstinate. It would be better to leave him to me. I possess methods to extract the truth from him." Xie Chengjun glanced at Shun Yin, aware of his ruthless tactics. Should he entrust the Minister of Rites to Shun Yin, the man would likely endure a fate worse than death. After a moment of silence, his tone softened slightly. "Prince Shun, there is no need for haste. Let us first confine him to the dungeon and interrogate him tomorrow." Shun Yin paused, then realized that Xie Chengjun wished to shield him from excessive bloodshed. A warmth spread within him as he clasped his hands and replied, "I shall obey your command." The grand ceremony continued, with Xie Chengjun returning to the altar to recite the sacrificial text. His voice was steady and powerful, resonating through the stillness of the Temple of Heaven, calming the attending officials and citizens alike. Once the ceremony concluded, Xie Chengjun approached Shun Yin, noticing his pale complexion and the beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, which caused him to furrow his brow. "Are your legs in great pain?" Shun Yin shook his head, forcing himself to respond, "I am fine. I was merely a bit anxious earlier." "You claim to be untroubled," Xie Chengjun replied, crouching down and lifting the brocade blanket covering Shun Yan's legs. To his alarm, he observed that Shun Yan's right leg had swollen considerably. Xie Chengjun's heart tightened, his voice tinged with reproach. "How can you say you are fine when it has swollen to this extent? Quickly, let Xiao Shunzi bring you some medicine." Xiao Shunzi promptly retrieved the medicinal box, ready to tend to Shun Yan's injury. However, Xie Chengjun stopped him and took the ointment himself, carefully applying it to Shun Yan's leg. His movements were gentle, as if he feared causing Shun Yan any pain, his gaze filled with concern. With his fingertips poised at the edge of the brocade blanket, he hesitated before gently inquiring, "Did you experience significant pain while directing the proceedings at the temple? Your forehead has yet to dry from perspiration." Chengjun was about to shake his head and dismiss the concern, but was seen through by Xie Chengjun. The latter gently brushed away the sweat lingering at his temple, his tone soft and unarguable. "Do not force yourself. I am not a stranger." As he carefully lifted the brocade blanket, he found that Shunyan's right leg was indeed more swollen than the day before. When he pressed his fingers against it, Shunyan involuntarily let out a faint sound of discomfort. Xie Chengjun's brow furrowed even more tightly as he took the ointment, warming it with his fingertips before applying it to the swollen area with a delicacy that seemed to fear shattering glass. The physician mentioned that this ointment is effective only when warmed through massage. Bear with it, and the pain will soon subside. Shunyan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the focused profile of Xie Chengjun. Morning light filtered through the windows, cascading onto the new emperor's hair, dissipating some of the majesty that the dragon robe bestowed, leaving only a warmth in its wake. Suddenly, he felt that the pain in his leg had indeed lessened, overshadowed by an unmistakable warmth blooming in his heart. After applying the ointment, Xie Chengjun carefully covered Shunyan with the brocade blanket once more. When he looked up and found Shunyan gazing at him with an unusually soft expression, he reached out and ruffled his hair affectionately. "Stay obedient. I will have the kitchen prepare the lotus seed soup. You must finish it later." Shunyan's throat moved slightly, and he finally replied softly, "All right." Observing his compliant demeanor, Xie Chengjun's eyes glimmered with deeper amusement as he turned to leave, offering a final reminder. "If the leg ailment resurfaces, do not wait for the little attendant to relay the message. Instead, send someone to the palace to seek me out. Regardless of my engagements, I shall come." Shunyan gazed at his retreating figure, his fingers unconsciously caressing the armrest of the wheelchair, the warmth lingering at the temples where he had just been touched. Before long, the little attendant entered with a bowl of lotus seed soup, steam rising from the porcelain bowl, filling the room with a sweet fragrance. "Your Highness," His Majesty specifically instructed the imperial kitchen to add more rock sugar, stating that you have been preoccupied lately and should replenish your strength. The little attendant handed over the bowl, adding with a smile, His Majesty also mentioned that if you do not favor sweetness, they shall reduce the sugar next time. Shunyan accepted the bowl and took a spoonful into his mouth. The sweetness was perfectly balanced, warming him from his tongue